just because of a casual remark I made. As long as she didn't sleep or rest, didn't eat or drink, and stood in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights, I would behave for 2 days and stop torturing myself. Su Shiyao, despite her body being covered in injuries, knelt alone in the storm all night. I suddenly opened my eyes and immediately ran downstairs. I hugged the woman tightly in my arms. She looked up at the person drenched by the rain. I coldly ordered the butler, "Take the young master back to his room." I frowned. "What about you?" The woman lowered her head. "Still 12 more hours. We won't stand here anymore. I'll always be by your side." Su Shiyao tried to restrain herself. "Didn't I order the butler to take the young master back to his room?" I stepped forward and took her hand. "Let's go inside together. You're injured. Let me apply medicine for you." Su Shiyao heartlessly tried to push me away. I directly wrapped one arm around her waist and pulled her into my embrace. I lowered my head and kissed her red lips. But Su Shiyao pushed me away forcefully and said coldly, "Don't think I'll let you go just like that. There are only 12 hours left. I won't give up." Pushed away, I froze for a moment. Then I moved closer again. Su Shiyao pushed me away once more. "Can you stop playing games?" I persisted in getting closer. She pushed me away once. I got closer once more, until she didn't push me away anymore. She went limp and nestled in my arms. "I want you to carry me back to the room. I want you to sleep with me." Su Shiyao sobbed silently. With a coquettish voice, my heart ached. I picked her up and walked into the house, step by step. As soon as we were inside, I put her down. Su Shiyao had wounds on her body. Carrying her like that would only make her more uncomfortable. I couldn't bear to let her suffer anymore. Su Shiyao looked at me, her eyes darkened. She thought I didn't want physical contact with her, that just now was only to make her give up. Those intimate actions were just for that. Su Shiyao said coldly, "I'll go back down and continue standing. I'll make up for it by standing for 24 hours. I hurriedly grabbed her hand. "No need to stand anymore. I'm not leaving." Su Shiyao lowered her head. "Zhang Chen, I won't give you a chance to regret it. If you feel 24 hours isn't enough, then I will stand for another 3 days," Su Shiyao said while shaking off my hand. She lifted her foot to leave, but I rushed forward and hugged her tightly from behind. Pressing my face against her cheek, "Su Shiyao, if you keep standing, then we will stand together." Su Shiyao tilted her head to look at me as if trying to see right through me. She stared at me. She was waiting for me to go crazy, throw things at her, curse at her, then start regretting it, telling her to get lost. But the one thing she didn't expect was that I pulled her towards the bathroom and closed the door. "Take off your clothes." Su Shiyao narrowed her eyes slightly. Isn't he angry? Why is he telling her to take off her clothes? I looked at Su Shiyao in her soaked red dress. "Are you taking it off yourself, or should I help you?" Su Shiyao didn't answer, frowning, looking at me. "Fine then. How about I help you undress?" Seeing her hesitate, I reached out to unbutton her dress. I had only undone one button. When my hand was caught by Su Shiyao, she blushed and asked me, "Zhang Chen, do you know the consequences of undressing a girl?" I tilted my head and thought for a moment, my finger still on the button. Perhaps it's taking responsibility. She grabbed my restless hand. She opened the door and pushed me out. "I'll do it myself." With a slam, the bathroom door closed. I changed clothes and went to the kitchen to cook her a bowl of noodles. Su Shiyao finished her shower and came out in a bathrobe. Seeing no one in the room, she froze for a moment. The fear of losing me immediately engulfed her. She frantically called for her special assistant, Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing came immediately upon hearing her. Su Shiyao asked coldly, "Where's Zhang Chen?" Xiaoqing was stunned. "Isn't Mr. Jiang in the room?" Su Shiyao lost control and said, "Immediately seal all exits of Haicheng. Deploy all bodyguards. Don't miss a single corner." Su Shiyao flew down the stairs. My unhappy voice came from the left. "Where are you going?" Su Shiyao turned her head to look. She saw me wearing black shorts and a small bare apron and holding a bowl in my hand. "I'm not going anywhere." I brought the bowl of ginger soup to her. I looked down at her in her bathrobe, not even wearing shoes. "Where are you rushing off to?" Su Shiyao looked up to meet my eyes, feeling guilty for some reason. She didn't dare say it. She thought I had run away. I brought the bowl of ginger soup to her. "Drink some ginger soup to warm up first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook noodles for you." Xiaoqing wanted to stop her, but Su Shiyao had already finished the ginger soup. She glared at me. "If anything happens to the young lady, I will never forgive you." It wasn't that Xiaoqing thought I was evil, but that every time before I brought things for Su Shiyao, she would get food poisoning or diarrhea. She also missed several partnership projects, causing the company losses of at least tens of millions. I took the empty bowl. Even if it were poison, Shiyao would willingly drink it all, right? Because I am her poison, and also her only antidote. Su Shiyao said nothing. She just nodded solemnly. Xiaoqing watched me go back into the kitchen. She was very anxious. "Young lady, he nearly killed you. So what?" Su Shiyao lowered her eyes, her voice cold yet tinged with a hint of gentleness. Xiaoqing was anxious, but Su Shiyao cut her off coldly. "If you continue like this, you don't need to follow me anymore." Xiaoqing had to shut her mouth. "Wait for the doctor to arrive. Have the doctor check you quickly." "Doctor, currently there are no signs of poisoning, but the wounds are festering. You need to apply medicine immediately." Xiaoqing took the ointment. "I'll apply the medicine for the young lady." I brought out the bowl of noodles and interrupted. "No." Xiaoqing's face darkened. "Mr. Jiang, do you want the young lady to die of tetanus?" I put the bowl of noodles down and snatched the ointment from Xiao Qing's hand. My woman's body is not for others to see, not even you. Su Shiyao looked up at me, full of disbelief. What did you say? I said you are my woman, even if it was a lie, the tenderness of this moment. Su Shiyao would willingly accept it. My tone was exactly like I was jealous. Xiao Qing sneered. How does Mr. Jiang want to harm the young lady this time? Every time I try to please her, it's either to run away or to get business secrets from the young lady. I see that it succeeds every time. Su Shiyao also said in a deep voice. I ignored her and memorized all of the doctor's words. I sat opposite Su Shiyao, deliberately drawing out my words. Hurry up and eat the noodles. After you finish, you'll apply your medicine. Su Shiyao glanced at me, then she lowered her head and ate her noodles quietly. I didn't rush her, my gaze stared at her foolishly. Su Shiyao ate her noodles elegantly, but she was still arrogant, cold, and abstinent. So beautiful it makes one want to pin her down. Su Shiyao is so beautiful. How could I have been so blind before? Su Shiyao felt my burning gaze, but she didn't dare to look up, afraid of breaking this momentary ambiguous atmosphere. The moment I stood up, she jerked her head up. She asked in a panic, "Where are you going?" I walked to her side, took her hand. After you finish your noodles, it's time to apply medicine. I covered her mouth. The doctor said no strenuous exercise, so we can only apply medicine. As long as you're a good girl. As I spoke, I placed a kiss on her lips, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water. The softness of that moment made Su Shiyao a little dizzy. By the time she came to her senses, I had already pulled her into the room. I reached out and untied her bathrobe, looking at her scarred back. The wounds were festering from being soaked in the rain. It pained me to see it. Shiyao, I'm so sorry. It's all because of me. This time, I was the one who gave the Liu Corporation's proposal to Shen Xinyi, which caused Su Xiao's partnership to fail. She lost a project worth hundreds of millions. Old Master Su wanted to report me to the police. Su Xiao was determined to protect me, and that led to her being beaten like this. Don't worry. However I gave this money away, it's how I will get it back. Su Xiao's voice was faint. It's okay. I felt even more heartbroken and guilty. I carefully applied the medicine for her with my fingertips. Su Xiao frowned. Zhang Chun was actually applying medicine for her, and so gently too. She thought I would just throw the medicine away. After all, I only wished for her to die. After I finished applying her medicine, I asked, "Are there any other wounds that need medicine?" Su Xiao paused for a moment. Her thumb on the blanket twitched slightly. That's all. I noticed this detail and let out a soft snort. Are you sure you're not lying to me? She's not good at lying to me. Whenever she lies to me, her thumb will move unconsciously. This was a detail that in my past life it took me a very long time to discover. I raised an eyebrow. Are you going to tell me, or should I take off your pants? My voice was now full of domineering arrogance. Su Xiao looked up at me, her ice-cold face unconsciously flushed with a suspicious red hue. Seeing her shyness, I was very pleased. I was like a rogue saying, "What's there to be shy about? They'll have to see it sooner or later." As I spoke, my gaze continued to move downwards. I saw a hidden wound at the edge of her underwear. A wound? Where was she injured? No wonder Dr. Li said strenuous exercise was forbidden. Su Xiao saw my hand reaching out. She leaned away to avoid it. There's nothing. Seeing her about to leave, I said intentionally, "Originally, I planned tonight." Before I could finish my sentence, a shadow fell over me, and the next moment I was pinned down by Su Xiao. She sat on top of me, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. She looked at me, her red lips slightly parted. "Then you are not allowed to run away. Wait until my wound heals, then we will." Before she could finish, I interrupted her. "Hurry up and apply the medicine, then come here and sleep." Because she hadn't slept for 3 days and 2 nights, I needed her to recover her energy quickly. So slow. Or should I help you apply it? I have to see it sooner or later anyway. My bold words made Su Xiao blush and turn away again. No need. After speaking, she took the ointment and hurried into the bathroom. I saw she was red up to her ears. The sight of her turning and fleeing for her life made me chuckle softly. Su Xiao's shy appearance was also very cute. When Su Xiao came out after applying her medicine, the redness on her face was gone. She had returned to her noble, cold, and abstinent expression. But when she came before me, she still pouted and said aggrievedly, "I'm scared of thunder. Sleep with me." Su Xiao's eyes flickered as she looked at me. "Zhang Chen, don't even think about running away." I knew she wouldn't believe me right away, and I didn't explain. I just took her hand and led her to the bed. Su Xiao lay down with her back to me. I moved closer and hugged her from behind. The moment I held her, Su Xiao's body suddenly tensed up. "Zhang Chen, the more you act like this, the less I'll let go." Her voice was so cold it made one shiver. Our 10 fingers intertwined. "Then I won't let go even in death. I won't let go for all eternity." I pressed my face against hers and said gloomily, "Trust me one more time, okay? Trust me. This time I'll give you a world. A world that belongs only to us." Su Xiao could withstand my cold violence and all sorts of self-destructive behavior, but she couldn't stand my weakness. After all, this was exactly what she wanted. She replied in a soft voice, I believe you. I pressed closer to Su Xiao. Thank you for believing me this time. I will absolutely not let you down. Neither of us said anything more. Su Xiao greedily savored this moment of happiness, and I didn't want to break this dreamlike reality. I knew she didn't believe me, but I would use my actions to make her believe. After a while, I fell asleep. Su Xiao caressed my cheek. She gently kissed my lips and whispered, if tonight is a dream, then I'm willing to sleep in this dream forever. Pretending to be asleep, I heard this, and my heart trembled slightly. Stabbing pains shot through my chest. In my past life, I had wronged her too much. A long time later, I gently shook Su Xiao, calling softly, Yao. I called a few times, but Su Xiao didn't respond. Only then did I pick up the phone on the bedside table. 7 or 8 missed calls from Miss Shen. I looked at this saved name. I curled my lips into a cold smile. Shen Xinyi, basically, wasn't the person I was looking for. She had deceived me miserably. I changed the saved name for Shen Xinyi. Just as I finished, her phone call came. I answered it. I glanced at the sleeping Su Xiao. Shen Xinyi, what's the matter this late at night? Shen Xinyi spoke in a commanding tone. Come to room 316 at Junyu Bar. I have a social gathering here. Help me drink for my clients. The corner of my lips tilted up slightly. Okay. Having just returned to the Jiang family from the countryside, I was suppressed everywhere, but only Shen Xinyi helped me, which moved me greatly. Naturally, I listened to her. I thought it was love, but in reality, her kindness towards me had a purpose. She wanted to use me to seize the Jiang family's assets, and this time, Shen Xinyi asking me to Junyu Bar was nothing more than selling me to a 50-year-old woman in exchange for a $100 million cooperation contract. In my previous life, if Su Xiao hadn't saved me, I would have almost died because of this. I hung up the phone. A vicious glint flashed in my eyes. Since I know you're such a wolf in sheep's clothing, then this time I will definitely make her suffer the consequences of her own actions. After speaking, I glanced at Su Xiao. She was sleeping very peacefully. I smiled with satisfaction and fiddled with my phone for a while. My phone number turned into a virtual number. Then I called 113. I constricted my throat and lowered my voice. Hello, I want to report that in room 1602 of the Furong Hotel, there is illegal prostitution. After reporting to the police, I made another phone call. The young lady of the Shen family, who has an engagement with the Jiang family, is conducting an illegal transaction at the Furong Hotel. I believe the news about Shen Xinyi will be hot on the news for half a month. After changing my clothes, I stood by the bed and looked at the sleeping Su Xiao. I reached out and caressed her cheek. Xiao, I have to go out for a while. I will definitely be back before dawn. Wait for me. I want to break off the engagement with Shen Xinyi as quickly as possible. Then I can rightfully be with Su Xiao. The moment the door closed, the sleeping Su Xiao opened her eyes. Her cold eyes gradually sharpened. She knew I was pretending to be asleep, knew I was coaxing her, just to take the opportunity to leave. Even though I kissed her before leaving to make her happy. But she herself liked being coaxed by Jiang Chen like this. Even if he was deceiving her, she liked it. Touching her lips, she picked up the phone and called Xiaoqing. Jiang Chen has gone out, just let him go. Xiaoqing was stunned, then delighted. Miss, have you thought it through? Before she could finish, she was cut off by Su Xiao's cold voice. Follow Jiang Chen, seal the exits of Haicheng. Before dawn, await my orders. After speaking, she hung up. She closed her eyes, hiding the fierceness and sorrow in them. Jiang Chen, you said to trust you one last time, and I did. I hope you won't disappoint me again. Xiaoqing was still confused when she saw me coming down. She raised her hand to stop me. Mr. Jiang, you can't go out. Although the young lady said to let me go, she still had to pretend. I directly gave her an order. You call someone to go to Junyu Bar. Beat up the person inside. It's best if she can't get out of bed for the rest of her life. Xiaoqing froze for a moment. Didn't you want to go out? I do. You come with me to the Furong Hotel. I want to see with my own eyes how Shen Xinyi gets arrested. Xiaoqing was a bit stunned and looked up at the second floor. The young lady didn't say that Mr. Jiang wanted her to go with him. I raised my eyebrow. Bring bodyguards with me. That way you won't be afraid of me running away. Xiaoqing laughed dryly. No, how could that be? The young lady still trusts you. I glanced up. Behind the curtains on the second floor, a figure was faintly visible. I knew Su Xiao was watching me. Ting, a message notification sounded. Su Xiao picked up her phone. It was a voice message I sent. Xiao, be a good girl and sleep, okay? Wait for me to come back. If you don't sleep, I'll get angry. If you sleep 1 hour less, it'll come back 1 hour later. If you sleep 1 hour more, it'll give you one more kiss. The messages came one after another, in a tone like coaxing a child. It made Su Xiao let down her guard. She lay in the spot where I had lain, resting on the pillow I had used. My scent still lingered on it. Xiaoqing was driving. She saw me talking on the phone with a gentle tone, as if coaxing a child. She sneered. The young lady is not that easy to coax. She's not easy to coax. That's because the one coaxing her isn't me. As for me, I don't need to coax her. Just one look from me, and she wouldn't even care about her own life. This is my Su Xiao. Xiaoqing sneered. So that's why you blatantly hurt the young lady. I looked up at Xiaoqing. I will use my actions to make you believe. I will love her, spoil her, protect her, starting tonight, starting with destroying Shen Xinyi and breaking the engagement, Furong Hotel. The moment Shen Xinyi hung up the phone, she lay in Song Jinnian's arms. His firm abs made her not want to let go. Doing this to Jiang Chen, isn't it a bit wrong? Shen Xinyi looked up and kissed his lips. What's wrong with it? It's his honor to have someone pay attention to him. Song Jinnian looked hesitant. I still feel guilty. After all, Jiang Chen is my half-brother, but Jiang Chen is just a dirt-poor country bumpkin. The moment she finished speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open. Shen Xinyi hurriedly hid under the covers. Song Jinnian was so scared he trembled all over. He might be psychologically scarred for the rest of his life. Shen Xinyi roared furiously, "Who is it? Don't move!" In an instant, a group of police officers rushed in and stood before the bed. Shen Xinyi pulled the blanket to cover herself. "What are you doing?" The police officer showed his credentials. "We received an anonymous tip about illegal activities here. Now, could you two please get dressed and come with us?" Shen Xinyi lowered her head. "You've got the wrong people. We know each other. Also, don't take pictures." "Police, get dressed. Please show your identification." Shen Xinyi looked up at the police. "This face of mine doesn't need identification, and I don't need to be convicted." The police officer looked at Shen Xinyi and found her very familiar. Isn't this the young lady of the Shen family, who had a grand engagement with the Zhang family? Shen Xinyi impatiently took out her ID from the bedside table. The police took the ID and made a note. Then he pointed to Song Jinnian on the bed. "What about his?" Shen Xinyi said with a smile. "He is my fiancé." As she spoke, Shen Xinyi took out a wad of cash from her bag. "Just a small token. You guys go get some late-night supper." She absolutely could not go to the police station, otherwise she would have a criminal record. This would not be good for me or for Song Jinnian. The police officer's face darkened. "This is blatant bribery. Hurry up, get dressed, and come with us." Shen Xinyi still wanted to stuff the money, but the police took out handcuffs. "Cuff them. Everyone, come to the station to cooperate with the investigation." Song Jinnian struggled and said, "We know each other. It's not a transactional relationship." The police glanced at Song Jinnian. He looked vaguely familiar, but he still acted officially. "Get dressed and come with us. Cooperate with the investigation." Song Jinnian had no choice. He had to get out from under the covers. Click, click. Camera flashes went off. Song Jinnian looked up. There was a crowd of paparazzi at the door. That's right, they were madly taking pictures of them. "Don't shoot, don't shoot." He covered his private parts and face. The paparazzi were extremely enthusiastic. The young lady of the Shen family, just 1 month. After getting engaged to Jiang Chen, cheated on him, hooking up with Jiang Chen's brother. Moreover, Song Jinnian is a new star in the entertainment industry. This news is hot enough. In the outdoor parking lot downstairs, I was tapping my fingers on my laptop. Xiaoqing stared at the hotel entrance. "Young master, they're out." I looked up and saw Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian in handcuffs, being escorted out by the police. There were also restless paparazzi taking pictures. I curled my lips. "You go down and tell the paparazzi. No matter how much money Shen Xinyi offers, the photos are not to be sold. Publish them directly." Xiaoqing looked at me in surprise. "You really want to destroy her?" She thought to herself, "Isn't Shen Xinyi Jiang Chen's fiancé? Didn't Jiang Chen before go through hell for Shen Xinyi? Today he acted so ruthlessly. This move of reporting to the police, and even having paparazzi take photos, directly ruining their reputations." I indifferently hummed in agreement. Xiaoqing shook her head. This man really makes one unable to predict him. After the police car left, Xiaoqing got out of the car and spoke to the paparazzi. She even paid double. She had to make this news as big as possible. The paparazzi knew Xiaoqing and sighed inwardly. It seems Shen Xinyi has offended the great Miss Su. Xiaoqing finished her business and returned to the car. Just as I closed my laptop, she asked, "Mr. Jiang, can we go back now?" "The young lady is still waiting for Mr. Jiang to return." "Have you beaten up the person I told you to?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang, she has been beaten. You go back first. Leave the car for me. I'm going to the police station." Hearing this, Xiaoqing's guard immediately went up. "Mr. Jiang, in the past, it was all an act to run away, right?" I looked up at her. "Have you forgotten Su Xiao's instructions?" Xiaoqing was speechless. "Then Mr. Jiang must also remember, no one can escape." The palm of the young lady's hand. I waited in the car for half an hour. Finally, I got a call from Shen Xinyi. Shen Xinyi used a commanding tone to instruct me. "Jiang Chen, come to the police station and bail me out." My voice was indifferent. Okay, I drove to the police station myself. Under the sympathetic gazes of the police, I didn't ask anything. I paid the fee, completed the procedures, and brought Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian out. My silence, on the contrary, made Song Jinnian very uneasy. "Little brother, aren't you going to ask anything?" I said indifferently. "It's nothing. My father, Song Mingchen, married into the family. Song Jinnian is his illegitimate son, so he bears his surname, but he lives in the Zhang family home. In my past life, Song Jinnian was very good to me. Later, when he learned the woman who took me was Su Xiao, he even helped me escape. He was the best brother in the world. But being reborn, I finally realized how fake Song Jinnian was. Perhaps in my past life, they were the ones who killed my mother and my cousin. Shen Xinyi had no intention of explaining. Jin Nian, no need to explain to him. We did nothing wrong. She despised me for being a country bumpkin who was poor, ugly, and had no fashion sense. If it weren't for the Jiang family's assets, she wouldn't even want to give me a second glance, let alone be engaged to me. Just the thought of her fiancé being such an incredibly ugly man, she felt disgusted. Song Jin Nian looked outside. He saw through the window that they were going further and further off course. He felt something was wrong. Little brother, this isn't the way home. Where are you taking us? I drove, a smirk on my lips. Taking you to meet someone. You'll know when we get there. Song Jin Nian looked at the scenery flashing by outside. He felt very uneasy in his heart. Little brother, are you trying to take us to see that woman? Shen Xinyi's face darkened. Although she didn't like me and felt that being engaged to me was a shameful and disgusting matter, but she knew I lived with some senior executive of the Liu Corporation, and she used this relationship to make me get the project plan of the Liu Corporation for her. Song Jin Nian felt something was wrong. Little brother, I'm not going to meet her. I want to go home. My voice was indifferent. We're almost there. It was very quiet in the car. Song Jin Nian felt like he was suffocating. I drove very fast, and eventually there were no other cars on the road. I started to speed. Song Jin Nian's heart was in his throat. Shen Xinyi angrily shouted, "Driving so fast, are you trying to get reincarnated? Stop the car!" I acted as if I didn't hear her and continued driving. 15 minutes later, I parked the car, opened the car door. Shen Xinyi and Song Jin Nian were already car-sick. As soon as they got out, they squatted by the road and vomited. After vomiting for a while, Shen Xinyi looked up. Rows of tombstones appeared before her eyes. A dark shadow flew past her eyes, scaring Shen Xinyi so much that she threw herself into Song Jin Nian's arms. Her already pale face was now even paler. Song Jin Nian looked up. He also gasped. He held the trembling Shen Xinyi and yelled at me, "Are you crazy?" Bringing us to a cemetery in the middle of the night. This is the Haicheng Cemetery. All you can see are tombstones and black and white photos. And it's the middle of the night, this gloomy feeling. Even though the two of them were hugging, they were still scared stiff, especially the dark shadows that occasionally flew overhead. They looked like crows, but also like ghosts. Song Jinian held Shen Xinyi tightly. "We want to go home." The moment he opened his mouth, I grabbed him by the hair. "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Let me go!" Shen Xinyi came to her senses and immediately pulled Song Jinian back. She yelled at me, "What's wrong with you? Let go quickly! Jinian, let go!" I looked up and glanced at her. Then I directly kicked Shen Xinyi down. The movement was too fast. She was kicked unexpectedly and couldn't react, falling straight to the ground. I dragged Song Jinian deeper into the cemetery. Song Jinian also didn't expect me to go crazy tonight. He was grabbed by the collar and dragged like a dog. Shen Xinyi got up from the ground, wanting to chase after us. "Miss Shen, please stop." Two tall figures appeared from behind, blocking Shen Xinyi. "Who are you people? Get out of the way!" I heard her voice but didn't turn back. "Don't hit her. Let her follow. Otherwise it won't be fun. I know Xiaoqing has been following me all along. These two are my bodyguards." Song Jinian forgot to even pretend. "You psycho, let go." Amidst Song Jinian's struggles, I dragged him in front of a grave. On the tombstone was a gentle and elegant woman, full of kindness. The words carved on it were, "Grave of loving mother Jiang Nan, unfilial son, Jiang Chen." I pulled Song Jinian to look at the tombstone. "Mom, I've brought him here to apologize to you." As I spoke, I kicked Song Jinian's shin. With a thud, Song Jinian knelt heavily before the tombstone. I pressed Song Jinian's head down, slamming it hard against the ground. Kowtow. 3 consecutive, forceful kowtows. Song Jinian's forehead immediately broke open and bled. He was dizzy and seeing stars. "Jiang Chen, are you crazy?" In the middle of the night, with a loud slap, I raised my hand and slapped Song Jinian hard across the face. This slap sent Song Jinian's face turning to one side. His whole body was about to explode with anger. I reached out and grabbed Song Jinian by the neck, forcing him to look up at me. "Those 3 kowtows just now were on behalf of your mother. Go home and tell your mother to wash her neck clean. I want her life to avenge my mother." Song Jinian was lifted up. His already pale face now looked ashen. "Also, don't provoke me, or I'll kill you." After saying this, I let go. Song Jinian fell to the ground, coughing and choking in pain. I almost choked him to death. In that moment just now, he clearly felt that Jiang Chen really wanted to kill him. And at this moment, he developed a sense of fear towards me. I ignored Song Jinian and turned towards Shen Xinyi. She was blocked by the bodyguards and could only scream, "Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Song Jinian is your brother. How could you hit him like that? Are you even human?" If she hadn't spoken, I would have almost forgotten about her. I walked up to her and looked down at her. "You like Song Jinian?" Shen Xinyi said nothing. She looked up at me. She could clearly see the freckles on my face and the pitted acne scars. My skin was sallow. Other than my exceptionally beautiful eyes, when placed with my other features, I was truly hideous. Shen Xinyi looked at the 2 tall, sturdy bodyguards and forced a smile. "Song Jinian is your brother. I was just helping him. The one I like is you." Right now, she still couldn't show her disgust for me. After all, she hadn't gotten my shares yet. I smiled lightly. "You like me?" Shen Xinyi put on a gentle expression. Yes, I like you. Jinian and I, it's just a misunderstanding. Don't cause any more trouble. Take us back quickly. Shen Xinyi suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Jiang Chen. Why didn't you go to the Junyu bar? I sneered. If I had been at the Junyu bar, I probably wouldn't even know where I'd be buried by now. At this point, I looked at Song Jinian, who was much more sober. I pointed at Shen Xinyi. Go strip her naked. I'll let you two go. Song Jinian said, no way. I raised my eyebrows. Then I'll order the 2 bodyguards to strip you both. We're leaving. Song Jinian roared in anger. Jiang Chen, you're insane. How could you do this? I looked up at him, my voice cold. Either you strip Shen Xinyi, or you both get stripped. For the sake of us being half-brothers, you choose. I directly gave a signal with my eyes. The big, burly bodyguards immediately took action. In front of the bodyguards, Song Jinian appeared very weak. Before he could even make a move, he was grabbed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. Jiang Chen, what do you want? To his shouts, I acted as if I didn't hear, just coldly watching the scene. I said it all begins with the destruction of Shen Xinyi and Song Jinian, so I absolutely will not show any mercy. Rip, a large part of Song Jinian's shirt was torn open. He finally gave in and shouted, I'll do it! Let me go! I signaled with my eyes, and the bodyguards immediately released Song Jinian. Shen Xinyi was currently sitting on the ground, terrified. She looked up and saw Song Jinian walking towards her. Her eyes widened. Song Jinian, what are you doing? I stood to the side with my phone, silently recording the scene. Song Jinian, with his shirt wide open, advanced step by step towards Shen Xinyi, while Shen Xinyi, on the ground, scrambled backward in fear. This scene looked like someone about to be assaulted by a villain. Song Jinian, don't come over here. You can't do this. He's recording and Shen Xinyi's eyes appeared, tears of fear, making her look even more pitiful. Song Jinian was a little reluctant to act, but he turned to look at the 2 bodyguards, who were staring like hungry tigers. He gritted his teeth and reached out, pulling at Shen Xinyi's clothes. Song Jinian, let go of me. Shen Xinyi immediately struggled. She used her hands to scratch Song Jinian's face. Thinking about the terrible idea Shen Xinyi came up with tonight, Song Jinian felt extremely resentful. Now he even slapped her hard. It's not like I haven't slept with you. I've already worn you out. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Shen Xinyi didn't expect him to say such things. Both resentful and angry, Song Jinian, you bastard. Song Jinian saw that both of her cheeks were red and swollen. He knew that right now, to take over the Zhang group, he still needed Shen Xinyi's help. He couldn't afford to offend this person either. Don't be angry. I'm doing this for us. Otherwise, if both of us get stripped naked, it wouldn't be good. As Song Jinian spoke, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, let's just go along with him for now. Later, we'll find a chance to deal with him. We can live a carefree life. By then, the entire Zhang group will be ours. My expression grew colder and colder. Song Jinian, aren't you going to strip her, or do you want to flirt on the spot and do something children shouldn't see? My ice-cold voice sent a chill down Song Jinian's spine. Then, his hands used a bit of force. Shen Xinyi's dress was torn open. The bodyguards covered their faces, not bothering to look. A worn-out piece of goods, there's nothing to see. Shen Xinyi hugged her chest with both hands, trembling like a pitiful wretch. Jiang Chen, is that enough? I said coldly. Continue. Strip her completely. Song Jinian looked up at me angrily. Don't you? He had just opened his mouth when he saw the 2 bodyguards move. Song Jinian immediately chuckled. Honey, don't interrupt me. Shen Xinyi looked at him in disbelief. Song Jinian, you can't do this. As a rising star, Song Jinian didn't want to be the one getting stripped, so no matter how Shen Xinyi cried, he was very quick. He swiftly stripped off the piece of cloth. That was Shen Xinyi's last covering. Shen Xinyi curled up and sobbed. Song Jinian looked up at me and said, Look, is this okay? My dear brother, for the sake of our old times, let us go. After speaking, he moved forward to grab my hand, but I nimbly dodged him. I coldly looked at the fawning Song Jinian, truly disgusting and nauseating. I ordered, strip him too, take their clothes. Hearing this, Song Jinian's face changed drastically. The 2 bodyguards heard the command and blocked Song Jinian's path. Song Jinian looked at the big burly bodyguards, and a wave of fear rose in his heart. The bodyguard didn't say a word and punched Song Jinian hard in the lower abdomen. Then from behind came the sound of tearing clothes. I didn't turn back at all. I didn't want to dirty my eyes. Back in the car, Xiaoqing was already in the driver's seat. Mr. Zhang. Xiaoqing couldn't help but glance at me a few more times, as if she suddenly didn't recognize me anymore. Do you want to go anywhere else? A hint of displeasure flashed in my eyes. Go home. Now. My cold voice made Xiaoqing feel like an ice shard had fallen into her ear. The man who only knew how to court death by running away like a madman actually had such a powerful aura, rivaling even the young miss. It was enough to make others afraid. I returned to Yushui Bay. Yang Yi was dozing off on the living room sofa. Hearing the noise, she groggily opened her eyes. Then she stared at me with wide eyes. Jiang Chen actually came back. I asked, did Xiao come downstairs? Yang Yi was so scared by me she shook her head repeatedly. The young miss has been upstairs the whole time. She hasn't even stepped out of her room. I smirked. So obedient. Yang Yi watched my back as I went upstairs. That tone was really like coaxing a child. I stood by the bed, looking at the person with tightly closed eyes, seemingly fast asleep, Su Xiao. I lifted the covers and lay down. I gently hugged her from behind. I smiled faintly. Xiao, I'm back. Su Xiao definitely wasn't asleep. Just because of my words, she obediently stayed in bed. This was the Su Xiao who valued me as much as her own life. Su Xiao's body was very stiff, even trembling slightly. She didn't open her eyes. She was afraid that once she did, Jiang Chen would disappear. As long as she fell asleep, Jiang Chen would come back. I held Su Xiao tightly, feeling her body temperature. Very steady, very reassuring. It was just that she didn't speak or move. Her body remained stiff, but her temperature was getting higher. I felt something was wrong. I helped Su Xiao turn around. Xiao Imbak, open your eyes and look at me. Su Xiao kept her eyes tightly shut, refusing to open them. I placed my hand on Su Xiao's forehead. Her temperature was frighteningly high. Looking at her face, it was flushed red, as if blood was about to drip from it. She had a high fever. I hurriedly called Xiaoqing. Xiao has a high fever. Call Dr. Li over. After hanging up, I was about to go wet a towel to cool her down physically. But as soon as I moved, Su Xiao grabbed my hand tightly. The heat from her hand was also shocking. Jiang Chen, don't go. I reached out to stroke her eyebrows. The scorching temperature made my heart ache. I'm not going. I'm going to get a towel. Su Xiao still had her eyes closed, clutching my hand tightly, not letting go. Jiang Chen, I've been good. I've been obediently sleeping. Don't go. Her voice was very soft, no longer as cold and terrifying as when she was awake. I coaxed her gently. I'm not going. Be a good girl. Let go. I'm just going to wring out a wet towel. Don't go. The delirious Su Xiao still wouldn't let go. I continued to coax her softly. When Xiaoqing walked in, she saw this scene. She couldn't help but tilt her head to look at the pitch-black night outside. Could it be that the sun will rise in the west tomorrow? Is that why Jiang Chen is so gently coaxing the young miss? I looked up at her. What are you spacing out for? Go get some water. We need to bring Xiao's fever down first. Xiaoqing snapped out of it and hurried to bring a wet towel. Just as I placed the wet towel on Su Xiao's forehead, the doctor arrived. I immediately grabbed the thermometer and stuck it under Su Xiao's arm, then took the towel off her forehead. Xiaoqing quickly reached out to take it, replaced the towel on Su Xiao's forehead. When I took out the thermometer, it read 39.5 degrees. Seeing the soaring temperature on the thermometer, I sucked in a cold breath. My heart ached for some unknown reason. Dr. Li took medicine out of the medical box and mocked me. Isn't this what you wanted? After all, you wished for the young miss to die. Indeed, this wasn't the first time. I had tormented Su Xiao until she fell ill. Ever since moving to Yushui Bay, Su Xiao had to take sleeping pills every day, or she wouldn't be able to sleep. I frowned. She's unconscious. I can't wake her. I thought for a moment. I told Xiao to sleep obediently and that I would be back soon. She must be hypnotizing herself to sleep. When I left Yushui Bay, she probably couldn't sleep, but because of what I said, she forced herself to sleep, so she hypnotized herself. It looks like she's asleep, but she's actually just self-hypnotized. Dr. Li understood the wounds are too severe and she was in the rain for so long. Combined with a self-induced hypnotic coma, that's why she has a fever. Let's give her fever medicine first and see how she is in an hour. Dr. Li looked at the unconscious Su Xiao, looking troubled. She's in a self-induced hypnotic coma. You can't wake her up. If she doesn't wake up, she can't take the medicine. Xiaoqing was also worried. Previously, the young miss was hypnotized before and it was very hard to wake her. I thought for a moment and said coldly, Su Xiao, if you don't wake up, I'm leaving. Self-hypnosis. Even if you beat gongs and drums next to her ear, she won't wake up. You think you can wake her with just one sentence? Dr. Li hadn't even finished speaking when she saw the unconscious Su Xiao slowly open her eyes. Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. That slap in the face came so quickly. Su Xiao opened her eyes and stared at me. She said nothing. In her eyes, I was like a flower in a mirror, the moon in the water, something that would vanish with a touch. I helped her sit up, leaning against the bed to take her medicine. She frowned at the pill in my palm. Dr. Li said, the young miss is afraid of bitterness. She won't take the medicine like this. I looked at Su Xiao. Be a good girl and take your medicine. I'll give you candy. She's not a child. Do you think she'll take it just because you coax her like that? Dr. Li hadn't finished again, when she was slapped in the face again. Su Xiao, without a change in expression, took the medicine, not even drinking water. She just stared at me. I chuckled softly, then gently leaned down and kissed Su Xiao's lips. Then I used my tongue to part her lips and teeth. Su Xiao's whole body stiffened. Then she gently pushed me away. She was sick and afraid of infecting me. I wasn't angry either. Instead, I smiled and asked her, is it sweet? Su Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed she felt her reaction was too cold. Sweet. It's the sweetest candy I've ever had. I handed her some water. Then drink some water and lie down to sleep. When you wake up, it'll give you more candy. This tone really was like coaxing a child. But as long as I was the one coaxing her, Su Xiao would accept it all. So she obediently took the medicine, drank the water, and lay down under the covers. Under the blanket, her hand fiercely pinched her own thigh. The pain traveled through her nerves, spreading through her limbs. Pain. Jiang Chen didn't leave. So this isn't a dream. Su Xiao gripped my hand tightly. Jiang Chen, no matter what you do, I will not let you leave. If you keep running away, then... She hesitated, her voice turning even colder. I will not spare. Song Jinian and Shen Xinyi. I smiled and tucked her in. When you get better, I'll deal with them with you. The Jiang family is now controlled by my father, Song Mingchen, and my stepmother. Even if Su Xiao doesn't act, I will. This statement made Su Xiao disbelieve. She pinched her thigh again. She hadn't misheard. I leaned down and kissed Su Xiao's forehead. Quick, close your eyes and sleep, or I'll get angry. Su Xiao closed her eyes, not thinking about whether my tenderness was real or fake, because even if it was fake, she was willing. Dr. Li watched the continuous kisses, the gentle words and the kiss, completely stunned. She nudged Xiao Qing's arm and whispered, "Is Zhang Chen possessed or something? Or is he just coveting the beauty of the young miss, so he's trying to please her like this?" Late at night, as we were falling asleep, a new hot search topic exploded on the internet. Rising entertainment star Song Jinian solicits a prostitute. Miss Shen of the Shen family, Shen Xinyi, cheats after her engagement and engages in an illegal transaction with Song Jinian in the middle of the night. All sorts of indecent photos and videos that couldn't be looked at directly spread online, causing a huge explosion on the internet. Meanwhile, the parties involved, Shen Xinyi and Song Jinian, were squatting naked in the cemetery. Shen Xinyi asked tearfully, "Didn't you say you would sweet-talk Zhang Chen and then deal with him? Why are we the ones stripped naked and left here?" After the two bodyguards stripped Song Jinian, they took the clothes and left. Now they were penniless. Tonight they would have to stay in this gloomy cemetery, completely naked. Song Jinian was even more annoyed than Shen Xinyi. Who knew what kind of crazy fit Zhang Chen would throw today? "It's fine. It'll be okay tomorrow." Shen Xinyi wanted to get angry, but as soon as she looked up, she saw a dark shadow fly by, accompanied by a dry cawing sound. She was so scared she trembled. "Song Jinian, like this will definitely be discovered. We have to think about how to deal with our hotel affair tomorrow. The paparazzi caught us. It's too late to buy back the photos now." Song Jinian was silent for a moment. "Let's talk tomorrow. Right now, we need to figure out how to leave first. If we don't go now, we'll be discovered naked tomorrow. How about we walk?" Song Jinian frowned. "We have to run naked?" Shen Xinyi thought for a moment. It was almost 10 kilometers from the cemetery to the suburbs. They couldn't even walk that far with clothes on, let alone without a single scrap to cover themselves. Shen Xinyi and he thought of many ways, but none were feasible. Finally, she gritted her teeth in frustration. So vicious. A country bumpkin is truly good for nothing. Now Shen Xinyi hated him to death. As dawn broke, Shen Xinyi suddenly spoke. "Jinian, I've thought of a solution. It can also ruin Zhang Chen completely." Song Jinian immediately sobered up. "What is it?" Shen Xinyi hugged him and slowly explained her idea. "I said I was engaged to the young master of the Zhang family, but I never said with whom. In another villa, I didn't sleep well all night. I kept waking up to feel Su Xiao's forehead. I waited until her temperature gradually came down before I could sleep peacefully. I was woken up by some little birds on the balcony. I opened my eyes and saw the curtains gently fluttering. Two small sparrows were perched on the balcony. They were chirping away, but to my ears I understood everything. I was very calm. If rebirth could happen, what's so strange about understanding animal language? I got out of bed and walked over softly. "Little sparrows, what else did they say?" I suddenly spoke. Startling the two sparrows into flapping their wings and flying away chaotically, scared me to death. "Let's run." The two sparrows flew into the air, then suddenly turned back to look at me. "This person seems to understand what we're saying." I raised an eyebrow. "I do understand." The two sparrows immediately flew back and landed on the balcony railing. Full of curiosity, "Do you really understand bird language? Do you know what we were saying?" I nodded. "You two were talking about the adulterous couple, who were stripped in the cemetery. Tell me, what did they say?" The two sparrows were very naive. Chirp, chirp, twitter. Taking turns, they told me all about Shen Xinyi's plan. After listening, my eyes grew even colder. Shen Xinyi is truly vicious enough. To think she'd want to use this method to deal with me. If that's what they want, then don't blame me for being impolite. I returned to the bed. Su Xiao still wasn't awake. I picked up my phone and opened Weibo. The internet was flooded with images of Shen Xinyi and Song Jinian being taken away by the police. Netizens' comments were also very lively. "Shen Xinyi is such a slag girl. She's already engaged to Mr. Jiang, but she still messes around outside. The rising entertainment star Song Jinian cultivates a pure and single image, but he'd even make a move on his future sister-in-law. It's not that strange. I heard Mr. Jiang is a dirt-poor country bumpkin, and he's uncultured too." That's right, Shen Xinyi just made a mistake that any woman in the world could make. Between an ugly guy and a handsome guy, I definitely choose the handsome one. While I was looking, I saw a familiar Weibo account named Buting Shili Dong. So what if Zhang Chen is poor? So what if he's ugly? Is he eating your family's rice? Has uncultured? What's it to you? Go take a piss and look in the mirror first. Look at yourself. I looked at this familiar Weibo account, watching Buting Shili Dong defend me with all her might. The bridge of my nose tingled for some unknown reason. Buting Shili Dong is my older cousin, but she's only 3 months older than me. In my past life, she and I were enemies. I thought she looked down on me and wanted to seize the Zhang family's assets, so I disliked her. I even hated her. I never called her by name, only by her nickname. But later, when I was in trouble, she stood up and took a knife for me. Then she lay in a pool of blood, smiling frivolously at me. "Can you call me sister once?" In my past life, before I could call her that, she died saving me. This time, I won't let that happen again. I will write many, many songs, write scripts just for you. I want to make you a movie queen, an international superstar singer. I want to protect her. I decided to make peace first, because after I returned to the Zhang family, I was incited and deceived by my father, Song Mingchen, and kicked her out of the house. I removed her from my block list on the Green Bubble app first, then sent a friend request. In the villa, Buting Shilidong. was furiously typing on her phone, cursing everyone out, going crazy with it. Her manager, Xiao Jin, yawned beside her. Go take a shower and sleep. You've been cursing for 5 hours. Don't your fingers hurt? Ever since Buting Shili Dong discovered the hot topic and saw all the comments cursing me, she had been on a rampage, cussing everyone out on her phone. Xiao Jin was about to collapse. Sister Qingyu, you're a singer, an actress. Our reputation is bad enough already. Can we have a little less scandal? Buting Shili Dong was famous, in a love-hate kind of way, because she had an astonishingly beautiful face, but her behavior was unbearable. All sorts of drag racing, fighting, and all sorts of scandals cursing people on Weibo. Buting Shili Dong had a nonchalant expression. We're not lacking for this. Xiao Jin was furious. Your song this time had some success, but because Zhang Chen accused you of plagiarizing someone else's music, it caused you to be taken down. Shili Dong cut him off in a low voice. As long as he's happy. Zhang Chen is the young master of the Zhang family, my only younger brother. Of course I have to protect him. Xiao Jin was so angry he rolled his eyes. Ding dong. Zhang Chen requests to add you as a friend. She was typing out a curse. The resulting request on the screen stunned her, but the next second she hit decline. I was rejected. With a dazed expression, I sent the request again. Buting Shili Dong was stunned again. What kind of trouble is Zhang Chen trying to cause now? You block when you want to block, add when you want to add. Don't I have any pride? I wouldn't agree even if I died. Shili Dong even wrote a reason for rejection. Not enough space to write. I looked at the rejection reason, laughed, and typed. I sent the request again, sister, please accept. Buting. Shili Dong saw the word sister and her heart felt as sweet as candy. Then the person who just said she wouldn't agree even if she died very happily accepted the friend request. Su Xiao woke up and saw me smiling with my eyebrows arched, my face full of happiness. Who is Zhang Chen talking to that makes him so happy? Shen Xinyi is cursing me, I haven't even replied. When I felt Su Xiao's gaze, I put my phone down and placed my hand on her forehead. The fever's gone down. Su Xiao gave a cold, then sat up, pulled me closer and said, I haven't had my good morning kiss yet. I lowered my eyes to look at Su Xiao and said, I said last night, we'll wait until you're not sick, then we'll have a proper kiss. Looking at Su Shidao's disappointed face, I didn't say a word and bent down to kiss her on the lips. Su Shidao was stunned at first, but I don't know what she thought of. She suddenly pushed me away. Tell me your purpose first. Before she could finish her sentence, I kissed her again. A kiss to shut her up. Su Shidao pushed me away again. I raised her chin with my hand. Su Shidao looked at me as if I had become someone else. Zhang Chen, can you tell me your request first? It's based on your beauty, it's that simple. I said that and bent down to kiss her on the lips again. This time I was even more domineering and forceful. She was kissed so much that she couldn't react at all. After a while, she gradually got into it, but she was still clumsy and awkward, even accidentally biting my lip. Fresh blood spread between our lips and teeth. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" I touched my lip. Looking at the worried Su Shidao, I burst out laughing. Was last night your first kiss? Su Shidao looked down at me, her face even redder. She nodded slightly and hummed in agreement. Then she suddenly looked up at me. I was very skilled at kissing, while she could only passively learn from me. So Zhang Chen and Shen Xinyi, thinking of that possibility. Su Shidao suddenly held her breath, not daring to think any further. She couldn't think about that possibility. She would die of jealousy. She would go crazy. She would want to send someone to shut Shen Xinyi up. A jealous Su Shidao suddenly pushed me down. This is jealousy. You're jealous. I smiled and hugged her. Last night was my first kiss too. The light shattered in her eyes. Su Shidao's eyes instantly lit up. I'm not skilled because I've kissed Shen Xinyi, but because I've kissed you so many times in my dreams. So now I'm just practicing a little. My fingers rested on her cheek. Just as I was about to take another step, the ambiguous atmosphere was cut short by the ringing of a phone. Su Shidao frowned, her gentle eyes instantly turning cold. Who dared to ruin her good moment? I pushed Su Shidao away to get the phone. Su Shidao's expression was dark. It seemed like a bloodbath would happen in the next second. I saw the caller ID was my father, Songming Chen. I pressed the record button. Immediately after, Songming Chen's roar came through. Zhang Chen, look at the good deed you've done. Your brother has been ruined by you. You even dared to strip them naked and leave them at the cemetery. Are you even human? What kind of younger brother are you? Save your brother's image and reputation. Along with the losses of the Zhang Corporation, Jin Nian will change his household registration and take the Zhang surname. He is the true young master of the Zhang family, and we will announce that Shen Xinyi is engaged to Jin Nian, and you are the third party trying to steal your sister-in-law. I held the phone without even putting it to my ear, and heard every word clearly. I asked, the person originally engaged to Shen Xinyi was me. Now you're suddenly changing the groom, and calling me the third party. Have you thought about my reputation? This was the last chance I gave him. Songming Chen cursed again. Zhang Chen, you're a country bumpkin. What reputation do you have? I sneered. I won't agree. Songming Chen directly gave a domineering order. Whether you agree or not, you have to agree. Shen Xinyi's fiancé was your brother from the very beginning, not you. You must also announce that Jin Nian will take the Zhang surname from now on. I was used to his cold-bloodedness. I sneered and asked back, Song Jin Nian, is he even a Zhang? Songming Chen was stunned by my change in attitude. I laughed mockingly. Songming Chen, you're just a man who married into the family. You don't share my mother's surname. The Jiang Corporation is also mine. Song Jinnian is your illegitimate son. He doesn't have a drop of my mother's blood in him. Is he worthy of the Jiang surname? Are you worthy of controlling the Jiang family? Being a live-in son-in-law was a thorn in Songming Chen's side. It was his disgrace. Songming Chen flew into a rage. Jiang Chen, you've grown wings, haven't you? I sneered. Songming Chen, you're a live-in son-in-law. Don't even think about scheming for the Jiang family's things. It will forever bear the Jiang name. You people are not worthy. In my past life, Songming Chen completely took control of the Jiang family, changing the Jiang Corporation to the Song Corporation, and I, as the heir, the #1 heir of the Jiang Corporation, was kicked out of the Jiang family. No longer the young master of the Jiang family. If it weren't for Su Shidao, I would have become a helpless orphan. I looked up and planted a hard kiss on Su Shidao's cheek, a loud smooching sound. Su Shidao lowered her head, looking at me with dark eyes. Songming Chen heard the noise and roared. Jiang Chen, who are you fooling around with? Get your ass back here now. I glanced at Su Shidao and said casually, the person you've all been trying to climb up to, but could never reach, the great Miss Su. Su Shidao looked at me in surprise, not expecting me to mention her to my family. Songming Chen sneered. Jiang Chen, look in the mirror before you brag. Would she even notice a country bumpkin like you? Stop dreaming. Get to the Shen family's house by 10 o'clock. We're holding the engagement party for Jin Nian and Shen Xinyi today. If you listen to me, I'll arrange a better wife for you. Otherwise, he snorted coldly and hung up, not giving me a chance to refuse. I looked at the saved recording and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Shen Xinyi's engagement party, huh? It's the perfect opportunity for a face slapping. A large-scale face slapping scene served on a platter. How could I not go? I turned to look at Su Shidao. Su Shidao's face was dark. She said coldly, you're not allowed to go. She only heard my side of the conversation. She didn't hear the words on the other end. Shen Xinyi's fiancé is me, so all the currying favor last night and this morning was also you could go back and get engaged to Shen Xinyi. I tugged at Su Shidao's hem. He'll be back on time tonight. Su Shidao looked down at my hand. She was unmoved. I picked Su Shidao up and sat her on my lap, then buried her face in a flurry of kisses. I showered Shidao with kisses. Let me go, please? Su Shidao remained unmoved. She looked down at me with cold eyes. You should give up this idea. If you dare to go to the Shen family's engagement party, it'll have people fire cannons at the Shen family's house. I felt that if I dared to mention it again, I get the illusion that she would have someone beat me to death. But I wasn't afraid of her. Jiang Chen, no matter how many times you kiss me, it's useless. I won't let you go. Su Shidao was both doting and helpless. I lifted her face and said with a smile, I'm going to break off the engagement with Shen Xinyi, not to get engaged. Su Shidao's head shot up to look at me. Break off the engagement? She thought I was just saying that to leave. I said seriously, yes, to break off the engagement. Then we can be together officially and legitimately. The firm heart that wouldn't let me go. Su Shidao's heart began to waver. I lifted her face. Trust me this once, okay? Then, like a chicken pecking rice, I planted one kiss after another on her lips. Finally, I used my ultimate move, calling her wifey. Only then did Su Shidao forget how to think and blurted out, okay, as soon as she said it. Su Shidao already wanted to regret it. She had agreed too quickly. Hearing her agree, I lifted her face and gave her a hard kiss. Shidao, you're so good. Hearing me say this, Su Shidao felt that spoiling me like this wasn't so bad. At worst, however many times Jiang Chen runs away, she'll just catch him again. Just treat it like a game. Shidao, help me order some fireworks and firecrackers. When I get to that neighborhood, I have to set off firecrackers and celebrate all the way. Su Shidao looked up at me, then suddenly held her breath. I was actually changing clothes right in front of her. Su Shidao was stunned. I didn't hear a sound, so I turned to look at Su Shidao. Shidao, what do you think of wearing this to break off the engagement? As soon as I looked up, I saw Su Shidao had a nosebleed. I wiped Su Shidao's nosebleed. Quickly, tilt your head up. Why is it bleeding more and more? Are you feeling heaty lately? Su Shidao didn't raise her head, but looked down at me, standing naked right in front of her. The firm 8-pack abs made her dizzy. The more she looked, the more excited she got. The more excited she got, the more her nose bled. Su Shidao said in a hoarse voice, if you put on your clothes, I should be fine. Otherwise, my nosebleed won't stop. Hearing that, I looked down at myself. Then take a few more looks, get used to it. Otherwise, in the future, want you. Get a nosebleed every time you look? Su Shidao couldn't handle my bold words. She stuffed tissue into her nose, thinking to herself, isn't this something that only happens to men? How can a girl like me be like this? I look so useless. Then she turned and went into the bathroom. At the same time, she left a harsh remark. Jiang Chen, you should go quickly before I regret it. Seeing Su Shidao like a startled little rabbit, I couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't I realize she was so innocent in my past life? So innocent that it's unbearably cute. After I finished changing, I didn't leave right away, but waited for Su Shidao. But I waited a long time, and Su Shidao still hadn't come out. I was getting a little impatient. Su Shidao, are you still not done? You should go before I regret it. Hearing the sound of trickling water from inside, I knew it wasn't that simple. Then I clattered downstairs. Xiaoqing saw me downstairs. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? I tried to act calm. I'm fine. Do me a favor, buy some condoms and feminine wash. Xiaoqing's eyes widened. Is it Mr. Jiang who's a beast or the eldest miss who's a beast? The eldest miss is so injured and has a high fever, and they're still doing that. I looked at her shocked expression. It's not for Sushi Dao. Xiaoqing was shocked. Not for the eldest miss? You're telling me to buy it? That's even more outrageous. I saw that the more I explained, the more misunderstandings there were. In short, just go buy it for me, and buy a lot. At first, Xiaoqing was bewildered, but the more she listened, the more shocked she became. Mr. Zhang, what on earth are you planning to do, buying so many condoms? And also a lot of feminine wash. And you need a champagne bottle to put it in. Could it be that Zhang Chen has a special fetish? Wanting to drink feminine wash? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, I'm going to torture some scum. Go quickly. Xiaoqing was completely dumbfounded. She agreed and turned to leave, then immediately called Sushi Dao, eldest miss, Mr. Zhang. Sushi Dao's voice was low, just do as he says. Xiaoqing was doubtful but still went to do it. I sent a text to Sushi Dao, aim out. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. Don't go to the company, you need to rest a lot. Sushi Dao's heart felt sweet. She couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. It was in the morning that Shen Xinyi and Song Jin Nian were discovered by people visiting graves. When they were found, they didn't have a single scrap of clothing on them and were photographed naked in each other's arms. They had to spend 2,000 yuan to buy 2 sets of paper clothes meant to be burned for the dead. Only then did their miserable and humiliating trip to the cemetery end. As soon as the two of them returned, they were brutally scolded. Mother Shen pointed at Shen Xinyi's nose and scolded her. I've told you so many times you have to restrain yourself. And what's the result? You go to a hotel and get reported. Now the video of you two at the cemetery has been posted online. Father Shen rubbed Mother Shen's back. This isn't Xinya's fault. Isn't it all because of that Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen is just a dirt-poor country bumpkin. He can't even function in society. He must have been the one who reported it last night. Shen Xinyi. It's all his fault. He's the one who should have been stripped and thrown in the cemetery. Shen Xinyi nodded vehemently in agreement. What's done is done. Scolding is useless. We should focus on damage control first. Father Shen nodded. The engagement party preparations have already started. We should go out and greet the guests. Mother Shen took a deep breath. Only then did she suppress her anger. Today, no matter what is said, it's all Zhang Than's fault. She looked at Song Mingchen. I don't care what you all say. You must protect Shen Xinyi's reputation. Make Zhang Chen bear all the consequences and be utterly ruined. Song Mingchen nodded. I've already spoken with Zhang Than's side. After today, it'll make Zhang Chen leave with nothing. He won't be allowed to bother Shen Xinyi after being reassured. Mother Shen's expression finally improved. The guests downstairs not only included many high society figures from Haicheng, but because of yesterday's incident, they also invited the media. Shen Xinyi and Song Jin Nian changed into their formal attire, then went downstairs hand in hand facing the reporters. I'm very happy that everyone came today to attend my and Jin Nian's engagement party. I'm very sorry for holding the party this suddenly. It was really a last resort. If the reporters have any questions, I will answer them all today. Song Jin Nian was elegant and polite. Shen Xinyi was graceful and sophisticated, making people unable to see the despicable figures from the video, but those faces, they couldn't be replaced. A reporter asked, last night Mr. Song and Miss Shen were arrested at a hotel for solicitation. What happened? Shen Xinyi smiled. It's a misunderstanding. Song Jin Nian is my fiancé. I think even if we aren't legally married, we're not breaking the law, are we? Another reporter asked. Isn't Miss Shen engaged to Mr. Zhang of the Zhang family? Why has it changed to Song Jin Nian, the person I was engaged to from the very beginning? Was Jin Nian, it has never changed. As for Mr. Zhang, I'm very troubled. Perhaps because I helped him, it made him misunderstand that I liked him. So there has been some harassment. Jin Nian is kind, and didn't want to ruin his reputation, so he didn't expose this matter. Song Mingchen explained. Actually, Jin Nian changed his surname a long time ago. It's just that we're used to calling him that. We just haven't changed how we address him. Jin Nian is the true young master of the Zhang family. Shen Xinyi's fiancé is him, not the youngest son, Zhang Chen. Song Jin Nian faced the camera and said with a smile, Zhang Chen is my younger brother. It's only right that I yield to him. But when it comes to matters of the heart, I can't yield to him. I also hope everyone will not bother Zhang Chen. He's still young. The rumor that Shen Xinyi is his fiancé. To compensate for Zhang Than's emotional damage, I am willing to renounce my inheritance rights to the Zhang family assets. With just a few sentences, they easily changed the truth that Shen Xinyi was engaged to me, and even claimed I was the third party, while Song Jin Nian and the others became the victims. They were even the good, generous people who forgave me. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Song Jin Nian and the others were about to successfully clear their names, a deafening sound of firecrackers erupted outside. At the same time, a loudspeaker blared. Congratulations to Zhang Chen for breaking off the engagement with Shen Xinyi. There are red envelopes for celebrating. Everyone who sees this gets one. Hearing this announcement, Mother Shen was immediately stunned. What on earth is going on? The butler immediately went out to check the situation. Bang, bang, bang. The firecrackers didn't stop. The loudspeaker blared again. Congratulations to Zhang Chen for breaking off the engagement with Shen Xinyi. There are red envelopes for celebrating. Everyone who sees this gets one. Many guests heard this announcement and were extremely curious. They went outside discussing what was happening. Why is Jiang Chen breaking off the engagement? Isn't today the engagement party of Song Jinnian and Shen Xinyi? Who is Shen Xinyi engaged to after all? Hearing these words, Father Shen had a splitting headache. He rushed outside. It would have been better not to look. The moment he saw it, blood rushed to his head. He almost fainted from anger. Outside, there was a long convoy of cars, each one a luxury car worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Each luxury car was decorated with colorful chrysanthemums and had a prominent bold-lettered banner. Jiang Chen thanks Shen Xinyi for the favor of not marrying him. Jiang Chen breaks off engagement with Shen Xinyi. Moreover, on the front of the car was a black and white photo of Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian naked in each other's arms. Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian, seeing this black and white photo and looking at this scene, almost fainted from anger. What's more, there were festive arches. With the help of workers, they were erected high. Congratulations to Jiang Chen on a successful engagement cancellation. Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian were so angry they were about to cough up blood. Some onlookers who enjoyed the drama weren't afraid to stir the pot. They burst out laughing. Who did this? It's truly brilliant. The Shen family must have bullied someone too much to deserve this move. You can't say that. The propaganda outside says the Shen family and the Jiang family are getting engaged. It didn't specify which young master. One is a prestigious young master. One is a country bumpkin. As long as you're not an idiot, you'd know. To choose Song Jinnian, the engagement party has become a farce. It's about to become a funeral. But Jiang Chen has been hiding and hasn't shown up. I'm also quite curious about the true appearance of the invincibly ugly guy. Just how ugly is Jiang Chen? The Jiang family didn't even let a single photo leak out. He must be super ugly, otherwise the Shen family wouldn't have stooped to marrying the illegitimate son of a live-in son-in-law. Song Mingchen is a live-in son-in-law. Song Jinnian is an illegitimate son, always looked down upon by others. Hearing this, the father and son were again so angry they were about to cough up blood. The car slowly drove up and finally stopped. Shen Xinyi angrily ran forward, flung open the car door and cursed. Jiang Chen, get the hell out here as soon as the words left her mouth. Shen Xinyi looked at the man in the back seat. Her eyes widened in shock. I looked up and smiled. Seeing me smile, Shen Xinyi's heart suddenly started to race. I'm sorry, I got the wrong person. It was the first time Shen Xinyi had seen such a handsome man. She couldn't stop stuttering. What I just said wasn't directed at you. I was talking about Jiang Chen. He's an ugly country bumpkin. I said nothing, just elegantly stepped out of the car. Congratulations to Jiang Chen on breaking off the engagement. The loudspeaker's announcement about Shen Xinyi cut short this beautiful moment. Shen Xinyi ran to open the doors of the cars behind, opening one and shouting, Jiang Chen, get out of the car for me. Jiang Chen, if you have the guts, come out. Don't you dare stay in the car. Stop hiding, you ugly freak. Ugly people are always causing trouble. The moment Song Mingchen saw me get out of the car, his eyes widened in shock, filled with panic and fear. It was because I looked exactly like his deceased wife. I walked up to Song Mingchen with a cold aura. So father still remembers me? I just wonder if it's because you dream at night of demons coming for your life that you remember me? Hearing my voice, Song Mingchen's expression changed even more. You're Jiang Chen? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at me in shock. This arrogant, noble man was the rumored country bumpkin Jiang Chen. Where is Jiang Chen? Shen Xinyi couldn't find him and ran back, just in time to hear my name. Jiang Chen, get out here. I want you to crawl out today. One man couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at me and said to Shen Xinyi, this is the ugly guy Jiang Chen you were talking about. Shen Xinyi looked over and saw me frowning. I hadn't even answered yet. Shen Xinyi had already sneered and mocked him. If this is Jiang Chen, elite dog shit, what does Jiang Chen look like? Don't you think we would know? Today, Shen Xinyi was so angered by these scenes that she forgot to maintain her noble and elegant demeanor. Her mouth was full of foul language. Because she had been angered to the point of losing her mind, she just wanted to grab me and strangle me. I laughed coldly and said, then go eat dog poop. I am Jiang Chen. Shen Xinyi shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. You absolutely cannot be Jiang Chen. You're a fake. I smiled and took my ID card from my pocket to prove my identity. I think I don't need an ID card. Everyone here knows that I am Jiang Chen. Shen Xinyi looked at my ID card. It was indeed mine. Even my age was written on it. The guests looked at me and nodded repeatedly. He is Jiang Chen. Yes, his appearance bears some resemblance to his mother, Jiang Lan. I told you, the nation's #1 beauty, Jiang Lan. How could she give birth to such an ugly son? I don't know what they were thinking, spreading rumors that Jiang Chen was an ugly country monster. Back then, Jiang Lan was not only the young lady of the Jiang family, but also won the national beauty pageant, becoming the nation's #1 beauty for 30 years. Shen Xinyi looked at me angrily. Jiang Chen, you lied to me. How dare you lie to me? Song Jinnian looked at my splendid attire and gritted his teeth in hatred, not just because he was arrested last night and thrown into a cemetery, but more because today was his engagement party and Jiang Chen came to ruin it. Song Jinnian took a deep breath. He stepped forward and came to stand before me. Little brother, you're dressed so magnificently today. I'm very happy you came to my engagement party. But which makeup artist did you find? Introduce me, I want a transformation too. This imitation makeup style is truly top-notch. Someone understood the meaning behind Song Jinnian's words. One sentence from Song Jinnian easily turned my appearance into something achieved through cosmetics. How ridiculous. I looked at Song Jinnian. I'm sorry, but a man like me, how could I be like you, putting on such a flamboyant show? After being slapped in the face, Song Jinnian still forced a smile. Little brother, you used to pretend to be ugly and poor, pretending to be uncultured, and now you've shed your disguise. You're not here at my engagement party to steal the bride, are you? Song Jinnian put his arm around Shen Xinyi. Shen Xinyi isn't someone who only looks at faces, little brother. You should give up that idea and just wish us well. I came to give my blessings, and I brought a big congratulatory gift. With that, I clapped my hands. The bodyguard came up carrying a large box, making everyone's eyes widen. Curious about what was inside, the bodyguard opened the box and poured it towards Song Jinnian and Shen Xinyi. Song Jinnian and Shen Xinyi were covered in it. Song Mingchen looked at the pile of condoms that almost buried Song Jinnian and the others, and his whole body trembled with anger. He roared, Jiang Chen, you came here to cause trouble. Is ruining the engagement party fun for you? That's right, the first gift I gave was the huge amount of condoms I had Xiaoqing buy. Xiaoqing had people buy a lot. They nearly cleared out an entire warehouse. Now it was all poured onto Song Jinnian and Shen Xinyi, burying them halfway. I smiled. Their relationship is so promiscuous. Buying them some condoms is not just for contraception, but also to prevent them from spreading infectious diseases to others. These words made it sound as if Song Jinnian and the others had some disease, making them tremble even more with anger. Jiang Chen, that's enough, I raised my hand. The second gift. This time, 2 bodyguards carried up a large barrel. On top was a bottle of champagne. Song Jinnian glared at me with bloodshot eyes. How much more trouble do you want to cause? Will you only be satisfied if you snatch Shen Xinyi away? I took the champagne bottle and looked at Song Jinnian with a smile. I wish you 2 dogs an everlasting love. Just don't go out and harm others anymore. I opened the champagne bottle towards them. Song Jinnian and Shen Xinyi were splashed refreshingly. The strong smell made everyone feel that something was wrong. The bodyguard opened the barrel, revealing a large container. I raised my eyebrow and shouted, Everyone step back. They need to be washed. A little cleaning will make them healthier. Hearing this, the guests immediately backed away. The next second, the bodyguard held the large barrel and forcefully splashed it out. Yellow liquid poured down. Shen Xinyi and Song Jinnian couldn't dodge in time. They, Song Mingchen, Mother Shen, and Father Shen behind them were also splashed, soaked to the bone. They were covered in yellow liquid. Not only were their clothes soaked, but the makeup on their faces also washed away, revealing their ugly appearances, looking utterly miserable. Shen Xinyi's voice was piercing to the extreme. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you, Father Shen ordered. Security, quickly throw this man out for me. The security guards didn't dare to move. A big shot had given the order that I was to be allowed to do whatever I wanted here. Just now it was only sprayed with champagne, so the smell wasn't too strong. Now a whole large barrel was splashed out. The air was filled with a strong smell. Not stinky, but with a hint of a cool medicinal scent. What is that? Someone who didn't understand asked, Smell what? Probably feminine wash, haha. This Jiang Chen is really something else. First condoms, now feminine wash. It's true, the more you wash, the healthier you are. What is feminine wash used for? Then someone in the crowd explained it. The knowledge of what feminine wash is used for. After hearing it, all the guests couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up. This gift is truly amazing. Shen Xinyi and her group had never been so miserable. To be thoroughly humiliated by a country bumpkin like me, they were absolutely furious. Jiang Chen, from the beginning, the one who wanted to get engaged. To Shen Xinyi was Song Jinnian, not you, even if you turn the world upside down today. Shen Xinyi cannot get engaged to you. You've been clinging on relentlessly. Are you going to threaten us with death today? Song Mingchen said painfully. Jiang Chen, Dad has wronged you, but your older brother also said he can give up his inheritance rights. But he will absolutely not let you take Shen Xinyi away. What more do you want? Father Shen said, Jiang Chen, don't be a sore loser. The engagement partner of the Shen family was never you. I sneered. If you're all so sure, then I'll present the evidence to slap you in the face. Saying that, I took out my phone and played a call recording. Soon, Song Mingchen's voice came out. Jinnian will change his household registration and take the Jiang surname. He will be the true young master of the Jiang family. And we will announce that Shen Xinyi is Jin Neon's fiancé, and you are the third party trying to steal your sister-in-law. I asked, wasn't the person engaged to Shen Xinyi originally me? Now you've temporarily switched the engagement partner, and you're calling me the third party. Don't you care about my reputation? Song Mingchen laughed and said, You're a country bumpkin. What reputation do you have? Is it more important than your brother's? After hearing these recordings, everyone looked towards Song Mingchen. So from the start, Shen Xinyi was engaged to Jiang Chen. Because of that scandal, Song Jinnian was substituted in. Everyone shook their heads, treating an illegitimate son like a treasure, and his legitimate son like trash. A father like that is a rare find. I told you Jiang Chen is so talented and handsome. How could he be rumored to have a sharp face and hollow cheeks? It turns out it was to slander his reputation. Everyone loves a good show and isn't afraid of drama. Now they were all criticizing Song Mingchen. He looked at me, his face pale. You actually dared to record me? He never would have expected that I would record it. I raised an eyebrow. If I didn't record it, How would people know the truth? Song Ming-chen was so angry his chest heaved. He almost fainted from anger. I turned my head to look at Song Jin-nian. Stealing your younger brother's wife. Aren't you going to explain? Song Jin-nian looked at his own miserable state. While I looked like an elegant and noble prince, his face twisted with jealousy. He glared at me, grinding his teeth. Shen Xinyi and I knew each other since childhood. If you hadn't suddenly returned, the one engaged to her would have been me. It was clearly you who stole Shen Xinyi. You're the third party. Before he could finish his words, I raised my hand and gave him a resounding slap. Zhang Chun, you dare hit me? Song Jinnian rushed forward to hit back. My eyes turned cold. I lifted my leg and kicked him hard. Thud, Song Jinnian fell hard to the ground. Song Jinnian screamed like a madman. I stepped forward and stomped on his face, grinding my foot on Song Jinnian. That bitch, if you want her, just take her. But to change your surname and seize the Jiang family's assets? Dream on. The Jiang family belongs to me. You are not worthy of the Jiang surname. Song Ming-chen, feeling sorry for his son, rushed forward to teach me a lesson. That's your older brother, you're a bastard. He raised his hand to hit me. I raised the champagne bottle in my hand. Crash! Song Ming-chen's hand slammed hard into the bottle. He screamed in pain. Jiang Chen, you even dare to hit your own father. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? I pointed the champagne bottle at Song Ming-chen. If you continue to be so biased, it'll show you what it means to choose justice over family. My voice was as cold as crushed ice, making people tremble. Song Ming-chen was also shaken by my aura. I looked down at Song Jin-nian, pressing the champagne bottle to his face. The fate of a third party is to be stripped naked in the streets. I've already been very merciful. Mother Shen shouted, "Security! Get Jiang Chen! Take him to the police station again. Whoever does it, it'll give them 10,000. Seeing the security guards surrounding me, I held the champagne bottle and sneered. A good chance to test my dog-beating staff technique. One on the left, one on the right. Over here, a shoulder throw. Over there, a flying kick. Bang! 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 In less than a minute. The security guards were all beaten and lying on the ground. I raised my eyebrow and looked at Mother Shen. Mother Shen was so scared by my gaze that she trembled all over. No matter what, Shen Xinyi will not get engaged to you. Even if you play hard to get, it's useless. You're a jinx, a bane, you'll jinx us to death. Before Mother Shen could finish her words, I threw the champagne bottle in my hand directly at her. It scared Mother Shen into squeezing her eyes shut. I walked straight up to Shen Xinyi. Give me back my family heirloom ring. Shen Xinyi's face darkened. Jiang Chen, don't. Push your luck. Everyone should just leave a way out. I know you're playing hard to get, feigning retreat to advance. You just want to get my attention. I didn't want to be nauseated by her, so I lifted the large bucket, holding Shen Xinyi's head with one hand. The Shen family had long been eyeing that 1 billion antique ring. Otherwise, as soon as I returned, why would Shen Xinyi immediately come to my house to propose marriage? They originally planned to have Song Jinnian change his surname to Jiang and proceed with the engagement as usual. That way, they could still get the antique ring. They didn't expect me to show up and cause such a scene to call off the engagement. Just as Father Shen was about to send someone to get the ring, Mother Shen shrieked, "On what grounds should we give it to him? That ring should belong to our Shen family. This is the emotional distress fee you must pay to Shen Xinyi." I sneered. Emotional distress fee? Mother Shen said righteously. That's right, because of the engagement with you. Everything that happened from last night until now is your fault. You have harmed Shen Xinyi's interests. You've hurt her emotionally, you must compensate. These shameless words stunned everyone present. I turned and asked the bodyguard, "Is there any more feminine wash?" The bodyguard immediately brought another large bucket. Mother Shen backed away in horror. I grabbed her by the collar with one hand. Trash needs to be washed clean. Caught off guard, Mother Shen was pushed into the bucket. Just as Shen Xinyi was about to get up, I pinned her to the ground again. Shen Xinyi cried out in pain. "Jiang Chen, you're a madman." Mother Shen pointed a trembling finger at me. "I'll call the police to arrest you. I will." I cut her off coldly. "I can also sue you for blackmailing me for 10 billion. The partnership project that Shen Xinyi took. I can say she was an accomplice." Mother Shen was too angry to speak. I smiled and continued. "Blackmail and theft. How many years do you think that warrants?" The crime of blackmailing for 10 billion, if truly pursued, would be enough for Mother Shen to spend the rest of her life in prison. Although it wouldn't really be pursued, it was enough to scare them a little. Father Shen didn't want any more trouble. He handed me the brocade box. "Here's the ring back. The engagement is cancelled. We have nothing to do with each other from now on." He glared at me fiercely. "Don't come clinging to us in the future. Our Shen family, whether you live or die, has nothing to do with us." In Father Shen's eyes, I was just a country bumpkin with no one to care for me. Without the Shen family's backing, I was nothing. Today's drama was just me putting on a brave front. After checking and confirming it was the family heirloom ring, I stood up and smiled lightly. "Remember, it was me who called off the engagement. Shen Xinyi, it wasn't you who called it off. This distinction is very important." Shen Xinyi was finally able to stand up. Suppressing a bellyful of anger, she pointed at me and yelled, "Jiang Chen, if I hadn't been engaged to you in the first place, who would have even looked at you? Let me tell you, besides me, no one would dare marry you. Just you wait to serve that old woman as a stud horse." I raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I'm sorry." The noblest woman in the world, Su Shiyao, is going to marry me. As soon as I said this, everyone fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Shen Xinyi burst out laughing. The other guests couldn't help but laugh either. Who doesn't know that Su Shiyao doesn't get close to men? Any man who approaches her meets a bad end. I admit Jiang Chen is very handsome. He could even be the most handsome man in the country. But Su Shiyao isn't interested in men. This Jiang Chen must have a death wish. He can brag about anything. But he had to brag about Su Shiyao. Su Shiyao is a big shot in Jincheng, a big name that makes people pale just by hearing it. Su Shiyao is very beautiful. She's rich and she's clean, keeping to herself. There are no romance rumors about her. The annoying thing is, Su Shiyao doesn't like men. A celebrity once deliberately approached her, and ended up with his scandals exposed before going to jail. Moreover, what's scarier is, if any man touches her clothes, a finger will be chopped off. In short, the rumored Su Shiyao is extremely terrifying, and now I'm saying that. Su Shiyao, who is as terrifying as a flood, or a wild beast, wants to marry me. This is even more ridiculous than the sun rising in the west. I put the ring away. I'm done canceling the engagement. You all can continue with your engagement now. I looked up and said to the guests, "Oh, right. Everyone remember to congratulate me on canceling my engagement, because just by congratulating me you can get a chance to partner with the Zhang group and the Su group." These words made everyone's eyes light up. The Shen family status in Jincheng has always been middling. Those below them fawn over them, while those above look down on them. So most of the people who came today were here to curry favor. If they could partner with the Su group, even the Jiang group is better than the Shen family, Shen Xinyi sneered. Do you really think the Su group is your family's business? Just because you say you can partner, it'll happen? You just finished bragging. And now you're making decisions for Su Shiyao and the Su group. How ridiculous. I lowered my eyes and smiled lightly. I'm sure everyone here has received a notification message. Ding dong. All sorts of message notification sounds went off. They were all messages sent by secretaries or senior managers of their companies. The Su group has issued a notice within 3 days. Anyone who congratulates Jiang Chen on canceling his engagement will have an opportunity to discuss a partnership with the Su group. Partnering with the Su group, what kind of concept is that? The probability is even lower than winning a 5 million lottery. Don't underestimate just discussing a partnership. You have to know that with their status. They can't even get a meeting with a senior manager of the Su group. But now, all they have to do is say one thing. Congratulations to Jiang Chen for canceling his engagement, and that's it. Congratulations to Jiang Chen for canceling his engagement, truly. Congratulations. And so, all sorts of congratulations for my cancelled engagement rang out. The faces of Shen Xinyi and the others were extremely ugly. They were about to die of anger. Mainly, it was frustrating because although they wanted to be flattered, they didn't dare to offend these people. Shen Xinyi, congratulations on having your engagement cancelled. Shen Xinyi's face was so ugly it looked like she wanted to kill someone. The guests around them were all smiling and congratulating. Miss Shen, Mrs. Shen, congratulations to you both for being dumped by the Zhang family. Mr. Song, congratulations to your son for picking up the trash that Mr. Zhang didn't want. Every congratulation was like a slap across the face of Shen Xinyi's family. They suppressed their anger and could only force a smile. I stood to one side, reminding Father Shen, Shen Xinyi, people are congratulating you. Shouldn't you all say thank you? The Shen family was so angry they could spit blood, but they still had to bite the bullet and say thank you. Just then, the cawing of crows suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. A flock of pitch-black crows flew over. Mother Shen immediately pointed at me and cursed, "Jinx. Even the crows have come to announce your funeral." I calmly looked up. Who's the unlucky one isn't certain yet. As soon as I finished speaking, the lead crow swooped down. Splat. A dropping of bird poop landed squarely on Mother Shen's face. Immediately after, the whole flock of birds began an air raid on the Shen family. 2 small sparrows flew to my shoulder, chirping to take credit. Jiang Chen, do you like this surprise? We specially called so many helpers. I squinted, looking at Shen Xinyi with satisfaction. They were in a chaotic mess. Very good. I'm very satisfied. The guests were initially afraid of being hit by bird dropping, but it turned out the birds seemed to recognize people, and only aimed their droppings at Shen Xinyi and her group. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a barrage of barks. Packs of stray dogs rushed over, heading straight for Shen Xinyi's group. The guests' heads were full of question marks. Why did the birds only poop on them? Why did the dogs only chase them? The Shen family is so unlucky. It must be because of Song Jinnian. This jinx has brought about retribution. Shen Xinyi's group was chased into a corner. Splash, splash. They jumped into the stinky river. They didn't even dare to stick their heads out. The animals gave Shen Xinyi and her group a good tormenting. I finally and completely broke off the engagement. I was in a great mood. I sent a WeChat message to Su Shiyao, im free. Seeing the message, Su Xiao's heart tightened. She coldly ordered Xiaoqing to immediately lock down the entire city. Bring Jiang Chen back here, immediately acquire the Shen Corporation. Ding dong. I've broken off the engagement with Shen Xinyi. I can be with you now. I really want to fly to your side right now to hug and kiss you. Lift you up high. I really want to taste your lips. Can I come home and kiss you for 5 minutes? Su Xiao saw the new message notification. The murderous aura on her face immediately vanished. Xiaoqing, come back. Xiaoqing was stunned. Miss, this mood swing is a bit too fast. Just a moment ago, she looked like she wanted to kill someone. Su Xiao stared at her phone screen. She typed congratulations, then deleted it halfway. She felt that it was like gloating over someone else's misfortune. She typed again. Okay. Then she frowned and deleted it. Su Xiao felt that was too cold. That's great. I miss you too. Want to kiss. Want to kiss for a long time. 5 minutes isn't enough. Looking at this text, Su Xiao felt it was too forward. She kept typing and deleting like this. Her expression was as serious as if she were approving a memorial to the emperor. Xiaoqing watched from the side, completely confused. Miss, what's wrong? Su Xiao replied coldly, nothing. In reality, she was hesitating, not knowing how to reply to me. Just then, Qin Qian walked in with her medicine box. She whispered to Xiaoqing, what's up with the miss? Xiaoqing shook her head. I don't know. She's been fiddling with her phone for a while now. You should know that the miss was never addicted to her phone before. Her days were only filled with work and thinking about Jiang Chen. Miss Qin, it's time to change the dressing. Su Xiao looked up. If a boy texts saying he misses you, what's a better way to reply? Qin Qian was stunned. Did the miss take the wrong medicine today? Su Xiao continued to ask. The boy said he wants to kiss. How do I reply so it doesn't seem too eager? Qin Qian glanced. At her phone, the contact was Mr. Zhang. A blush appeared on Su Xiao's face. Qin Qian's eyes widened in shock. The Ice Queen can actually blush? Su Xiao urged coldly. Answer quickly, it's urgent. Jiang Chen is still waiting for a reply. Qin Qian opened her medicine box. Don't overthink it, just reply immediately. Su Xiao finally composed a message, waiting for you. Just then, I sent another message. Xiao didn't reply to me right away. You really don't love me anymore. Su Xiao immediately panicked. Then she received another one. We just kissed last night, I just treated you a little better. And you already don't cherish me. Su Xiao looked at the messages I sent on her phone. She was completely stunned. It's true that what you can't have is the best. Su Xiao doesn't love me anymore. Why don't you love me anymore? Is it because I've gotten more handsome? Su Xiao fumbled, trying to reply. Just then, my video call suddenly came through. Xi Yao. Qin Qian was beside her, urging, Miss, take off your clothes. I heard this sentence. My face immediately darkened. I was wondering why Xi Yao wasn't answering me. Turns out, she's having an affair with Dr. Qin. Qin Qian hurriedly explained, I like men. Explaining is covering up. Where's Xi Yao? Qin Qian was speechless. Su Xiao spoke seriously, word by word. I like Jiang Chen. I will never stop loving Jiang Chen. She was explaining why she didn't reply to the message right away. She was also answering my series of you don't love me questions. Only then did I smile. Silly girl, I just wanted to hear you say you love me. I want you to coax me. Qin Qian watched the two of them being all lovey-dovey over video. She urged again, Miss, take off your clothes. Su Xiao refused. No, Jiang Chen said. My body cannot be seen by others. I saw the medicine in Qin Qian's hand and changed my tune. Xiao, take it off. Let her change the medicine on your back first. I'll change the other parts when I get home. Remember, besides your back, don't let Qin Qian touch anywhere else. After hanging up, Su Xiao kept staring at the black screen with a silly smile. Qin Qian, did you hear what Jiang Chen said? I heard. I'm not allowed to touch other places, Su Xiao said with a smile. He said this is his home. Qin Qian was speechless. Can our takeaways be any more different? While changing the dressing on Su Xiao's back, Qin Qian couldn't help but say, Miss, Jiang Chen is suddenly so attentive. Maybe he has other motives. He's too abnormal. I'm worried hell harm you. Su Xiao smiled again. So what? As long as he's happy. Qin Qian rolled her eyes. Miss, you're truly hopeless. I bet he won't be back in half an hour. I heard he went to get engaged. Jiang Chen went to find Shen Xinyi, not to get engaged. But before she could finish speaking, she was thrown to the ground by Su Xiao with a left arm lock. Sprawled on the ground, Su Xiao said coldly, Don't speak about Jiang Chen like that, otherwise I won't be polite to you. Qin Qian got up, saying angrily, Su Xiao, you've lost your senses over a boy. I took a bullet for you. You threw me down for a man. Qin Qian stomped her feet in anger. Su Xiao's tone softened a little. Don't say that. Jiang Chen, he is my life, my soul. Sisters are important, of course, but Jiang Chen is my soul. Without him, my soul would scatter. Qin Qian sulked for a moment, then suddenly understood. Su Xiao is a very stubborn person. Once she's set her sights on Jiang Chen, she absolutely won't change. Even if Jiang Chen underwent a sex change, Su Xiao would still insist on him. Qin Qian said decisively, I bet Jiang Chen, within the next half hour, will absolutely not be back. Su Xiao looked down at her phone. He will come back. Sitting down opposite Su Xiao, want to make a bet?
If Jiang Chen comes back in half an hour, I will apologize to him. I'll treat him politely from now on. If he doesn't come back, you have to send people to capture him. And you have to ignore him for the whole day. This bet clearly favored Su Xiao. After all, according to custom, after I was caught trying to escape, I wouldn't speak to Su Xiao for 3 days. Su Xiao pursed her thin lips slightly. Jiang Chen will definitely come back. Qin Qian snorted smugly. Then it settled. I can guarantee that Jiang Chen definitely went to find Shen Xinyi to get engaged. She quickly took out her phone to browse Weibo, wanting to find related news. Xiaoqing came over after finishing her phone call. Mr. Jiang is on his way back. Su Shiyao, who had her head down, suddenly looked up. Qin Qian gave a forced laugh. It must be a smokescreen. Xiaoqing shot her a glance. She detailed the process of my engagement cancellation. The scene was incredibly dramatic. Qin Qian was stunned as she listened. Jiang Chen really called off the engagement and set off firecrackers to celebrate? Ah Biao is Jiang Chen's bodyguard. The news is absolutely reliable. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth lifted. Have the consequences been dealt with? She was worried the video of me hitting people in the crowd would be posted online. Xiaoqing nodded. It's all been arranged. No one dares to post news of Mr. Jiang hitting people. Ever since I was brought to Yushuiwan, all the slanderous rumors online disappeared. Su Xiao protected me very well. She didn't allow anyone to slander me. Qin Qian didn't believe it and opened Weibo. The result was that the entire screen was filled with the scene of the disastrous engagement ceremony of Shen Xinyi and Song Jinni. The two were publicly slapped in the face, and in the end, they were air-raided by a flock of birds, and the news of me calling off the engagement exploded across the entire internet. Just then, the sound of a car engine was heard outside. Shu Yi rushed in. Mr. Jiang is back. Su Xiao's gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Qian stood stunned on the spot, still not daring to believe me. Impossible. Xiaoqing walked over and patted her face. Did you hear that? That's the sound of a face slap. Qin Qian slapped her hand away. Get lost. Do you want an injection? Is it really him? I have to see for myself. Jiang Chen must have run away long ago. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Su Xiao walking towards me. Xiao. We hugged each other tightly. Xiao, I'm back. Did you miss me? Su Xiao nodded. I lowered my head and used my fingertip to gently trace her lips. I want to eat this. Su Xiao couldn't stand my teasing. She stood on her tiptoes to kiss me. Qin Qian came out just in time to see the scene of us kissing passionately. Xiaoqing leaned against the door, gloating. Not only is he back, but they're hugging, kissing, and he's even lifting her up high. Qin Qian glared at her. Isn't watching their public display of affection enough for you? Do you want another injection? Hearing about injections, Xiaoqing immediately got scared. I was kissed until I was almost out of breath. Has it been 5 minutes yet? Su Xiao said seriously. No. Should I buy an hourglass to time it? I was amused. Have you learned how to kiss today? Although she was still very clumsy last night, she has improved a lot today. Su Xiao shook her head. Still not enough. Need to practice for another 10 minutes. Just then, Qin Qian suddenly poked her large head over. Can you practice a little later? The miss needs her dressing changed. If you keep being so intimate. She was really afraid they would put on a show right there. Su Xiao glared at Qin Qian with a displeased expression. You lost. I tilted my head curiously. What did Qin Qian lose? Xiaoqing gloated from the side. She bet you wouldn't come back. She said if you did, she'd apologize to you, and she won't bother you anymore in the future. Qin Qian was very straightforward, bowing deeply to me. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. From now on, I will definitely treat you politely. To think this guy actually didn't run. The miss can suffer a little less today. I, on the other hand, felt embarrassed. I'm the one who should be saying sorry. I used to always lose my temper with everyone. I nodded to Qin Qian and Xiaoqing. It won't be like that in the future. Qin Qian was so scared she jumped back a big step. Are you possessed? This is too creepy. I used to call them Su Xiao's dogs whenever I opened my mouth. I even gave them dog food to humiliate them. Now I actually know how to apologize. I smiled and nodded. That's right. But I only desire Xiao's beauty. You guys are still not qualified. I remembered how badly I treated them in my past life, but they protected me until their deaths. In this life, I must make it up to them properly. Back in the room, Su Xiao sat obediently by the bed. I stood in front of her, staring until Su Xiao's heart beat faster. I blushed, cleared my throat. Take off your pants. Su Xiao shyly lowered her head. Jiang Chen, I want, I said with a mischievous smile. Then how about I help you? Su Xiao stared at me, then suddenly stood up. Okay, you take them off then. I was immediately stunned. I originally wanted her to take them off herself, so that's why I said that. I didn't expect it to backfire on me. Su Shidao looked down at me, without a trace of impure thoughts. Instead, her gaze made me blush. I gritted my teeth. Fine, I'll take them off then. I immediately pulled her pants down. Then I focused on applying the medicine. Su Shidao's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. After struggling to finish applying the medicine, I couldn't hold back anymore. I'm going to eat. Downstairs, Qin Qian and the others were eating. Seeing me run down, Qin Qian was surprised. That was fast. Jiang Chen, you're too weak. I immediately bristled. You're the one who's weak. I suddenly remembered something and slapped my forehead. Oh no, I forgot about my sister. And at that moment, she was staring intently at her phone. Since adding me this morning, she had been waiting until now. I hadn't sent a single message, Assistant Xiaojin said listlessly. He's definitely up to something or he wants money. Zhang Qingyu smiled like a doting ant. But he called me sister. If he wants to play tricks, let him. If I don't have money, I'll rob a bank for him. Xiaojin had stayed up all night with her. He couldn't help but complain. Sister Qingyu, you're being too dramatic. Zhang Qingyu stared. at the two words sister in the chat box, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Chen is the first person to call me sister. Right now, she just wanted to post it on her social media to show off immediately. Xiaojin let out a cold laugh. How many times has Zhang Chen tricked Zhang Qingyu? Every time, it was either to ask for money or to cause trouble. This time, he even disappeared for half a month. Zhang Qingyu screenshotted the chat history. She looked at the two words, sister, and giggled foolishly. Xiaojin suddenly remembered something. Sister Qingyu, I heard that the Su Corporation lost a 1 billion project. Did you know? Zhang Qingyu was busy posting on her social media. What's that got to do with me? She posted a status update. First day of being a sister, and she even specially tagged her 5 other sisters. She just didn't let Zhang Chen see it, afraid he'd get arrogant. Soon, the comment section exploded. Eldest sister, speak. How much money does Zhang Chen want? Second sister, speak. Who did Zhang Chen beat up again so I can take the blame? Third sister, is Zhang Chen's brain flooded or are you having a nightmare? Fourth and fifth sisters, reported. Zhang Qingyu replied to each of them. Zhang Chen isn't asking for money. You're all just jealous of me for being the first to be called sister. Xiaojin continued. I heard that this project was stolen by Zhang Chen. Zhang Qingyu suddenly looked up. Who did you say? Xiaojin nodded. Probably Zhang Chen. My older brother is a legal consultant at the Su Corporation. He said old Master Su wants to call the police and arrest him. If he can't compensate for the 1 billion case, he'll probably have to rot in jail. Zhang Qingyu looked at the reply she had just posted and touched her face. Xiaojin, do you think my face is swollen? Xiaojin quietly opened her social media and nodded seriously. It can get even more swollen. Zhang Qingyu replied tearfully. Sister's eldest sister, I want 10 billion. Please be my sugar mommy. Second sister, I need a favor. Sell your scientific research results. Third sister, how many years for stealing a 1 billion secret? Can the sentence be reduced? Fourth and fifth sisters, remember to visit me in prison. Take good care of Zhang Kun. Light an incense stick for me next year. The 5 sisters replied in unison. Get lost. Zhang Qingyu looked at the chat box with a gloomy face. Zhang Chen is so considerate. Even in such a difficult time, he didn't come to me for money. Xiaojin looked at her speechlessly. No way, such a considerate little brother, I have to save him. Zhang Qingyu suddenly became energetic. Take all the scripts and announcements. Also, give me a list of wealthy big shots. Xiaojin almost burst out laughing. Sister Qingyu, are you really going to sell yourself? A honey trap? Without a little suffering, how would the big shots be willing to spend money? Zhang Qingyu opened a group chat of big shots and sent a message. Big brothers, I don't want to work hard anymore. Please be my sugar daddy. The moment Zhang Qingyu sent the message to the group, those wealthy big shots immediately went into a frenzy. How much does Qingyu want? I'll give it to you. Who dares to compete with me? Zhang Qingyu replied shamelessly. I don't want much, just about 10 billion. The moment the message was sent, a system notification popped up. You have been removed from the group chat by the group owner. Zhang Qingyu sighed. Ding dong, ding dong. Her phone suddenly started ringing like crazy. The bank notified her of receiving 900 million, WeChat transfer of 10 million, red packet of 2 million. Zhang Qingyu jumped up in excitement. Eldest sister sent a message. The money is for that country bumpkin. If you dare to take it for yourself, I'll blacklist you. Second sister sighed. 100,000 in scientific research bonus. If you dare touch a single cent, I'll poison you. Third sister, fourth sister, and fifth sister also sent warnings one by one. Zhang Qingyu touched the 10 billion that hadn't even warmed her hands yet. Her heart ached so much she couldn't breathe. She really wanted to keep it for herself. Her 5 sisters are such hypocrites. Yesterday they said they didn't care about their brother. Today, they secretly transferred money one by one. As Zhang Qingyu was transferring the money, she sighed. The Su family's bank is really fast. It was received in 11 seconds. If the Su family doesn't pursue the matter, it'll be even better for Zhang Chen. After the transfer, she sighed again. If compensation is needed, it must be paid. Who asked me to be Zhang Chen's sister? On the other side, I was eating when my phone suddenly vibrated like crazy. Oh my god, I've got a sugar mommy. Su Shidao had just reached the top of the stairs when her face immediately darkened. I counted the balance, 1 billion and 10 million. Qin Qian was shocked. She looked up. The young lady gave it. She's spoiling you too much. Xiaoqing held her forehead, young lady. This is to help Zhang Chen fill the hole. I blinked. For me, 1.1 billion. Does she want to be my sugar mommy? I asked deliberately. Should I dump Shidao for 1.1 billion? Qin Qian and Xiaoqing saw Su Shidao coming downstairs. They hurriedly took a few bites of their rice. I asked strangely, what are you doing? Before I could finish my sentence. Su Shidao's ice-cold voice rang in my ear. Is 1 billion a lot? I was so scared I jumped. Shidao. Su Shidao stared at me coldly. Is 1.1 billion a lot? I first nodded, then shook my head frantically. Su Shidao's gaze grew colder. Not much? Then you still want to dump me for 1.1 billion? I quickly stood up and hugged her. Shidao, you didn't hear me finish just now. I wanted to kick you into bed. Then, Qin Qian and Xiaoqing were both stunned. Is this still the same Zhang Chen? A cold aura kept emanating from Su Shidao. Shidao, hurry up and sit down to eat. I quickly pulled her down. I kept putting food on her plate. I didn't dare mention the 1 billion again. Su Shidao felt it was all very unreal. In the past, Zhang Chen would have definitely told her to get lost and cursed at her, but now, Zhang Chen was explaining, trying to please her. Elsewhere, Zhang Qingyu waited for me to call her sister, waited until she fell asleep, but still heard nothing. Let alone a thank you, there wasn't even a single reply. Xiaojin tucked her in. Zhang Chen is truly an ungrateful wolf. He took 1 billion and didn't even say thank you. Sister Qingyu stayed up all night for him, dealing with anti-fans, and he's not even grateful. After dinner, Su Shidao took me to the study. She was busy in front of the safe. I looked up and asked, "What are you doing?" I know this safe is very important. In my past life, I was almost blown to death trying to crack its password. Su Shidao said, "Give me your hand." I held out my hand. Su Shidao took my thumb and pressed it onto the safe. Very quickly, the machine announced, "Fingerprint successful. Welcome, master. From now on, you are its master. The entire Su family fortune is stored here." I was stunned. That's not very appropriate. Su Shidao looked at me. My entire being is yours. What are a few paltry 100 billion? Su Shidao's confession made my heart race. Shidao, you're so good at flirting. Su Shidao frowned. I'm just telling the truth. I hugged Su Shidao. Shidao, you're so good to me. I love you. I love you so much. These words were like an arrow, piercing straight through Su Shidao's heart. I looked down at her. Shidao, can I make a small request? Su Shidao wanted to refuse. I immediately interrupted her. You're not allowed to refuse. Su Shidao's face turned cold. Tell me first. Leaving Jade Water Bay is out of the question. I nodded. I just want to go home for a bit. Su Shidao's eyes grew even colder, like a demon from hell. Shidao, I want to go back. Before I could finish, Su Shidao turned and left. I rushed forward in fear, hugging her from behind. Shidao, don't go! The fear of losing Su Shidao from my past life rushed back. Su Shidao's body stiffened, but her words were still harsh. Zhang Chen, don't think a few kisses means you can leave Jade Water Bay. She pried my hands off. Zhang Chen, don't even think about it. This is your home. With a slam, the door closed. I frantically ran my hands through my short hair. Su Shidao is too stubborn. At the same time, I was annoyed with myself for being too hasty. I should have waited a few more days to say it. But thinking of Songming Chen making a move on the Jiang Corporation, I have to go back quickly. Otherwise, the Jiang family will be doomed. Clearly, Su Shidao still doesn't trust me. She's afraid I'll run away. I slumped over the table, distressed, not knowing how I could quickly make Su Shidao trust me. But how can I? Build trust quickly. I picked up my phone and started searching. How to make a woman happy. How to make a woman believe that a man cannot live without her. How to prove a man truly loves her. The search results were all hug her, kiss her, marry her. There was one special answer. Women who use, I don't trust you as an excuse to make demands are all little wolves. Wake up. This clearly didn't apply to Su Shidao. I had to ask for help from my good brother, Kajen. Help me. How to make a woman quickly believe that I love her and that I won't leave her. Kajen teased. First tell me which chick it is. Su Shidao. After 3 minutes of silence, Kajen's messages started flooding in. Then he video called me. Zhang Chen, you tell me? You good dog, don't forget me when you get rich. You went home to reunite with your family and left me in the countryside to eat dirt? I laughed and asked back, so you're a dog? Kei-Jen immediately barked, woof woof, give me money. We immediately burst out laughing. Even though we hadn't talked in a month, we could still joke around without any reservations. Kei-Jen suddenly noticed my face. Finally willing to wash off that ugly makeup of yours? He's known me for so long, he knew long ago that I was deliberately making myself look ugly. I can't believe he washed it off after just 1 month. It seems the power of love is truly great. Kei-Jen suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, isn't your fiancé Shen Xinyi? Why are you with Su Shidao now? Let me tell you, Shen Xinyi is no good. I was stunned. A month ago, when I had just gotten engaged to Shen Xinyi, Kei-Jen had said Shen Xinyi was promiscuous. At that time, I was angry about it and cut off contact with him, thinking about how in my past life, because I didn't listen to his advice, I cut ties with Kei-Jen, and in the end, Kei-Jen died a horrible death. The killer has never been found to this day. Me. The bridge of my nose tingled. Kei-Jen, I've missed you. Kei-Jen shuddered. Don't be so mushy. Hurry up and talk about your problem. At this moment, Su Shidao at the door heard, I miss you. Her expression immediately darkened until she heard a male voice. The killing intent gradually subsided. Kei-Jen asked me seriously, do you really want to be with Su Shidao? I lowered my head. Yeah. Right now I'm being locked up at home by Su Shidao. I need to gain her trust before I can go back. Su Shidao's eyes immediately dimmed. As expected, it's just because he wants to go home. I continued, but I will still come back to Shidao's side. She's so possessive, my 6. Sisters will definitely not agree. If you like someone, you should pursue them first, date, and then finally get married. Su Shidao's eyes lit up again. I recalled the regrets with Su Shidao in my past life. Since I was young, I've never even known what love tastes like. Kei-Jen quickly interrupted me. Wait a minute, do you really want to pursue Su Shidao? Outside the door, Su Shidao pressed her whole body against the door to eavesdrop. I nodded seriously. Shidao is the woman I've chosen for this lifetime.
Kijen laughed helplessly. Do you know Sushi Dao's nickname? I counted on my fingers. The female king of hell, arrogant, cold, and ruthless. Kijen advised, since you know, then stop dreaming. I was unconvinced. She liked me first. I'm at her house right now. Kijen rolled his eyes. If you want to pursue Sushi Dao, then use the first move I taught you. I immediately blushed. Isn't this a bit too fast? We haven't even defined our relationship yet. Kijen threatened me. Then you might as well give up. I heard that if you touch her, you'll get your hand chopped off. Suddenly the door opened, and Sushi Dao strode in. I looked at her in surprise. Shi Dao, when did you get here? Kijen was still making sarcastic remarks in the video. If Sushi Dao knew you had designs on her, wouldn't she kill you? Before he could finish, he saw appear on the screen. A woman kissing me straight on the lips. Kijen screamed, what woman dares to kiss Jiangchen? Is it that bitch Shunshinyi? I will. At this moment, Sushi Dao let go. She smiled awkwardly at the camera. Hello, I'm Sushi Dao. Kijen was about to grab a knife to save me. He saw Sushi Dao's beautiful yet murderous face. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Sushi Dao kept her smile. I won't harm Jiangchen. I will dote on him well. Kijen clasped his hands. Hello. My apologies for the disturbance. I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he turned and ran. Sushi Dao looked down at me. Your friend. Her voice was as cold as ice with no discernible emotion. I looked at Sushi Dao carefully. Don't scare him. Actually, I wanted to say, don't make a move on Kijen. Sushi Dao smiled and said, he's not bad. You can hang out with him. Just based on the fact that he said, Shen Xinyi is a bitch. I reached out and took Sushi Dao's hand. Shi Dao, don't be angry. I wasn't. Before I could finish my sentence, I was interrupted by Sushi Dao. You can go home. I suddenly looked up, looking at Sushi Dao in disbelief. Shi Dao, you're too good to me. Don't go back on your word. I was afraid Sushi Dao was unhappy, so I kissed her on the cheek. The corners of Sushi Dao's mouth lifted slightly. But there are conditions. I smiled at her. Tell me. Sushi Dao looked. At my happy expression, many of the conditions she had intended to state she couldn't bring herself to say. In the end, she only said one thing. Don't touch my bottom line. This condition is both difficult and easy. Difficult because I don't know where Sushi Dao's bottom line is. Easy because her bottom line will always change for me. Okay? I happily hugged Sushi Dao. I definitely won't let you down. I want Sushi Dao to believe that I truly love her, and I'll never leave again. Sushi Dao hummed softly in agreement. When are you leaving? I originally planned to leave today. But then I thought about how Sushi Dao's wound hadn't healed yet. So I said, let's wait until your wound is better. I have to watch over you. Otherwise, you won't eat well, won't sleep well, and will get sick again. My heart would ache. Sushi Dao was already prepared for me to leave today. She didn't expect to hear this. I understood her meaning. I'm just going home for a few days. Later on, when we get married, I'll have to go back anyway. The 4 words, later on, get married, put Sushi Dao in a very good mood. I hugged Sushi Dao. Shi Dao, get well soon, so we can have a long future together. Back in my room, I took out my phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiangqing Yu. Thank you, sister. When you have time, let's have a meal together. The moment the message was sent, the system immediately notified me. You are not friends with this person. She actually deleted me. I couldn't believe it. The sister who doted on me the most deleted me as a friend. I called her directly. The first time, no one answered. The second time, it finally went through. An angry roar came from the other end of the line. Jiangchen, you're a jinx. Can you please stop harming Sister Qingyu? I froze for a moment and then realized it was Xiao Jin on the other end, Jiang Qingyu's manager. Although his abilities are average, he's especially good to Jiang Qingyu. In my previous life, there were even rumors that they were a couple. Xiao Jin, hiding in the bathroom, lowered his voice. You can fool Jiang Qingyu, but you can't fool me. Yesterday, something happened to you. Jiang Qingyu stayed up all night cursing on Weibo. This morning, I heard you stole a project from the Su Corporation. She immediately gathered 1 billion for you, just because you called her sister. The more Xiaojin spoke, the angrier he got. And what's the result? You didn't even say a single word of thanks. And there's also the matter of you framing Sister Qingyu for plagiarism. You ungrateful bastard, take your 1 billion and get lost. Don't come and harm Sister Qingyu anymore. My ears hurt from his yelling, but hearing that my sister stayed up all night arguing and gathering money for me, my heart warmed. 900 million of that was from eldest sister, right? For eldest sister from 5 years ago to be able to come up with 900 million, the company's capital must have been tight. Xiaojin was wary. You just took the money and now you're targeting eldest sister? I changed the subject. I'm not going to harm her this time. I want to help her write lyrics and compose music. Xiaojin's voice suddenly shot up. What? You said you want to write music for Sister Qingyu? Do you even know how? I blinked. Of course I know. I am the world-famous composer Fan Buxiang. Since I was young, I've studied the 4 arts with my mysterious grandmother. I'm proficient in everything, including computer technology. Grandma K didn't let me use my real name, so I use a pen name, this Fan Buxiang, to publish my works. Xiaojin scoffed.
You're Fan Buxiang? When Master Fan was composing music, you were still in diapers. I frowned. That's not true. I composed my first piece of music when I was 5. Xiaojin almost burst out laughing. 5 years old? At 5, you probably couldn't even sing the song Under the Big Bridge. In front of the door completely. Being looked down on like this, I was really angry. Xiaojin, I really am Fan Buxiang. I want to write music for my sister. I want to make her a global superstar. Xiaojin was amused by my bragging. My little ancestor, as long as you don't cause trouble, and don't call her sister, I'll even kneel down and call you grandpa. Can we stop bragging now? Aren't you afraid that Sister Qing Yu's reputation isn't bad enough? Someone like you wants to write music? He noticed the other end of the line suddenly went silent. Xiaojin panicked a little. This is Jiang Qing Yu's precious baby. I've really pissed him off. He'll have to be hospitalized tomorrow. Xiaojin quickly changed his tone. Forget it. Can I call you young master? Just stay away from Sister Qing Yu. Don't call her sister anymore. I took a deep breath. I won't argue with this loyal assistant. Give the phone to her. She will believe me. Xiaojin refused outright. It's fine for you to be a young master. Don't be Fan whatever, Buxiang anymore. They'll block your number. After I finished speaking, I hung up. He looked at the phone. In the end, Xiaojin couldn't bring himself to block it. If it weren't for you jinx, Jiang Qing Yu would have been a superstar long ago. I stared at the phone with a wronged expression. Why does no one believe the truth these days? Forget it. I'll write the music first. When I see my sister, I'll show it to her directly. I sat at the table and closed my eyes. My fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, seemingly at random. But an expert would definitely be shocked. The tapping contained an astonishing rhythm. Perhaps only when someone sings this song will people be able to understand the magic within. Su Shidao had been leaning against the door for who knows how long. I opened my eyes and saw Su Shidao at the door. My eyes immediately curved into a smile. Shidao, was it nice? Su Shidao nodded seriously. I was tapping so lightly. Su Shidao basically couldn't hear it, yet she lied without batting an eye. I looked at Su Shidao. Has that bastard from the bar yesterday been dealt with? Su Shidao lowered her eyes. No. Any woman who dares to touch Jiang Chen will meet a tragic end, but she didn't want Jiang Chen to know how ruthless she could be. I glanced at Su Shidao's fingers. Let him rot in jail. Su Shidao nodded. Okay. I suddenly wrapped my arms around her slender waist. Shidao, were you a good girl and went to sleep last night? Do I owe you a few kisses? Su Shidao's breath hitched and her heart pounded. Jiang Chen still remembered this promise. Does he want to kiss her? I counted on my fingers seriously. I left at 10 and got back at 2. By that calculation, I owe you 4 kisses. Su Shidao hummed softly. You have to calculate the interest. Pay 1 back for everyone owed. I quickly gave her a kiss. I'll pay 1 back today. I still owe 3, plus interest. Yeah, my math isn't good. My flustered appearance made Su Shidao feel delighted. I decisively kissed her again. Forget it. This kiss. I want to owe you for a lifetime. I'll use my entire life to pay it back. I raised my hand that was holding Su Shidao's. But before we live and die together, I have a small request. Su Shidao's eyes darkened. It's definitely another request to run away. I smiled. I want you to say every day from now on, Jiang Chen, I miss you. Su Shidao was stunned for a moment. I asked expectantly, okay? Su Shidao nodded in agreement. I then said shyly, actually, I have an even bigger request. Su Shidao raised an eyebrow. So many requests today. In the past, Jiang Chen wouldn't even spare her a glance. Now he's kissing and hugging her, I said carefully. I have a group of good friends who want to move into Jadewater Bay. Su Shidao's face fell. No. I retreated, feeling wronged. Fine then. I was planning to introduce the most important person in my life to my friends. Su Shidao rubbed her temples. We'll talk about it tonight when we meet. I immediately laughed. If a woman says okay, it definitely doesn't mean she agrees. Shen Xinya's group was chased until dark. The river water was ice cold. Only then did the strange group of animals disperse. Shen Xinya's group crawled out of the river. Several people were so cold they couldn't stop sneezing. They walked on the street soaking wet. Isn't that the Shen family and the Song family? Why are they in such a pathetic state? You just got back so you don't know about this. Shen Xinyi was originally engaged to the young master of the Zhang family, but it turns out she was fooling around with her own brother-in-law. An enthusiastic passerby recounted the shameful events at today's engagement party. This whole family is no good. Stay away from them in the future. When looking for a partner, absolutely do not look for the Shen family or the Song family. They're all scum. The spit from the passers-by was about to drown them. Shen Xinyi's group wished they could find a hole to crawl into. When Mother Shen got home, she suddenly screamed. Father Shen and the others were all shocked. The living room was a mess. The antique vase was shattered on the floor. The genuine leather sofa was bitten to shreds. There was trash everywhere. Father Shen was so angry he was trembling. Who did this? Where's the butler? The butler crawled out from under the table. Sir, I'm here. Father Shen pointed at the messy house. What on earth happened? Mother Shen screamed. Call the police! It must have been Jiang Chen Woof. Suddenly, a dog's bark came from upstairs. The whole family looked up and saw a pack of huskies standing on the second floor. Their green eyes were staring at them. Mother Shen saw a dog
with her emerald necklace in its mouth and almost fainted. My necklace. That's 1 million. Father Shen saw the famous painting torn to shreds. He was so angry his eyes rolled back. That's old List's last painting, worth 10 million. Shen Xinyi picked up a shredded piece of paper from the ground, and her blood pressure shot up. My 1 billion contract, the butler said tearfully. It was this pack of huskies that came and wrecked the house. We couldn't stop them. Because of a pack of huskies, the Shen family was thrown into chaos. They destroyed everything from the first floor hall to the third floor, breaking whatever they saw. Even the safe was dented, and then they ran off. This is just a pack of dogs. No one will compensate for a pack of stray dogs. To beat or kill the stray dogs, you have to find them first. Father Shen looked at the house that was almost completely destroyed. He could only swallow his anger. It was so frustrating. Song Jin Nian and the others had changed into a different set of clothes. It's just that the clothes had an unpleasant smell, because this pack of huskies not only wrecked the house but also defecated and urinated everywhere. They didn't even spare the inside of the wardrobe, but Song Jin Nian and the others had soaked in the water all afternoon and could not change their clothes, so they could only endure the stench and change. Song Jin Nian turned to look at Shen Xinyi. Shen Xinyi, are you just going to let it go like that? Shen Xinyi was kneeling on the ground, picking up the scraps of paper one by one. Those were the pieces torn up by the husky. I stole the contract from the Su Corporation, a project proposal worth 1 billion. Now that it's been torn to shreds by a husky like this, Shen Xinyi is having a major headache. Don't talk to me. I have to piece this contract back together first. Song Jin Nian looked up at Father Shen. What about you, uncle? Father Shen didn't even look up, hugging the painting with lifeless eyes. His heart was like dead ashes. Song Jin Nian finally looked over at Mother Shen. She was holding the emerald necklace. Her expression was also as if she wanted to die. Song Jin Nian continued, Auntie, since last night, Shen Xinyi and I were at the hotel and got. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Jin Nian was slapped hard across the face. He looked up at Mother Shen, his face twisted with anger. Auntie, why did you hit me? Smack. Mother Shen raised her hand again and slapped him hard one more time. Song Jin Nian was slapped to the ground. You jinx, it's all your fault. You ruined the Shen family and made Shen Xinyi this way. Mother Shen cursed as she raised her hand to hit Song Jin Nian. Song Mingchen didn't expect her to strike and was stunned for a moment. He quickly grabbed Mother Shen's hand. What right do you have to hit my son? Mother Shen screamed. This is the good son you raised, so young and already capable of doing such thing. He deserves a beating. Song Mingchen couldn't hold back and slapped her in return. Mother Shen staggered back from the slap. Her anger flared up even more. You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death, you crazy woman. Father Shen and Shen Xinyi saw Mother Shen get hit. They immediately rushed forward to intervene. Song Jin Nian also joined in to break it up. It ended up with the 5 of them wrestling with each other. After finishing my meal, I went out to the balcony to rest. 2 little sparrows flew back, chirping and telling me the story of what happened at the Shen family's house. I was bent over with laughter. Tears were even streaming down my face. Whose idea was it for the huskies to wreck the house? I couldn't help but laugh just thinking about that scene. It was the huskies' idea. We just guided them a little. I asked with a laugh, why aren't they back yet? I'm eager to introduce these special friends to Su Xiao. The little sparrow tilted its head. They probably got lost again. Zhang Chen, I heard that. Bitch, say something. A 1 billion contract. I raised an eyebrow. A 1 billion contract? The little sparrow nodded. That bitch named Shen was kneeling on the ground, piecing together the scraps, crying and talking. Of all things the husky could have chewed, it had to chew her contract. My eyes lit up. The 1 billion contract was torn to shreds by the husky? That's great. I was worried I had no way to win this project back. I never expected the husky would help me out so much. I turned around to get my laptop. My fingers flew across the keyboard. I'm going to hack into Shen Xinyi's computer now. The contract may be torn, but there's still a digital copy. I just need to modify it a little, and it'll be perfect when they sign the contract. I can already imagine the scene. Young miss, help Qin Qian's terrified screams. And the sound of barking rang out at the same time. Shu Yi looked up. A large pack of stray dogs was rushing this way. Leading them was a husky. Shu Yi's scalp tingled. Quick, close the gate. I just saw the news today. The Shen family was chased into the river by stray dogs. I never thought it'd be our turn so soon. Qin Qian ran for her life. Shu Yi, I'm not inside yet. Shu Yi had already locked Qin Qian outside. Su Xiao was in the study, waiting for the good friends I mentioned. She didn't expect to hear cries for help instead. I leaned against the railing and said, Qin Qian, don't be afraid. They don't bite people. Qin Qian looked at the approaching pack of dogs. Just because you say they don't bite, they won't? I'd have to be a fool to believe you. I laughed and said, they really won't bite you. Qin Qian clung to the main gate like a gecko. If they listen to you. You'll sleep in the doghouse tonight. I raised my eyebrow and shouted, good boys, stop, don't scare her. The pack of strays, which had been about to charge at Qin Qian, stopped dead in their tracks all at once. Qin Qian turned her head to look at the dogs that had suddenly stopped. Her face was bewildered. They really stopped. I nodded calmly. Qin Qian couldn't believe it. Impossible. Stray dogs are the hardest to tame. Even police dogs aren't this obedient, are they? Unconvinced, she yelled, this must be a coincidence. You want me to sleep in a doghouse? No way. The corner of my mouth curled up. Good boys, go on, bite her. The pack immediately rushed towards Qinqian. Qinqian was so scared she climbed onto the second floor railing. She looked up and saw Su Shiyao, who had appeared on the balcony at some point. I laughed and asked, Qinqian, do you believe me now? Qinqian's face was crestfallen. I believe you. I believe you. I'll sleep in the doghouse tonight. I gave a command. Good boys, sit. The pack immediately sat down obediently in a row. Su Shiyao looked at the dogs, then back at me. The special friends you mentioned are them? I nodded. Can they stay? Su Shiyao didn't hesitate at all. Of course, Wu Shui Bei is so big. What's the big deal about keeping a pack of dogs? I looked down and said to Qinqian, aren't you going to come down? Qinqian looked at the pack of dogs staring at her. Her legs had already gone soft. After confirming multiple times that the dogs didn't bite people, Zhu Yi had people bring dog food and supplies. Qinqian and the maids were busy bathing the dogs. I looked at the pack of dogs all washed clean. I said happily, from now on you guys can just stay here. The dogs raised their paws in unison. Qinqian looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't risen from the west. She turned her head and asked me, are you an animal trainer? I petted the most handsome husky's head. No, I can just understand what animals are saying. They like to be close to me. Qinqian forced a smile. I don't have anything against you, but could you please stop bragging? Su Xiao kicked at her. Is your doghouse cleaned up yet? Qinqian immediately tucked her tail between her legs. I believe you, okay? But in her heart, she was complaining wildly, putting lovers before friends. Our friendship is over. Auntie Shu came over and asked, Miss, are you still sleeping with Mr. Jiang tonight? Everyone was shocked by the statement and looked up in surprise. Su Xiao's face immediately flushed red. My ears also quietly turned red. No need. I suddenly stared at her for a long time. This girl actually refused to sleep with me. I yelled angrily, Ergozi, come sleep with me, the king of huskies. Now renamed Ergozi, immediately trotted after me. Qinqian poked Su Xiao. Aren't you going to learn to bark and follow him? If you don't chase after him now, you're really worse than a dog. Su Xiao hesitated in front of the room door for a moment, then knocked lightly. Ergozi's barking came from inside. Su Xiao pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Chen. Ergozi immediately bared his teeth and growled threateningly at Su Xiao. I shot it a cold glance. It's getting cold. It's time for some dog meat stew. Ergozi was instantly terrified. He tucked his tail and hid under the table. Boss, your woman is too fierce. Do you want to take care of her? I spoke to the dog without any embarrassment. If anyone's going to take care of my woman, it'll be me. How could I let a dog bully Su Xiao? Su Xiao only heard barking. What do you want to do? I blurted out. Of course I want to do. I swallowed the words that reached my lips. What's it to you? I turned away in a huff. Su Xiao looked at my back. Do you want me to sleep with you? I was speechless. How can this person be so direct? No, absolutely not. Su Xiao gently poked my shoulder. But I want to sleep with you. I muttered under my breath. No. I'm furious right now. I need to be cheered up. Su Xiao looked confused. How do I cheer you up? I suddenly turned around, pushed her down, and kissed her straight on the lips. You cheer me up like this. The next day, in the Su family's old mansion, old Master Su was sitting on the sofa. Butler Chow was showing him today's news. Jiang Chen loudly cancels engagement, Shen family scandal. There's also news that Shen Xinyi was arrested, Butler Chow reported. Old Master, it's been investigated. The person who reported Shen Xinyi last night for prostitution was young Master Jiang Chen. At the mention of Jiang Chen, his whole body ached. The feeling of those dozens of lashes still made him tremble just thinking about it. Not to mention his hand was pierced by Su Xiao. Old Master Su stared at the animals that appeared in the news. Butler Chow tentatively asked, are you planning to make a move against Jiang Chen? Old Master Su shot him a cold glance. Xiao already said, not to touch him. If you're looking to die, go ahead by yourself. Don't involve me elsewhere. I went to Jiang Qingyu's company. Hello, I'm looking for Jiang Qingyu. The receptionist didn't even look up. It's not visiting hours for artists right now. Im Zhangchen, also Fan Bushang, here to deliver a music sheet. The receptionist looked up to size me up, her eyes full of contempt. You're Fan Bushang? I nodded seriously. Yes. I'm looking for Jiang Qingyu. I called her, but her phone was off, so I had to come to the company to find her. The receptionist sneered. Want to see Qingyu, sis? Just say so. Why pretend? If you were Fan Bushang, Jiang Qingyu would have to kneel and beg to see you. It's not that she wanted to mock people, but impersonating a famous composer to chase after an idol was just too ridiculous. I frowned. I really am Fan Buxiang, and I'm also Jiang Qingyu's younger brother. The receptionist scoffed. Jiang Qingyu only has older sisters. First you pretend to be a composer, then you pretend to be her brother. Chasing an idol should have some shame. She pointed to the main door. Get out now, or I'll call security. I sighed. Nowadays, no one believes you even when you tell the truth. The receptionist directly called security to escort me out. Watch him carefully. Don't let him cause trouble. The two security guards blocked me. I frowned and said, you won't even make a single phone call. Before kicking someone out? The receptionist pointed at my clothes. Your whole outfit isn't even worth 200 yuan. I bet you've never even touched a piano. She pointed to the piano in the lobby. If you can play a complete piece, they'll call you Grandpa. I frowned. Are you sure? The receptionist sneered. Play just one note, and it'll still call you Grandpa 3 times. I elegantly walked towards the piano and sat down. I casually adjusted the sound. The receptionist snorted coldly. Quite a convincing act. Don't let your playing sound like a wailing ghost in a moment. The video of me beating that bitch is very popular right now. Some fans around recognize me. I'm a grade 10 pianist. His hand posture is wrong. The receptionist heard the chatter. Her expression changed, but thinking about the impending bankruptcy of the Jiang Corporation, she straightened her back again. What would someone who grew up in the countryside know about the piano? I closed my eyes and started to play. The notes flowed like a clear stream, at times calm as a mountain, at others a fierce crescendo. The piece ended, and everyone was still immersed in the afterglow. I looked at the pale-faced receptionist. I'm done playing. It's your turn to call me. The receptionist, ashen-faced, looked at me. You cheated. You definitely used your phone to play the music. I walked towards the receptionist step by step. Weren't you talking big just now? Why are you stuttering now? The receptionist was so pressured by me she didn't dare breathe loudly. She hurriedly called out 3 times. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. She was afraid I would post about her online. After calling, she glared at me. Are you satisfied now? I smiled with satisfaction. The receptionist's face was twisted with anger. What kind of trashy music was that you played? For all I know, it was from busking in a nightclub. My gaze turned cold. I grabbed the receptionist's chin with one hand. I hate people with filthy mouths the most. I dragged her to the decorative fish tank nearby and directly pushed her head into the water. A minute later, I let go. Next time, remember to brush your teeth after eating shit. The receptionist gasped for air in terror. Just now, she thought she was going to die. After recovering, the receptionist glared fiercely at me again. You just wait. I'm going to call the police. Just then, a voice rang out. What's going on? Everyone shouted. Ah, it's Sister Qing Yu. The receptionist immediately ran up to Zhang Qing Yu to tattle. Sister Qing Yu, he's impersonating Fan Buxiang. He said he wants to write music for you, and he also said he's your brother. He even just pushed my head into the water. You should post on Weibo and expose him quickly. Zhang Qing Yu looked up to size me up. I felt both familiar and strange. She blurted out, Who are you? I was completely speechless. Didn't I just wash off that ugly makeup? Was it necessary to not recognize me? The receptionist looked at me smugly. See? Zhang Qing Yu doesn't know you at all. How's that for a slap in the face? Still daring to impersonate Fan Buxiang, impersonating Zhang Qing Yu's brother. We're calling the police right now to take you to the station. Zhang Qing Yu stared at the handsome guy in front of her. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. Her face darkened. I don't have a younger brother like you. My younger brother is an ugly guy. I really couldn't take it anymore. Cousin, I'm your brother. Zhang Qing Yu was still confused. Suddenly her eyes widened. Zhang Chen? I walked up to her. You don't have this brother? Zhang Qing Yu was so flustered she became tongue-tied. No, you. I raised an eyebrow. Your brother is an ugly guy. Zhang Qing Yu clasped her hands, begging. You are my brother. My brother is the most handsome guy, the most handsome in the world. The receptionist immediately stammered. Sister Qing Yu, is he really your brother? Didn't they say Zhang Qing Yu only has 5 older sisters? Zhang Qing Yu nodded seriously. I pointed at the receptionist. Sis, fire her. Zhang Qing Yu had a troubled expression. Zhang Chen, I'm just a contracted artist at this company. I don't have the authority to fire people. The receptionist said smugly. Mr. Zhang, this isn't a place where you can call the shots. I advise you to watch your words and actions. Don't tarnish Zhang Qing Yu's reputation. Although Zhang Qing Yu is a top star, there are many who are famous and hated. Zhang Qing Yu didn't care what others said about her, but bullying her younger brother was absolutely not allowed. She was about to make a move when I pulled her back. I called Su Shiyao. Babe, I'm at Hongming Media being bullied by the receptionist. Help me fire her. Avenge me. Su Shiyao was in a meeting. She directly put the call on speaker. My voice echoed throughout the meeting room. All the senior managers looked up. They sympathized with the man who called the young Miss Babe. Just wait to be dealt with. But then they saw Su Shiyao's cold face instantly soften. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Xiaoqing immediately used her phone. For work. Calling the general manager of Hongming Media. The receptionist was still mocking me. I'm the vice president's relative. You want to fire me? Dream on. I held up 2 fingers. 2 minutes is enough. The receptionist sneered. You just wait. If you dare fire me, I'll have the vice president cut all of Zhang Qing Yu's marketing accounts. Exactly 2 minutes later, the elevator dinged and opened. The chubby general manager ran out, panting. He nearly rolled to a stop in front of me. He bowed 90 degrees. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I will fire this employee immediately. The receptionist's eyes widened. Zhang Qing Yu was also stunned. The normally high and mighty general manager, whom even she looked down on, was bowing and apologizing to Zhang Chen. I made a V sign at the receptionist. Exactly 2 minutes. The receptionist hurriedly explained. General manager, it's not like that. Before she finished her sentence, she was slapped hard by the relative she'd been bragging about. The vice president, with bloodshot eyes, roared, Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhang. The terrified receptionist bowed repeatedly. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. The general manager wiped away his cold sweat. Mr. Jiang, please don't bother with such a petty person. Let's go upstairs to talk. This vice president is also fired. I linked arms with my sister Jiang Qingyu. No need. I want to have a meal with my sister. The general manager bowed 90 degrees. Yes, please take your time, Mr. Jiang. The general manager didn't dare to raise his head, sweat dripping down profusely. I was about to leave, but then I stopped. I looked down at the general manager. It seems my sister doesn't have much status in the company. The general manager immediately started sweating buckets. That's not true. Jiang Qingyu is the big sister of our company. From now on, even if we have to sell everything we own, I will still serve Jiang Qingyu. Only then did I leave, satisfied. The vice president carefully asked the general manager, "Do I still have a chance?" "A chance, my ass." The general manager backhanded him with a slap. My damn company was almost bankrupted. I was almost ruined by you people. The young miss called me personally. A small company boss like me actually received the death call from the young miss. If I had been 1 second late in apologizing to Zhang Chen, I might as well have jumped off the building. The receptionist was still muttering, "Isn't he just a fallen young master?" The vice president slapped her again. "Shut up!" The general manager roared, "All of you, get the hell out! You're all fired. Don't ask why. Ask and you die." No one knew who I had called. The onlookers were quickly cordoned off, given hush money, and forbidden from spreading the story. This was Sushi Yao's arrangement. I just had to act recklessly. Even if I poked a hole in the sky, she would be there to carry the burden. Even if one day I actually went on a killing and arson spree, she would still cover for me. I took Jiang Qingyu to a restaurant. Jiang Qingyu stared at me, then suddenly reached out and pinched my cheek. "When did you get plastic surgery?" I slapped her hand away. "Use your brain, sis. Is anyone in the Jiang family ugly?" Jiang Qingyu spread her hands. "What if there was a genetic mutation? For example, the Jiang family. We're all geniuses, with IQs of at least 200. But when it came to you, you were a little lacking. Your 5 older sisters are all successful in their careers. Only you make a living with your face. Jiang Qingyu." The moment I said her full name, Jiang Qingyu immediately shrank back. Just kidding. She suddenly leaned close to me. "Quick, tell me, who did you call just now? Jiang Chen has only been home for a month, and his 6 sisters haven't spoiled him enough yet. And he's already been snatched away by some girl. This can't be happening." I laughed and said it was Sushi Yao. Jiang Qingyu, who was drinking water, choked. Her eyes widened. "Who did you say?" I calmly repeated. "That's Sushi Yao." "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Jiang Qingyu wiped her mouth. Believe it or not, if Sushi Yao heard these words, she could strangle you, the kind that would also cut out your tongue. I recalled how it was when I kissed Sushi Yao. In fact, she quite liked my tongue. Jiang Qingyu flicked my forehead. I yelped in pain, and held my forehead. "Sis, why did you hit me?" Jiang Qingyu had a serious expression. "I did that to snap you back to reality. Sushi Yao is not someone you can even think about, not even in your dreams." I smugly said that she was the one pursuing me. Jiang Qingyu doesn't believe you can just keep bragging. Hurry up and fill that hole in the Su Corporation. Stop daydreaming. I pouted and took out my phone. "Look, this is Sushi Yao's phone number." Jiang Qingyu rolled her eyes. "I can save Xiaojin's name. As the president. Does that make the president my dad?" Jiang Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "You must have called our eldest sister, right?" "Eldest sister is a financial tycoon. She can definitely
Solve this. I nodded helplessly. "That's right. I called eldest sister." "Nowadays, no one believes the truth," Jiang Qingyu said sourly. "Eldest sister is all talk but has a soft heart. She says she doesn't care about you. But you make one phone call and she immediately makes an exception. When I was signing my contract, I asked her for a little help, and she couldn't even be bothered." Jiang Qingyu felt wronged. If eldest sister had been willing to help me, I wouldn't have so many anti-fans now, forced to make a living with my face. I quietly watched her act. This sister of mine is truly a drama queen, but I like this side of Jiang Qingyu. In my past life, after the Jiang family's incident, Jiang Qingyu changed. She stopped smiling. Although she became famous, her eyes always carried a hint of sadness. It was heartbreaking. I looked at her with deep affection. "Sis, I missed you." Jiang Qingyu immediately got goosebumps. "Jiang Chen, did you get into trouble again? Murder or arson? I'm really out of money this time. But if you beat someone up..." I smiled, touched. "No, I just missed you." Jiang Qingyu couldn't stand my cheesiness. Her expression was as if she was about to die. "Tell me, how many years in prison? It'll go in your place." I was speechless and took a few sheets of paper from my pocket. "Here, a song I wrote for you. It's guaranteed to make you famous." Jiang Qingyu looked up. "You know how to write music?" "I don't believe it." I nodded seriously. "It's true. Im fan bu xiang." Jiang Qingyu was about to look at the lyrics. When she heard this, she put the paper down. "I think your name should be Niu Bu Po Unbreakable Brag, bragging without fear of it bursting." I was frustrated. Why is it that when I tell the truth, no one believes me? Jiang Qingyu folded the lyrics. "I believe you. He'll sing it tomorrow. He'll even post on Weibo that the great master fan doesn't want to write music for me anymore. It'll definitely become the biggest joke in the entertainment industry." I saw Jiang Qingyu's nonchalant attitude and knew she wasn't taking it seriously at all. But I didn't care either, as long as she was willing to sing it. Once the new song is released, she will quickly become the new star of the entertainment industry. After ordering, I suddenly said, "Sis, Shen Xinyi and I broke off the engagement." Jiang Qingyu suddenly looked up. What did you say? I was a little surprised. I broke it off yesterday. You don't know? This news is already all over the place.
Jiang Qingyu quickly took out her phone to browse the news. She saw the video of me domineeringly calling off the engagement, cursing the bitch to her face. Jiangchen, you're too handsome. I'm in love. In love. Is that the main point? The main point is that I broke off the engagement, okay? Jiang Qingyu was busy liking comments from netizens who praised me. I was catching up on sleep yesterday, so I didn't see the news. The day before, I stayed up all night waiting for news. I really couldn't take it during the day, so I fell asleep. I was speechless. Is that the main point? Jiang Qingyu suddenly became serious. Jiang Chen, did you break the law again? Let me ask our third sister. How many years in prison you get for impersonating the Su Corporation to commit fraud? I gritted my teeth. Sis, I want to crush your dog head. Jiang Qingyu giggled. If you crush it, who will go to jail for you? After saying that, she suddenly realized, you really broke off the engagement? I rolled my eyes. This idiot finally got the main point. After confirming the news was true, Jiang Qingyu excitedly slammed the table. I told you a long time ago, Shen Xinyi is a bitch. You wouldn't listen and insisted on getting engaged. You even kicked your 5 sisters out of the house for her. Do you see your mistake now? Let me tell you, not only is she narrow-minded, marrying her would surely mean you'd never have a peaceful day. Under my warning gaze, Jiang Qingyu quickly shut up. Haha, anyway, congratulations on successfully breaking off the engagement. After the meal, Jiang Qingyu still didn't believe me. I was very frustrated. If it weren't for old Master Su not allowing it to be public, I really wanted to video call Su Shiyao and blind my sister's dog eyes. Before leaving, Jiang Qingyu reminded me again, Jiang Chen, wait until you find someone who treats you better than I do, then you can get married, understand? I nodded. Su Shiyao treats me even better than you sisters do. Jiang Qingyu flicked my forehead. Don't you dare think about Su Shiyao again, not even in your wildest dreams. Your sisters are one thing, but we don't want to see you get thrown into the sea to be eaten by sharks. I held my forehead. Yes, sis. I won't daydream anymore, seeing me being so obedient. Jiang Qingyu's heart softened. Where are you staying now? It'll take you back. I waved my hand. No need, I'll walk around a bit more. Jiang Qingyu looked at her watch. She was notified yesterday that she had to attend a meeting today and couldn't be late. All right then, remember to fill that 1 billion hole for the Su Corporation. Also, don't have any ideas about Su Shiyao. Otherwise, you would never know how you died. I raised an eyebrow. I'll die happily. Jiang Qingyu raised her fist at me. I reminded her, sis, remember to sing the new song. Jiang Qingyu hurriedly left. Got it. It'll definitely make the song of the great Master Niu Bupo famous throughout the universe. I looked up at the blue sky, then lowered my head and smiled. In my past life, Su Shidao even bought a whole planet and named it after me. Thinking of this, I immediately texted Su Shidao. At that moment, Su Shidao was in a meeting. The previous cooperation project ends here. From now on, it is not to be mentioned again. The new project is the development of the ecological zone. Ding dong. Seeing that it was my message, Su Shidao immediately picked up her phone, completely unaware that her phone was connected to the projector. The content was projected onto the large screen. Baby, I suddenly miss you so much. I want to hug you and kiss you, and I also want to. Followed by an emoji that left much to the imagination. The senior manager's eyes widened. Where did this demon come from, daring to seduce the young miss? He must be tired of living. Xiaoqing hurriedly reminded, Miss, your... Su Shidao raised her hand to interrupt. Pause the meeting. Su Shidao immediately replied, I'm coming over now. The senior manager's eyes were about to pop out. Not only was the young miss not angry, but she also wanted to pause the meeting to go find that man. Everyone was packing up their things. Xiaoqing reminded her again, Miss, your phone. Su Shidao glanced at her coldly. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? Ding dong. It was a new message from me. No need. Just work hard and earn money to support the family. When you get home, it'll let you kiss me. Su Shidao was very satisfied. Continue the meeting. The senior managers had just left, reached the door, and were called back to sit down again. Ding dong. There was another new message. The senior managers eagerly looked at the big screen. But it would probably be better to have my girlfriend by my side. The word girlfriend made Su Shidao's heart flutter. She waved her hand. Meeting adjourned. In her eyes, being with her boyfriend was more important than anything. The senior managers shot up and rushed for the door, but their feet hadn't even stepped outside when they heard Su Shidao call out, Come back, meeting's on. The senior managers looked up with aggrieved faces. The image on the big screen changed, but I like a hardworking woman even more. That's the most charming. The senior managers' hearts were on a roller coaster ride. I had no idea that my messages had caused such great psychological trauma to the senior managers of the Su group. Just because of the messages I sent, the senior managers ran out and back into the meeting room for half an hour. In the end, they were all numb, only moving their butts symbolically, indicating they wanted to adjourn. After half an hour of struggle, the meeting continued. Xiaoqing pointed at the big screen. Young miss. Your phone is screen mirroring. Su Shidao calmly moved her phone away. So what? Can't I let others see me being in love?
The senior managers looked at the corners of her mouth that couldn't suppress a smile and suddenly felt that the young miss was doing it on purpose. She just wanted to show off their affection. But for the she-devil to actually be in love, this was rarer than Buddha falling in love. Sushi Dao tried to maintain a serious expression and said in a cold voice, "Let's continue the meeting. Where were we?" She had to work hard to earn money for Jiang Chen to spend. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyu ran back to the company panting. Manager Xiao Jin was so anxious he was stomping his feet. "She's going to be late in 3 minutes. That kid Jiang Chen has caused trouble again." Jiang Qingyu shook her fist. "Don't you dare speak ill of Jiang Chen. Qingyu, I heard that today's meeting will cut your resources to promote the newcomer, Tang Danhong." Jiang Qingyu said indifferently. "Oh, Tang Danhong is a newly signed artist of the company. She looks quite pretty, knows how to create scandals, going for the nation's girlfriend image. Her acting and singing skills are slightly better than hers. She's already caught up to her in just 1 year. The two have never gotten along." Xiao Jin was so anxious he was jumping up and down. "Qingyu, please pay some attention. The contract only has 1 year left." Jiang Qingyu didn't care at all. "It's fine. I make a living with my face. A whole bunch of handsome guys are lining up to be my sugar daddies." Tang Danhong, with her plastic surgery face, walked over. "Jiang Qingyu's ambitions are truly lofty," Jiang Qingyu retorted with a grin. "Do you want me to introduce a few to you? But when they see this face of yours, I'm afraid they'd rather go eat shit. Of course, those uncles who like to stir up trouble might be interested in a cesspool like you." Tang Danhong snorted coldly. "Don't get cocky. After the meeting, all your resources will be mine."
Jiang Qingyu shrugged indifferently. "If I'm not famous, I'll just go home and inherit the family fortune. My Jiang family has plenty of money. Eldest sister has money. My second, third, fourth, and fifth sisters have money too." Tang Danhong disliked Jiang Qingyu, who has a gold mine at home but still bothers to work. She gritted her teeth and said, "Just you wait." Xiao Jin watched Tang Danhong enter the meeting room and sighed with a headache. "Qingyu, why bother competing with her?" Jiang Qingyu strode into the meeting room. Cursing someone out for a moment feels good. Cursing someone out continuously feels good forever. Xiao Jin was worried. "I'm afraid you won't be feeling good for long. What if you get shelved next summer?" He was worrying like an old mother hen. The meeting room was already full of the company's artists and senior managers. Even the general manager had arrived. The general manager got straight to the point. "Today's meeting is to reallocate resources. There has been too much favoritism in the past." Tang Danhong was secretly delighted. She glanced smugly at Jiang Qingyu. "This time, Jiang Qingyu's resources will belong to her, right?" Jiang Qingyu wasn't listening at all. Her head was down, texting in the family group chat. First, she sent a screenshot of the engagement cancellation news, then sent another message. "Our little brother Jiang Chen has successfully dumped that bitch Shen." The group chat was dead silent. Jiang Qingyu sent again, "I met Jiang Chen today. We even ate together. He's so pitiful. The clothes he wears don't cost more than 200 yuan. The group was still quiet. Jiang Chen said he wanted to walk around by himself, wouldn't let me take him home. Has definitely gone to a street market to bargain. Just thinking about it breaks my heart." The phone suddenly vibrated. Eldest sister transferred 50,000. Congratulations on canceling the engagement. Second, third, fourth, and fifth sisters each transferred 10,000. Then they warned, "You have to chip in too. Don't keep it for yourself." Jiang Qingyu thought to herself, "Am I that kind of person?" Then feeling aggrieved, she transferred 100,000 to me. "Buy whatever you want. Don't let yourself suffer." The general manager roared. Jiang Qingyu quickly put her phone down and sat up straight. "Yes, general manager, please speak." The general manager suppressed his anger and forced a smile. "We've arranged acting classes for you. Dance, music, martial arts. The female lead of number 1 under heaven is yours. Filming starts in a month." Jiang Qingyu looked bewildered. Tang Danhong suddenly stood up. "Wasn't the female lead of number 1 under heaven supposed to be me? Why was it changed to Jiang Qingyu?" This was the role she had fought so hard to get, the kind of role that could win awards. Jiang Qingyu was just as bewildered. "That's right. Why can't I refuse the part?" She just wanted to be a decorative vase. Tang Danhong was so angry a vein popped out on her forehead. The opportunity she considered a treasure was considered worthless by Jiang Qingyu. The general manager glanced at her and opened his mouth. "The pay is 100 million. Jiang Qingyu immediately raised her hand. "I'll do it." She had to earn money to support her precious little brother. Since the GM wanted to promote Jiang Qingyu, she would cooperate. Even if Tang Danhong was unconvinced and unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Her resources were almost completely snatched by Jiang Qingyu. Before the meeting adjourned, the general manager said, "Remember to treat Jiang Qingyu as our number 1. She's going to start cleaning up her image. From now on, anyone who slanders Jiang Qingyu can just wait to be blacklisted." Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other. Before the meeting, everyone, through their own private channels, knew that Jiang Qingyu was about to be abandoned by the company and would gradually disappear from the public eye. But as it turned out, the company wanted to promote her to the top spot. Jiang Qingyu stood up with her hands in her pockets and looked down at Tang Danhong. She smiled lightly. "Sorry to disappoint you. I've snatched your role.
How about I introduce you to a few uncles as compensation? Jiang Qingyu's hand came out of her pocket, but she didn't notice that a piece of paper in her pocket also fell out. Jiang Qingyu made a finger gun gesture at Tang Danhong, signaling she was shooting her. Tang Danhong was fuming. The veins on her forehead were throbbing. She angrily swept everything on the table to the floor. All the papers were mixed up with the sheet music that Jiang Qingyu had dropped. Everyone in the meeting room had left. Tang Danhong's assistant squatted down to pick up the documents and saw a folded piece of paper. She opened it, stunned for a moment, and placed the sheet music in front of Tang Danhong. Sister Hong, did you compose a new song? The new song seems very good. Tang Danhong took the paper from her hand and looked at the sheet music inside. Every single note seemed to be dancing before her eyes. With just one glance, she could see the brilliance of this piece. It would definitely be a hit. Tang Danhong said with a straight face, I just scribbled it down. The assistant said excitedly, then, Sister Hong, keep it up. There's still a month before filming starts. There's still a chance to win back the female lead role. After the assistant left, Tang Danhong folded her own sheet music and threw it carelessly on the ground, then picked up the sheet music that Jiang Chen wrote for Jiang Qingyu and calmly left. At the door, she bumped into Jiang Qingyu. Tang Danhong's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. In a hurry to get reincarnated? Jiang Qingyu paid her no mind and went into the office to search around, finally finding a piece of paper. She opened it and, after confirming it was the sheet music, Jiang Qingyu slumped to the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I didn't lose the work of Master Niu Bupo. Otherwise, this dog's head of mine would be gone. Although she didn't believe Jiang Chen was Fan Buxiang, but even if the song Jiang Chen composed was ear-piercing, she would still have to sing it. My own precious little brother, I have to spoil him myself. Tang Danhong perked her ears and heard this, snorting lightly. Niu Bupo? Never heard of him. Seems he's a new composer, and she wouldn't feel any pressure singing it. I originally just came to the mall to walk around, but when I see things, I can't walk away. So I looked around while taking pictures and sending them to Sushi Dao. Couple mugs. Aren't they pretty? Couples toothbrush cups for drinking water, and a full set of toothbrushes. Thinking about us standing next to each other using them in the future, I feel so happy. I also took pictures of couples' pajamas and couples' outfits and sent them to Sushi Dao. I was like a boy in a new relationship, unable to walk away when I saw couples' items. I came to a lingerie store. I saw couples' underwear hanging on the display case with darling wife and darling husband printed on the back. I quickly took a picture and sent it to Sushi Dao. Do you like this? What size underwear do you wear? Sushi Dao was having lunch when she saw the image on her phone and suddenly choked. She coughed until her face turned red, and Qin Qian quickly poured her some water. What made you choke like that? Be careful not to tear your wounds open, she said while sneaking a peek at the phone. She also coughed awkwardly. Xiaoqing looked at them suspiciously. What's wrong with you two? The food today clearly isn't spicy. Sushi Dao, afraid that Xiaoqing would also peek, quickly put her phone away. Qin Qian leaned over and whispered, Tell Jiang Chen to buy the set in the back left corner. You'll definitely thank me. Sushi Dao glared at her. Just eat your food. I couldn't wait for a reply and texted again. You don't like it? But it's a couple's set. Sushi Dao looked at the message and felt that I was a little hurt. I like it. The one in the back left corner isn't bad either. After sending the message, she zoomed in on the image to get a better look. As soon as she looked, her cold face immediately flushed red. She hurriedly retracted the message and glared coldly at Qin Qian. If Jiang Chen gets angry, you can report to the autopsy room. Qin Qian was talking about a sexy nightgown set. I saw the message was retracted and looked quizzically toward the back left corner. It was a provocative, transparent nightgown. I blushed and bought the couple's underwear and that nightgown set, using my own money. Sushi Dao waited and waited, but there was still no activity on her phone. Jiang Chen hasn't replied to me for 2 minutes. She glared resentfully at Qin Qian. Qin Qian shrank her neck back. Don't worry, if you wear it, you'll definitely mesmerize, Jiang Chen. Xiaoqing brought up a document. Young miss, you should handle your work first. Saying that, she quietly handed over the schedule. Tonight's social banquet. I've already declined it for you. Sushi Dao stared at her banking app. It's been 6 minutes. He hasn't replied to my message, and he hasn't spent my money either. The spending notifications today were ringing, ding-ding non-stop, but suddenly stopped. Qin Qian wanted to slip away. There's a murder case in the city. It's a good time for you to go help with the autopsy. Solve the case in 2 days. Qin Qian wailed. You're not human, Sushi Dao laughed coldly. I'm serving the people. For every minute Jiang Chen replies late, you have to perform an autopsy for an extra day. For every penny of mine he doesn't spend, you also have to perform an autopsy for an extra day. Who told her to come up with such a bad idea, making her get Jiang Chen to buy that kind of nightgown? But did Jiang Chen buy it in the end? I didn't reply, so Sushi Dao took direct action. I paid and had just walked out of the store when I saw Songjin Nian and his gang of close friends standing in front of me. He looked at me mockingly. Little brother, you're out for a stroll too? I sneered in reply. Don't little brother me. In ancient times, son of a concubine like you would have to call me young master. Then again, in ancient times, an illegitimate child didn't even have the right to be a gatekeeper at the manor.
Song Jin Nian's expression turned ugly. He who was usually good at hiding his feelings now couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Yesterday, he and Shen Xinyi got engaged, but ended up being taken to the police station, making him lose all face. Furthermore, Mother Shen even hit him, scolding him for harming the Shen family. Now Song Jin Nian hated me even more.
Song Jin Nian's lackey looked me up and down and said contemptuously, "Just a country bumpkin. Are the clothes on your body even worth 200 yuan? I raised an eyebrow and looked over coldly. The other person was a fat man. His whole body reeked of a nouveau riche. The fat guy took out 2 100 yuan bills and 150 yuan bill from his pocket and threw them in front of me. "Here's 250 yuan for you. Take the money and buy some better clothes and get out of my sight." Song Jin Nian secretly smiled. Don't be like that." I bent down to pick up the money. Picking up money isn't a shameful thing. The fat guy in his group sneered. "Truly a 250. He has no shame when it comes to money." I looked up and asked him, "Who are you calling a 250? The fat guy unconsciously replied, "I'm calling you a 250. I smiled at him. "All right then, 250. The fat guy was still laughing at first, but he quickly realized. "You dare to curse me? Do you know who I am?" The fat guy was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled. I smiled, stepped forward, and looked down at him. "Of course I know. The son of the owner of Feifa Pig Farm. But it would be more accurate to call you a pig butcher." I looked down and counted some money in my pocket, then pulled open the fat guy's collar, smiled, and stuffed the money in. Didn't expect me to do that. "What are you doing?" I looked at him with a sly smile. 250 on this side, 438 on this side. Tried to push me away with his hands, but I suddenly let go. Lost his balance and his whole body fell forward. With a thud, that fat body fell to the ground. Just hearing that loud noise sounded painful. I looked down at 250 yuan as a reward for you to get a brainwash. 438 yuan for you to get liposuction. This was calling a 250 idiot, and that he acted like a 438 slut. My skill in cursing people has also reached a sublime level. Song Jin Nian and his group quickly helped up. Don't hold it against my little brother. He grew up in the countryside since he was little, and his mother is gone, so he's a bit stubborn. Song Jin Nian hadn't even finished speaking, and I slapped him hard across the face. The slap mark from yesterday hadn't even faded, and he was hit again today. Song Jin Nian glared fiercely at me. "Jiang Chen, you hit me again." I looked up and stared coldly at Song Jin Nian. "If you don't want to kowtow before my mother's grave again, then shut your mouth." Song Jin Nian wanted to curse, but thinking about that night at the cemetery, he had to swallow it and didn't dare say anything more. But was burning with rage. Isn't he just a bastard child with a mother who gave birth to him but didn't raise him? I looked up and shot him a cold glance. Then I lifted my leg and kicked hard. Was kicked to the ground. Before he could even get up, I quickly rushed forward, grabbed M's collar, clenched my fist, and punched him several times. Thwack, 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 right in his face. In front of me, M's weight was nothing. Seeing him get punched a few times, he screamed in pain non-stop. Song Jin Nian pretended to intervene. "Little brother, stop hitting him. Be careful or something might happen." After what happened yesterday, he didn't dare to truly intervene now. I dusted off my hands and adjusted my clothes. A moment ago, I was violent, but in a flash, I returned to the appearance of a gentle young master. I glanced at them coldly. "If you want to fight or argue, you'll be happy to oblige, but don't bring my mother into it. Otherwise." and his group were frightened by my murderous gaze and took a step back. I clapped my hands and said, "I'm going for a walk. You guys can take your time playing." I turned to leave. How could Song Jin Nian miss an opportunity to embarrass me? He quickly said, "You were in the wrong this time. Hurry up and go for a walk with my little brother and apologize while you're at it." Held his face and refused. "He hit me, and now you want me to apologize? Is there any justice in this world?" Song Jin Nian winked desperately at him. Was bewildered. "Are your eyes cramping up?" Song Jin Nian almost fainted from anger. "Where on earth did this idiot come from?" he said angrily. "If you don't apologize, we're not friends anymore." Not far away, I burst out laughing. This conversation is so childish. Felt wronged and wanted to cry. He helped Song Jin Nian vent his anger, got beaten, and now he had to apologize. Song Jin Nian leaned into his ear and whispered, "My little brother is very poor. Later, when we're walking around and see he can't afford anything, won't that be even more satisfying?" The others also gathered around to chime in. Finally, Song Jin Nian pretended to say, I came up with this idea for your sake. I really don't want to be the bad guy." Said, moved, "Jin Nian, you're so good to me." After they finished discussing, they hurriedly chased after me. They found me in a clothing store. Song Jin Nian said with a smile, "Little brother, Dad was afraid you'd spend money recklessly, so he didn't give you much. If you like anything, he'll help you." I glanced at him and said directly to the salesperson, "All the clothes in the store, you'll take them all. He's paying." The salesperson looked at Song Jin Nian. The corner of Song Jin Nian's mouth twitched. "You can't wear that much if you buy it all." Asking for several 100,000 yuan right off the bat, he really has the guts to ask. I smirked. "If I can't wear it all, he'll just donate it." After all, I'm a country bumpkin. It would be foolish not to take advantage of a fool. Song Jin Nian sneered. I'm not as wasteful as you. Just buy 2 sets, that's enough, I said contemptuously. No money but still trying to save face, pretending to be a good person. Pfft. I turned and walked out of the store, continuing to browse the next store. Song Jin Nian felt the salesperson's contempt and was so angry he could hardly breathe. They continued to follow me. They didn't buy anything, but they offered all sorts of opinions. The salesperson saw that I seemed to like something. She was about to close the sale, but these bastards made her lose the sale. The salesperson went crazy and took a small mirror, rushed in front of that man, and made him look at himself. Compared to that gentleman, you are a piece of dog crap on the ground. That man glared angrily at the salesperson. Where's your manager? What kind of service attitude is this? I want to file a complaint against you. While choosing clothes, I watched them make a fuss and call the manager out. The man pointed at the salesperson, demanding to dock her pay and fire her. Insulting a customer, the customer is king. After hearing what happened, the manager was silent, then looked up with a polite smile. You're affecting my ability to make money. At this moment, I walked over with the clothes I had chosen. All right, let's pay first. The salesperson saw that I had picked out several outfits. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately went to ring me up. MM and the others also pulled that man back, telling him not to be angry and to let it go. Song Jin Nian secretly followed. He saw that my WeChat balance was only 3,000 yuan. The few outfits cost 2,900. I only had 100 yuan left. I checked Alipay again, and there was also a bank message. I sighed. This 3,000 yuan is my own money. Before returning to the Zhang family, I did manual labor at a neighbor's factory in my hometown. I didn't earn much, but I spent it freely. As for clothes, I'm not picky, whether they're branded or not. As long as it's something I like and it's comfortable, I'll buy it. Besides, I also like going to street markets, where it's very crowded. I also paid the remaining 100 yuan. Could you please deliver this to my home for me? When the salesperson saw the address I wrote, her eyes immediately widened. Jadewater Bay. Jadewater Bay is known as the castle of Jin City. I walked around some more. Song Jin Nian and his group were still following me. I glanced around, then turned and walked into a luxury brand store. This is a luxury brand store. One tank top costs at least 10,000 yuan. MM pulled Song Jin Nian and said excitedly, Jin Nian, our chance is here. Song Jin Nian glared at him, then followed me into the luxury store. A salesperson saw Song Jin Nian and immediately came forward to greet him, Mr. Song. Song Jin Nian nodded with a smile, pointed at me, and said, I'm with my little brother. He just came back from the countryside, so please bear with him. MM quickly added, but he's quite greedy and treats Jin Nian like a fool. He hasn't paid his debts for years. I listened to them go back and forth and looked up at the store's prized item, a suit worth millions of yuan. I smirked slyly. As soon as the salesperson heard I was from the countryside, she immediately showed a disgusted expression. Sir, you can look, but don't touch anything. This suit costs 30,000 yuan. You couldn't afford it even if you worked for a whole year. I reached out and touched it. The style is too tacky, the color is too gaudy, and the fabric is nothing special. 300 yuan would be more like it. The salesperson glared angrily. This is a luxury brand, you country bumpkin. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. I smiled lightly. If I don't touch, how will you make money? The salesperson was stunned, feeling that there was something strange about that sentence. I went to touch another dress. How much to touch it once? The salesperson's face turned pale. I touched the diamond attached to the suit. I've touched it twice now. How much are you going to charge me? The salesperson hurriedly stopped me. If I were to wear it, don't talk nonsense. If you get it dirty, you won't be able to compensate. I raised an eyebrow and smiled. When you talk, stand a little further away from me. I'm afraid of catching a virus. Only then did the salesperson realize I was insulting her. Song Jin Nian pulled the salesperson back. Don't mind my little brother. He's a country bumpkin who doesn't know any better. Be careful or you'll get a complaint. The salesperson gritted her teeth in anger. Song Jin Nian gave a signal with his eyes. MM immediately kept an eye on me, preparing to find a chance to make a move. I pointed to the most expensive suit. Take that one out. I want to have a look. The salesperson wanted to curse. Song Jin Nian stopped her. Go get it. He's got a sugar daddy to pay for it. A lackey asked quietly, Jin Nian, do we make a move now? Song Jin Nian nodded. They planned to have me ruin the clothes, be unable to pay, and then call the police, to have the police take me away. MM leaned over. This suit is really nice. The diamonds on it are all real. Zhang Chen, you'll definitely look handsome in it. Go try it on. The others also chimed in and told me to try it on. It doesn't cost anything, and even if you can't afford it, you can still take a picture and post it on your social media. Fatty used his fat body to block the view. Another one of his lackeys secretly stuck his foot out to trip me. As long as I fell and tore the million yuan suit, I would either have to pay for it or go to jail. Along with a blood-curdling scream, the sound of the suit ripping was heard, but the one who fell wasn't me. It was the lackey, Fatty, and the salesperson. The million yuan suit had been torn by them, the decorative diamonds scattered everywhere. I looked at him gleefully. You guys are in big trouble. That's a million yuan suit. Song Jin Nian was so angry he was speechless. These idiots. I clearly instructed them. It was supposed to be Jung Chun who took the blame, but they ended up ruining the suit themselves. Fatty suddenly stood up and pointed at me. You tripped me on purpose. You're the one who ruined the suit? His family couldn't afford this 1 million yuan. If he really had to pay, his father would definitely break his legs. I blinked innocently. How could I possibly trip someone as heavy as you? The two salespeople almost fainted when they saw the damaged suit. If no one compensated for it, they would have to pay for it out of their own pockets. They had to find someone responsible. They hurriedly shouted loudly, "None of you are leaving. You have to pay up, otherwise we'll call the police." I crossed my arms. I didn't even touch this suit. I was still 2 steps away from it. Song Jin-nian stood up and gave false testimony. "Little brother, I saw you trip Fatty." The others immediately chimed in. "That's right, we all saw it." I raised an eyebrow. "Then let's check the security camera. It'll be clear who did it." I had already moved out of the way. The camera didn't capture me, but it could clearly capture the lackey's outstretched leg. Only then did Fatty's group panic. I said to the salesperson, "If you can't pay for the million-yuan suit, then you'll have to go to jail. Let's check the camera." The camera confirmed that the lackey had tripped Fatty. The salesperson stared fiercely at Fatty. "If you don't pay, it's intentional destruction of property. It's worth $1 million. You'll probably have to serve a few years in prison." He didn't actually know the law. He was just trying to scare them. I smiled at Song Jin-nian. "Good brother. They're your good friends. You wouldn't just stand by and watch them die, would you?" Song Jin-nian's face turned pale. They clutched at him like a drowning man clutching a straw.
Jun-nian, we did this to help you. I shook my head and sighed. What a plastic brotherhood. In the end, Song Jin-nian gritted his teeth and paid 500,000 to settle the matter. He looked at the torn suit exchanged for 500,000 and was furious, but compared to going to jail, spending money was still much better. I let out a breath, feeling very pleased, and said, "I'm going to the restroom. You guys better not cause any more trouble. I won't go easy on you." Fatty's lackeys gritted their teeth in anger. So arrogant. We absolutely can't swallow this anger. Song Jin-nian said casually. He went to the restroom. They looked at each other. The restroom has no cameras. It's the safest place. Back in school, they had often dealt with people in the restroom. They decided that, this time, they had to teach me a lesson. I walked into the restroom and saw a person holding an umbrella. I raised an eyebrow, paid for the umbrella, and went into a stall. Soon, Song Jin-nian and his group arrived. They placed an under-repair sign at the door. Song Jin-nian called out loudly, "Little brother, where are you? I brought you some toilet paper." I sat on the toilet lid, playing with my phone. "No need, I brought my own," Song Jin-nian replied. "All right then, well leave first." I heard their fake footsteps and smiled. I sent a message to Sushi Dao, ran into some toys at the mall. It was quite fun playing with them, but I miss you a little. Sushi Dao was in a meeting. When she saw the message, she raised her hand to pause the meeting. She seriously typed a reply, "Me too." Sushi Dao felt it was too brief, deleted it, and retyped, "I miss you very much too." That wasn't good enough either, so she deleted it again. "I was thinking of you even while working." She still ended up deleting it. She looked up and asked the senior managers, "How do I perfectly reply to a message that says I miss you a little?" The senior managers were sweating bullets, asking me with such a formal tone. Listening to the sounds outside, everyone in the restroom had left. I saw the fat guy's shoes and smirked. I sent a message to Sushi Dao, "I'm going to beat some dogs. Talk to you later." Sushi Dao looked at her unsent message, then turned to ask Xiaoqing, "What has he been up to today?" Xiaoqing finished reporting what happened at the mall. "Don't worry, miss, it's all been handled." Sushi Dao frowned. "Doesn't it hurt to beat dogs with your hands?" Xiaoqing broke into a cold sweat. Shouldn't she be concerned about the ones getting beaten? He's a neat freak. His hands will get dirty. Sushi Dao ordered a custom-made dog-beating stick. Xiaoqing was stunned. Sushi Dao waved her hand. "Let's have the meeting and make money first." Having just received the notification that I spent 5 million, she was in a very good mood. In the mall restroom, Song Jin-nian and his gang had prepared a bucket of water. They confirmed I was still in the stall. The lackey climbed onto the toilet, raised the bucket of water, 3, 2, 1. With a whoosh, I opened the umbrella. With a splash, the whole bucket of water came down. Water splashed everywhere. Song Jin-nian and the others were instantly soaked like drowned rats. Their miserable screams were endless. Water dripped from their hair into their mouths. The smell of a dirty mop assaulted their nostrils. Fatty angrily grabbed the bottle of hand soap and poured it all on the floor by the door. He intended to make me fall flat on my face. I calmly folded the umbrella, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Fatty and his gang stared, waiting for a good show. Who would have thought I would smile at them and then suddenly poke Song Jin-nian with the umbrella? Song Jin-nian's feet slipped and he instinctively grabbed Fatty. Fatty in turn pulled down a lackey. Thud, thud, thud. They all fell to the ground one after another. I raised an eyebrow. "Did you guys decide to eat shit together? Or are you taking secret photos?" Sprawled on the floor, Song Jin-nian yelled, "Get up and beat him up for me!" The lackeys tried to get up, but the floor was too slippery and they fell again. I held the umbrella and shook my head. "I already told you, don't come looking for trouble. You guys just don't listen." Song Jin-nian held onto the door, struggled to his feet, and glared at me fiercely. I smiled and said, "If you dare cause trouble again, I'll make you sleep in the toilet tonight." Seeing they still hadn't given up, I added another sentence. "Go and ask around.
When it comes to bullying others, I'm the founding master. I was clearly smiling, but it sent a chill down the spines of Song Jin Nian and his gang. Their intention to shove my head into the toilet was instantly extinguished. What if it backfired? Better forget it. After I was long gone, they held onto the wall and slowly dragged themselves out of the restroom, looking completely drenched. Their appearance attracted strange looks from passers-by. Their gazes made it seem as if they had really eaten shit. Song Jin Nian was furious. Not only did he lose millions today, but he was also filled with rage. Running into Zhang Chun was truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. On the other hand, I was in a great mood. When I got home, I laid out the matching items I had bought. I took the sexy pajamas and underwear and washed them by hand. After washing for a while, it suddenly occurred to me, who washed Sushi Dao's underwear? My heart filled with sour bubbles. Such private items, how could someone else touch them? During lunch, Du Yi and the maid were terrified by my stare. I cut my steak forcefully, the knife scraping against the plate. It made a piercing sound. I asked where the laundry was hung to dry. Seeing my aggressive meat cutting, Shu Yi's back went cold. It felt like that knife was about to cut him. He quickly answered, on the rooftop. I finished my steak. I took the matching pajamas and underwear to the rooftop. The sun was lovely. The rooftop was filled with drying clothes and blankets. I hung up the clothes. I walked around and suddenly realized I couldn't find Sushi Dao's underwear. I wondered aloud, did she not hang her underwear out to dry, or did she hide it out of shyness? I wanted to ask Shu Yi, but I was afraid I'd seem like a pervert. So I had no choice but to go downstairs, feeling helpless. All afternoon, the maids avoided me. At the company, Sushi Dao kept checking her phone, waiting for my message. But even by the end of the workday, her phone remained silent. She rushed home, only to find the villa eerily quiet. Only Erguzi was lying at the door, blinking his big eyes, watching the birds flap their wings and fly away from the balcony. Young miss, you're finally back. Shu Yi rushed over as if he'd seen his savior. Sushi Dao frowned. What happened? Mr. Jiang suddenly got angry at noon. He hasn't spoken a word since and didn't even eat dinner. Shu Yi lowered his voice. I'm afraid he's going to act up again. Just then, Qin Qian walked in. She was surprised by how quiet it was today. Woof woof. The moment Ergozi saw her, he excitedly pounced on her. Qin Qian was so scared she hid behind Sushi Dao. Does this dog have a grudge against me? Sushi Dao coldly stepped aside. She ordered Ergozi to make her run 10 laps. Ergozi charged after her. Qin Qian cursed as she ran. Sushi Dao, you're not human. This is for your own good. Sushi Dao's face was expressionless. Lack of exercise can lead to osteoporosis. Her heart was in turmoil. From my room, I heard Sushi Dao come home. I happily ran to the door, but when I thought about the underwear, I deflated and slowed down. Sushi Dao stood at the top of the stairs. She nervously called out, Jiang Chen. I answered slowly. Sushi Dao's heart sank. He really was angry, but it was better than before. At least he wasn't smashing things and cursing. I stood on the last 2 steps. Looking down from above, I said, go collect the clothes from the rooftop. I blushed, thinking, that way she can see the transparent nightgown I bought, and I can ask who washes her underwear. Shu Yi quickly stepped forward. Mr. Jiang, let me handle this small matter. Sushi Dao nodded in agreement. I instructed nonchalantly, after you collect the clothes, come down for dinner. Sushi Dao's heart filled with sweetness. She likes me. The feeling of having her do housework, that's what gives it the warmth of a family. She happily skipped up to the rooftop. She found that all the other clothes had already been collected. Under the gloomy sky, only 3 particularly conspicuous items remained on the balcony, the matching underwear and that sexy transparent nightgown. Sushi Dao's heart immediately started racing, her face burning red. She looked around furtively like a thief. After confirming no one was there, she quickly blushed and took down the transparent nightgown. When she saw the matching underwear, her heart pounded even harder, and her face was so red it looked like it would bleed. After stuffing the nightgown into her arms, she glanced around warily, just like a thief, completely oblivious to the 2 sparrows gossiping on the rooftop. This young miss is so timid, collecting a nightgown like she's a thief. Zhang Chen is still the impressive one. Who do you think will be on top later? Or maybe next time they're doing it, we can sneak a peek to confirm. Sushi Dao brought the nightgown back to her room, folded it carefully, and placed it on the bed. Her face felt like it was about to explode while she was folding it. When she went downstairs again, she had regained her arrogant and cold demeanor. I looked up and asked her, finished collecting them? Sushi Dao replied in a low voice, I put them in your room. I saw her cold expression and lack of reaction, and said sullenly, let's eat. We ate in silence, neither of us looking at the other. Shu Yi sighed with relief beside us. He thought to himself, they can still eat together, so there's probably no major issue. Sushi Dao was shy and didn't dare to speak while I was preoccupied with the underwear issue. Even though I knew I shouldn't care about her past life, I couldn't control myself. Right after dinner, Qin Qian finished her 10 laps and lay collapsed on the ground, panting. She secretly flipped Sushi Dao off. I said to Erguzi, bring the babies, let's go for a walk.
The pack of dogs excitedly rushed over. Qinxian's face turned pale. Su Shidao glanced at her. Get up and walk the dogs with us. Qinxian wanted to kill someone. I looked at Su Shidao, annoyed. Other people just want to be alone together. But she proactively found a third wheel. During the walk, no one said a word. After we got home, I had thought it through. I won't care about the past anymore. From now on, I'll wash all her underwear. But when I went into the bathroom to look around, I found nothing. I stormed out angrily to confront Su Shidao. Where's your underwear? Su Shidao looked up, puzzled. I ran up to her angrily. Where's the underwear you changed out of? I had been sulking all day. It was so hard for me to decide not to be petty, and I wanted to wash them for her myself. But then I found the underwear was gone. Su Shidao still hadn't reacted. I unhappily looked at her, small, puzzled face. Tell me, who washed them? I'll go deal with that person. Why didn't she leave them for me to wash? Do you still want me to be your boyfriend or not? Only then did Su Shidao understand why I was angry. She said softly, there's a special washing machine for underwear in the bathroom. I was stunned. There's such a thing? Su Shidao nodded seriously. Do you want to help me? I blushed and said, no, it's fine. Then I quickly ran out of the room. How embarrassing. I got jealous of a washing machine. Su Shidao watched my retreating back. She couldn't help but smile and mumble. He got jealous, didn't he? Thinking of this, all of Su Shidao's frustrations from the day vanished. Her heart felt sweet. Even during her online meeting, she couldn't help but smile. This left the senior foreign managers stunned. I ran back to my room and saw the matching underwear neatly folded on the bed. My face turned even redder. In front of Su Shidao, I really have no IQ. I quickly stuffed the underwear into the closet and went straight to bed. The next day, I went downstairs to look for Su Shidao. Shu Yi came over. Mr. Jiang, the young miss, had something urgent and has already left for the company. I was startled. Shu Yi, you walk so quietly. After breakfast, I was on the balcony reading financial news. 2 sparrows flew over to report. Zhang Chen, that scum Shen, is about to go sign a contract. 10 o'clock at Huili restaurant. I glanced at the clock. There was still time. I will use my own abilities to make sure Shen Xinyi can't sign this deal. Meanwhile, at the Su Corporation, Su Shidao was having a headache over the stolen project. Xiaoqing came in to report. Mr. Jiang has gone to Huili restaurant. Shen Xinyi is there too. She was worried I had gone on a date with my ex. Hearing this news, her chest immediately tightened. Just then, her phone rang. It was a message from me. My love, don't misunderstand. I love you. When Su Shidao saw this message, the feeling of a knife twisting in her heart instantly vanished. The corners of her mouth curved up and she sent me a reply. As long as he wasn't on a date with Shen Xinyi, that was enough. Xiaoqing looked puzzled as Su Shidao suddenly burst out laughing. Su Shidao stared at the message content. Trust me. Within half an hour, I'll have the person in charge call your company. This contract is still yours. She could almost see my confident and diligent appearance. Okay, I believe you. Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask again, young miss, aren't you going to give any instructions? Zhang Chen went to see Shen Xinyi. And the young miss can still laugh. Has she gone mad with anger? Su Shidao looked up and glanced at her. Take a break. We'll continue in half an hour. The contract with Yue-kun, foreign trade will be restored. After hearing this, the senior managers all looked at Su Shidao in astonishment. Su Shidao's tone was calm and steady. In half an hour, the person in charge of Luo-kun company will call to sign the contract. The senior managers couldn't believe it, but this contract had already been snatched by the Wen group. The people at Luo-kun company aren't stupid. How could they give up such a huge benefit? Su Shidao smiled faintly. If my man says he can do it, he definitely can. The senior managers thought to themselves, it's that mysterious man again. He was the reason the project plan was stolen in the first place. Now she's saying it can be salvaged. A senior manager couldn't help but sneer, young miss, don't forget. He's the one who caused the company to lose this $1 billion contract, and that's just the monetary loss, not to mention the future damage to our reputation and influence. Another senior manager chimed in, you're the head of the company, but you can't just let a man act so recklessly. And he said half an hour. When we first created this plan, it took us 3 months of overtime. I worked so much overtime, my wife almost divorced me. Now he's bragging, saying he can get the contract back in half an hour. What a joke. Su Shidao glanced at them coldly. If you're not satisfied, you can leave right now. Her voice was bone-chillingly cold, making people shudder without the cold. The senior managers immediately fell silent. Su Shidao wasn't like other bosses. If she said shed fire you, shed fire you. She wasn't afraid of losing talented people at all, because she could poach similarly talented people at any time. Su Shidao instructed in a low voice, Xiaoqing, keep an eye on things. If Zhang Chen fails to negotiate, then use my name to force the other party to agree. Since they don't believe in Zhang Chen, then she would use her own methods to make them believe. Xiaoqing wasn't surprised at all and turned to make arrangements. But as soon as she left the room, she received a call from Old Master Su. The Su family was still run by Old Master Su. Xiaoqing didn't dare to ignore the call. She answered respectfully, Old Master. Old Master Su grunted in acknowledgement. Did Shi Dao tell you to go help Zhang Chen? Xiaoqing answered honestly, yes. Since the old master had asked, he must have already known. Old Master Su's tone was very stern. The Su family is not allowed to help. We don't need a useless son-in-law. Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but Old Master Su lost his temper. Just tell Shi Dao, if she dares to help, I dare to take action. The phone was hung up. Xiaoqing looked at the closed meeting room door. Maybe I shouldn't tell the young miss just yet. Let her be happy for a little longer. Otherwise, the young miss would definitely go home and fight with the old master. That would be too much of a loss. Mr. Jiang's sentiment is enough. Meanwhile, in Huili restaurant, Shen Xinyi was discussing a project with her partner, President Liu. She was sweet-talking him. President Liu kept nodding. Not bad. It fits our philosophy very well. This meant he was about to sign the contract. Shen Xinyi quickly took out the contract. There was a small matter at home last time. The contract was intentionally sabotaged by someone. Let's sign it again. This is the second time we're signing. Before this, the legal department has already reviewed it. There are no problems. President Liu picked up the pen and said, Miss Shen, be more careful in the future. The business world is like a battlefield. Don't let others play you for a fool. Shen Xinyi laughed along. She turned to the signature page. President Liu, just sign here. Just as President Liu was about to put pen to paper, a hand was placed on the contract. President Liu looked up. This is... Shen Xinyi's expression changed abruptly. Jiang Chen, we've already broken off the engagement. Stop bothering me. She said it loudly on purpose, wanting others to think I was here to beg her to take me back. President Liu recognized me. You're the real Jiang Chen, the one who broke off his engagement so dramatically yesterday. You're even more handsome than in the news. I picked up the contract, extended my hand and said, Hello, President Liu. Today, I represent the Su Corporation. I'm here to renegotiate this partnership. President Liu politely shook my hand, but looked at me with a suspicious expression. He asked, You represent the Su Corporation? I nodded confidently. Yes, that's me. Shen Xinyi quickly shouted, Jiang Chen, get out, don't cause trouble here. I smiled at President Liu. President Liu, even if you don't give me face, you must give face to the Su Corporation. I couldn't be bothered with Shen Xinyi. The more you talk to that mad dog, the more excited it gets. President Liu nodded. Since Mr. Jiang has said so, how could I dare not give you face? I sat down comfortably. My every move exuded a convincing charm. Shen Xinyi watched as her home turf was about to be taken over by me. She was fuming. Jiang Chen, I already told you, don't cause trouble, or I'll hate you even more. She snatched the contract from my hand and gave it back to President Liu. President Liu, don't mind him. Let's continue signing the contract. President Liu gave me a lot of face and said, Miss Shen, please be quiet for a moment. I want to hear what Mr. Jiang has to say about his plan. Shen Xinyi became anxious. I looked up at her with a smile. Don't interrupt me. I'm here on behalf of the Su Corporation. You'd better watch out or you'll get crushed. Shen Xinyi was so frustrated she almost coughed up blood. She didn't dare to disregard the Su Corporation's reputation. I took out the documents and got straight to the point. President Liu, this plan is more beneficial for expanding business overseas. Initially, President Liu was just giving face to me and the Su Corporation, but soon, as he looked at the planning documents and heard my smooth, breezy voice, President Liu became more and more passionate. It felt completely different from when he was talking to Shen Xinyi. What Shen Xinyi said, he only felt it was a partnership, profitable, money to be made. But when he heard my voice, he saw a grand future, not just expanding the business map, but also contributing to the country. That feeling was truly inspiring. After finishing the presentation, I smiled and said, his vision is very far-reaching. He not only sees the mutual benefits for both companies, but also wants to take a further step for the country. President Liu, do you think this contract can be signed? President Liu was still feeling emotional after hearing it. He nodded vigorously. Young Miss is truly a business genius. This plan is amazing. Let's sign it right now. I smiled. Thank you for your support, President Liu. I glanced at the time. There were still 3 minutes left until the half-hour mark I had mentioned. Shen Xinyi was also drawn in. When she heard the word sign, her expression changed. She put her hand on the contract. President Liu, we already agreed. We're supposed to sign this contract. We've already signed it once. If you don't sign now, it's a breach of contract. President Liu felt awkward upon hearing this. That's right, they had already signed the contract once. They were already considered partners. Not signing now would be a breach of contract. Even if he didn't have to pay double the penalty, he'd still have to pay it once. That's a 500 million penalty for breach of contract. He couldn't make the decision on his own. Seeing him waver, Shen Xinyi quickly said, as long as President Liu is willing to sign this contract, I will reduce the profit margin by another 1%. President Liu was moved. No need to pay compensation, and he could earn an extra point. But Jiang Chen's plan made him even more ambitious. He could both make money and contribute to the country. Who wouldn't want that? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. I kindly reminded him, President Liu, would you like to check Shen Xinyi's contract one more time? Be careful not to get tricked into signing. 2 minutes left. Shen Xinyi sneered. We're signing this for the second time. How could there be a mistake? Don't waste your breath. I smiled at President Liu. It's still better to check one more time to be safe. President Liu looked at me and believed my words. He immediately had his legal advisor check it again. It would have been better if they didn't check. As soon as he checked, the legal advisor's face changed. President Liu, there's a problem with this contract. The legal advisor pointed out several problematic points in the contract for President Liu to see. After seeing them, President Liu was furious. Shen Xinyi, you dare to trick me. Shen Xinyi's face darkened when she heard this. Impossible. You guys sent the contract over. I just printed it out. It definitely can't be wrong.
She snatched the contract and examined it carefully. There really was a problem, and a big one at that. President Lu looked at her angrily. Shen Xinyi, if this contract were signed, you would be committing fraud. You'd have to rot in jail. Are you still signing? Shen Xinyi was stunned. She looked up at me. I gave her a bright smile. That smile could be described as extremely smug. Zhang Chen, you set me up. I looked at her with an innocent expression. I haven't even been to your house. How could I have set you up? Looking at my smiling face, Shen Xinyi was sure I did it, but she had no proof. She could only tear up the contract in anger, so frustrated she wanted to cough up blood. With no pressure to pay the breach of contract penalty, President Lu was very happy to sign the contract with me. Mr. Zhang, you can sign the contract now. And I have to thank Mr. Zhang for his reminder. If that contract was signed, they wouldn't just lose everything. They would also become someone else's slave. It's like being sold off and still counting the money for the other person. I smiled at him. Go ahead and call the person in charge from the Su Corporation to sign the contract. President Lu laughed heartily. He'll call right away. On the other side, Su Xidao was looking at her phone. There was 1 minute left until the appointed time. The senior managers below couldn't hold it in anymore. It's been half an hour. Forget about a phone call. There wasn't even a peep. Do you still believe it? This was just a joke. Something to listen to for fun. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The business genius, our great young miss, is about to bring down the Su Corporation. Xiao Qing was waiting outside. Seeing it was the last minute, she walked in, eldest miss, half an hour ago. The old master instructed not to intervene. Su Xidao looked up coldly. Looking at her, her voice immediately turned cold. Why didn't you say so half an hour ago? There's only a minute left, it's too late. Xiao Qing lowered her head. The old master said if you dare to help, he will take action. You can just punish me. Su Xidao's expression grew even colder. Call the general manager of Lacun. This contract must be signed whether they want to or not. Otherwise, just wait for the news that the company, Lacun, will be acquired tomorrow. The senior managers felt the pressure radiating from Su Xidao at that moment. They were too scared to even breathe loudly, but their faces still showed a mocking expression. Xiao Qing lowered her head. Half an hour is up. Everyone was laughing silently to themselves. But the phone of the person in charge of the partnership suddenly rang. He saw the caller ID, President Lu of the Lacun Company. Everyone's eyes turned to the person in charge. It can't be that that person angered President Lu, right? Is he calling to hold us accountable now? He's definitely not calling. To sign the contract, the person in charge looked up and asked Su Xidao, Eldest miss, should I answer it? Su Xidao looked at him coldly. Answer it. And while you're at it, tell him what I said. Daring to embarrass Zhang Chen, I will absolutely not let him off. And everyone thought that I had offended President Lu. Even Xiao Qing thought so. The person in charge tremblingly answered the phone, and even put it on speaker. He said apologetically, President Lu, I'm sorry. A junior employee from our company came to discuss the partnership with you without authorization. He has offended you. I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. President Lu sounded confused after hearing this. Offended me? Not at all. We had a very pleasant conversation. I'm calling now to discuss signing the contract with your company. The person in charge looked up, stunned. Everyone was stunned, including Su Xidao. Under Su Xidao's signal, the person in charge asked blankly, sign a contract? Didn't that junior employee offend you? President Lu laughed and replied, yes, sign a contract. We had a very pleasant conversation. There was no offense. Ms. Su's proposal is excellent. Besides, it seems I called within the half-hour time frame. President Lu chuckled. Ms. Su is truly formidable. If I were a second late, this contract would have flown away. The person in charge dazedly scheduled a time with President Lu to sign the contract. After he hung up the phone, everyone was still staring at him blankly. The person in charge was also stunned. The whole meeting room was a scene of a dozen stunned people staring at each other. Did President Lu really agree to sign the contract? The person in charge, still dazed, replied, yes. And he even proactively gave us a point. This time, all the senior managers were completely dumbfounded. Xiao Qing looked towards Su Xidao. She gave her a thumbs up. Eldest miss, you're amazing. That was quite a performance. Su Xidao frowned. It wasn't me. The credit was stolen. He had optimized the contract to perfection. Besides, he didn't even know I was going to fight for it. This partnership went so smoothly. Xiao Qing and the senior managers smiled. No one believed that someone's proposal could be better than Su Xidao's. Besides, President Lu himself said that it was Ms. Su's plan. Su Xidao glanced at them and said coldly, you all said that if in half an hour the contract was successfully negotiated, you would work overtime. In that case, work overtime for 3 months. They'll teach you to look down on Zhang Chen. Work yourselves to death with overtime. The senior managers felt their faces being slapped hard. If time could turn back, they would never dare to say such things again. After seeing President Lu off, I lowered my head and sent a message to Su Xidao. Half an hour, a perfectly successful negotiation, helped you save face. No, it's more like worthy of the great miss of the Su family. Su Xidao looked at the message, extremely curious. But for me, all I needed was her praise. Zhang Chen, you're so amazing, I replied to her. Then you have to treat me to a meal. That would be our first date. I was chatting happily when I heard Shen Xinyi call me. I frowned and looked up at her. I asked coldly, what is it? Shen Xinyi stared at me.
You came here today to cause trouble, didn't you? A $1 billion contract ruined just like that. She could have used this partnership to turn her situation around. I chuckled. You could also thank me. If I hadn't shown up in time, you'd be in jail picking up the soap soon enough. Shenxinyi took a deep breath. In the end, she didn't curse me out. What is your relationship with Su Shidao? You said you represented Su Shidao to negotiate the partnership. Su Shidao is not someone just anyone can represent. I smirked and replied, a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But right now, we haven't officially confirmed our relationship. But we're getting there. Shenxinyi was stunned for a moment. She thought she misheard. What did you say? I replied calmly, boyfriend and girlfriend. Shenxinyi couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying mockingly, you of all people want to date Su Shidao? I raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Shenxinyi laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Jiang Chen, you've definitely gotten more handsome. But think about your own circumstances. Halfway through her sentence, she looked me up and down. Su Shidao is the great young miss of Jincheng, a business genius. The Su family doesn't just care about looks, but also education, IQ, EQ, and family background. And you? Shenxinyi's face was full of contempt. You don't measure up in a single category. Shenxinyi suddenly lowered her voice. Jiang Chen, I'm the only one who doesn't look down on you. You should still be with me. It'll give you 100,000 a month for spending money. I cut her off. 100,000? You have the nerve to offer, but I'd be embarrassed to take it. Don't forget my shares in the Jiang Corporation. I can get 500,000 a month in dividends, even though all the money is being taken by Songming Chen and his group. Someone nearby couldn't help but burst out laughing. They looked at Shenxinyi mockingly. Shenxinyi's expression turned ugly. 100,000 is for spending money. It's also a token of my affection. You're the young master of the Jiang family in name only. In reality, you're just a mooch. That 500,000 only counts if you can actually get your hands on it. It's your blessing that I'm even paying attention to you. Someone like you who only has looks. Others would think 10,000 is too much. I let out a cold laugh. Shenxinyi's face darkened. Jiang Chen. Don't be ungrateful. In Jincheng, no one will want you besides me. Even if someone does, they can't afford to give you 100,000. I stood up. Everyone in the restaurant looked over. A few women approached. Sir, if you're willing to marry me, I'll give a 10 million dowry. If you'll be my boyfriend, I'll give you 20 million. Mr. Jiang, just look at me. I'll give 50 million. Shenxinyi was about to curse at them. She looked up and recognized a few big shots, powerful figures in the business world. She immediately put on a smile. President Xu, Director Wan. Just a moment ago she said nobody wanted me, and in the blink of an eye, she was proven wrong. Shenxinyi felt her face burning. I smiled sweetly at Shenxinyi. Thank you for the high praise, ladies, but I'm already taken. The powerful women saw my smile, understood the hint, and left. Shenxinyi's face was dark. Jiang Chen, don't you? I have both money and looks. I picked up the teacup and splashed it right in her face. I put the teacup down. I smiled politely and said, turn left, turn right, go straight, go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. You're the one who should be grateful. I'm only giving you this one chance. I saw Su Shidao's car at the restaurant entrance. With long strides, I walked over in a few steps, opened the door, and got in. Shenxinyi gritted her teeth and glared as the car drove away. Jiang Chen, you ungrateful bastard! Before she could finish her sentence, a basin of ice water was suddenly poured over her head. The waiter smiled and said, congratulations, you've won our restaurant's award. The Narcissism Award, with a prize of 8,088 yuan. Before she could react, another basin of ice water was poured down. Congratulations on winning the Plain Jane Award. One basin of ice water followed another, leaving Shenxinyi drenched like a drowned rat. This is your prize. Valued at 5480, a 1,000-year-old turtle worth 16,438 yuan. Please pay 8,888 yuan. Shenxinyi trembled. A turtle is worth over 50 million? The manager smiled and replied, that's right. The meaning is very auspicious. Shenxinyi could only suppress her anger and pay. She carried the turtle and scurried away. In the car, I hugged Su Shidao. Darling, why did you come here? I pecked her on the lips like a chicken pecking grain. Su Shidao blushed. Someone's watching. I don't care. I want to kiss you. I lifted her face and gave her a firm kiss. I was about to deepen the kiss, when I suddenly felt a burning gaze. I turned my head and saw Qin Qian leaning out from the passenger seat. Her eyes were wide, and she was drooling from the corner of her mouth. You two, please continue, Qin Qian said earnestly. I'll just watch. Su Shidao shot her a cold glance. Qin Qian immediately turned her head back in fear. Xiaoqing was driving, laughing at her misfortune. Qin Qian's inner voice screamed, I've been single following the eldest miss for 27 years. Why does the eldest miss get to have a smooching session while I'm not even allowed to drool while watching? I let go shyly. Su Shidao sat up straight. Su Shidao raised her hand to wipe her mouth. I looked up and narrowed my eyes, looking at her dangerously. Are you disgusted by the saliva from my kiss? Su Shidao froze for a moment, then brought her hand to her nose and sniffed. No. I was just smelling to see what it smells like. That sentence made my ears turn beet red. I decisively lowered my head to fiddle with my phone, opening WeChat. Seeing 99+ messages from Zhang Menghao, I ignored them completely. I opened my moments, and after scrolling for a bit, I saw Shenxinyi's post.
Especially unlucky today, but I guess you could say I gained something. Received an award, a 1,000-year-old turtle worth 54.80, 16,138 yuan. Even though it's an exaggeration, I like it. She also posted a picture of a large soft-shell turtle. Below, comments flooded in. 1,000-year-old turtle, 548164118. First time seeing someone curse themselves. And curse themselves so elegantly and unconventionally. Haha, President Shen is so funny. Damn it, isn't this photo President Shen? Implicitly calling herself a 1,000-year-old turtle? After reading all sorts of comments, I almost laughed my jaw off. Is Shen Xinyi's head full of crap? Cursing herself in such a roundabout way. What genius gave her that award? Gave her a 1,000-year-old turtle? And even quoted such an interesting price? Qin Qian poked her head out, about to speak. Su Shidao glanced at her coldly. Qin Qian was speechless and pouted, forced to swallow her words. This was her idea after all. But as a result, the eldest miss forgets her friends once she has a boyfriend. Not only did she not praise her, she even glared at her. I was engrossed in my phone when Su Shidao looked at me and asked, Jiang Chen, what happened with the LeCun partnership today? I was talking to Zhang Menghao. I didn't even lift my head. I've seen your project proposal. It could still be tweaked a little in the details. I did some research abroad. Thinking from a national perspective, it's better to earn a little less to pave a better way for the country. As I spoke, I looked up at Su Shidao and squinted. I smiled slightly. I think Shidao would definitely think the same way. Even if you don't want to wait for the partnership anymore now, you would have come up with this new partnership plan.
Half of it was Su Shidao's idea. The other half was me benefiting from my past life, knowing that it could be more perfect. After hearing this, Su Shidao asked again, then why did you say you were representing me? To negotiate discreetly. Otherwise you'd be too amazing. Everyone would look for you in the future. Wouldn't you be busy to death then? I smiled slyly. I just want to be Shidao's baby, to tease Shidao every day, to have a little romance with Shidao, and protect you. With great power comes great responsibility. After being reborn, I don't want to go to jail. Su Shidao snuggled against me. Okay, just be my baby. Qin Qian pinched her nose and asked Xiaoqing, do you smell something? Xiaoqing, who was driving, answered seriously, no. Qin Qian let out a cold laugh. The whole car reeks of the sour stench of love, and you don't smell it? Qin Qian limped out of the car. The injury on her leg was from being kicked by Su Shidao. Su Shidao took me to the most high-end restaurant in Jincheng for dinner. The restaurant was located in the tallest building in the city. You could overlook the entirety of Jincheng. The minimum spending was 100,000. Normal people had to book a month in advance, but for the restaurant's owner, Su Shidao, she could come anytime. I suddenly said, Shidao, do you see 3 suns? Su Shidao looked out the window first, then answered seriously. From a mythological perspective, there are 10 suns. From a scientific perspective, there's only one. I had no choice but to interrupt her, pointing at Qin Qian and Xiaoqing. I mean, these two are as bright as the sun. So bright it hurts my eyes. Don't you see? Su Shidao turned her head to look at them. Xiaoqing and Qin Qian quickly lowered their heads and ate. They just wanted to see what the normally cold eldest miss was like in private. I gave up on shooing these 2/3 wheels away. If someone wants to be a dog, just let them be. Xiaoqing confessed honestly, Mr. Zhang, after dinner. The eldest miss has to go on a business trip. We're going with her, so you can just act like we don't exist, Qin Qian added. He already sees us as dogs. I decided to ignore them and turned to say to Su Shidao, Shidao, I want to eat ice cream. Su Shidao ordered a portion for me. Seeing the 10,000 yuan price on the menu, my eyes widened. Is this ice cream studded with diamonds or made from ambrosia? Su Shidao said calmly. It's all right, you should try it. The ice cream was brought over, but I didn't take it. Instead, I leaned in and ate it directly. It's delicious. Really worth 10,000 yuan. I held Su Shidao's hand and continued to eat. Occasionally, I would look up at her. The last piece accidentally fell onto Su Shidao's hand. I said regretfully, can't let it go to waste. After saying that, I lowered my head and licked the web of her thumb. Su Shidao held her breath. Zhang Chen, I want to taste the ice cream too. I looked at her blankly, but I finished it all, then ill taste it from your mouth. Su Shidao pulled my collar towards her and tilted her head up to kiss me. I was stunned for a moment, then immediately put my hand on the back of her neck, pressing Su Shidao more forcefully towards me. Xiaoqing and Qin Qian looked at each other, then awkwardly turned away. A delicious meal turned into a mouthful of PDA. I only let go when we were almost out of breath. Su Shidao's voice was happy, delicious. Didn't you say you don't eat sweets? Su Shidao's voice was gentle. Your sweetness? I like it. She didn't seem used to saying sweet things. Her tone was a little stiff. Afraid I would overthink it, she added. It's okay even if I get diabetes. As long as it's from you, I'm willing to accept any sweetness. Her flirting made my heart race, so I quickly changed the subject. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. Su Shidao looked at me with a deep gaze. I'm very hungry too. After the food was served, I lowered my head to eat, but I could still feel Su Shidao's burning gaze. Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? I looked up and asked. I always felt that the way she looked at me was not simple. It was as if she wanted to eat me alive. Su Shidao replied with a short sentence, I am eating, and then began to eat elegantly. I suddenly realized, the hunger she spoke of wasn't about an empty stomach.
And the eating she spoke of wasn't about eating food. This thought made my mind explode instantly. I hurriedly lowered my head and stuffed myself with food. Su Shidao looked at my state and smiled. Qin Qian kicked Xiaoqing, see? The 1,000-year-old iron tree is blooming. When she gets flirty, it's really deadly. Xiaoqing warned, do you want to end up in the operating room again? Feeling Su Shidao's icy gaze, Qin Qian immediately lowered her head to eat, not daring to say another word. Elsewhere, Jiang Qingyu was humming a tune on her way home. She went straight to the recording studio. Xiaojin was so surprised, he thought the sun must have risen from the west today. She actually came to record on her own initiative. You have to know that normally he was the one who had to hold a knife to force this big sister into the recording studio. Jiang Qingyu said proudly, of course, this is a song that my Jiang Chen wrote for me. I have to record it overnight to release it. Xiaojin was stunned. Who did you say wrote the song? My Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingyu happily opened the sheet music to take a picture. Xiaojin immediately got a headache. Qingyu, don't be impulsive. If he knew how to write music, I could do a striptease. Jiang Qingyu's expression darkened. You're not allowed to speak ill of Jiang Chen, but he was the one who accused you of plagiarism before. Jiang Qingyu said righteously, I've forgotten about it. As long as he calls me sister once, all grievances can be erased. Jiang Qingyu completely ignored Xiaojin's nagging. After taking the picture, she started tuning. She excitedly called Xiaojin, hurry up and come record a video for me. Remember to find the best angle. Even if the song is no good, I have to make the fans fall in love with it. Because of my looks. Xiaojin wanted to persuade her again. Qingyu, don't sing it. What if he plagiarized it? You'll have another stain on your record. Jiang Qingyu's face darkened, her voice turning cold. You are not allowed to speak ill of Jiang Chen. Xiaojin completely gave up trying to persuade her. Jiang Qingyu looked at the sheet music for the first time. Her brows furrowed so deeply you could kill a fly between them. These lyrics were just too stiff. It was completely whining without a cause. She almost wanted to give up on recording. Xiaojin saw a glimmer of hope. Qingyu, how about? Jiang Qingyu glared at him. No. A song written by Jiang Chen must be sung, and sung well. Jiang Qingyu adjusted her emotions and hummed along to the notes. She practiced for a whole hour. She finally got a bit of the feeling and tried a few more singing styles. Finally, she found a suitable melody. She was busy in the recording studio until late at night and finally finished recording. Jiang Qingyu asked smugly, how was it? Jiang Chen's music isn't bad, right? Shouldn't you go do that striptease now? Xiaojin was speechless. Doesn't your conscience bother you when you say that? Although Jiang Qingyu tried her best, the whole song still exuded the strong scent of a spare tire. Jiang Qingyu clasped her hands over her heart with a sincere expression. This is the best song I've ever sung. Xiaojin gave a cold, he-he laugh. The eye-rolling expression he couldn't hold back already betrayed him. Jiang Qingyu glared at him. Hurry up and go mix it. I want to post on Weibo right away to share with my fans. Jiang Chen's masterpiece. It will definitely gain me a lot of fans. Xiaojin retorted sarcastically, anti-fans more like.
Jiang Qingyu ignored him. She excitedly sent the photos and videos to the love-hate relationship group chat. This is the song the little young master, Jiang Chen, specially wrote for me. It's truly heavenly music. Aren't you jealous? Xiaojin suddenly said. Qingyu, this style is a bit like Tong Dan Hong's. Jiang Chen didn't plagiarize her, did he? Jiang Qingyu's expression changed instantly. Who the hell is Tang Dan Hong? Is she even worthy of being plagiarized by Jiang Chen? Xiaojin took 2 steps back in fear. Jiang Qingyu snorted coldly. She's not worthy. Accusing her of plagiarism is one thing, but accusing Jiang Chen is absolutely not allowed. At the same time, 5 beautiful women all fell silent after watching the video. The singing was okay. It's just that the lyrics really didn't match this level of singing skill, but it's rare for Jiang Chen to compose, so they had to praise it. So the 5 of them replied against their conscience. It's great, but your singing skills don't do the lyrics justice. Jiang Qingyu looked at the message on her phone and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sisters, can you say that with a straight face and not blush? The 5 sisters replied in unison. We're not blushing. After all, they couldn't let their little brother's confidence be shattered. Receiving their sister's affirmation, Jiang Qingyu satisfactorily posted on Weibo, a song personally written for me by my little young master. Jiang Chen is my lucky star. Starting from today, I'm going to clear my name and become famous again. I have to work hard to earn money and buy candy for my little brother. Elsewhere, Tang Dan Hong was recording over and over in the studio. Her assistant gave a thumbs up after the first take. Sister Hong, this is already perfect. But Tang Dan Hong stared at the sheet music and frowned. No, I feel like it can be even better. The more she sang, the more she felt this song could make her famous overnight. She could even live off this success for the rest of her life. The assistant was scrolling through her phone and suddenly cried out in surprise. Sister Hong, Jiang Qingyu released a new song. It's gotten over 1 million views in an hour. Tang Dan Hong's heart tightened. She opened the hot search list. Jiang Qingyu's new song is fire. Qingyu's new song 1,000,000 views. The comment section was full of praise. It's really not bad. This time both the lyrics and music for Jiang Qingyu's song are amazing. Tang Dan Hong nodded in praise. The assistant was confused.
But Sister Hong, the song you wrote is clearly better. Her song is too stiff. Tang Dan Hong interrupted. What do you know? I think it's very good. The assistant was even more confused. There were no outsiders in the recording studio. Why would Sister Hong praise her rival? But Sister Hong, she stole your female lead role, and now she released her song first. This is very disadvantageous for you. Tang Dan Hong narrowed her eyes. Well, release the song at midnight. Go contact the marketing accounts and the water army now. If I can't sing it perfectly, then it'll just use popularity to crush Zhang Qingyu. After scrolling through comments for a while, she was happy. Time for bed. At 12 a.m. Tang Dan Hong released her new song on time. It was accompanied by an elaborately produced manga-style MV. The marketing accounts were deployed all at once. The water army frantically flooded the comments. In less than an hour, Tang Dan Hong's new song shot straight to #1 on the hot search list. Netizens who stayed up late to listen all left comments. Damn, this song by Tang Dan Hong is truly amazing. It's an eargasm. I used to think she was so unsophisticated. This completely changed my opinion of her. The last time I heard such a divine song, it was from Fan Buxiang. To be honest, Tang Dan Hong's high notes are a bit weak. It would probably sound better if Zhang Qingyu sang it. Is the poster above a fan of Zhang Qingyu? Their songs were released only an hour and a half apart. Is there a need to praise one while putting the other down? If you hadn't mentioned Zhang Qingyu, no one would have noticed. But listening closely, Zhang Qingyu's new song seems to have plagiarized Tang Dan Hong's. Because of the two words plagiarism, a huge fan war immediately broke out. Very quickly, more and more evidence emerged to slap the faces of Zhang Qingyu's fans. Zhang Qingyu's new song was indeed plagiarism. Zhang Qingyu's fans also had extraordinary fighting power. They were all hardcore fans. Even when faced with damning evidence, they still defended their idol. Taking a closer look at Zhang Qingyu's Weibo post, they discovered she didn't compose it herself. They immediately switched their target. Isn't the little young master Zhang Chen the one who last time accused Qingyu of plagiarism? What little young master? He's clearly a troublemaking demon. He deliberately plagiarized Tang Dan Hong to frame Qingyu. Qingyu didn't know she was framed. The fans all ran to criticize Zhang Chen for causing trouble. Top 5 hot searches on Weibo. Tang Dan Hong's new song is extremely hot. In 1 hour, it climbed to #1 on the hot songs chart. Tang Dan Hong's new song crushes Zhang Qingyu. Ironclad evidence of Zhang Qingyu plagiarizing Tang Dan Hong's music to ride on her fame. Young master Zhang Chen plagiarized the music of Tang Dan Hong to frame Zhang Qingyu. Congratulations to the young master of the Zhang family for canceling his engagement to Shen Xinyi. After midnight, these hot searches shot up rapidly. I was sleeping soundly in my blanket, but the hot searches rose quickly and were suppressed even faster. An unknown force removed the 4th hot search. Young master Zhang Chen plagiarized the music of Tang Dan Hong to frame Zhang Qingyu. Then the news of the young master of the Zhang family canceling his engagement with Shen Xinyi exploded again. At the same time, Shen Xinyi's post, "I am shameless. Damn bitch" on her moments was also screenshotted and put on the hot search. Shen Xinyi was mocked by the entire social media as a 1,000-year-old turtle. At dawn, 2 little sparrows chirped outside. I woke up and greeted them. "Good morning, my little darlings." The little sparrows flapped their tiny wings to greet me. As I brushed my teeth and washed my face, I listened to the sparrows tell stories, interesting things from the world of birds. When I went downstairs for breakfast, Sushi Dao had already gone to the company. I finished my breakfast. I picked up my phone to check my messages. Zhang Menghao sent me a WeChat message asking me how effective the 7 Great Methods therapy was. I directly ignored his vulgar words. I opened Zhang Qingyu's WeChat. After we met yesterday, we added each other again on WeChat. "You're really fast, sister. You've already sung it." I smiled and opened the video to watch. Just after listening to the first part, I frowned. This isn't right. This isn't mine. I patiently listened to the whole song, if it weren't for the voice. Characteristic of Zhang Qingyu, the lyrics alone, made me want to throw my phone away. After listening, I was furious and called Zhang Qingyu. Zhang Qingyu had already been woken up early, dragged to the company for a criticism session. "Zhang Qingyu, if you don't handle this well, all the resources from yesterday will be revoked. Moreover, this incident has a huge impact. If you don't issue an apology to satisfy the fans, we can only say you've breached the contract and be forced to terminate it." Zhang Qingyu wanted to argue that she didn't plagiarize, but the ironclad evidence was a slap in the face. Xiaojin sighed. "I told you the new song was similar to Tang Dan Hong's, that it might be plagiarism." Zhang Qingyu angrily glared at Xiaojin and said very seriously, "Zhang Chen would not plagiarize. I believe in him." Xiaojin knew this would be the result. He could only sigh helplessly. But the evidence was ironclad. It was a direct slap in Qingyu's face. Zhang Qingyu was worried, not knowing how to solve it. Then I called. I suppressed my anger and grievance and asked, "Sister, why didn't you sing my song? You said you would pamper me unconditionally. But in the end, you changed the song, and the lyrics are so disgusting." Zhang Qingyu was stunned, and upon hearing the slight anger in my voice, she panicked. "Zhang Chen, I sang the song you gave me. I didn't change it. I swear, if I changed your song, in the next life, and the life after that, and the one after that, you'll still be your sister." I was stunned by Zhang Qingyu's oath. "You really didn't change it? Jiang Qingyu wanted to scream, but on the other end was her precious little brother. She tried to suppress the urge to yell. As long as you wrote it, let alone being stiff and pretentious. Even if you wrote a song about eating shit, I would still sing it for you. Sister Qingyu and I were born in the same year, though a few months apart. Before I went to the countryside, she often bullied me, forcing me to be her son. Later, I was sent to the countryside. Sister Qingyu was the one who cried the most heartbrokenly. She said she would never bully me again, that whatever I said was right. So when I returned to the Jiang family home, Sister Qingyu was the one who doted on me the most, an unconditional kind of doting. Even if I told her to bark like a dog, she would happily do it. So a sister who dotes on me like this wouldn't not sing. The song I wrote, I had figured it out. I immediately apologized. Sister Qingyu, I'm sorry. I was angry and aggrieved just now. I didn't use my brain to think, so I wrongly blamed you. Seeing that I believed her, Jiang Qingyu almost burst into tears. She felt too wronged. Jiang Chen, I really did sing the song you gave me. I pursed my lips. But the song you sang isn't the one I wrote. I wrote it especially for your voice. Besides, it's not some spare tire song. The song Jiang Qingyu sang was called Love. The lyrics were basically about I lie next to you, but I'm thinking of someone else. I have her scent on me. I don't care either. It's a typical song about a man two-timing, while the woman doesn't mind at all. On the surface, the woman seems deeply affectionate, but in reality, she's just A. The song I wrote is called Do-Over, I said as I hummed softly. The melody was beautiful. My gentle, deep, and warm voice was not at all stiff or pretentious. Furthermore, it expressed a person's regret and the appreciation of getting a fresh start. And this isn't just about love, but also family and friendship. It can evoke emotions in anyone. After I finished singing, I said, Sister Qingyu, this is the song I wrote. There was no reply from the other side. I looked at the call screen. She hadn't hung up. I called out louder. Sister Qingyu, Jiang Qingyu came to her senses. She wiped the corners of her eyes and sniffled. It's nothing. I'm just a little emotional. Jiang Chen, you sing so well. I smirked. This is the song I wrote. This melody. It seems I've heard it somewhere before. Jiang Qingyu wiped her eyes again. Jiang Chen's singing moved her to tears. Then why didn't you sing my song? Did you put it together with old sheet music and grab the wrong one? Jiang Qingyu said firmly. No. Since coming back from the restaurant, I haven't taken the sheet music out at all. I sang it as soon as I got home. I frowned. Think again. Are you sure you never took it out? Jiang Qingyu froze. When I got back, I had to have a meeting first, then the sheet music was swapped. Then she remembered that when she went to get the sheet music, she had met Tang Dan Hong. It was Tang Dan Hong who swapped the sheet music. I heard her hesitate and pressed on. And then what? Jiang Qingyu suddenly said, I know now, Jiang Chen. Wait for me, I need to go handle something first. I grumbled. Can't you tell me what it is first? I was afraid Sister Qingyu would act impulsively. I went out planning to find her. Jiang Qingyu hung up the phone and stormed over to Tang Dan Hong's office. Tang Dan Hong, you. Just as Tang Dan Hong stood up, she was slapped hard across the face by Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu slapped her opponent until she was dazed. How dare you touch my little brother's things? Are you looking for death? Jiang Qingyu was boiling with rage and slapped her again. Tang Dan Hong was hit so hard her teeth clattered together, and her jaw was knocked askew. Tang Dan Hong reacted and immediately fought back. You're the one, you plagiarizing bitch! The two of them started fighting. The assistant jumped up anxiously. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! In the end, they had to call security to forcefully separate them. In the meeting room, the vice president slammed the table in anger. You are artists, public figures. What kind of behavior is this? Tang Dan Hong held her face and tattled. You said you would pamper me unconditionally. You switched my sheet music. You even dared to steal the song my little brother wrote. Tang Dan Hong laughed coldly. Where's the proof? My new song is called Holding On. You can't even say the lyrics. They were about to check the surveillance cameras, but one look revealed that the camera had been broken since the day before yesterday. You must have done something. Jiang Qingyu was about to charge again, but was held back by security. Tang Dan Hong said smugly, Jiang Qingyu, it's one thing for you to plagiarize my song, but you're also slandering me. How about this? You publicly apologize, and we'll call it even. Jiang Qingyu was so angry her hair stood on end. Nonsense. That's the song my little brother wrote. Jiang Qingyu was so angry her eyes shot sparks. You stole my thing and are now demanding an apology from me. Thank you. Truly shameless to the extreme. Normally she was a gentle person, laughing all day long, never one to fuss. But if anyone dared to touch her precious little brother Jiang Chen, she would definitely turn hostile. Tang Dan Hong said hypocritically, Jiang Qingyu, for the sake of us being colleagues, I've already given you a lot of face. 1. You apologize publicly. Thank me. 2. I take the new song elsewhere. After speaking, she acted magnanimous. Actually, all I need is an apology and a thank you. This fake appearance won the sympathy of a few people, but everyone still preferred the radiant and beautiful Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu roared, Nonsense, that's my little brother's song. The security guards desperately held onto the person who was about to charge and attack the other. The vice president awkwardly tried to persuade Jiang Qingyu, just apologize, just say thank you, it won't cost you a piece of your flesh. Jiang Qingyu trembled with rage. In your dreams, that's like digging my heart out. The vice president slammed the table and threatened, either you apologize or we terminate the contract. Jiang Qingyu stuck her neck out and yelled, terminate it then! Whoever doesn't terminate the contract is a bastard. The vice president laughed coldly. With all your scandals, besides our company, who else would want you? As he spoke, he threw out the termination contract. You have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Sign it. Without another word, Jiang Qingyu signed her name. Just as the vice president was about to sign, the secretary rushed in frantically. Vice President, Jiang Chen is here, the one from yesterday who alarmed even the CEO. I walked straight into the meeting room without any hindrance. The vice president smiled and greeted me, Mr. Jiang. As soon as I entered, I saw Jiang Qingyu's bruised face. There was a cut on the corner of her mouth. My voice turned cold. Who hit her? Jiang Qingyu smiled dotingly. It's nothing, Jiang Chen. Don't worry about it. Turning my head, I saw that Tang Danhong was injured, even more severely. I narrowed my eyes. Tang Danhong tried to maintain a smile, but because her nose was crooked, she looked very fierce. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I smiled meaningfully. On my way here, I did some investigation. Tang Danhong swapped Jiang Qingyu's sheet music. Tang Danhong thought I was a fan and said shamelessly, I'm sorry to have let you see such a scene. I'll sign an autograph for you later. I laughed coldly. Sure, I'll sign one for you too. But in my heart, I thought, I'll beat her until all her teeth fall out. I turned to the vice president. My sister Qingyu, what's going on with them? Jiang Qingyu and the vice president each had their own story. Jiang Qingyu clenched her fists. Jiang Chen, don't worry. I will definitely get your music back. I won't let you be wronged. The vice president explained. Mr. Jiang, it's not that we're making things difficult for Jiang Qingyu. It's that she's being unreasonable. So many people in the company are waiting to be fed. I glanced at the surveillance camera and also noticed it was broken. I suddenly said, Miss Tang, could you let me see the sheet music? I really like your song. Jiang Qingyu became anxious. I turned and winked at her. Tang Danhong calculated in her heart, if I marry Jiang Chen, then Jiang Qingyu will have to call me sister-in-law. She happily took out the sheet music. In the future, I can hold a private concert just for you. I took out the 2 pieces of sheet music to compare. Suddenly, I looked up, waving the sheet music in my hand. Miss Tang, you don't think that only a camera can be evidence, do you? Handwritten sheet music can be analyzed for handwriting. One look and we'll know who wrote it. Tang Danhong's face changed drastically. She reached out to snatch it back. Give the sheet music back to me. I nimbly dodged. Let's talk in private. I calculated in my heart, I must get revenge for Sister Qingyu. Tang Danhong thought I wanted to ask her out. Her expression softened a bit. Okay, Jiang Qingyu said worriedly. Jiang Chen, I stopped her from continuing. Wait for me for 3 minutes. I went outside and sent a message to Su Shidao. Shidao, I'm about to beat up that bitch. Your big sister-in-law is being bullied. Remember to help me. Su Shidao replied immediately. Definitely. Su Shidao gave a cold command. To Xiaoqing, go investigate this clearly. Call the director of Hongming Media. Xiaoqing hurriedly dialed the number. In a hot spring resort. The director of Hongming was embracing women left and right, smugly boasting to the beauties. Our company's about to promote a big shot, someone who has connections with the great miss of the Su family. He swirled his wine glass, his dirty hand groping the beauty's waist. Do you know who the great miss of the Su family is? She's the great miss of the Su family, someone who can make Jingcheng tremble with a stomp of her foot. With the great miss backing us and promoting this big shot, our Hongming will become the second largest media company. As he was speaking, his phone rang. The director looked at the phone number and his expression changed. See, the great miss herself is calling me. This kind of treatment is enough for my descendants to brag about for 8 generations. He obsequiously answered the phone. Great miss, what are your instructions? Su Shidao spun her pen. I hear you're planning to promote Tang Danhong, and you also want to blacklist my big sister-in-law and make her pay contract damages? Xiaoqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The director was also bewildered. No, miss. Our company doesn't have any big sister-in-law of yours. Jiang Qingyu. The director gave a forced laugh. That's impossible. You just called yesterday. How would I dare? Su Shidao impatiently cut him off. I'll give you 3 minutes to solve it. Otherwise, the ice-cold voice made the director, who was soaking in the hot spring, break out in a cold sweat. Also, my big sister-in-law likes to be low-key. Understand? The director wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood, understood. So, will your company declare bankruptcy on its own, or should I help you? The director almost knelt down. Please give me a chance, great Miss Su. No one can bully my person, let alone my big sister-in-law. The director trembled with fear. I will declare bankruptcy myself. I beg the great miss to be lenient. He had just been boasting about latching onto a powerful backer. In the blink of an eye, he was forced to declare bankruptcy. The slap came too fast. The director gritted his teeth in hatred, vowing to kill the person who had ruined him. Xiaoqing said worriedly, Great miss, the old master said, that within a year you are not to publicize your relationship with Jiang Qingyu. By doing this, Su Shidao raised an eyebrow.
The old master said, not to publicize it with my big sister-in-law, remembering what Zhang Chen said, that she was her big sister-in-law. Su Shidao's heart felt sweet. Her whole being radiated happiness. Xiaoqing was speechless looking at her. Great Miss CEO, you are the queen of business, one whose name alone strikes fear into people's hearts. This look of a child who's sneakily eaten candy, if others see it in the future, how will you command respect in the business world anymore? Zhang Qingyu stood at the entrance of Hongming Media. Watching my departing figure, feeling uneasy, the vice president smugly sidled up. I thought your little brother came to help you. Turns out he was just here to chase his idol. Zhang Qingyu glared at him. What the hell does it have to do with you? The vice president continued to provoke her. This is great. You've lost your brother and your troops. Maybe Tang Dan-hong will be your sister-in-law in the future. You'd better suck up to her properly. Zhang Qingyu let out a cold laugh. That plastic surgery face of hers is worthy? The vice president snorted. A washed-up singer like you has. What right to look down on others? Your little brother is like that. Tang Dan-hong probably just sees him as a dog to play with. As he was speaking, the vice president's phone suddenly rang. It was the director calling. An angry roar came from the other end of the phone. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I tell you to promote Zhang Qingyu? Who gave you permission to terminate her contract? The vice president was still trying to take credit. Director, I'm doing this for the company's sake. Tang Dan-hong is so popular right now. Keeping a useless person like Zhang Qingyu. The director roared. Good, my ass. The company is about to go bankrupt. I don't care how you do it. Even if you have to kneel, you must keep Zhang Qingyu. Otherwise, it'll kill you. The vice president held the phone, completely stunned. On the other side, Tang Dan-hong led me to her office. I looked around and casually picked up a pool cue. Tang Dan-hong smiled coyly at me. Mr. Zheng, do you like to play pool? Let me teach you. As she spoke, she pressed herself against my side. I suddenly turned, using the cue to block her. I smiled and asked, which hand did you use to hit my sister Qingyu? Before Tang Dan-hong could even speak, I had already smashed the cue onto her left hand. Tang Dan-hong broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. I narrowed my eyes. Looks like it wasn't this hand. Then let's cripple the other one. Saying that, I raised the cue again. Tang Dan-hong wanted to dodge but wasn't fast enough for my movements. Another tragic scream rang out. Tang Dan-hong's legs trembled and she almost knelt on the ground. There were only the two of us in the room. No one knew what happened here. Tang Dan-hong's arms hung limply. She raised her head and glared fiercely at me. You just wait. See if I don't kill you. After saying that, she raised her leg to kick me. I easily dodged and raised the cue, smashing it hard against her calf. The pain made Tang Dan-hong drop to one knee, her face pale. Sweat poured down like rain, and her whole body trembled in pain. I looked down at her from above and asked coldly, which leg kicked and dirtied Sister Qingyu's clothes? The first 2 times, Tang Dan-hong dared to be stubborn. The 3rd time, she was truly scared. I wasn't just talking. I would actually hit a woman. If you don't tell the truth, it'll cripple both of your legs. At this moment, my whole body exuded a murderous aura. Tang Dan-hong didn't dare to be anything but compliant. The right leg. Her right leg was already crippled. She couldn't lose her left leg, too. I used the cue to lift her chin. How was the sheet music swapped? Where's the server? Tang Dan-hong was forced to raise her head to face me, and my eyes filled with a cold, murderous intent. She trembled with fear. She confessed everything like a criminal. I raised an eyebrow. Post on Weibo and explain this yourself. Otherwise, the cue moved from her chin to her throat. You'll never be able to open your mouth to speak again in this life. Tang Dan-hong was both scared and angry. This is a society ruled by law. How dare you? I sneered. So what if I dare? Of course I won't really break the law. I have many ways. This time, Tang Dan-hong was completely terrified. She had never met a man as fierce as me. I took out my phone, turned on the video recorder. Speak for yourself. Tang Dan-hong saw her nose and caved-in chin in the camera lens and begged, cover the camera. I can't let my fans see me like this. She had always claimed to be a natural beauty. My voice grew colder. Hurry up. You have 1 minute left. My sister Qingyu is waiting. You have no right to bargain with me. Seeing me wave the cue. Tang Dan-hong was immediately terrified. She spoke into the camera. Hello everyone, I am Tang Dan-hong. I want to apologize to my fans. My new song Holding On was not written by me. Zhang Qingyu's song Love You is not plagiarism either, because that was originally my work. Under the threat of the pool cue, Tang Dan-hong obediently admitted that she had swapped the sheet music, and also that she had injured Zhang Qingyu. The video immediately caused a storm as soon as it was posted on Weibo. The netizens who had cursed her for plagiarism were all stunned. This reversal came too fast, like a tornado. Exactly 3 minutes later, I walked out of the room and called Tang Dan-hong's assistant to help her to the meeting room. The assistant was stunned upon entering. Sister Hong, you're like this. Could it be? You were beaten by Zhang Chen? Tang Dan-hong gritted her teeth resentfully. I fell on my own. The assistant looked incredulous. These injuries don't look like they're from a fall. What amazed her even more was the scene in the meeting room. The vice president was bowing at a 90-degree angle in front of Zhang Qingyu, bowing and scraping, begging for forgiveness. Qingyu, I was wrong just now. I deserve to die, he said while slapping himself. Can you please stay?
Jiang Qingyu crossed her legs, sipped her tea, and put on an arrogant air. Hurry up and sign the termination contract. I already said whoever doesn't sign is a dog, you bastard. The vice president's face was grim. We are all colleagues. Why must you be so ruthless? I've been begging you for 3 minutes. Jiang Qingyu slammed her cup down. From the day you people stole Jiang Chen's music sheet, aside from my Jiang Chen, I won't give anyone any face. She grabbed the vice president's collar and said fiercely, you can mess with anyone, but you cannot mess with my little brother, Jiang Chen. I stood at the door and frowned. Sister Qingyu, mind your image. Jiang Qingyu let go. Consider yourself lucky. Then she turned her head, her expression changing instantly. She looked at me gently. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Only then did she notice Tang Danhong's limp arms and limping leg. What's wrong with her? I said with an innocent face. I hit her. Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened. Nonsense. My Jiang Chen is so well behaved. How could he hit someone? She must have fallen on her own. I nodded obediently. Sister Qingyu is right. Jiang Qingyu dotingly pinched my cheek. Hitting someone doesn't require you to lift a finger. If you hurt your hand, can she afford to compensate you? I suppressed a laugh and pointed at the vice president. What's going on? In my heart, I was sure Su Shidao had made a move. As expected of my woman, the vice president looked as if he'd seen his savior. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong just now. Please advise Qingyu not to terminate the contract. We guarantee we will do our utmost to promote her. I raised an eyebrow. The vice president pressed his advantage. Jiang Qingyu doesn't have a good reputation. After terminating the contract, her acting career will be ruined. You have to think about her future. Jiang Qingyu spoke up. Shut up. Fine. Whoever doesn't terminate the contract is a scumbag. I looked coldly at the vice president. You really want to keep her? Then learn to crawl like a turtle first. Learn to bark like a dog. To prove your sincerity. In my heart, I knew. Right now, only Jiang Qingyu is in Jincheng. My 5 other sisters are all busy with their own careers. My eldest sister is in business. My second sister does scientific research. My third sister is a lawyer. My fourth sister is stationed at the border. My fifth sister is a diplomat. Sister Qingyu works in the entertainment industry. Besides Sister Qingyu, my other sisters are so busy that in 3 years, they might not even gather once. The last time the whole family reunited was because I returned from the countryside. As a result, not even 2 days later, I kicked them out of the house. Thinking of this, I said guiltily, I'm sorry. I was so stupid before, always instigated by others. Jiang Qingyu pinched my cheek. It's okay, your sisters don't hold grudges. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given you pocket money. Just remember to be our little young master, and that's enough. I dodged her hand. Don't pinch, I'm driving. It's strange, though. The vice president was looking down on you just now. After taking that call, he almost knelt down and begged you. I smiled lightly. That was Su Shidao's help. Jiang Qingyu's eyes widened. It must have been eldest sister's help. Don't forget, eldest sister is also a big shot in the business world. I thought to myself, although eldest sister is formidable, Su Shidao is a business genius. They're on completely different levels. I smiled and shook my head. Let's not argue. After taking Jiang Qingyu home, I returned to Jadewater Bay. Jiang Cheng is back. As soon as I got out of the car, 2 little sparrows and a pack of dogs joyfully rushed over. Shu Yi stood by, watching in astonishment. Jiang Qingyu used to hate animals. Why did he suddenly like small animals so much? I played with them for a while and asked them how life was at Jadewater Bay. The dogs were very happy. Here, they have the best dog food and space to run around. Ergozi rubbed against me and said, Jiang Cheng, we want to go out. Why? Isn't it good here? It's very good here. But we want to help you. We are stray dogs. We're familiar with every nook and cranny of Jincheng. We can help you build an information network. That way it'll be convenient for you to find out anything you want. The other dogs also barked in agreement. They wanted to repay the warmth I had given them this way. I was touched and hugged them. You don't have to do that. Technology is very advanced now, Erguzi insisted, but there are places technology can't reach. Looking at the sincere eyes of the dogs, I finally nodded and said, all right then, but you have to come home in the evening. At least take turns coming back. The dogs happily rushed up to act cute. Ergozi said mischievously, if you still don't agree, we'll take action secretly. Just then, Su Xiao's car slowly drove over. Through the car window, she saw me surrounded by dogs. One of the dogs was even kissing my cheek. Su Xiao's face immediately darkened. She hadn't even gotten a kiss today, yet a dog beat her to it. From a distance, Ergozi could feel a murderous gaze. It looked up, just in time to meet the slowly approaching car. Su Xiao's murderous eyes. Woof woof. Ergozi was so scared its fur stood on end. It quickly led the other dogs in retreat. If they didn't run now, they'd probably end up as a 108-course dog meat feast tonight. I watched the pack of dogs running like crazy under the sunset. A magnificent sight like a mighty army. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is my army. As soon as the car stopped, Su Xiao got out. I immediately hugged her. Baby, you're finally back. Did you miss me? This hug made the little bit of jealousy in Su Xiao's heart instantly dissipate quite a bit. She replied softly, then added, I missed you. I held her, lowered my head, and gave her a loud kiss on the lips. Now that's what I call a kiss. Xiaoqing, who had just gotten out of the car, didn't dare to look. That was a really loud kiss. She even heard the smacking sound. This loud kiss made Su Shiyao's face turn red. She felt both shy and pleased. I blushed too. But for this innocent woman, I had to take the initiative to go wash my face. Su Shiyao pulled me into the bathroom. She took a towel and wiped vigorously the spot where Ergudzi had kissed me. She also carefully helped me wash my hands. I obediently tilted my face up. Is it clean yet? Su Xiao's eyes were cold, full of possessiveness. It's still missing something. I think it's clean. It's even fragrant. Does Dao Dao want to smell it? Su Xiao was stunned for a moment. I pointed to my fair cheek. Right here. Smell it. Su Xiao obediently leaned in to smell. Now her lips were only a centimeter away from my face. Su Xiao's breathing became ragged. I proactively moved closer. Her slightly cool lips pressed against my soft skin. The air immediately became hot. Su Xiao's heart beat faster, and her palms started to sweat. I leaned in close to her ear and whispered, Dao Dao, next time you're jealous, just kiss me directly. My warm breath brushed past her ear. It was like a feather gently brushing over her entire body, seeing her blushing to the tips of her ears again.
I smiled and pulled her to dinner. She's truly an innocent little flower, but I have plenty of patience. After dinner and walking the dogs, it was time to shower and rest, but I pulled Qin Qian outside, to talk in private first. Qin Qian quickly dodged my hand. What are you doing? She didn't want the young miss to get jealous and transfer her to the forensic department. I cleared my throat and asked in a low voice, Can Dao Dao's injuries handle strenuous exercise? Qin Qian's eyes widened. What do you want to do? You can't be such a beast. The young miss is very innocent. I lowered my head, my ears slightly red. It's actually nothing. I just wanted to ask Qin Qian something, seeing my appearance. She suddenly thought of a frightening possibility. Qin Qian quickly cleared her throat. The young miss's injuries haven't fully healed yet. The other parts have recovered. Only that one spot is still a bit lacking. She needs more rest. I looked up. My voice carried a hint of excitement. Really? Qin Qian nodded without blinking. That location is quite special. You two have plenty of time. There's no rush. I thought for a moment. All right then. Dao Dao's health is the most important thing. After watching me leave. Qin Qian had just breathed a sigh of relief when her shoulder was suddenly tapped. She was so scared she almost jumped. She turned to face Su Shiyao's deep, dark eyes. Young miss, scaring people like that can kill someone. Su Shiyao asked coldly, What did Zhang Chen just say to you? From a distance, she had seen my joyful expression. Qin Qian took credit. Young miss, you have to thank me. Just now, Zhang Chen asked if you could do any strenuous exercise. I was afraid he had bad intentions, so I said not yet. What if he tried something when you weren't paying attention? So young miss, can I be transferred back from the forensics department now? Su Xiao's lips curled. 1 month. Qin Qian was about to cheer when she heard her say, What forensics department? Young miss, you can't just choose lust over friendship. Gao's kennel is still empty. Go warm it up. After saying that, Su Xiao slammed the door shut. It almost hit Qin Qian's nose. Xiaoqing gleefully pulled her away. You ruined the young miss's good time, and you still want a reward? Serves you right. Meanwhile, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. I was wondering if I should go find Su Xiao. Even just to hold her and chat would be fine. I promised I would be well behaved. Absolutely no funny business. Unable to sleep, I got up and opened the window. The mosquitoes outside saw me and buzzed, about to fly away. Run, Buzz. Aren't you going to run? His blood is delicious. Get pregnant with his child. He wouldn't bear to kill a mosquito, Buzz. You're too naive. He's the mosquito-killing demon, Buzz. I was speechless hearing this and smirked. You guys get back here, or he'll poison all of you to death. Threatened, the mosquitoes had to turn back. Now, the animal kingdom all knows there's a human who can talk to animals named Zhang Chen. Buzz, what can we do for you so late at night, Zhang Chen? We won't suck your blood. You can sleep peacefully. Buzz, no matter how delicious, I don't dare trust him. But we have the protection of the animal bosses. I looked at the long, moving proboscis of the mosquito. I bet it wished it could rush over and bite me. Have you been to the next room? The next room is Su Shiyao's. Not yet. I hummed in acknowledgement. Then go to the next room and see what she's doing. That's not very nice, Buzz. We can't control ourselves when we see a beauty, Buzz. I didn't say anything more. I raised my hand and smack. I scared the two mosquitoes, which let out a buzz. They immediately flew towards the next room. This mosquito-killing demon is too scary. Su Shiyao was still sitting in front of the computer, working diligently. Her posture was elegant and noble. She didn't see the two mosquitoes, buzzing outside the window, peeking at her. After watching, they flew away. She's looking at the computer, buzz buzz. She's working, buzz. I took a look. It was already 11:30. You guys continue to watch what she's doing and report to me anytime. The two enslaved mosquitoes had no choice but to fly back and forth. First, Su Xiao worked, then she had a video conference. A moment later, the two mosquitoes flew back. Then they flew to the next room again, exhausted. Su Xiao glanced at the time and turned off the computer. She checked WeChat for a bit, then took her clothes into the bathroom. As soon as the mosquitoes saw this, they flew in front of me. Zhang Chen, she's gone to take a shower. Wow, let me go watch for you. Buzz, the two mosquitoes flew over and stuck to the bathroom's glass door.
Inside the bathroom, Sushi Yao was taking off her clothes. Her long, slender, fair fingers unbuttoned her shirt. Her curvaceous figure was gradually revealed. Buzz, her skin is so beautiful, I want to take a sip. I'm going to report the progress to Jiang Chen. He'll definitely like it, Buzz. I stood at the window watching the mosquito fly over. It flew over. Jiang Chen, she's taken off her shirt. Buzz, Jiang Chen, she's taken off her pants. Only her underwear is left. Her figure is so beautiful. Buzz, Jiang Chen, she's so beautiful, so fair, so appetizing. Can I fly in and give her a few big red packets? Get pregnant with his child, Buzz. My eyes narrowed as I listened. My eyes were filled with murderous intent. I beckoned to the two mosquitoes. Do you know what a jealous man is like? I smiled and raised my hand. Smack. The two mosquitoes died in my palm. How dare you peek at my woman showering? You even wanted to bite her a few times to leave your marks, and you still expect to live? I stood by the window and thought for a moment. Then I couldn't help but go next door and knock. Sushi Yao had just finished her shower. Her hair was still dripping. Hearing the knock, she opened the door. She saw me standing at the door in my pajamas, my eyes shining as I looked at her. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, her figure so beautiful that my throat couldn't help but feel itchy. Sushi Yao was stared at by me, making her cheeks flush red. She subconsciously pulled the towel tighter, afraid it would fall. It's so late, you're not asleep yet? I looked down at her. I can't sleep. I want to sleep with you. After saying it, I realized how ambiguous it sounded. Sushi Yao's face immediately turned bright red, and then she smiled. She raised her hand to wipe the corner of my mouth. Come in. I was stunned. I touched my mouth. I was actually drooling. My God, I drooled from seeing a beauty after her shower. So embarrassing. I'm going back to sleep. I turned to leave. Sushi Yao pulled me back with one hand. Are you really going back? My mouth said so, but my body refused to move. Sushi Yao pulled me back a step and slammed the door shut. Sushi Yao leaned against the door and stared at me. Since I'd gone this far, I leaned in for a kiss. I gently traced her soft lips. While she was dazed, I deftly turned around and laid her down on the bed. Sushi Yao lay on the bed looking at me. The corners of her mouth curved up unconsciously. Looks like you'll be staying here tonight. This sudden thought made Sushi Yao's face blush as well. She turned to change into her pajamas and blow-dry her hair. I lay on the bed. Sushi Yao came out of the bathroom. She stood by the bed and looked at me for a moment. She suddenly turned and took out a blanket, spreading it on the floor. I closed my eyes tightly and held my breath. I waited and waited, but Sushi Yao didn't get into bed. When I opened my eyes, I saw her sleeping on the floor. I thought helplessly to myself, I'm waiting in solitude. I felt a little annoyed. Am I not charming enough? I got off the bed and gently picked up Sushi Yao. I placed her on the bed and then lay down on the mat on the floor, but perhaps because the blanket still had Sushi Yao's scent. Plus, with her right beside me, I felt very at ease. I fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, Sushi Yao woke up. She found herself on the bed. She looked down and saw me lying on the floor. She leaned halfway off the bed and gently kissed my forehead. Good night, my prince. Her long hair brushed against my skin. In my dream, I reached out and patted her head. Erguzi, stop messing around. It tickles. Then I turned over and went back to sleep. Sushi Yao had finally gathered all her courage to initiate a kiss, but ended up being mistaken for Erguzi. The weather is about to turn cold. Slightly annoyed, Sushi Yao lay back down to sleep. When morning came, I opened my eyes and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar room. I pulled the blanket and smelled Sushi Yao's scent. Then I remembered last night's events and immediately sat up wide awake. I found the bed was already empty. I went out and saw Shu Yi. Where's Dao Dao? Shu Yi watched me come out of Sushi Yao's room. The young miss has gone to the company. I looked at the clock. It was only 7:30. So early? She didn't wait for me to wake up? Didn't even have breakfast together? Shu Yi asked, are you going back to the Jiang family home today? I hummed in agreement before it dawned on me, Sushi Yao. Because I had to go back to the Jiang family home. She couldn't see me morning and night. That's why she was upset. Shu Yi smiled faintly. The young miss was afraid she wouldn't be able to let you go. She'd forced you to stay, so she went to the company early. Hearing Shu Yi's words, my heart broke a little. It was both painful and touching, because I had gotten better. She was trying to let go and give me freedom. I asked her to trust me one more time. She agreed, and she did it. I understand. Help me pack Sushi Yao's bed sheets, duvet cover, and pillows. Shu Yi was stunned. It was the first time she'd heard such a request. I'm not used to new beds. The spot where Dao Dao slept has her scent, so I won't feel strange anymore. With her scent, I'll sleep more peacefully at night. Shu Yi smiled with amusement. You young people really know how to play. My ears turned even redder. Mr. Jiang, please come downstairs to eat. The young miss has prepared a gift for you. My eyes lit up. What gift? Shu Yi shook her head and said, I don't know. See for yourself, Mr. Jiang. Is there anything else I need to do? Speaking of gifts, I immediately thought about going back to the Jiang family home. I also have to give a gift to Songming Chen. I smirked. I opened my mouth and said to Shu Yi, help me buy a large clock. I want to give it to someone. I sent a photo to Shu Yi, print it in black and white and frame it. Also, help me order some delicious food. Shu Yi kindly reminded me, Mr. Jiang, you can't give a clock as a gift to someone. Sending someone off to their death is not good. I laughed secretly. What I wanted was exactly to send him off to his death. After hearing the names of the dishes I read out, Shu Yi was shocked, speechless. Mr. Jiang, do you really want to order these dishes? She swallowed hard.
Just hearing those dishes sounded disgusting. I smiled and nodded. They're all high in protein. Go prepare them quickly. Shu Yi took a deep breath. She could only follow my instructions. These things, just mentioning them gave people goosebumps. After washing my face and changing, I sent a text to Sushi Yao. Dao Dao, good morning. Sushi Yao, who had just arrived at the company, saw the message. The corner of her mouth lifted unconsciously. Good morning, my prince? I looked at the reply and smiled sweetly. I suddenly liked this form of address. I'm going to open the gift you prepared. I excitedly ran downstairs. On the dining table in the most conspicuous spot was a black gift box. On the box was a note, "You are forever my prince." That elegant handwriting. I could tell at a glance that Sushi Yao had written it herself. I giggled secretly. I didn't expect this girl to be so good at flirting. It made even a reborn person like me's heart beat fast. Come here and film a video for me. Don't film my face, just my hands and the gift. I handed my phone to the maid. Received a gift from my wife early in the morning. Let's open it together and see what it is. I narrated as I opened it. What could be in such a small box? I'm so excited. Opening layer after layer of wrapping, I was surprised. Is it a hanging decoration? I took out a hanging object encrusted with diamonds. The handle of the dog beating stick fit perfectly in one hand. Huh, there's a switch here too. I laughed and said, don't tell me it plays music when you press it. Sushi Yao is so childish. I pressed the switch. With a whoosh, a 1-meter-long stick popped out. I was completely stunned. There was another note in the box. To beat dogs, don't use your hands, use this. I stood up to try it. The material of this stick was very special. It could be soft or hard. I swung it hard. Whack! The 100,000 yuan genuine leather sofa split in two right on the spot. I stared at the dog-beating stick on the sofa. This thing wouldn't break a person's bones, would it? I muttered. The maid beside me swallowed. She silently took 2 steps back, afraid I would use her to test it out. I went to the yard to test its power. After understanding how formidable this thing was, I excitedly ran to the yard to practice. I had to master the force. A light swing would only tear clothes without injuring the person. Medium force would cause skin injuries. Full force would directly break a dog's leg. The dog-beating stick in my hand whistled as I swung it. Just then, Qin Qian, with her hair like a bird's nest, crawled out of the dog kennel. No, the dog villa. She rubbed her eyes and asked, Mr. Jiang, what are you doing so early in the morning? I didn't turn around. Nothing. I'm just going crazy. Qin Qian laughed. You're crazy in the head. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw the dents on the cement floor. Whack, a flower pot shattered under my stick. Qin Qian's smile immediately froze. This wasn't going crazy. This was clearly trying to beat someone to death. I stopped and gave her a handsome smile. Want to try how it feels? Qin Qian shook her head like a rattle drum. No, no way. I haven't had enough sleep yet. After saying that, she scurried back into the dog villa. She'd rather be crammed in a kennel with dogs than take a hit from this stick. I pouted. Is that necessary? I wouldn't even let you touch my precious. I pressed the switch. The weapon immediately turned into a small, exquisite baton. This design is amazing. At a critical moment, just press the switch, and it immediately becomes a dog-beating stick. Such a formidable weapon, of course, cannot be shown off casually. As I was about to go out, Shu Yi came to report. Mr. Zhang, the luggage is packed. The delicious food I ordered for the family is waiting at the Zhang family's residential area. I thought for a moment, and then said, remember to clean my room every day. I'll come back to cook occasionally. I paused, then added, move Shi Yao's things into my room. When I come back, we'll be coming back together. After saying that, I got into the car. Shu Yi smiled with a kind expression. In the Song family's living room, Song Mingchen's head was wrapped in bandages, and he watched TV with a gloomy expression. The news was reporting that Tang Dan Hong had stolen and switched the music sheet, and that Zhang Qingyu had been exonerated. Wang Yalan pouted. Has Zhang Chen gone crazy recently? Song Mingchen pointed at Song Jinnian and scolded, your son is the one who's crazy. He spent over 10 million yesterday to buy junk. Song Jinnian felt wronged. It's all Zhang Chen's fault. Wang Yalan defended her son. You should manage. That country bumpkin son of yours. How dare he bully our Jinnian? Song Mingchen was so angry his liver hurt. Wang Yalan suggested an idea. How about we just let Zhang Chen marry into another family? Song Mingchen sneered. Someone like Shen Xinyi? Wang Yalan rolled her eyes. She's barely qualified to be a security guard, and she still wants to find a rich young master. This statement hit Song Mingchen's sore spot. He used to be a driver, and he hated it when people brought up his background. His face darkened as he said, he's my son after all. If he marries into a terrible family, he'll lose face too. Just then, the maid came in to report. Sir Adam, the young master is back. Song Jinnian's hackles rose. Who allowed you to address him like that? Wang Yalan snorted coldly. A bastard child is worthy of our reception? I walked in carrying large and small bags. Beside me was a silly-looking husky. I smiled and greeted them. Mr. Song, Mrs. Song, good morning. Song Mingchen glared. I am your father. Wang Yalan puffed out her chest. A stepmother is also a mother, I sneered. A live-in son-in-law who has married another woman? What kind of thing is that, father?
Then I turned to Wang Yalan. My mother is lying in the cemetery. How about I carve a tombstone for you? Wang Yalan immediately shut her mouth. Only the names of the dead are carved on tombstones. Song Ming-chen's expression wasn't good either. Even though you grew up in the countryside, you should learn some rules and etiquette. If you don't know, learn from your brother. Song Jin-nian raised his head to look at me. I will teach my younger brother well. I chuckled. Learn what? Learn from the foolish Song Jin-nian who steals gems? Learn from him how to eat shit in the bathroom? Song Jin-nian was provoked by me into silence. I narrowed my eyes. Isn't it just about etiquette? I came back this time with gifts. Everyone will surely be moved to tears. As I spoke, I clapped my hands. The driver and bodyguards entered, carrying very large gifts. They were covered with cloth, looking very mysterious. Song Ming-chen's expression finally improved a little. That's more like it. No matter what, I am your father. I only want what's best for you. Wang Yalan didn't think much of a country bumpkin. He wouldn't have any taste in choosing gifts. But as long as it was valuable, it was fine. She could give it to someone poorer than her to save face. This is the right attitude. Your aunt will find you a good woman in the future. I smiled. Then everyone, open your gifts. The driver and bodyguards placed the gifts in front of them. Song Jin-nian looked in front of him. There was one for him too. He looked at me in disbelief. I have one too? I nodded. That's right. I'm coming back to live here. We naturally have to build a good relationship. Don't be angry about yesterday anymore. Let's call it even. My expression, which seemed to want to make peace, made Song Jin-nian secretly happy. Then ill decide after I see the gift. Song Jin-nian's family eagerly opened their gifts. Song Ming-chen opened his and saw a clock. His face immediately darkened. Giving a clock is a homophone for sending someone to their death. Wang Yalan opened hers. It was a black and white portrait of herself. She was so scared her face turned pale. A black and white photo plus a large frame. Isn't that a funeral portrait? Song Jin-nian had just opened his, and it was a centipede. It crawled from the box onto his hand. Song Jin-nian immediately jumped up, swinging his arm violently. As a result, he jumped too hard and fell directly. Then, with a crack, his arm broke. Even I felt pain hearing the bone break. Just hearing it felt so good. Song Ming-chen slammed his hand on the table. Jiang-chen, what exactly do you mean? I blinked innocently. Giving gifts? Being filial to you? Is something wrong? Song Ming-chen was trembling with anger. You give me a clock, you give her a funeral portrait, you give your brother a centipede. I still maintained an innocent expression. A son sending off his father. Is there anything wrong with that? I'm just reminding you of the time. As for her, I think she looks so special. If she doesn't take a photo to be passed down for generations, it would be a disservice to that face. And the centipede doesn't bite. It's even better for Song Jin-nian. I heard centipedes can treat scars. After I finished speaking, I bent down and held out my hand. The dizzy centipede crawled onto my hand. The centipede said aggrievedly, I almost fell to my death. I smiled and brought the centipede in front of Wang Yalan. Look everyone, this good baby really doesn't bite. She screamed in fear and immediately jumped away. I then walked over to Song Ming-chen. He was so scared he almost fell to the ground. Take it away, I blinked innocently. Don't you all like this gift? Then please taste the delicacies I brought back for everyone. Song Ming-chen saw me setting plates on the dining table. He felt a little scared and turned to look at Wang Yalan. Wang Yalan already hated me to death. She gritted her teeth and said, go take a look. Could he really have brought a piece of shit back? Invited them enthusiastically. Come and eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The three of them, Song Ming-chen's family, didn't want to come over. Woof, woof, woof. Arguzi bared its teeth at them, with an expression that said, if you don't come over, it'll bite you to death. Song Ming-chen had witnessed the Huskies' fighting power, and was terrified. The three of them had no choice but to walk over. Song Ming-chen asked with a dark face, what is this? Wang Yalan frowned. It looks okay. Song Jin-nian covered his mouth. Why does it feel like insects? I raised an eyebrow and sat down. Let me introduce it to everyone. The three of them smelled that it was quite fragrant. Let's try it. I served them food. I want to come back and live here. I don't want to make things too tense. This is a takeout dish from Shiweitian restaurant. The starting price is 10,000. Song Ming-chen saw the logo on the food container. This was a famous restaurant in Jincheng. You needed money and status to get a reservation. This live-in son-in-law basically couldn't get a reservation. As soon as Wang Yalan heard the price, her eyes lit up. Song Jin-nian immediately took out his phone to take a picture. This was the pre-meal ritual. I sat elegantly and watched them. Song Ming-chen picked up his chopsticks. He thought to himself that he still had to rely on them. This meal must be to curry favor. Wang Yalan also picked up her chopsticks. Ah, Jiang-chen, although I'm your stepmother, I will treat you well. You're from the countryside. It'll definitely find you a rich woman. Song Jin-nian said as he ate. Jiang-chen, you have to transfer the company's shares to me as compensation for the 1 billion contract that you snatched from Shen Xinyi. I smiled and began to introduce. This dish is called the revenge of killing a mother, dying without a whole corpse. It's stir-fried grasshoppers. Song Ming-chen stopped his chopsticks over the dish. He had just eaten the top layer, and saw that underneath it was all winged grasshoppers. His expression changed immediately, and his stomach churned. I turned to Wang Yalan. This dish is called a life for a life, a tragic end. It's crispy fried maggots, especially fragrant. Wang Yalan's face turned pale. Maggots? I pushed aside the top layer of vegetables. Look, this kind of insect is still alive. Eating them raw has more protein. Wang Yalan saw a fat white maggot wriggling. It felt like the thing in her mouth was also moving. Song Jin Nian's hand trembled. Mine must be normal, right? I smiled and pushed it aside. This is called stealing chickens and catching dogs, dying a restless death. You'll like it. As soon as Song Jin Nian saw it was a dead rat, he immediately turned around and vomited on the spot. It was unbearably disgusting. They actually ate that stuff. Just thinking about it now makes me want to vomit. The maid next to them couldn't help but vomit along. I slowly stood up. Brainless people will never learn. I've already sent them off. How could I let them eat good food? I turned and went up to the second floor. The staircase in this villa is a spiral one, splitting into two sides. I went to check my room first. It was a cramped storage room. It barely fit a 1.5-meter bed, and was cluttered with junk, even the maid's room. On the lower floor was bigger than mine. In this house, the master is supposed to live on the second floor, and the servants on the first floor. I then went to Song Jinian's room. Light blue curtains and a large balcony. This used to be my mother's master bedroom when she was alive. Now it's occupied by a stepson, while the official young master like me can only be crammed into a storage room. How ridiculous. I called out coldly, "Someone." A maid hurriedly ran up. "Young master." I pointed at the room. "Move everything in here down to the first floor." The maid shook her head repeatedly. "I can't. This is the eldest young master's room. Everything belongs to the eldest young master." I narrowed my eyes dangerously. "This is the Zhang family's house. Is Song Jinian's surname Zhang? I am the eldest young master here." My voice was as cold as ice. The powerful aura was so oppressive that the maid couldn't even lift her head. The maid stubbornly said, "If you want to move it yourself. This is the eldest young master's room." I took a step forward. "Who did you say is the eldest young master?" The pressure intensified. The maid struggled to lift her head. "Song Jinian is the eldest young master. I've been here for over 20 years. You're just a country bumpkin." I raised my hand and slapped him. The servant immediately went berserk. "You dare hit me? You're not even as good as a servant," he said, preparing to hit back. I kicked him to the ground and then stomped on his wrist. The servant screamed in pain. Butler Qian heard the commotion and came running. "What's going on?" When he saw me, he still acted respectfully. "Young Master Zhang." The servant cried and tattled. "Butler, he hit me. Hurry up and throw this brat out." Butler Qian sized me up. I looked exactly like the late madam, only my gaze was sharper, like an unsheathed sword. Thinking about my behavior over the past 2 days, the butler asked, "How would young Master Zhang like to handle this?" I raised an eyebrow. "This butler is quite perceptive. Fire him. Deduct 3 months of his salary. He is not allowed to take anything from the Zhang family." Butler Qian nodded. "Understood." The servant was stunned. "Butler, you can't fire me." Butler Qian directly called security to drag the man away decisively. I pointed at the room. "Clear out this room and the master bedroom opposite it. They are not worthy of living here." Butler Qian put on a professional smile. "This is not for me to decide. The master of the house now is Mr. Song." I chuckled. "I won't make things difficult for you." I turned my head and said to the husky, "Erguzi, call some friends over to play." As soon as Erguzi heard that, its doggy face lit up like a flower. "Zhang Chen, just you wait. I'm going to call the demolition team. Woof woof." It excitedly ran downstairs and disappeared in a flash. Butler Qian was still standing by my side. "Does young Master Zhang have any other instructions?" I glanced at him. "If I told you to roll down the stairs, could you do it?" Butler Qian smiled. "I cannot." I smiled. "If I can't order you around, then what is there to instruct? Am I looking for trouble for myself? When the people I can command arrive, I will give my instructions then." Butler Qian maintained his professional smile. "Please, be my guest." He sneered inwardly. This place has long been the Song family's territory. Who would listen to a country bumpkin? If it weren't for his professional ethics, he would be too lazy to even put on a fake face. I leisurely sat on the hanging chair on the balcony. The sun was beautiful. I could see all the activity downstairs. The maids were cleaning downstairs. Occasionally, there were sounds of vomiting. Song Mingqian's family of 3 were vomiting their guts out. Song Mingqian clutched his stomach, unable to bear it any longer. "I have to use the bathroom." Wang Yalan was also in so much pain she was stomping her feet. "I'm going first." Song Jinian's face turned pale. "Im the sun, let me go first." The 3 of them crowded in front of the door, the only bathroom on the first floor. Song Jinian couldn't hold it in and farted. The result was that once it started, it couldn't be stopped. The 3 of them made continuous popping sounds. A foul smell immediately spread. The 3 of them looked down. They had all soiled their pants. Yellow liquid was trickling down their legs. The air instantly froze. Ah, the screams were endless. I was perched on the second floor railing, waving money in my hand. So dirty. Whoever uses a hose to wash them clean, this money will be theirs. The cleaner you wash, the more money you get. Starting at 10,000, there's no limit. The maids immediately took action. Hoses, car wash spray guns, and buckets of water were all used. The 3 members of the Song Mingqian family were still fighting over the bathroom, when they were suddenly hit in the face by a high-pressure stream of water. The stream of water made their skin sting. More tragically, that liquid was sprayed all over their faces by the water. They were covered in filth from head to toe. The Song Mingchen family had never been so miserable in their entire lives. They even had thoughts of dying. I sat on the hanging chair on the balcony, listening to the tragic screams coming from downstairs. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile. I picked up my phone and saw I'd been added to a group chat named A Loving Family Bites Each Other Hard. Hello sisters, I'm back. The group was dead silent. Jiang Qingyu messaged, "What is everyone doing? Jiang Chen is back and no one is here to welcome him? Don't you want to welcome our precious little brother anymore?" I sent a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. Only Jiang Qingyu snatched it immediately. On the other end, Jiang Qingyu giggled. "Jiang Chen, you're too stingy. You only gave me 1 cent. I explained, "I clearly sent 20,000. What kind of luck do you have?" Jiang Qingyu was angry. "Liar, you only sent 1 cent. Seeing that no one in the group was talking, I took a picture of the scene downstairs and sent it to the group. I'm back at the Jiang family home, but none of the servants will listen to me. It's as if I'm an outsider. I'm not happy. This time, my sisters couldn't sit still anymore. Eldest sister. Apartment 2901, Building 8, Huli Condominiums. The password is your birthday. Second sister. Sent you a red envelope. Go stay at a hotel. Third sister. According to housing law, you have the right to reclaim the house and kick them out. Fourth sister. Fifth sister. Jiang Qingyu. Let's go home and beat them up. I can't beat them alone. I looked at the messages in the group. My eyes grew hot, including my previous life. It had been several years since I'd seen my sisters. I sent a voice message. "Sisters, I miss you all so much. I want to have a meal with you." After hearing this, my 6 sisters. Eldest sister immediately told her assistant to book the fastest flight back to the capital. Second sister went straight to her professor to ask for leave. The professor frowned. "You just came back half a month ago. The research project has a confidentiality agreement. Then I'll withdraw from the research team." The professor quickly changed his tune. All right, but don't be gone for too long." Third sister put her work at the law firm on hold and prepared to leave. Fourth sister, stationed at the border, got approval to return home after agreeing to certain conditions. Fifth sister climbed a wall to sneak out of school. Jiang Qingyu grabbed her car keys and rushed home. I sent another message. "You sisters are too busy. I have to go deal with those scumbags now." At this moment, a continuous barking sound suddenly came from downstairs. "Jiang Chen, the demolition team is here." I stepped out onto the balcony and saw Guzi leading a pack of huskies storming into the yard, with their owners chasing after them. Butler Qian stared, stunned. "Why are there so many dogs all of a sudden?" I stood on the second floor and smiled. If Butler Qian won't listen to my instructions to clean the room, then I have no choice but to call a demolition team to help. Before Butler Qian could react, Guzi had already led a large pack of huskies rushing in. "That's him. He dared to disrespect Brother Jiang Chen." "Brothers, get him! Woof woof," Guzi ordered, leading the charge towards Butler Qian. Dozens of huskies responded in unison, all rushing towards Butler Qian. Butler Qian looked at the pack of dogs, his eyes glazed over. The pack of huskies bared their fangs and claws, scaring him so much that he kept backing away. "Don't you come over here," before he could finish his sentence. He was tackled to the ground by Guzi. Guzi didn't bite, but one swipe of its paw immediately left a bloody scratch on Butler Qian's face. Butler Qian tried to get up, but the huskies behind him charged forward one after another. A stomp from these large dogs weighing dozens of kilograms nearly trampled Butler Qian until he coughed up blood. Seeing so many dogs, the servants fled in terror. Who had the mind to care about the drenched Song Jinian trio? As soon as Guzi entered the door and saw the messy floor, he immediately gave orders. "Don't step on that filthy stuff, you'll get Brother Jiang Chen's house dirty." It dragged over a sofa cushion and spread it on the floor, then leaped over. Song Mingchen had just crawled up when Guzi stepped on his head. With a thud, he fell backward again. Wang Yalan and Song Jinian fared no better. As soon as they stood up, they were trampled flat by the huskies behind them. Just like that, the 3 of them were trampled down as soon as they got up. After a few repetitions, they decisively lay still, not daring to move, afraid of having their heads crushed, long after the pack of dogs had left. They still lay motionless on the floor, despite the foul smell around them. The dog owners who followed behind were all dumbfounded. Should they pretend not to know these dogs? Guzi led the demolition team to the second floor. The previously ferocious dogs now sat in a neat row, sticking out their tongues and pretending to be well-behaved. "Brother Jiang Chen, what do you want us to do?" Guzi asked. I looked at this obedient pack of dogs and said with a smile, "This room and the one opposite, wreck whatever you can." Guzi's eyes lit up. Mission guaranteed to be completed. Woof woof helped Brother Jiang Chen wreck the house. Woof woof the huskies, hearing they could openly wreck a house, wagged their tails excitedly. Normally, wrecking a house gets them scolded. Today, wrecking a house even gets them a reward. The demolition team immediately got fired up, biting blankets, tearing sofas, destroying wardrobes, working with gusto. "If any of you are free, go downstairs and play with those servants," I added. Guzi immediately arranged it. 10 of you, go woof woof woof." 10 huskies happily rushed downstairs, chasing the servants, who screamed incessantly. Song Jinian and his group couldn't escape either. They were chased by the dogs and fled the Jiang family home for their lives. I sent a message to Tuo Xiao. I was just kidding. If you have to go on a business trip, just work hard and earn money. Miss you.
After sending it, I waited a while but got no reply. I started scrolling through Weibo. The hot search topic was, the tables have turned. Tang Danhong switched Zhang Qingyu's musical score. Zhang Qingyu did not plagiarize. The culprit is Tang Danhong. Tang Danhong withdraws from the entertainment industry. The comment section was filled with curses against Tang Danhong and support for Zhang Qingyu. The anti-fans and paid trolls from before didn't dare to make a peep. I scrolled down and saw an inconspicuous comment. The melody of this song is a bit similar to the style of Master Fan Buxiang. Someone replied below, it's not similar. Master Fan Buxiang's works lean towards a natural style. This song sounds like it's about a heartbreak. Master Fan Buxiang is already several decades old. How could he still be heartbroken? Being 20 is also several decades old. I glanced at WeChat again. Tuo Xiao still hadn't replied. She was probably on the plane already. Thinking this, I sent another message. Xiao, good night. Then I hugged the blanket Tuo Xiao had used and took a deep breath. It smells like Xiao, smelling the familiar scent. I closed my eyes in satisfaction. At this moment, Tuo Xiao was at a bubble tea shop. Zhang Chen likes to drink this. She held the freshly bought bubble tea and saw my good night message. He's asleep? These past 2 days must have really exhausted him. Tuo Xiao put down the bubble tea and drove to the Jiang family home. Afraid the engine noise would wake me, she intentionally parked 50 meters away and walked to the gate. Holding the bubble tea, she stood outside the courtyard gate. She looked up at the dark little villa. Which room is Zhang Chen in? The security guard recognized her. Miss Tuo, this was someone transferred from Yushui Bay this afternoon. Tuo Xiao quickly waved her hand. Don't open the gate. It will wake Zhang Chen. The guard was in a difficult position. So, you're not coming in? In the capital, is there any door Miss Tuo can't enter? Just because she didn't want to wake Zhang Chen? How about tomorrow I tell young Master Zhang that you came? Tuo Xiao shook her head. No, they'll wait for him here. Where is his room? Where should I stand so that tomorrow morning when he opens the curtains, his first glance can see me? The guard was shocked to his core. Miss Tuo, you're planning to stand here all night, just so young Master Zhang can see you first thing in the morning? Young Master Zhang is in the room on the right on the second floor. You just need to stand back 5 meters. Tuo Xiao took a few steps back, perfectly facing that window. She stood up straight, satisfied, her posture as straight as if she were standing at attention. The guard felt heartbroken watching her. Is Miss Tuo really going to stand guard at the Zhang family's gate? At this moment, I was sound asleep hugging the blanket. Suddenly, I opened my eyes. Xiao is here. I fumbled for my phone to check. Besides the goodnight message I sent myself, Tuo Xiao still hadn't replied. Am I dreaming because I miss her so much? It was just before dawn. Song Jinian was woken up. He opened his eyes, annoyed, and saw several beautiful women standing in front of him. He tried to suppress his annoyance at being woken up, and forced a smile, asking, Sisters, what brings you here to find me so early in the morning? Zhang Trung looked at him coldly. Don't call us sisters. A stepson like you with no blood relation to our Zhang family is not worthy of calling us that. Song Jinian shuddered, and sneered, If you're not my sisters, then you have no right to wake me up so early. First, you are not my sisters. Second, you are not my bosses either. On what grounds are you disturbing my sleep, he thought to himself. If it weren't for Zhang Trung's money, who would bother acknowledging these poor cousins? Zhang Yeting's sharp gaze swept over him. Looking for a beating? I don't mind hitting people. Zhang Huan toyed with a scalpel that glinted coldly. Mr. Song, would you like some free plastic surgery? Song Jinian was so scared he trembled all over. This fifth sister with a doll-like face was the scariest one. All right, what on earth do you want? To the Shen family home, Zhang Trung ordered. The 6 sisters escorted Song Jinian on their way. Meanwhile, Shen Xinyi was woken by the roar of a truck. She opened the curtains and saw several trucks parked in front of her gate. Hundreds of burly men in camouflage uniforms were lined up neatly. Immediately after, 6 luxury cars drove up. 6 women with powerful auras stepped out of the cars. Shen Xinyi immediately recognized them as Zhang Chen's sisters. Don't let them in. She stood on the balcony and shouted. No one from the Zhang family is allowed in. The 6 Zhang sisters all looked up at once. Their gazes, sharp as daggers, shot towards Shen Xinyi. If you Zhang family people don't apologize and don't return my 1 billion order, don't even think about stepping through this door. Shen Xinyi stubbornly shouted. Zhang Qingyu laughed. Tough, huh? Really not opening the door? Shen Xinyi said decisively. Not opening. Zhang Yeting waved her hand. Break down the door. Meanwhile, Tuo Xiao lazily flipped through a contract. Zhang Chen isn't here. I'm not in the mood to make money either. She had no energy at all. Xiaoqing helplessly advised, Miss, you should hurry up and work. Don't forget the 1-year agreement with the old master. If you don't work, in a year, you still won't be able to stand against the old master. By then, you still won't be able to make your relationship with young Master Zhang public. Tuo Xiao glanced at her and suddenly regained her spirit. Show me the schedule. Yesterday's order. Today. As she was speaking, her phone rang. She quickly picked up her phone. You are in the sunshine, and you are in my heart. It was accompanied by a picture of me making a heart shape. Tuo Xiao imitated the gesture in the photo and smiled indulgently. Xiaoqing couldn't help but remind her, Miss, that's a finger heart, confessing his love to you. You should pay more attention to the lives and internet slang of young people. Otherwise, there will be a generation gap with young Master Jiang. Tuo Xiao's expression darkened. Young people? That sounds like you're calling me old. Xiaoqing stubbornly said, 3 years is a generation gap. Your mindset is truly that of a centenarian. The generation gap is even wider. The 4 words that of a centenarian provoked Tuo Xiao. Not yet 30 years old, she gritted her teeth. I am also a young person. Take a picture of me with my phone. Xiaoqing looked in surprise at her boss, who had never taken a picture before. Tuo Xiao maintained a stern expression, looking coldly at the camera. Xiaoqing was helpless. Miss, this picture is for young Master Jiang. Are you trying to kill him with your gaze? She guided her. Relax your body a bit, lift the corners of your mouth, smile a little. Come on, make a heart shape. The picture was finally taken before Tuo Xiao got angry. Xiaoqing held up the phone. Miss, you look breathtaking. Young Master Jiang will definitely fall for you at first sight. Tuo Xiao looked at the photo and frowned. Will Jiang Chen like it? I'm smiling like a fool. But in the end, she still sent it at Xiaoqing's urging. I was stunned when I received the photo. The ice goddess is so beautiful when she smiles. The heart gesture is so adorable too. I pressed the voice message button. Xiao is so cute. While I was chatting enthusiastically, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? I was startled by Jiang Qingyu's sudden appearance. I quickly hid my phone behind my back. Sister Qingyu? Why did you appear so suddenly? Jiang Qingyu looked at me suspiciously. I wanted to ask you that. You keep kissing your phone. Which woman has bewitched you? I held the phone screen right in front of her face. It's Tuo Xiao. We're kissing on a video call. Look at this picture. It's the real deal. Jiang Qingyu craned her neck to look. The beautiful woman in the picture was grinning foolishly and even making a heart gesture. Jiang Qingyu said decisively, this is definitely fake. What kind of person is Miss Tuo? The cold-faced female king of hell, a legend in the business world. Her methods are extremely ruthless. They say she's an upright businesswoman on the surface, but behind the scenes, she's a female devil who kills without batting an eye. I raise my foot to kick. Don't say that. If you talk about Xiao again, he'll ignore you. Xiao is not that kind of person. Jiang Qingyu quickly changed her tune. Okay, I'll say nice things. The proud and aloof Miss Tuo, with a noble aura. But look at this picture. Seeing I was about to glare again. Jiang Qingyu quickly ruffled my hair. Hurry up and put your phone away. Don't be deceived by that bitch. Let's go deal with that other huge bitch first. I looked at her back, then looked down at the photo on my phone and whispered, if not for the changes in our interactions after my rebirth, I couldn't have imagined Tuo Xiao had such an adorable side. Putting my phone away, the group went to the Soaring to the Blue Sky ride. This drop tower ride could take people to the highest point, and then drop them with the acceleration of gravity, experiencing a thrill comparable to jumping off a building. Shen Xinyi was forced into a seat. After the safety harness was fastened, she pitifully begged, Jiang Chen, for the sake of us once being engaged, can you spare me? I sat down next to her with a smile. Don't worry, I'll ride with you this time. Seeing this, the 6 sisters declared, we're going up too, to protect Jiang Chen. They quickly spread out and sat down. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister and sixth sister sat next to Song Jinian and the others respectively. Fourth sister sat next to me, fifth sister sat behind me, ready to protect me at any moment, although if there were a real accident, they probably wouldn't be in time. But it was for peace of mind. The 4 of them, including Shen Xinyi, were so scared their legs turned to jelly. I warned with a smile, don't vomit later, and don't wet your pants. Otherwise, I'll intentionally press the safety lock. I'll unbuckle your safety harnesses mid-air. The 6 sisters responded in unison. That's right. The 4 of them immediately broke out in a cold sweat. After the ride started, the tragic screams of Shen Xinyi and Song Jinian echoed through the sky. In contrast, my 6 sisters and I didn't even flinch. We were even smiling. What was scarier was, we would occasionally reach out and touch the safety harnesses, as if we could throw them out at any moment. Shen Xinyi tried hard to swallow back what was about to come up her throat. Looking at the 7 people who could still chat and laugh happily on the drop tower, she had only one thought in her mind. These were truly the 7 demons of the Jiang family. When the ride ended, the 4 of them, including Shen Xinyi, had once again lost their will to live. Lying on the ground, they felt that living was worse than death. Their faces were ashen. It's really better to just die. Jiang Chen, what will it take for you to let us go? They never wanted to experience the feeling of death again. It was too terrifying. Song Jinian, a big man, was also crying. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't do it again. The Song parents also chimed in. Jiang Chen, we're truly sorry. It's our fault for not raising our son well. Can you please stop tormenting us? Our old bodies really can't take it anymore. Jiang Qingyu waved the tickets in front of them. There are 2 more rides, speed racing and real boxing. I excitedly raised my hand. Speed racing, I want to go. The 6 sisters said in unison. You can't go. I was helpless, so I can't even just sit in the car? So I could only look at them wistfully. They didn't dare to utter a word. Jiang Qingyu and the sisters led Shen Xinyi to the racing area. They were all wearing racing suits. The best driver was Jiang Qingyu. She led the way, carrying Shen Xinyi. The worst was eldest sister Jiang Trung. She drove behind, carrying Song Jinian. Then, 2 of sisters 2, 3, 4, and 5 carried Shen's father and Shen's mother. The track was very winding, with a cliff on the side. One small mistake and it would be a fatal crash. I put the helmet on for Jiang Qingyu. Go for it, Sister Qingyu. The 5 sisters who were about to put on their own helmets all looked over at once. Their gazes looked as if they wanted to tear Jiang Qingyu into 100 pieces. The helmet that no one helped put on suddenly became an eyesore. I hurriedly helped each of them put on their helmets. Go for it, sisters. Be safe. I'll be here waiting for you. Jiang Trung looked at her watch. There were 5 minutes until the new race began. I glanced around. I'm a little tired. I'm going to find a place to sit for a while. I'll wait for you to come back. After saying that, I slipped away like a wisp of smoke. I rushed to get a racing suit and helmet, then quickly changed. I finally made it just before the start. I drove a bright red race car and joined my sister's racing team. The speed racing in the tourist area wasn't professional. No professional license was needed. It was considered an attraction for tourists. Before starting, Jiang Qingyu turned her head to look. Her face was full of question marks. Why does it feel like there's an extra person? An order was given. The race began. Jiang Qingyu didn't think much of it. She stepped on the gas, a sharp turn, a beautiful drift. Shen Xinyi, sitting in the same car, gripped the seatbelt tightly. A tragic scream rang out. The car seemed to be flying. It felt like Jiang Qingyu was driving very fast, almost flying. She quickly left her sisters far behind. But a race car quickly sped past her. The speed was extremely fast. This punk really has a death wish. Daring to overtake my Qingyu's car, watch me chase you to death. Jiang Qingyu immediately floored the accelerator, fiercely pursuing the car in front. The 2 race cars were one after the other. They almost collided. The wheels were even rolling on the edge of the track, sending out sparks, especially the car in front, which was getting faster and faster. As it got further and further away from Jiang Qingyu, she even almost drove her car airborne. That flying red race car still disappeared from Jiang Qingyu's sight. She complained that she was supposed to be punishing the scumbag and the bitch. Some blind fool has stolen my spotlight. I'm not the first one. Jiang Trung won't feel proud. Jiang Qingyu drove like she was flying. She had to catch this annoying punk and beat him to a pulp. Her eyes were glued to the red race car ahead. That car was truly reckless. Several times, its wheels nearly flew off the track. When turning, the car's body almost flipped over. Shen Xinyi, in the passenger seat, gripped the seatbelt tightly. She was too scared to move, feeling like she was about to die. With great difficulty, they reached the finish line. Jiang Qingyu slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car. Angrily went to pull open the door of the red race car. Jiang Qingyu forcefully pulled open the car door, only to find the car empty. She scratched her head with a puzzled look. Where did they go? There was only a 3-minute gap between us. This person is way too fast. Jiang Qingyu was still looking around. I had already trotted over, waving at her. Sister Qingyu, I'm over here. After I reached the finish line, I quickly changed and ran back. I'm exhausted. Jiang Qingyu looked up. Her younger brother's hair was soaked and sweat was streaming down his cheeks. What were you doing to get this tired? I squinted and smiled. It's so hot. I was cheering for you, Sister Qingyu. I gave her another thumbs up. Sister Qingyu, you're amazing. You got first place. Jiang Qingyu's heart bloomed with the praise. But thinking of first place, she huffed. I didn't get first. Some kid stole my spotlight. Pointing to the red race car, she said, Did you see where they went? I want to challenge him to a match. That's so childish. She wouldn't tell her brother that she wanted to beat up the kid who stole her spotlight. That would be too violent, and losing would be embarrassing. I blinked my eyes and lied with a straight face. I didn't see. I was too busy watching you, Sister Qingyu. Who could blame me when Sister Qingyu is so cool? No one else can steal my sister's spotlight. I'm the NBA racer. It's best not to mention this. Don't want to hurt Sister Qingyu's feelings. Jiang Qingyu was thrilled to hear that. She silently vowed to find that kid, to challenge him on a professional track and win back her glory. I quickly changed the subject. How's Shen Xinyi? I looked at Jiang Qingyu and opened the passenger door. I only saw Shen Xinyi slump there, her eyes lifeless. Her soul had left her body. Jiang Qingyu nudged her. Stop playing dead. There are more activities waiting for you. Shen Xinyi still didn't react. Her soul seemed to still be drifting on the racetrack. Jiang Qingyu directly pulled her out of the car and took off her helmet. She slapped her face. If you keep playing dead, I'll feed you to a tiger. Only then did Shen Xinyi's soul return. She knelt on the ground and started vomiting. Jiang Qingyu quickly moved aside, afraid of getting it on herself. At this moment, the other 5 sisters also reached the finish line one by one. Sisters, you're so amazing. I rushed over to hug each of them. Jiang Qingyu proudly raised an eyebrow. I was the one who came in first, Jiang Chen. Aren't you happy? Jiang Huan sneered. First place was the red race car. Do you have any shame? I don't mind helping you add another layer of skin to your face. Are they okay? I looked at Shen's parents and Song Jinian, who were unconscious on the ground. After checking, Jiang Huan said they were fine. They just fainted from fear. I said, oh, then wake them up and give them a few more punches. They won't faint once they get used to it. Zhang Laifeng rubbed her temples, getting a headache. We're still going to hit them? Jiang Huan gave a cold laugh and pulled out a scalpel. So shameless. I even want to stitch another layer of skin on their faces. Let's hit them. What are you waiting for? Jiang Qingyu didn't hesitate. She threw a punch at Shen Xinyi's face. Shen Xinyi was knocked flat on the ground. Jiang Cheng kicked out in disgust. Don't touch me. With that, she kicked away Song Jinian, who was hugging her calf. I stood on the second floor and reminded them, pay attention to your technique. Don't cause any real trouble. Zhang Huan looked up and smiled. Don't worry, I taught them yesterday. She had specially taught the sisters how to beat someone up. The rule is to inflict maximum pain without leaving any diagnosable injuries, so they would suffer in silence. I leaned against the railing, listening to the continuous miserable screams. The corners of my mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Half an hour later, Shen Xinyi and Song Jinian were lying on the ground like dead dogs, panting heavily. Their eyes were filled with despair. Zhang Cheng took off her gloves. She took the water I handed her. Where do you want to go next? Zhang Qingyu gulped down some water. Zhang Chen said he wants to go to the zoo. I squinted and smiled. Let's go another day. I have plans to eat with someone else. My first date with Su Xiao. I can't be late. Zhang Yeting looked at her phone. There's an urgent mission. The helicopter is coming soon. Zhang Laifeng frowned. The experiment can't be stopped. I have to go too. Zhang Tian adjusted her suit. There's a case about to go to trial. Zhang Cheng sighed. The postponed meeting can't be delayed any longer. Just as Zhang Qingyu was about to speak, Zhang Cheng kicked her. You're the idle one, so you should stay in Jincheng obediently. I was reluctant to let my sisters go. You're leaving after just one night? The 5 sisters looked at me in unison. I quickly changed my tune. You should all hurry and go. Only by developing on your own can you protect me better. In my past life, it was because I was too willful. All 6 sisters put their careers on hold for me. This time, I can't drag them down again. I'll see you off. The helicopter was already parked on Yuanqing Mountain. I secretly pulled Zhang Yeting aside. 4th sister, be careful of the mole you planted. He has already betrayed you. Zhang Yeting looked at me in shock. Don't talk nonsense. Only she knew about this. How could her younger brother? I looked her seriously in the eye, no matter what. Absolutely do not trust her. My attitude was extremely serious. Originally, in my past life, I didn't care about my sisters. So I didn't remember that 4th sister got injured during a mission. It was 4th sister who mentioned she had a mission. That's when I remembered this mission from my past life. 4th sister's right hand was shot. Afterward, her right hand could no longer carry heavy objects. She couldn't hold a gun anymore either. For a soldier guarding the border, this was a very tragic thing. Zhang Yeting looked at me. Then she nodded. Okay. That person couldn't possibly betray her. But since Zhang Chen said it, she would believe him this once. I watched the military helicopter take Zhang Yeting away. 4th sister, you must believe me. The other sisters all had to go to the airport. I closed my eyes and tried to remember my past life. What had happened to my sisters recently? I was concentrating too hard. It made me forget someone. I handed the bank card to Zhang Cheng. This is the 900 million you gave me. I haven't touched a single cent. Take it back. Zhang Cheng looked surprised. I didn't take the bank card back. Zhang Cheng, you just keep it. I have money. The matter with the Su Corporation has been resolved. You don't need to use it. I forced the bank card into her hand. Otherwise, if the company goes bankrupt, it'll have no one to support me in the future. I chuckled inwardly. This time, when you negotiate business, don't rush to sign the contract. Check the construction site first. Also, if they raise the price, just bargain. If it doesn't work, negotiate with another company. In short, absolutely do not cooperate with the Huaguang Company. Zhang Cheng was even more surprised. The Huaguang Company was the second choice among the companies she wanted to partner with. The Huaguang Company was very promising. I looked at my eldest sister. Do you believe me? The Huaguang Company is promising, but it has internal problems. A good hand was played terribly. Zhang Cheng looked at me and slowly nodded. Okay, she couldn't really believe these words, because the future of the Huaguang Company was very bright. A bright future, many companies were fighting to cooperate with them. Moreover, the Su Corporation also intended to cooperate with the Huaguang Company. Zhang Cheng really doesn't know anything about business. I looked towards my second sister, Xiang Laifeng. Xiang Laifeng had a bit of a headache. Zhang Chen, don't say any more. It seemed that if I kept talking to them one by one, it would feel like I was giving my last words. I chuckled inwardly. Second sister, your research this time will definitely be a success. Xiang Laifeng smiled gently. Then I'll take your good wishes. Actually, she didn't have much hope. Because they had researched it too many times, the research institute had decided. If it failed this time, they would announce the abandonment of this research project. Luckily, I didn't have anything else to tell them after that. Third sister's lawsuit this time will go well. 5th sister is still single. Besides, I couldn't say too much at once. Otherwise, they would think I was possessed. I saw my sisters off at the plane. Zhang Qingyu pulled me. Zhang Chen, let's go. Take the extra 100 million you have and let's go eat. I suddenly froze. Oh no. I think I forgot someone. I was so focused on seeing my sisters off. As a result, I forgot my date with Su Xiao. Seeing my expression was off, Zhang Qingyu asked, "What's wrong?" I looked at my phone. It was already 7 o'clock. I'm late, I said in a panic. Sister Qingyu, you go have fun on your own. I forgot about Su Xiao and Im at the airport. Would Xiao think Im trying to run away? I strode out of the airport and called a car to leave. Zhang Qingyu scratched her head. Oh well, I should still go find that racer and challenge that kid to a match. Su Xiao sat in her office. On the entire floor, only her light was still on. She stared intently at her phone screen. The charging cable was plugged in, her eyes unblinking, afraid of missing my message. Xiaoqing pushed the door open and walked in. Eldest miss, you haven't gone home yet?
Su Xiao didn't even look up. Zhang Chen said he would pick me up after work, but it's been an hour since work ended. Xiaoqing took a few steps closer. Zhang Qingyu went to Yuanqing Mountain today. Su Xiao kept looking at her phone without a word. Xiaoqing hesitated before adding, Shen Xinyi also went. Su Xiao's breath suddenly hitched. Her heart felt like it was being slowly cut by a dull knife. It hurt so much that even breathing was painful. As if trying to convince herself, she whispered, Zhang Chen is out having fun with his sisters. Xiaoqing really couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhang Qingyu is at the airport right now. Su Xiao suddenly looked up. In that instant, she felt her entire world go dark. Xiaoqing asked carefully, do we need to send someone to bring Zhang Chen back? Su Xiao clenched her fists. Zhang Chen said he would come pick me up. Eldest miss, you should go home. Su Xiao waved her hand. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and order his capture. Xiaoqing retreated to the outer office and sent a message to Qin Qian. The eldest miss won't let us go to the airport to capture Zhang Chen. Qin Qian, who had just finished an autopsy, replied with a deadpan expression. It's good that he ran. The eldest miss can go back to normal. I can also go back to being a family doctor, Xiaoqing asked. Do you think he'll run? Qin Qian replied quickly. He's definitely running. Isn't this his usual behavior? But I feel like this time is different. Qin Qian replied again. Wanna bet? If he doesn't run, he'll wear a bunny suit to work tomorrow. Xiaoqing looked at this message. Then she looked at Su Xiao's waiting figure in the office. Then what if Zhang Chen runs? He'll request to join the forensics team with you. Qin Qian replied, deal. And you have to wear a sheer men's outfit. Xiaoqing completely accepted this condition. After all, she thought Qin Qian was about to be proven wrong. In the office, Su Xiao was still holding her phone, looking at our chat window. Ever since hearing from Xiaoqing that I was at the airport, her mind went blank. She didn't dare to think about anything. There was only one thought, believe that Zhang Chen will come for her. While Su Xiao was feeling scared and uneasy, ding-dong. The message notification sounded. Su Xiao was startled. It was as if her soul had returned to her body after seeing my message. The shattered light in her eyes instantly recovered. She opened the voice message. Xiao, I'm sorry. I went to see my sisters off at the airport and lost track of time. I'm on my way back from the airport now, and it's rush hour. It'll probably take an hour. Where are you? Have you eaten? Wait for me to come find you. I was extremely anxious at that moment. I was afraid Su Xiao would misunderstand and think I was trying to run away, and then mobilize the entire city's forces to hunt me down. The driver looked at me through the rearview mirror as I puckered my lips at the phone and blew a series of kisses. Young man, you're not in an online long-distance relationship, are you? I was embarrassed. No, driver, I don't believe you, son. Online dating is risky. You have to be careful. I didn't dare send any more voice messages. The driver saw my embarrassment. He chuckled. Young people these days. So romantic. Just pretend I'm not here. At the company, the suffocating heartache was immediately soothed upon hearing my voice. Her beautiful, icy face instantly thawed as if touched by a spring breeze, turning into a warm spring stream, especially when she heard my soft kissing sounds at the end. Su Xiao's lips curled into an even bigger smile. She took a deep breath. Suppressing her excitement, she sent me a voice message. I'm still in a meeting at the company. It'll probably be another hour before it's over. She couldn't put pressure on Zhang Chen. After hearing the voice message, I breathed a sigh of relief. But I didn't dare send another voice message, so I typed instead. Are you really in a meeting? It sounds very quiet on your end. You didn't get off work early and are just waiting there for me alone, did you? I thought this was very likely. Moreover, she might have even let everyone else go home early. Su Xiao looked up at the dark office outside. No, there's really no meeting. You don't need to rush. As soon as she replied to the message, Su Xiao looked up and called Xiaoqing in with a deep voice. Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat. As she stood up, she sent a voice message to Qin Qian. It seems Zhang Chen really did run. The eldest miss is about to call me in to capture him. Hearing this news, Qin Qian laughed out loud. Then I'll wait until after you've caught him, and then wear your bunny suit to work with me. Xiaoqing walked into the office with apprehension. Eldest miss, what are your instructions? Su Xiao looked up and ordered, call the senior managers to the company for a meeting. Be here in half an hour, Xiaoqing asked blankly. Isn't it supposed to be a citywide manhunt for Zhang Chen? But now she's calling people for a meeting instead. Su Xiao shook her phone. Her beautiful, cold face couldn't hide the smile. Zhang Chen is on his way. I told you he would come for me. This damn smug expression. And she's even showing off. But is Zhang Chen really coming? Immediately notify all senior managers for a meeting. They had just gotten home. The senior managers hadn't even had a bite of a hot meal. This wasn't getting off work. This was clearly just a formality. But the eldest miss had given the order. Who would dare not come? Just as Xiaoqing finished arranging the meeting, a video call from Qin Qian came through. How is it? How far has the arrest warrant been issued? Where did he run to? Have you caught him yet? Are you about to wear a dress? Hurry up and come work with me. Qin Qian's gloating voice came from the other end. Xiaoqing smiled. The eldest miss just ordered an emergency company meeting. Zhang Chen will be at the company within an hour. Qin Qian, who had been laughing like a goose, froze mid-laugh. Are you sure? Xiaoqing nodded affirmatively. Now it was her turn to gloat. Tell me, what color dress do you like? I'll go buy it for you. Qin Qian gritted her teeth. I don't believe it. I'm coming to the company to stand guard right now. The eldest miss must have sent someone to capture him. With that, she hung up.
I was afraid Su Xiao would worry, so I deliberately sent my real-time location. Really on my way back, my love. Don't overthink things. I also sent a string of kissing emojis. Su Xiao looked at the red dot getting closer and closer on the map. The corners of her mouth turned up unconsciously. Her iceberg-like face melted instantly, so gentle it could melt into water. I'm not overthinking. I trust you. Are you driving yourself or taking a cab? I was in a hurry, so I took a cab. Does Xiao miss me? I saw the 3 words, I trust you, and my eyes curved into crescent moons as I smiled, my face full of happiness. Su Xiao had never been one to be glued to her phone, but chatting with me warmed her heart. What's the license plate number? I asked the driver for the plate number, and sent it over. The driver laughed and said, young man, your girlfriend is really careful, even noting down the license plate. My eyes crinkled. She's the best woman in the world, beautiful and rich. Most importantly, she loves me a lot. The driver shook his head. If she's really rich, why would she let you take a taxi? That girl should be careful not to get scammed. I didn't say anything more. I lowered my head and continued chatting with Su Xiao. Oh, right. I didn't explain it clearly to you today. I went to Yuanqing Mountain with my sisters. Shen Xinyi, that bitch, went too. Seeing the name Shen Xinyi, Su Xiao's heart twinged. But then I sent another message. My sisters helped me get revenge. We took them bungee jumping and on the drop tower, and Formula 1 racing. Scared them so much they nearly peed their pants. Xiao, you have to treat me well. Otherwise, my 6 sisters won't let you off. It'll bite you too. Su Xiao could almost see my adorable, fang-bearing posture. She thought seriously, my arm is too hard. Will it hurt his teeth? Where does Zhongchen want to bite? It's too hard to bite here. Let's switch to a softer spot. I looked at the message on my phone. My face immediately turned as red as an apple. I puffed my cheeks and replied irritably, Xiao, you've become naughty. Su Xiao looked at the message and the angry sticker I sent. Her expression was puzzled. My arm isn't easy to bite. I wanted you to pick another spot to bite. For example, my palm is a bit softer. How is that naughty? Why are you angry again? At this moment, Xiaoqing pushed the door open. Eldest miss, everyone has arrived. Shall we start the meeting now? The lights were bright outside. The employees were all preparing their documents. Su Xiao didn't look up and just hugged her phone. Qin Qian burst in. Where is he? Where's Zhongchen? He's not here yet? What are you so anxious about? Qin Qian was so anxious she stomped her foot. Of course I'm anxious. This is a big deal. Where are the people the eldest miss sent? I want to see how the eldest miss catches him. If he's captured, it doesn't count. You've already lost. Xiaoqing smiled. Just wait to admit defeat. Qin Qian gritted her teeth. If I lose, it'll change my name. Xiaoqing teased. To what? Qin Shou Beast? I don't believe it. Qin Qian turned and saw Su Xiao walking out, her eyes lighting up. Eldest miss, I'll go capture him with you.
Su Xiao glanced at her coldly. I'm getting off work. Jiangchen is waiting for me downstairs. Qin Qian was stunned. What? Su Xiao opened a voice message, and my clear voice came out. Xiao, I'm downstairs. Come down quickly. Qin Qian didn't believe it and ran to the window. Sure enough, she saw a figure that looked like me standing by a taxi downstairs. He was even looking up, no bodyguards. He didn't look unwilling at all. Xiaoqing was also stunned. Eldest miss, what about the meeting? Su Xiao happily pressed the button for her private elevator. Meeting's over. Work's over. Qin Qian was unconvinced. I have to go down and see for myself. He must have been forced. Xiaoqing sent a notification in the group chat. The eldest miss is going on a date. Meeting adjourned. Work is over. The senior managers were all baffled. They had been at the company for less than 3 minutes and the meeting was already over. Su Xiao hurried downstairs but saw no one. Qin Qian smiled smugly at Xiaoqing. See? I told you so. I suddenly jumped out from a corner. Su Xiao held on to me. I immediately cupped her face and kissed her. The two of them were entangled in a passionate, inseparable kiss. Qin Qian and Xiaoqing stared blankly at the scene before them. The two kissed passionately. The intensity of their posture made even the onlookers blush. Until we were almost breathless, I reluctantly let Su Xiao go. Both of their lips were still wet. I held Su Xiao's face. Her eyes were moist and alluring. I'm very sorry. I forgot about you. Now, are you still angry? Su Xiao looked up at me. Not angry. How could she bear to be angry at me? I pouted. I thought you were angry. The whole way here I was thinking of ways to appease you. I thought about it and finally decided that when we met I would have to kiss you until you weren't angry anymore. I blinked and whispered, I thought you'd be very angry. That way, I could kiss you forever. But it turns out you're not angry. Su Xiao heard the regret in his voice and couldn't help but say, then I can pretend to be a little angry. I saw a group of people coming out of the lobby and quickly said, all right, let's go eat. I took her hand and ran. Where's your car? Over there. Su Xiao looked down at their clasped hands. Although they weren't running fast, her heart was filled with sweetness. When the senior managers came out, they only saw a man getting into Su Xiao's car. Assistant O, I think I saw the eldest miss with a man. You must be seeing things. How could the eldest miss have a man? Assistant U, the eldest miss. Why did she call us here so late at night? Xiaoqing came to her senses and shot them a cold glance. Ask less about the eldest miss's affairs. The senior managers immediately fell silent.
At the Su Corporation, the rules regarding Su Xiao were very strict. No photos, no gossip. Someone once secretly took a photo of the eldest miss, and as a result, their entire family disappeared from Jincheng. Qinqian chuckled and said, "Calling you all here was to treat you to a meal." The senior managers were baffled. They had just gotten home from work when they were called back, and now they were being told to go eat. Xiaoqing put her arm around Qinqian's shoulder. She gloated and asked, "What color bunny suit do you like? I'll go buy it for you." Qinqian's expression changed. I suddenly remembered a case that needs an autopsy. "I'm leaving first." Xiaoqing held her back with an arm lock. "I'll go with you. Come back. We can buy it on the way." Qinqian. She would rather die than wear a bunny suit. I chose a very famous restaurant for couples. It was called the Romantic Love Restaurant. This restaurant was high-end in Jincheng, with an excellent atmosphere. The food wasn't bad either, just a bit expensive. But because its main theme was couples, its business was always booming. I got out of the car first, and waited at the entrance for Su Xiao to park the car. Suddenly, I heard a strange voice. "Oh, isn't this Zhang Chen?" I looked up and saw a fashionably dressed Gao Qin with her arm linked with another woman. Gao Qin was a neighbor from my hometown, 2 years older than me. She had dropped out of school a long time ago and had a bad reputation. In my past life, after I left Jadewater Bay, Gao Qin even wanted to introduce me to an old woman to be a boy toy. I couldn't be bothered with her and pretended not to know her. Gao Qin looked me up and down, seeing my ordinary clothes, and inwardly mocked me for not doing well in life. The woman next to her, Wang Keke, stared at me intently. "Hey, who is this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Gao Qin knew at once that this woman was interested in me. She deliberately said loudly, "This is a neighbor from my hometown. He used to be very ugly. He must have had plastic surgery. He used to be a player." Wang Keke whispered, "Aren't you eyeing an apartment? You'll buy it for you." As soon as Gao Qin heard she could get a house, her attitude changed instantly. "Zhang Chen, are you waiting for someone here? Don't say you don't know me. We just met 2 months ago." I glanced at her. If I'm not waiting for a person, am I waiting for a chicken? Gao Qin was so angry she wanted to hit someone, but because of the $1 million apartment, she held it in. "Did you get stood up? You need a membership card to get in here. Do you have one?" "I don't." Gao Qin smugly pulled Wang Keke along. "I knew it. Let me introduce you. This is General Manager Wang of the Hua Guang Company. Just call me Sister Wang." I suddenly asked her, the very one who was the black sheep that bankrupted the chemical company and ran off with the money. When Wang Keke heard me say that, her face immediately darkened. She glared at me fiercely. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that?" I asked coldly in return. "Then what kind of thing are you? How am I a thing?" As soon as Wang Keke said it, she felt it was wrong and quickly corrected herself. "No, wait! I'm not a thing!" Gao Qin quickly pulled her back. "Sister Wang, stop talking. No matter how you say it, that sentence doesn't sound right." Only then did Wang Keke react, and her expression became even uglier. Gao Qin said to me arrogantly, "Hurry up and apologize to Sister Wang. Well, be merciful and take you in for a meal." She snorted contemptuously. "Someone like you has probably never been to such a fancy place, right?" Wang Keke also dropped her pretense. "It's your blessing that I've taken an interest in you." She lifted her chin. "Come over here now and give me 2 kisses. I'll forgive you and I might even take you in for dinner." Gao Qin chimed in. "That's right, Sister Wang is so nice. She'll even buy you a gift." At this moment, the little teddy at the door couldn't take it anymore. It yapped, "Oh my god, are pigs this shameless nowadays?" I looked down at the little dog and said with a laugh, "Good boy, calling her a pig is an insult to pigs." The little teddy excitedly ran in circles around me. "Wow, you're the Mr. Jiang Chen who can understand what we say? Can I have your autograph?" Wang Keke saw that I was ignoring her and teasing a dog instead. Her expression grew even uglier. Gao Qin shouted loudly, "Jiang Chen, did you hear that? Hurry up and come kiss Sister Wang. Otherwise, you could stand here until morning and still not get in." I thought to myself that Xiao was about to arrive. Wang Keke called the receptionist over, pointed at me and said, "Remember his face. Without me, he's not allowed in." The receptionist nodded respectfully and turned to say to me, "Sir, please leave. Don't affect our customers' ability to breathe fresh air." I was so angry I laughed. "I'm affecting the air?" Wang Keke said smugly. "Come over and kiss me now. I'll make him apologize to you." Before the words were out, my fist was already flying. Wang Keke clutched her bleeding nose, staggered back a step, and glared at me furiously. "You dare to hit me?" The little teddy wagged its tail excitedly. "Mr. Jiang Chen is so cool. Beat him! Woof woof!" Gao Qin was stunned for a moment, then screamed shrilly, "Are you crazy? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to CEO Wang." She turned to me. "I was kind enough to introduce you to a connection, yet you dare to hit someone." I didn't say another word. I raised my hand and slapped Gao Qin. "You dare hit me?"
Gao Qin screamed, "I'll fight you to the death." I easily dodged it. I raised my leg and kicked Gao Qin hard in the stomach, sending her flying. She fell flat on the ground. Wang Keke rushed forward with a fist. I kicked her down with one blow too. The panicked receptionist called for security. "Quickly, catch this troublemaker." Then she yelled at me again, "Kneel down and serve CEO Wang, and this matter will be over." I rolled my eyes in contempt. In just a few moves, I took down all the security guards who rushed forward. In an instant, Wang Keke's entire group was under my foot. "If you've got the guts, let me go." Wang Keke struggled underneath. I looked down at the excited little teddy dog. "You teddy dogs, don't you love humping the sky, the ground, and the air the most?" The little teddy shyly wagged its tail. "Brother Jiang Chen, don't say that. We just have a lot of energy. Woof woof." I smiled and pointed at the people under my feet. "Then I'll leave these people for you guys to play with." The little teddy gave them a disgusted look but still nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang Chen. Woof, woof." After saying that, it called over the other dogs. I lifted my foot and said with a grin, "Have fun, you guys." Gao Qin's group had just gotten up and was about to run when they were surrounded by a pack of teddy dogs. The little teddy grabbed Wang Keke's calf and started making indescribable movements. "Get off, you damn dog," Wang Keke struggled desperately. Gao Qin was also mobbed by several teddies and ran away screaming. Very quickly, a dozen teddies chased them all over the street, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Just then, Su Xiao finished parking and walked over. She saw this scene and frowned in confusion. "Xiao, just a moment ago I was so imposing. Now I instantly turned into a pitiful little white rabbit. They bullied me and wouldn't let me in to eat." The receptionist, who had just gotten up from the ground, was beaten black and blue. The security guards also staggered up from the ground. They pointed at me, crying and accusing. "He's the one who beat us up like this. He's just pretending to be innocent." Su Xiao coldly kicked the security guard away, decisive and neat, like flowing water and drifting clouds. "My young master doesn't hit people." Su Xiao took my hand, brought it to her lips, and gently blew on it. The manager heard someone was causing trouble and hurried over. "What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble here? This is Miss Qin's territory. Who is causing trouble here? They must have a death wish." The receptionist rushed up to tattle. "Manager, it was them. They caused trouble here and even beat us. They even beat up our gold member, CEO Wang." The manager looked up at Su Xiao, then at the bruised and battered people. "Sir, you have injured my people. You need to compensate us for our losses." I frowned. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" The manager's face darkened. "The fact is, you drove away our esteemed guest, and you injured our people. You must compensate us for our losses. Otherwise, we can only call the police and follow legal procedures. This is clearly bullying without any regard for right or wrong." I was so angry my hands were itching. If Xiao wasn't here, I would have definitely beaten this bastard to death without caring about my image. Su Xiao comforted me. "It's okay, he'll call Qin Qian." She took out her phone to call Qin Qian. Seeing this, the manager sneered. "Calling Miss Qin? Who do you think you are? You think everyone will give you face just because you're handsome?" Su Xiao is very low-key. She never appears in public as the eldest miss of the Su family. Even the wealthy from the middle and upper classes might not have the chance to associate with Su Xiao, let alone ordinary people who wouldn't recognize her. Qin Qian was kicked into an adult shop by Xiaoqing. She was choosing a bunny costume when she saw Su Xiao's call. Her eyes lit up. "Does the eldest miss have an urgent mission? I'd even go to Africa to dig for coal. This call is a lifesaver. The romantic love restaurant is bullying me and Jiang Chen. You have 1 minute to handle it." Her voice was bone-chillingly cold. It scared Qin Qian so much she almost died on the spot. It's fine if the eldest miss gets bullied. The key point is that Jiang Chen was bullied. The threat of death made Qin Qian remember this small property of hers in 3 seconds. The manager of the romantic love restaurant heard Su Xiao say just one sentence. Although her voice was very cold, thinking of Miss Qin backing him, he wasn't scared at all, putting on an act. "All right, I'll give you 1 minute. In this 1 minute, I'll settle the score. You have to compensate me." The manager hadn't finished speaking when his phone rang. The caller ID was Miss Qin. He had this number before opening the restaurant, but she had never called. The manager answered the phone with trepidation. "Miss Qin." On the other end, Qin Qian was roaring. She cursed the manager until he was stunned. "Are you fucking looking for death? Don't drag me down with you. You could have bullied anyone else, but you had to bully Jiang Chen." "Bullying Jiang Chen? Are you fucking trying to get me killed? Apologize to me right now, then get the hell out of my sight, or else I'll come to your house with a scalpel and wipe out your entire family." The manager slapped the receptionist, knocking her to the ground. He viciously grabbed her hair and slammed her to the ground. "Kowtow and apologize to Mr. Zhang." The stubborn receptionist struggled. "I want—" The manager directly pushed her head down and slammed it on the ground. "Miss Qin herself has spoken. It's not your place to decide." He gritted his teeth and cursed her. "You made me lose my job. Do you know who Miss Qin is? She's the one who works for the eldest miss." My eyes sparkled. I admiringly tugged on Su Xiao's sleeve. "Honey, you're so amazing." On the other end, Qin Chen gloomily reminded him. Do you know who's standing next to Jiang Chen? The manager looked up and saw Su Xiao's face clearly. The phone fell to the ground with a clatter. Su Xiao gently lowered her head. How did they bully you? I tilted my head and pointed at the trembling receptionist. Let her say it herself. The receptionist cried while slapping herself. I said, Mr. Jiang was polluting the air, and I made him kneel to serve CEO Wang. Su Xiao, her eyes suddenly turned cold, then kneel and serve Jiang Chen. I pouted in disgust. I don't need such a filthy eyesore. I suddenly pointed at a little teddy dog passing by, smiling innocently. Let her serve the puppy. The receptionist looked towards the approaching little teddy dog, but she didn't dare to say a word in protest. The little teddy dog ran over happily, wagging its tail in front of me. Brother Jiang Chen, the bad guys have been chased away. They looked pathetic running away, woof woof. If he hadn't gotten into a car, we could have messed with him for a few more hours, woof woof. I looked down at the little teddy. Are you hurt? No, we know how to dodge, woof woof. I looked down at the receptionist. Kneel and serve this little teddy dog. The receptionist was unwilling, but she could only grit her teeth. The store manager wiped away his cold sweat. He quickly ushered me and this eldest miss into the restaurant. We were in a private room with a one-way window. From the private room, you could see the situation in the main hall outside. But from the main hall, you couldn't see the private room. The store manager nervously asked the eldest miss, Mr. Zhang, should we ask all the other guests to leave? No need. Otherwise, who would watch the good show? The store manager looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao was flipping through the menu. Listen to Jiang Chen. The manager felt a terrifying pressure. He raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat. Many guests in the main hall had their eyes fixed on the table in the middle. They saw the beautiful receptionist on all fours on the ground. Then the little teddy dog rubbed against her. It jumped onto the receptionist's back, then sat on the chair, while the receptionist remained kneeling, serving the little teddy dog like a servant, sometimes picking up food, sometimes wiping its mouth. Moreover, this little teddy dog was a bit of a pervert. It would get close and kiss the receptionist's face with its doggy mouth. The receptionist didn't dare to refuse. She could only continue kneeling and serving the little teddy dog, gnawing on a bone, kissing the beautiful receptionist. How satisfying. Just a little regretful. If I had known I could kiss the beautiful receptionist, I wouldn't have eaten 2 pieces of poop on the way here. Stink her to death, damn it, how dare she bully brother Jiang Chen. The little teddy dog barked angrily at the receptionist. Woof woof, scum. Come here and serve me. The receptionist knelt on the ground. She looked up at the little teddy dog and gave a standard smile. What would you like to eat, sir? The manager came out and told the receptionist, call him Sir Dog. The receptionist smiled. Sir Dog. The little teddy dog looked at the receptionist and jumped off the chair. Then it hugged the receptionist's arm and started humping it. The other guests were all stunned. Wow, this receptionist is something else? Does that make her a bitch? Your restaurant has this kind of kneeling service? Many men were stirred by this. The store manager explained with a smile. It's because she was being snobbish and looked down on people. She scolded a customer for polluting the air, and even yelled for a customer to serve someone else. So she messed with the wrong person. This is the only way she can atone for her sin. If you gentlemen want, she can serve you like this too. At first, they were just curious, even pitiful, about the receptionist's service. But after hearing she bullied a customer like that, they became very angry. She deserves it. As a receptionist, she thought she was God and bullied customers. Good thing your restaurant punished her. Otherwise, the whole restaurant would have to close down because of her. Serves her right. Bitch, come here. The main hall became lively. The receptionist was really about to cry her eyes out, but she could only endure it. Who told her to make me kneel and serve someone else first? I ordered a couple's lemon tea. The 2 straws formed a heart shape. Xiao, that Wang KK just now is the CEO of a chemical company. Su Xiao looked up at me. It's just a small company. I narrowed my eyes. My eldest sister intends to cooperate with this company, but this person is a rotten apple that spoils the bunch. Do you want to help your sister-in-law out? Those 3 words, sister-in-law, touched Su Xiao's little heart. Su Xiao was blooming with joy inside, but her face remained as cold as ice. Okay, sister-in-law's business. Must be helped. I moved closer. I gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. Xiao is the best. I like you the most. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment. The icy expression on her face immediately melted, gentle like a spring lake. After dinner, as we walked to the parking lot, Su Xiao asked what we should do next. I stammered, Are you recovered? Seeing her confusion, my eyes glanced down at her lower body. Then I quickly looked at the sky. Qin Qian said you can't do any strenuous exercise yet. Su Xiao's voice became hoarse. I recovered a long time ago. Hearing her reply so quickly, my pretty face flushed so red it looked like it was about to bleed. I didn't know how to respond either. Su Xiao saw that I was silent. She also felt she was being too forward, her anxious heart pounding. What I meant was, what should we do next? I suddenly looked up at her. Find a place to sit for a while? Or go out and have some fun? Su Xiao looked at me expectantly. I'm not sleepy, the kind that can go on until morning. My face turned even redder. Go on. Until morning? She's too intense. Doesn't she care about her life? Su Xiao grew more anxious. It's my first time, I don't know. What should I do on a first date with a boy? Where should we go? She really didn't know. Before leaving, she should have asked Qin Qian more, so she wouldn't be as flustered as she is now. I mumbled. It's my first time too. Both of us blushed shyly.
We weren't even on the same wavelength. The atmosphere was so warm. The ambiguous atmosphere was full of pink bubbles. Hey, what are you two muttering about over there? Get over here. Being so flirty at night. Want to get screwed? Get over here. Let's see if I don't screw you to death. The vulgar words shattered the pink bubbles. Su Xiao and I looked up. We saw Wang Keke standing in the parking lot. He had called 7 or 8 thugs. They were holding clubs and shouting at us. Seeing such disgusting things, the warm, ambiguous bubbles in the air completely shattered. Are they here to get themselves killed? I narrowed my eyes. I was just craving Xiao's body and I got interrupted. Absolutely unforgivable. Su Xiao pulled my hand. They're doing this on purpose. You wait here for me. I'll go over. This place is still the romantic love restaurant's territory. It's Miss Chin's territory. They're only in the parking lot, so they don't dare to come over here. It's enough for her to go over and fight alone. It would be dangerous for Jiang Chen to go over. Su Xiao and I interlocked our fingers. Let's go together. Anyone who dares to interrupt Xiao and me during our intimate moment deserves to be crippled. Su Xiao looked down at me. Then she held my hand and we walked towards the parking lot together. The leader saw that the two of them were actually coming over. These two idiots. They know we want to beat them up, yet they're still walking over to their deaths. Wang Keke was chased by the dogs and looked miserable. Now he was filthy all over. I don't care if they're idiots or not. Beat them to death for me. He had never been so miserable. Chased for his life by a few teddy dogs, and even got humped by a teddy dog, getting that filthy stuff on him. It's disgusting. Su Xiao led me over, hearing all of this. Her face was as cold as ice. Her deep eyes seemed to be brewing a violent storm. She just stood there, and already made Wang Keke and the others feel her powerful aura. They also felt a tangible sense of arrogance. This is the best explanation. Fear made them subconsciously take a step back. But when they saw me standing next to this woman, smiling with my eyes narrowed, clearly looking down on them, the leader shouted at Su Xiao, "You, get lost! Our target is him!" I pressed close to Su Xiao's back. Still wearing a harmless smile, I said softly, "Xiao, let's make this quick. Don't waste this precious time." Su Xiao was slightly stunned. The heart that was hanging in suspense finally settled down. I bent down and picked up an iron bar dropped by one of the thugs, while Su Xiao held a dog-beating stick. Wang Keke was still screaming his head off, oblivious to his impending doom. My and Su Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. We rushed out at the same time. Su Xiao swung the dog-beating stick, aiming straight for the thugs' crotches. As for me, I swung the iron bar, hitting a special spot on the back of the thugs' necks precisely. One hit. The thugs immediately rolled their eyes back and fainted. In less than 2 minutes, all 7 or 8 thugs were lying on the ground, clutching their crotches, unconscious. In the end, only Wang Keke was left, looking at the pair of killer gods before him. His face turned pale. "Don't do anything reckless. This is a society ruled by law." Feeling Su Xiao's murderous gaze, Wang Keke was so scared he turned to run. He had only taken 1 step when Su Xiao hit his calf with the stick, making him fall hard to the ground. "Big sister, spare me, I'll give you 1 million. Wang Keke begged for mercy in terror. Su Xiao approached step by step, the dog-beating stick in her hand. At this moment, it looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Su Xiao shattered his kneecap with 1 kick. Then with another kick, she crushed all his teeth. No one can make Jiang Chen kneel. Not even saying it is allowed. After speaking, she crippled Wang Keke's other leg. Wang Keke fainted and woke up from the pain several times. Su Xiao coldly retracted her foot and called Shaoqing. "Romantic love restaurant parking lot. Clean it up. Send them to prison. Tell the people inside to take good care of them." She hung up. She walked up behind me. "Okay, let's go." At this moment, she no longer had that murderous aura from before. I replied softly, "Okay." After getting in the car, Su Xiao leaned over and gently kissed my lips. Su Xiao got into the driver's seat. I fastened my seatbelt. "To your place." "No, that's not right. My place. Up to you." I regretted it as soon as I said it. Those words sounded like I was implying something. Su Xiao's face darkened as she started the car. Through the rearview mirror, she memorized the license plate of a car that was honking loudly. On the way, both of them were silent. Until the car stopped at Wushui Bay. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt. "I'm going to check on the good baby, then take a shower." After saying that, I blushed and ran off. Su Xiao watched my flustered retreating back. Her gaze gradually deepened. I was running. Suddenly I bumped into someone. I looked up. I was so scared I cursed. Holy crap. The person in front of me wearing this pink bunny suit? A president? The person wearing bunny ears was Qin Qian. Qin Qian was running. Suddenly seeing me in front of her, my God. She looked up and realized Su Xiao was also behind me. She hurriedly covered the pink bunny ears on her head. Holy crap, just as she turned to run, Shaoqing caught up. "Beast. Hey, nowhere to run." Shaoqing grabbed Qin Qian. She looked up and saw the two of us at the door, her voice fading. I stood at the door, looking at Shaoqing holding Qin Qian's waist. Then I looked at Qin Qian's outfit. "You two are." Shaoqing hurriedly let go and explained, "Mr. Jiang, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think." Qin Qian quickly said, "What do you mean what you think? I wasn't thinking anything." I looked back and forth between them. I wasn't thinking anything at first. Now I am thinking something. Su Xiao frowned.
What are you two doing? I pulled Su Xiao's hand. Let's go. It seems we're interrupting them. Qin Qian was still covering her bunny ears. It's not what you think. I thought you two were on a date and wouldn't be back. Xiaoqing kicked her. Eldest miss, Mr. Jiang, it was Qin Qian. She made a bet with me that Mr. Jiang went to the airport to run away and wouldn't come back. I turned back. A bet? Xiaoqing nodded. Qin Qian bet that Mr. Jiang wouldn't come back. If you came back, she would wear a bunny suit and change her name to Qin Shou. Qin Qian covered her face. Xiaoqing continued. She didn't want to wear it at first, so I said I'd tell the eldest miss to send her to the forensic team. It turns out Qin Qian accidentally bought a pink bunny suit. When she was about to exchange it, she was caught by Xiaoqing. Taking advantage of the eldest miss's absence, she secretly put it on, and was caught in the act. I looked at Qin Qian. I never noticed you two had a thing going on before. In my past life at Jadewater Bay, Qin Qian always wore a white lab coat, the image of a cold and arrogant doctor. Xiaoqing also had a standard professional face, looking very honest. I never expected you to be so wild in private, Qin Qian. I'd have a thing with a ghost before I have one with him. Xiaoqing explained. I already have a girl I like, Mr. Jiang. Don't play matchmaker recklessly. I said, oh, meaningfully. Su Xiao pulled me. It's late. Let's go to sleep. Don't bother them. Xiaoqing reminded the eldest miss. It's only 10 o'clock now. You usually work until 12. Qin Qian shouted at them. Eldest miss, don't drive. You want to do strenuous exercise, Su Xiao. She held my hand tightly, and without even turning her head, she gave an order. You're not allowed to change clothes tonight. Stand guard outside, or else. Qin Qian gritted her teeth in anger. The bunny ears on her head also stood up straight. Su Xiao, you value romance over friendship. If you're so great, don't abuse your power for personal revenge. Su Xiao gave her a cold glance. Not convinced? Qin Qian immediately deflated and turned to me for help. I yawned. Xiao, I'm so sleepy. With a slam, the bedroom door closed, leaving Qin Qian with a look of despair. Xiaoqing asked gloatingly, do you want to go to the forensics team for an autopsy, or stand guard like this? Qin Qian pulled her back. Stand guard. She didn't say where. Can I stand guard in your room? It'll be misunderstood. What the hell is there to misunderstand? I'm a straight guy, then go stand guard in the doghouse. Don't bother the couple upstairs. In the room, both our palms were sweating. The sound of our pounding hearts was extremely clear in the quiet room. Su Xiao looked down at my tense form. I was unconsciously biting my lip. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? I pushed Su Xiao hard against the wall. I want to kiss you. Without waiting for a reply, I kissed her. She froze at first, then wrapped her arms around my neck. Responding, our hands started to wander. Young master, your dearest sister Qing Yu is calling. The jarring ringtone instantly broke the ambiguity. Su Xiao's face darkened as she picked up the phone. It's my sister Qing Yu. On the other end, Zhang Qingyu said seriously, our 5 sisters said, you have to be home before 10. I've already bought you an extra half hour. They're about to video call to check. I tilted my head and looked at Su Xiao's wide-open collar. I thought to myself, this woman is wild enough. Zhang Qingyu urged over the phone, little Zhang Chen, you have to be back within half an hour, otherwise I'll come pick you up. I took a deep breath. No need, I'm coming back right now. Okay then. Zhang Qingyu hung up decisively. I looked up at Su Xiao. My sister is rushing me to go home. I'll take you home. I mentally calculated that I'd have to teach her a good lesson later. Su Xiao drove me right next door to the Zhang house. I'm home. Drive safely, okay? I blinked at Su Xiao, full of reluctance. Su Xiao hummed in response. The air was a bit quiet. Su Xiao tilted her head to look at me, seeing I still hadn't gotten out of the car. What's wrong? I looked at Su Xiao pitifully, a little upset. Then I got out of the car. But I still didn't leave. Instead, I looked up at Su Xiao. Under the streetlight, the two of us gazed at each other passionately. The warm and ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak. I pressed Su Xiao against the car, then I leaned in to kiss her. Just as I was about to kiss her, my phone rang. Your dearest sister Qing Yu is calling, young master. The moment we were about to kiss, we were so startled that we separated. We looked exactly like we'd been caught by our parents. I looked at Su Xiao, then I quickly gave her a peck on the lips. Good night. You have to miss me. After the kiss, I turned and ran. Su Xiao touched her lips, then looked down and smiled softly. I'll miss you. Su Xiao looked up, the smile on her face growing brighter. As long as I was willing to be by her side, she could endure it for a lifetime. She was willing. I ran to the door and turned to look back. Su Xiao was still there. I blew her a kiss. Su Xiao looked at my bright appearance. Her heart stirred. If Zhang Chen agreed, she didn't want to endure it anymore. From the second-floor balcony of the Zhang house came Zhang Qingyu's roar. I was so scared I almost ran into the door. I'm back. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Sister-in-law seems to have too much free time. If sister-in-law were a little busier, she wouldn't have time to manage. What time Zhang Chen comes home, right? Zhang Qingyu held her phone. Why aren't you answering the video call? My dear sister Qingyu, I've already been scolded hundreds of times. My sister immediately answered. It was eldest sister Zhang Cheng making a group video call in the group chat. As soon as I answered, I heard my sisters speaking one after another. We told you to take good care of Zhang Chen, but it's almost 11 o'clock and he's still not home. What kind of sister are you? Are you itching for a beating? Don't just blame Xiao Liu.
We should manage Jiang Chen a bit. It's not good if he picks up bad habits from others. When Xiaoliu gets back, we need to have a serious talk with her. If she doesn't listen, then we'll have to beat her. I started speaking with a smile. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister. I called them one by one. I can't leave anyone out. It's so difficult for me. I have to share my love equally. Fourth sister Zhang Yeting coughed lightly. She said, "Just now I said I wanted to beat your sister Qingyu. Can you help me put in a good word with her?" Third sister also felt a bit awkward. "You should keep an eye on your sister Qingyu. Don't let her learn from bad people." And I even said it in front of Jiang Chen, that I wanted to beat her. Will this make Jiang Chen feel like his sisters aren't good sisters? Can I still maintain my status as a sister? I smiled and nodded, being extremely obedient. "Yes, fourth sister." Jiang Cheng, I'll explain to Qingyu. Celebrities must pay attention to their image. From now on, you must make sure she's home by 10 at night. She's not allowed to sleep over casually outside, understand? Jiang Qingyu mumbled. They clearly said Jiang Chen had to be home by 10. From now on at 10, remember to have her in your room. You two take a selfie and send it to the group. Boys are also very dangerous these days. So when you go out drinking, you must report to your family. A family member must accompany you. Girls these days are very scheming. If any strange men appear next to your sister Qingyu, you must report it immediately. Understand? Hearing these words, I smiled until my eyes narrowed. Yes, I will definitely help you sisters discipline Sister Qingyu. The 5 sisters asked in unison if Jiang Qingyu heard them. Manage her well, she has to be obedient. Jiang Qingyu silently took the blame. I know. I will definitely take a picture in Jiang Chen's room and send it. I will definitely report to you sisters when I go drinking. I won't let any strange people with bad intentions appear. Seeing how obedient I was, the 5 sisters were satisfied. If you're short on money, tell your sisters. We're busy now. Good night. I obediently smiled. Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister. Good night, they said it all in one breath. After saying good night, the 5 sisters hung up. The video call had nothing to do with Jiang Qingyu. Seeing the video was off, Jiang Qingyu huffed and looked at me. Do you understand what our sisters mean? What do you mean by keeping an eye on me? They clearly want to keep an eye on Jiang Chen, but everyone's afraid you'll hate them, so they all pointed at me. I'm the one taking the blame for you. I raised an eyebrow at her. You must have been a turtle in your past life. Jiang Qingyu gritted her teeth. Jiang Chen, where have you been? It's so late. I blinked. I just went out for a walk, just looking at pretty girls. Jiang Qingyu clearly didn't believe me. All right, go to sleep. From now on, come home on time. I nodded in agreement. Good night, Sister Qingyu. Just as Jiang Qingyu was about to leave, her phone rang. It was her manager, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, what's up this late? I'm at home with the young master. I'm busy. Jiang Qingyu suddenly stopped. What? I have to go shoot a commercial now? You've got to be kidding me. It's already 11 o'clock. I looked up at Jiang Qingyu, blinking. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyu ran back to me. You be good and go to sleep. Don't go anywhere else. I have to go to a shoot. I won't be back tonight. I let out a sound of surprise. What kind of crappy company is that? Making you shoot a commercial this late? That's just evil. Tell me which company it is. I'll help you bully them back one day. It'll make them go bankrupt. Calling Sister Qingyu out for a shoot this late is just too much. The Su Corporation suddenly called. There's a commercial they need me to shoot. Not only is the pay good, but it's also a rare chance for exposure. I have to go. After speaking, Jiang Qingyu hurriedly left, closing the door behind her. But very quickly she opened the door again and poked her head in. Making the Su Corporation go bankrupt. Jiang Chen, you really are a big talker. I was stunned for a moment. The Su Corporation. Could Su Xiao be getting revenge? Thinking of this possibility, I lay in bed and texted Su Xiao. Just got home. Sister Qingyu was called away by your company to shoot a commercial. Confess, are you playing tricks? Abusing your power for personal revenge? Su Xiao sat in the car, answering expressionlessly. Is that so? I didn't know. Or I could call her now and tell her to go tomorrow. Jiang Qingyu has too much free time. Let's keep her a little busy. She can also earn money for Jiang Chen to spend. This feeling of money moving from the left pocket to the right is great. I continued texting. At first, I thought some crappy company was bullying my sister, Qingyu, and I was even planning to have you buy it. I didn't expect it to be yours. Su Xiao replied immediately. Although it's not bankruptcy, my person is all yours, and the company's assets are of course yours too. Although they were just words, I could imagine Su Xiao's charming look as she said this. I replied excitedly, I want to hug and kiss you, and then devour you completely. Su Xiao looked at the message, silent for a moment, and slowly typed, How about I come upstairs now for you to kiss, for you to eat? Just as the message was sent, I saw the main gate of the Jiang family home open. Jiang Qingyu drove her red sports car out. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes and silently drove away. I looked at the message in my room, stunned for a moment. Could it be that Su Xiao hadn't left yet? I hurried out to the balcony. I discovered the car next door was gone. She must have been bluffing. Thinking that Su Xiao was driving, I didn't text to bother her again. After taking a shower, I sent Su Xiao a goodnight message and went to sleep. The next morning, I was woken up by 2 sparrows on the balcony. Brother Jiang Chen, good morning. Did we wake you? I stretched. First, I sent a voice message to Su Xiao. My love, good morning. Then I waved at the sparrows. The two little birds immediately flew onto my shoulder. Why didn't you come yesterday? We were too noisy. We were afraid of bothering you, Brother Jiangchen. This morning we were downstairs and heard someone talking. I raised an eyebrow. Was it Song Mingchen? Them? Yes. They said they want to send you to a subsidiary of the Jiang Corporation to be the general manager. It's the Yingmei Production Company, a personal care brand that's about to go bankrupt. It turns out that last year, Song Mingchen sold Yingmei to a relative for a low price. As a result, this domestic brand suddenly became popular. Song Mingchen said he wants you to achieve 10 million in revenue within a month. That way, they'll have an excuse not to let you return to the main company. The two sparrows, one chirping after the other, revealed all of Song Mingchen's schemes. I thought about the future fame and success of the Yingmei company. I couldn't help but laugh. All right, it'll go, I agreed readily. They want to use a small company to get rid of me? Well, it'll make them regret it. Oh, right, how are Shen Xinyi and her family? I recalled yesterday's good show. The two sparrows chirped their report. They didn't go home, they went to the hospital. They've fallen ill. Those two old folks tremble when they walk. They get dizzy in the car. It's miserable. After hearing about the miserable state of Shen Xinyi's family, I laughed cheerfully. Having completed their mission, the two sparrows flew away, planning to continue helping me find opportunities to get rich. When I went downstairs, Song Mingchen and the others were having breakfast. Wang Yalan glanced at him and said sarcastically, "Such a grown man still sleeping in. No wonder you got dumped. A lazy man like this will surely be unwanted in the future." I happened to walk up behind her and without a word, I pushed her head into a plate full of bread and ketchup. "Even food can't shut your mouth," I said coldly. "Next time, I'll make you eat shit." When I let go, Wang Yalan's face was covered in ketchup, her meticulous makeup ruined. She looked like a female demon. She glared angrily at me, who was now sitting opposite her. "What kind of son are you?" Before she could finish her words, I splashed a glass of milk on her. "If you like to bark nonsense, I'll let Ergauzi play with you." I put the glass down. The husky ran in excitedly. "Brother Jiangchen, what's the mission?" Seeing this ferocious husky, Wang Yalan was immediately terrified. But having been humiliated so badly early in the morning, she was about to explode with anger, but didn't dare to act on it. "Control your son, I'm not eating anymore." Wang Yalan stormed upstairs angrily. "Woof woof." Ergauzi barked loudly at her. Wang Yalan was so scared that she missed a step. Her chin slammed into the stairs and her mouth started bleeding. Her front tooth was also loose. She broke down and cried loudly. "What is happening? Ever since I came back, this house has had no peace." I yelled to the kitchen, "Reward Ergauzi with 2 chicken legs." "Good job." Wang Yalan was even more devastated, screaming at Song Mingchen. "Aren't you going to do something about Jiangchen?" Song Mingchen calmly flipped his newspaper. "If you don't provoke him, it's fine." Right now, he didn't want to anger the person who had become powerful. At least until he got the Jiang family's assets, he still had to appease me. Wang Yalan was aggrieved early in the morning, and was also scolded by her husband. She ran upstairs crying. I slowly drank the glass of milk a servant brought me. Song Mingchen put down his utensils and looked at me. "From now on, give in to her a little. If she bullies you, tell Dad." Without looking up, I just said, "Oh." I thought to myself, what's with the good guy act? If he really wanted to protect me, he should have protected me when Wang Yalan spoke up earlier. Song Mingchen looked up and suggested, "You're 19 now. You graduated from a vocational school and didn't go to university. How about Dad pays to get you a spot in a school to study?" I refused bluntly. "No need, not interested. I want to work at the Jiang Corporation." I paused for a moment. "I have quite a few shares in the Jiang Corporation, so parachuting in as CEO shouldn't be a problem, right?" Song Mingchen's mouth twitched. "That's too greedy. Wants to be the CEO? Your academic qualifications are not enough. The people in the company won't respect you. Besides, the company isn't doing very well right now." Song Mingchen gave a bunch of reasons. Finally, he suggested that the Yingmei company wasn't bad. It's a personal care products company. "How about you go there and start as a junior secretary?" I frowned. "From the CEO of the parent company to a junior secretary of a subsidiary. That's too big of a gap," Song Mingchen reluctantly said. "Then a department head." I insisted on being the CEO of the parent company. Song Mingchen skipped the intermediate steps. "What about the general manager of the Yingmei company? I stayed up all night in meetings to get this position for you." I didn't look up. "Not going. I only want to be the CEO of the parent company." Song Mingchen had a headache. "Jiangchen, don't be stubborn. This is a good opportunity. If you achieve something, you can come back to the main company." Song Mingchen threatened. "If you don't agree, they'll let your brother Jinian go." I didn't care. "Then let him go." Song Mingchen was about to explode with anger. A vocational school graduate is offered a general manager position and he doesn't even want it. He truly doesn't know his place. He took a deep breath. "Your brother is a celebrity. He doesn't have time." I finally looked up. "You want me to be the general manager of Yingmei? Then beg me. Otherwise, I'll go to the main company to be the CEO." I took a sip of milk. "My 6 sisters also have shares. They will definitely support me." Song Mingchen was speechless. Jiang Chen's and his 6 sisters' shares, when combined, are almost enough to make him the chairman of the board. Song Mingchen lowered his voice. "Fine, son, let's just say that Dad is begging you to go to Yingmei to get some training first. Why don't you come back to take over this zombie company after you've achieved some success?"
I blinked. Dad is begging me? Song Mingchen nodded vigorously. Dad is begging you. It's all for your own good. I pretended to be reluctant. Then say it 3 times, Dad begs you. Then he'll reluctantly make the trip. Song Mingchen looked at me, really wanting to hit me, but he could only grit his teeth and say, Zhang Chen, Dad, begs you to be the general manager of Ying Mei. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I nodded reluctantly, then suddenly asked again, Dad, you're begging me like this to be the general manager. Could there be some scheme? I don't want to go anymore. Having just begged, Song Mingchen almost coughed up blood from anger. What more do you want? Originally, I should have been the one begging him to arrange a job. Now it has turned into Song Mingchen begging me. I smiled with narrowed eyes. How about this? Transfer all your and Song Jinian shares in Ying Mei to me. And Ilgo, Song Mingchen finally realized. And you want this company? I nodded. Yes, to practice with. What you want doesn't exist, not even for your father. Song Jinian's shares in the Ying Mei company. I don't want to make money for a stepson. Song Mingchen stared at me, calculating in his mind. The Ying Mei company is about to go bankrupt. Right now, not losing money is already lucky. Giving it to Zhang Chen isn't impossible. If he doesn't manage it well and the capital can't circulate, Zhang Chen will definitely have to give Zhang Chen money. That way, Zhang Chen's company won't be able to develop. Zhang Chen will lose a backer. Song Mingchen pretended to be troubled. Zhang Chen, I can't decide on these shares alone. I cut him off directly, then forget it. I should still go to the main company to be the CEO. A domineering CEO is so majestic. I want to hire a bunch of bodyguards, have meetings, and do business every day, and I also want to go to work in a helicopter. Song Mingchen thought to himself, daydreaming. Song Mingchen gritted his teeth. Fine. Let's go to the Ying Mei company now for a board meeting. But let me be clear. You have to achieve something first. After all, it's an empty shell of a company. Just let Zhang Chen go and lose money. That way, he can also appear to be a generous father. At the board meeting, Song Mingchen brought a lawyer and prepared documents. He had announced half an hour earlier, Gentlemen, today we will discuss the matter of placing my youngest son in the Ying Mei company. I sat on the left, glanced over at the listless directors. It seems everyone feels this company is beyond saving. They can't even be bothered to fight over it. Song Mingchen must have warned them in advance. A director spoke up. We have no objections. But given the company's current situation, we will not invest any more money. Song Jinian glared at me listlessly. Although the Ying Mei company isn't big, it's still a brand that's been around for over a decade. What if Zhang Chen runs it into the ground? Song Mingchen pretended to scold Jinian. You must believe in your brother's abilities. Song Jinian sneered. What abilities does Zhang Chen have? Even his vocational school diploma was bought with money. Can a person like that manage a company well? I raised an eyebrow. Looking at Song Jinian, what if I do manage the company well? Song Jinian immediately retorted, then what if you don't manage it well? I knew exactly what answer they wanted and said with a smile, if the company goes bankrupt in my hands, I will give up my 15% shares in the Jiang Corporation. Hearing these words, both Song Mingchen and his son's breathing quickened. What an idiot. This crappy company can't survive at all. Zhang Chen is practically handing them the shares on a silver platter. When Song Jinian heard an idiot was delivering himself to their doorstep, he couldn't wait to agree. He slammed the table and stood up. Good, you said it yourself. We're not forcing you, not tricking you. When Song Mingchen heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Isn't this a case of protesting too much? I smiled and asked, so what if I manage the company well and even make Ying Mei profitable? Song Jinian declared smugly. Then I will give you my shares in the Jiang Corporation. It'll even hold a national press conference and call you Grandpa 3 times in front of everyone. Song Jinian was secretly delighted. The Ying Mei company will definitely go bankrupt in less than a month. Zhang Chen is digging his own grave. I smiled with narrowed eyes. Calling me grandpa is too old. How about you strike a pose and bark like a dog on the spot? Song Jinian was about to get angry, but he managed to suppress it. He also took the opportunity to add a condition. But if you don't manage it well, you have to move out of the house and you also have to give the Jiang Corporation. Song Mingchen suddenly said in a deep voice, cutting him off. That's enough. You're both brothers. Why are you being so serious? What are you doing, Dad? Song Jinian glared unwillingly. This is a good opportunity to change the Jiang Corporation's name to Song. Song Mingchen said authoritatively, let's leave it at that. Zhang Chen is your younger brother. Don't go too far. He silently cursed his son for being stupid. Some calculations can be made, but they can't be said out loud. Song Jinian glared at me angrily and sat back down resentfully. Song Mingchen turned his head and gave me a kind smile. Your brother is just a little competitive. Don't take it to heart. I cut him off directly. I've already taken it to heart. Are you going to hit him? Song Mingchen was choked up and speechless. He quickly changed the subject. Now that we've reached an agreement, let's sign the contract. Although the company is yours, you have to start from the position of general manager. This is already a promotion beyond your level. After all, it's a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Giving him an empty title is fine. The contract was signed through layers of directors. Finally, it was my turn. I slowly reviewed the terms. Song Jinian, beside me, kept rolling his eyes. You went to vocational school for design, right? Can you even understand the contract? I didn't look up. Don't forget my third sister is a top lawyer. Song Jinian sneered. That's your sister, not you.
Thinking of my 6 beautiful and rich sisters, Song Jinian gritted his teeth in hatred again. Those women didn't even pay attention to a handsome man like him. I suddenly pointed to the contract and said, Clause 78 means I have to make the company's profit grow by 70% within a month. Only then can I get your shares. And become chairman, right? This clause is too cunning. Even if I save the company, as long as the profit doesn't reach 70%, the shares will still belong to the Song family. If I can't save it, I also have to compensate with my Jiang family shares. This Song Mingchen's calculations are really sophisticated. Unfortunately, he doesn't know. The Yingmei company can absolutely achieve an 80% profit growth. I couldn't wait to see the spectacular look on his face when he gets slapped in the face. Song Mingchen slowly nodded at me. This was decided after the board discussed it. You have no experience and no professional qualifications. We don't want to bear the business risks, so we added this clause, earn back 70% within 30 days, and it has to be profitable. That's ridiculous. I dragged out my voice and said, Oh! Song Mingchen continued, It's equivalent to us paying for you to play for a month. We bear the losses, the profits are yours. Said like that, it's as if I got a great deal. I pretended to be stupid and nodded. Sounds good. 70%, that's a small matter. Song Mingchen and the others sneered. This idiot is being sold out and he's still helping them count the money. I looked up at Song Mingchen. But Dad, do you remember how you begged me at home? Feeling the director's eyes on him, Song Mingchen stubbornly nodded. I smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Then beg me 3 more times, and I'll sign it to play around a bit. Otherwise, I'll go to the Jiang Corporation to be a domineering CEO. That would be more interesting. Song Mingchen felt I was doing this on purpose, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen, it was me who begged you to manage Yingmei. It was me who begged you to sign the contract. Regardless of profit or loss, I won't regret it, as long as you're happy. Song Mingchen repeated through gritted teeth, It was all me begging you to come. After struggling for a while, I signed my name with satisfaction. Don't regret it. From now on, this company has nothing to do with you and Song Jinian. Song Mingchen took the contract to check it, then gave it to the lawyer for confirmation. Of course, I don't regret it. Just think of it as a toy for you. Using a near-bankrupt company to exchange for shares in the Jiang Corporation. What a bargain. Jiang Nan was such a smart man. How did he have such a stupid son? I grabbed Song Mingchen's shoulder. Get up. This chair is mine from now on. Song Mingchen stood up calmly. I sat down leisurely, placing my hands on the armrests. The simple office chair instantly became a throne. When I looked up, my aura was imposing. The directors instinctively sat up straight and looked up. From today onwards, I am the general manager, and soon I will be the chairman. Yingmei will be on Forbes with me. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am not a braggart or a dreamer. Song Mingchen said insincerely, General manager, is there anything else you need help with? Tell Song Jinian to show off his younger brother. Would you like to hire a male star like me as an endorser? Brotherly price, 10 million per commercial. I said intimately, Song Mingchen, I prefer to break bones. After saying that, I kicked Song Jinian's knee. Ah, Song Jinian fell heavily to his knees, roaring, Jiang Chen, I looked down from above. Next time there's a shameless endorsement deal, I'll definitely pay a high price to hire you. After the board meeting ended, Vice President Peng Lai-ching led me into the meeting room. The meeting room was full of senior managers, packed with employees from the entire company. Peng Lai-ching announced loudly, I've gathered everyone today to introduce the new general manager, Jiang. I looked up and scanned the room. Peng Lai-ching added, Jiang Chen is the second young master of the Jiang Corporation. I coldly turned my head and cut him off. I am the eldest young master. There are no other young masters in the Jiang family besides me, understood? Peng Lai-ching was so scared by my cold tone that he trembled. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over. That's it for the meeting. Everyone is dismissed. In the future, if the general manager doesn't understand something, he can consult with the people here. Peng Lai-ching deliberately pointed to the cleaning lady and said, Although this auntie is a cleaner, she graduated from a prestigious art school. This was clearly a sarcastic remark, implying that even the cleaner graduated from a prestigious school. So on what grounds could someone with a vocational school education like me be the general manager? I glanced at Peng Lai-ching indifferently. Get the company's employee list, positions, and monthly salaries, and send it to me. Peng Lai-ching was unwilling. What do you need this for? Everyone here is an old employee. I slammed the table with a bang. I am the general manager now, the company's highest decision maker. Just do as I say and cut the crap. Peng Lai-ching's face turned green with anger. He suppressed his rage. Got it, I sneered. Doesn't the general manager need a secretary? A new secretary wouldn't know the company as well as you. You're very suitable. Furthermore, I continued giving orders without hesitation. Peng Lai-ching suppressed a stomach full of anger. He was originally the general manager, and now he was being ordered around by a country bumpkin from a vocational school. I had just taken office, and the meeting lasted from 10:30 to 12. By the end, the employees couldn't sit still anymore. I finally spoke, meeting adjourned. As soon as I left, meeting room erupted like a beehive. This isn't a general manager, he's clearly a whimsical young master, making the whole company watch him boss around the vice president, not doing anything useful. If it weren't for the good benefits, who would work at this crappy company? The vice president is so wronged, having his position stolen by a country bumpkin relying on his father. Before the words were finished, they suddenly saw me standing in the corner, smiling at them. Everyone's face instantly turned pale. General manager. Oh my God, the general manager was eavesdropping. I smiled and pointed at each of them. You few, go to HR this afternoon to complete the procedures. After speaking, I turned and left. Back in the office, I ordered takeout while sending a voice message to Su Xiao. Xiao, I'm a general manager now. Soon I'll be able to earn money to support you, my little wife. Are you happy? Su Xiao had just finished a meeting. The staff were slowly packing up their laptops, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, a phone notification sound rang out. Su Xiao knew it was my message and immediately played it on speaker. Xiao, I'm a company's general manager now. Soon I'll be able to earn money to support you, my little wife. Are you happy? My voice echoed in the meeting room. The senior managers who hadn't left all looked up, staring at Su Xiao in shock. They all broke into a cold sweat for this audacious man. Who is so bold? Does he not want to live anymore? Someone whispered softly, Quick, pretend you didn't hear anything. Calling the eldest Miss Little Wife, isn't that asking for death? Everyone quickly lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Just as they were about to slip away, they saw the corners of Su Xiao's mouth lift slightly. Very happy. Her voice was so gentle it could melt. Everyone's eyes widened in shock once again, unable to believe their ears. After replying to the message, Su Xiao swept a cold glance over everyone, took her phone, and quickly left. Zhang Chen's voice was for her ears only. After Su Xiao was far away, the senior managers finally came to their senses. Did the eldest miss just say she was happy? Yes. And she smiled so gently. When she turned to look at us, she was as cold as ice. My God, the Ice Queen CEO? Is this an iron tree blooming? Xiao Qing knocked on the table. I'm still here. The senior managers quickly shut up. Xiao Qing picked up her documents and said cryptically, There's an idiom called to live or to die. From now on, you'll have to get used to an eldest miss with multiple personalities. This will be a common occurrence. Everyone looked at each other. The eldest miss is serious this time. From his voice, he sounds like a young boy. The eldest miss likes this type. Maybe she's just playing around. After all, the eldest miss is also a normal woman. Elsewhere, Su Xiao video called me as soon as she got back to her office. I answered immediately, looking at the beautiful Su Xiao on the screen. My eyes lit up with heart shapes. Xiao, you're so beautiful today. I want to take a bite. Su Xiao tilted her chin slightly. Really? Her voice carried an unconcealable hint of smugness. I nodded. Really beautiful. I really want to see what it feels like to take a bite. Su Xiao was so aroused by my teasing that her passion ignited. Zhang Chen, you should try it sometime. I didn't sense the danger. I just giggled and nodded. Okay. Su Xiao stared at me, only feeling the fire inside her burning stronger. Through the screen, I could feel Su Xiao's scorching gaze. Her stare made my cheeks flush, and I quickly changed the subject. Are you done with work? Have you eaten? I silently regretted my words. Women really can't be teased casually. Su Xiao's voice was hoarse. Just finished. I heard your voice message in the meeting room. I haven't eaten yet. I was startled. Meeting room? Your employees weren't still there, were they? They were. Su Xiao looked at my petrified expression, finding it incredibly cute. I'm going crazy. It's over, they must think I'm crazy. Wanting to support Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at me gently. It was indeed asking for death. She loved it. The way I looked when I said that, my brain short-circuited. I blurted out, making you want to live and die. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her lips curved. Zhang Chen, you like it like that? Only then did I realize what I had said. Xiao, you're the worst, always teasing me. Su Xiao suppressed the urge. You said you went to the company to be the general manager? Getting back to business, I became serious. It's the Yingmei production company under the Jiang Corporation. Su Xiao frowned. That company breaks even on the surface, but in reality, it's losing a lot of money. The title of general manager is just for show. I sighed. That's right, and I signed an agreement. I have to increase Mei Ying's profit by 70% to get the company back. To return to the Zhangthi group, Song Ming-chen is truly cunning. The company is about to go bankrupt, and he's still scheming against me. Su Xiao listened while quickly looking up market data for skincare products. I finished speaking and saw that she didn't react. I asked gently, Xiao, are you listening? Su Xiao responded softly after finishing looking at the data. She said affirmatively, it's doable. She would help him secretly, but she wouldn't say it out loud. She needed to protect Zhang Chen's pride. My eyes lit up. Really? Su Xiao smiled dotingly. Of course, my Zhang Chen is forever the best. Su Xiao understood clearly in her heart. Even if it meant spending a lot of money, she would help me prop up this company. I love hearing Su Xiao praise me the most. No matter what I do, in Su Xiao's eyes, I'm always the best. I blinked my big eyes and asked, then can you help me analyze it a bit? Although I was very clear about Mei Ying Company's situation and knew how to run the business, I still wanted to ask Su Xiao. No woman can resist the adoring gaze of the man she loves. Women all like the feeling of being relied upon. It's a pleasurable feeling of conquest. Su Xiao nodded. I just looked at the data and user feedback from various brands. Su Xiao tried to use simple words to explain. I rested my chin on my hands, listening intently to her analysis. Mei Ying's sales aren't high, but its reputation is very good. It's mainly because the promotion isn't strong enough. Plus, many people now prefer foreign brands. Truly a business genius. I interrupted her. You've analyzed it so thoroughly so quickly. Su Xiao's heart warmed under my adoring gaze. For the first time, she felt the title of business genius sounded so pleasant. For the first time, she felt so happy being praised. Do you need me to send an expert to help you? I blinked. No one is more professional than you. I don't need anyone else. Su Xiao looked at me. Then hire me as your chief consultant. I feigned distress. Su Xiao earns hundreds of millions every minute. I can't afford to hire you. You can afford me. One kiss is enough. Without a second thought, I immediately kissed the screen. After the kiss, I looked at Su Xiao earnestly. I want a kiss too. Xiao, kiss me quickly. Su Xiao hesitated a little. I nodded eagerly at the screen. So childish. I don't want to. Su Xiao instinctively refused. But seeing the disappointment in my eyes, Su Xiao finally moved slowly closer to the screen and gave it a light kiss. Smack. The two of us completed this sweet kiss through the screen. Although it was a bit embarrassing, seeing me smile so happily, Su Xiao's heart felt sweet too. Just then my food arrived. I ordered a portion for you too. Hasn't yours arrived yet? Su Xiao was very surprised. You ordered food for me? That's right. You never eat on time, you'll get a stomachache. I suddenly thought of something. Ah, do you not eat takeout? I do. Su Xiao didn't hesitate at all. As long as it was poison from Zheng Chen, she would drink it. Su Xiao called the front desk to get the food. The receptionist was stunned, speechless. The eldest miss is actually ordering takeout? Opening the food container, there was a heart-shaped note inside. Eat your meal obediently. Love you lots, love me lots, love each other lots. A simple sentence made Su Xiao smile like a child. This was her Zheng Chen, who pulled her out of the darkness and gave her boundless light. Zheng Chen. Su Xiao and I were on a video call, eating and chatting. I picked up some food and held it towards the screen. Su Xiao cooperatively opened her mouth. Food fed by Zheng Chen is truly delicious. This is the most beautiful form of love. He is teasing, and she is smiling. After eating, I yawned. Xiao, I'm going to sleep for a bit. I have a meeting this afternoon. It'll probably be very busy. Su Xiao looked at me dotingly. Okay, I didn't end the video call. I just slumped over the table and fell asleep. Su Xiao didn't hang up either. She stared at me sleeping soundly on the screen, her face full of happiness. When I woke up, my phone had run out of battery and turned off. I rubbed my face to wake myself up a bit and plugged my phone in to charge. Just as I turned on my computer, there was a knock on the office door. The fired employees barged in aggressively. CEO Zhang, we didn't do anything wrong. You can't fire us. I calmly closed the door and locked it. So what? We either continue working, or we get double severance pay. I looked at them coldly. Are you sure I have no reason to fire you? Those people nodded. We've never made any mistakes at work. My voice was as cold as ice. What if I don't agree? The employees revealed ferocious expressions. At worst, well damage your car. At best, well put something in your cup. Who knows, you might even run into some thugs after work. I narrowed my eyes. Are you threatening me? Then I'd like to see what you can do to me. The employees stared at me. If CEO Zhang insists, then we won't be polite anymore. My smile was full of danger. Fine by me. A woman reached her hand towards me. My gaze turned cold. I grabbed the dog-beating stick and swung it hard at the back of her hand. A crisp thwack sound rang out. The back of her hand immediately split open and bled. The pain made her scream horribly. You dare to hit me? The woman clutched her hand and roared, Get him for me! Her accomplices immediately surrounded me. I raised my eyes. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. You're courting death. Before the words were out, the dog-beating stick in my hand had already swung out. A series of thuds and cracks, accompanied by continuous, miserable screams. Someone grabbed a chair, wanting to sneak attack me, but I sent them flying with a roundhouse kick. In less than 2 minutes, the group was beaten into a pile, their clothes tattered, their bodies were covered in red marks. Although it didn't look serious on the surface, only they knew how much it hurt. I leaned against my desk, looking down on them. Still want to play? The group looked at the gleaming dog-beating stick and trembled. No more, they said and prepared to crawl away. I shouted coldly, Stop! The group immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. CEO Jiang, please spare us. We were just paid to do this. Who put you up to this? It was Tu Hutai. The group sold out their mastermind without hesitation. I frowned. I have no history or grudge with him. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The group was filled with regret. They shouldn't have locked the door. I looked up. This was a feature of the window glass. I could see outside. Those outside couldn't see in. Outside were paparazzi with cameras and reporters. Many other employees had also come up. Around 2:30 is work time. I stood up. Did you call them? The reporters? The long dog-beating stick dragged on the floor. The piercing sound made the group tremble. Tu Hutai's words were, If you don't comply, we were to strip you naked right here, so the reporters could capture your miserable state. The person confessed quickly and concisely, just wanting to survive. I raised an eyebrow, said, Oh, and went to open the door. The moment it opened, reporters shoved their microphones forward. CEO Jiang, right after taking office, you're having a strip party? Having an affair with colleagues in the office? Before the reporter could finish speaking, he was stunned to see the employees kneeling on the floor. This wasn't consistent with the tip he had received. The tip clearly stated that Jiang Chen had just taken office and was immediately having an affair with his colleagues in the office. Why did they look so miserable? And their purpose for today's interview was to report that I had an affair with employees right after taking office. They were supposed to report whatever was propagandized. But the scene now, is CEO Jiang playing some kind of slave-taming conquest game? Before the reporter finished speaking, I had already snatched the microphone from his hand and thrown it to the ground. You threw my microphone. Before the reporter could finish, he saw me raise my foot and stomp his microphone flat. My microphone. You actually stomped my microphone to pieces. The reporter looked at the crushed microphone and screamed repeatedly. This microphone costs money. You have to compensate me. Click, click. The sound of a camera shutter. I looked over with a cold glare. The reporter carrying the camera flinched under my gaze and took a fearful step back. We're conducting a legal interview. I coldly stepped forward, reached out, and snatched the camera. Then, with a smash, I threw it hard onto the ground. The cameraman was also stunned, on the verge of screaming. Even if this camera is repaired, it will cost 10,000 yuan. Before he could finish his words, he saw me raise my foot and stomp the camera flat too. The cameraman finally couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed. There's a lot of my news material inside. The cameraman broke down. Can you even afford to pay for all this? I retracted my foot, gently lifting my chin. My gaze was slightly raised. My whole being exuded an untamable, noble aura. Filming my office without my permission. I suspect you came here to secretly film my trade secrets. I lowered my head slightly, coldly looking at the people squatting on the ground. I think if I were to sue, wouldn't you have to compensate me? These words stunned them both. It can be like that? I coldly raised my head and looked at the other reporters following behind. I asked softly, will you do it yourselves, or should I help you? The others were all terrified by me. Those turning off microphones turned off microphones. Those covering cameras covered cameras. Those deleting photos deleted photos. My God, this man's aura is too powerful. It gives people the feeling that he can't be offended. I raised my head and glanced around at the reporters, very satisfied with their stiff expressions. If you want a proper interview, fine. Let's start now. I shook the dog-beating stick in my hand. If you're not proper, you can figure out the consequences. Figure out the consequences. It sent a chill down the reporters' spines. The feeling was either interview obediently or wait for a beating. We are a mainstream media outlet. Of course, we'll conduct a proper interview. The reporters hurriedly expressed their stance. Yes. We're here to interview CEO Jiang about the new boss firing employees upon taking office without paying double the severance. What they were talking about was the few employees still kneeling on the ground. But now, no one dared to take random pictures. This CEO Jiang was truly too fierce. I used the dog-beating stick to point at the people on the ground. Get up. Kneeling like that is so undignified. The group trembled. They felt that kneeling was safer. I spoke to the reporters again. They'll give you 1 minute to rearrange your questions. The reporters and staff waited for a minute, trembling. The cameraman asked cautiously, can we start filming now? He was afraid his camera would be smashed if he didn't get permission. That thing is expensive. I suddenly broke into a smile like a spring breeze. Of course you can. Remember to film my good side. The reporters looked completely bewildered. Where did that fierce demon from a moment ago go? The cameraman hurriedly adjusted to the best angle. The moment the lens pointed at me, he was stunned. He's way too handsome. A reporter asked cautiously, we heard that CEO Jiang parachuted into Mei Ying by relying on his status as the young master of the Jiang family. I said helplessly, can't be helped. Being reincarnated is an art form. Next question. The cameraman stammered out the next question. We heard that you came to Mei Ying with your father. Hearing this, my eyes suddenly turned cold. You mean Song Mingchen? Thank you, but I don't want to acknowledge that man who sells his children for glory as my father. The reporter was intimidated by my aura and quickly changed his words. Is the agreement between you and Vice Chairman Song real? I nodded. Yes, but he was the one who begged me to sign it. I was forced to take over Mei Ying. I then explained the detailed terms of the agreement. A reporter couldn't help but ask CEO Jiang regarding you firing employees right after taking office without paying double the severance? I didn't look up. Firing employees without reason does indeed require double severance pay, but they don't qualify. I stood up and took a stack of documents from beside the printer. This is all evidence of them arriving late and leaving early, slacking off all day at work, and there's also evidence of them reselling company products. The cameraman turned the lens towards the evidence. The photos were very clear. I smiled faintly. I'm not running a charity, nor am I opening an orphanage. On what grounds should I have to support these ungrateful traitors? The employees standing nearby trembled, almost kneeling down again. They couldn't have imagined that CEO Jiang actually had this evidence. Reselling company products could land you in jail. I narrowed my eyes at the troublemakers. If you have any other questions, you can ask the other employees. They'd be very willing to answer.
Oh right, if this blows up, not only will I not have to pay your severance, but you will also have to compensate me. You might even end up in jail. The group regretted their actions to their core. Is it too late to beg for forgiveness now? They scrambled to expose their accomplices. I wasn't the only one reselling products. The former vice president also sent us to threaten CEO Zhang. The wounds on our bodies are from falling down ourselves. The reporters quickly posted the interview content online. To corporation, Su Xiao was studying Mei Ying Company's data. The rising star Xiaoqing of Twilight Entertainment. Send the sales champion, the PR department, and the advertising department of the company to Mei Ying. Then have all those top actresses use Mei Ying's products. Be careful not to explicitly state they are brand ambassadors. Su Xiao gave instructions for a long time. Noticing Xiaoqing had no reaction, her face darkened. Xiaoqing, do you want to be fired? It's a matter concerning Zhang Chen, and Xiaoqing dared to be distracted. Xiaoqing carefully held up the tablet. Zhang Qingyu's own sales livestream has gone viral. She took 2 steps back. Eldest miss, it seems Zhang Qingyu doesn't need your help anymore. Su Xiao's expression instantly turned ice cold. Seeing her unpleasant expression, Xiaoqing quickly added, actually, with your help, Zhang Qingyu's career would be much smoother. Su Xiao shot her a cold glance, took the tablet, and browsed the hot searches. My interview video was topping the charts on all major social media platforms. Zhang Chen, who got his engagement broken off, is so cool, even in an interview. Su Xiao scrolled through the comments, the corners of her lips unconsciously curving up. She clicked on Mei Ying's official website and found that all products were listed as sold out. Zhang Chen is amazing. She put down the tablet, her expression full of pride. Xiaoqing complained silently. Eldest miss, this speed of changing faces. You were just scowling a moment ago? You're not angry anymore? Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. With Zhang Chen being so outstanding, what is there for me to be angry about? Then the previous arrangements will proceed as planned. Su Xiao leaned back, her eyes suddenly turning cold. If grandfather dares to cause trouble, her voice suddenly dropped. I don't mind letting the Tou Corporation be buried along with it. Xiaoqing shuddered. Understood. Su Xiao suddenly gave an instruction. Go buy that car, Jing A4523, and destroy it. Xiaoqing looked bewildered. What's wrong with that car? I don't like the look of it. Su Xiao recalled that day's good moment, being interrupted, her tone indifferent. Xiaoqing went to handle it, speechless. The former car owner received double the car's value, his head full of question marks. I've run into a tycoon. At the same time, celebrities started posting on Weibo in support of Mei Ying. Always using Mei Ying, sincerely recommend it. Giveaway for a Mei Ying lipstick set. Looking to buy Mei Ying cushion foundation, high price. Zhang Qingyu even posted a 9-grid photo of her bare face. Move aside, I'm the real lipstick queen. The photo could even pull off the deadly Barbie pink shade, making fans go crazy placing orders. After posting on Weibo, Zhang Qingyu immediately video called me. I was engrossed in some documents when I saw it was a video call from my dear sister Qingyu. I casually accepted the call. As soon as it connected, I was startled. My God, Sister Qingyu, are your lips poisoned? Zhang Qingyu was wearing a blackish-purple lipstick paired with 2 huge dark circles under her eyes. She looked exactly like a poisoning victim. She proudly raised her chin, pursed her lips. Isn't it beautiful? Is it seductive enough? Is it arrogant enough? Will you go crazy for me? She said, winking. I nodded seriously. You definitely have the aura of a villain. You didn't come home for one night and you've gone this crazy? Zhang Qingyu glared. Look closely. This is Mei Ying's poisoned lipstick shade number 4 from 44. Of course, I recognized it. She wants to be my brand ambassador. She's really going all out. I just took over the company. I'm busy researching all the products. Zhang Qingyu huffed proudly. I'm not going to be an ambassador for free. The endorsement fee isn't much, just a hug. I smiled and nodded. All right. What's so good about a rundown company like Mei Ying? Song Mingchen is setting a trap for you. Even if you become his spokesperson, selling out everything wouldn't even cover a big star's endorsement fee. You'd still be at a loss after paying the fee. You foolish country bumpkin, you've been sold out, and you're still helping them count the money. Zhang Qingyu was extremely anxious after watching the interview. This is clearly a trap contract. I was dazed. I didn't hire a big star as an ambassador. I just wanted to test the lipstick's effect. I haven't even decided on a sales plan. Check Weibo yourself. A trend of Mei Ying sales live streams has already started, and you're the one who started it. I switched to Weibo to check. Several big stars were posting pictures of their daily use. It didn't look like an advertisement at all. Zhang Qingyu narrowed her eyes. Confess, how much money did you spend? Some stars can't be hired just with money. Not to mention, this is a small domestic brand. I raised an eyebrow. I didn't spend any money and even made a profit. I didn't need to guess. It was definitely Su Xiao's doing. Zhang Qingyu immediately became vigilant. Su Xiao? As soon as she heard the name, Zhang Qingyu immediately bristled, pointing at the dark circles under her eyes. Don't mention that evil capitalist. See these dark circles under my eyes? I stayed up all night filming a commercial last night. I only got a few hours of sleep early this morning before being dragged up to continue filming. With my skills, it should have been done in one take. That bastard kept making me shoot until I wanted to die on the spot. If you're really close to her, then quickly tell her to stop exploiting me.
There are still 20 or 30 commercials waiting to be filmed. I remembered how our good moment last night was interrupted by the phone. I immediately understood. It was obvious Su Xiao was intentionally keeping her so busy she had no time to manage me. I shook my head with a wicked smile. I can't help you with this. Qingyu was angry. I knew you were lying. You have no relationship with her at all. I didn't say anything more. Hearing a knock on the door, I quickly hung up. Can't talk anymore. I'm going to work. Before Zhang Qingyu could finish, she looked at the black screen and pouted. The young master is working so hard. I also have to work hard to earn money to support him. She stood up and shouted to her assistant, Xiao Kim. There's a music class today, right? Xiao Kim looked at her in surprise. Yes. Didn't you say you weren't going? Zhang Qingyu was full of fighting spirit. I'm going now. I have to train my voice well to sing the song Zhang Chen wrote in the best condition. Although she had gotten the sheet music back and Duangdan Hong's cover had been taken down, she wasn't in a hurry to release the song. Xiao Kim nodded happily. I'll go arrange it right away. I misunderstood Zhang Chen before. He's really improving. Zhang Qingyu gave a light kick. Get lost. My young master has always been great. On the other side, the sales director of Mei Ying Company entered the office with a strange expression. CEO Zhang, all the products are sold out. Orders have skyrocketed. The factory can't keep up now. Since my interview video was posted, the company's phone has been ringing off the hook. Previously, the factory workers were slacking off, and the inventory was all miscellaneous products. I quickly reviewed the report. Notify all departments. Meeting in 10 minutes. I didn't expect the effect to be this good. It far exceeded my expectations. Bring me the complete inventory and raw material lists from the factory. In the meeting room, Peng Liqing and the other employees had complicated expressions. In the morning, they were waiting for a joke. But in just one afternoon, I managed to sell 20 million. This was the company's sales for an entire month. I tapped the table. What are you all staring at? Let's have the meeting. At the same time, Song father and son were staring at the news.
Song Jinian stomped his foot in anger. Are these people blind? How could they praise Zhang Chen for being handsome? He looked at the comments calling him Brother Chen and hubby with extreme anger. Song Ming Chen, however, was calm. It's only 20 million. That's not even enough to pay the star's endorsement fee. When his capital chain breaks, hell have his time to cry. He sneered and said, tomorrow, the finances will run into problems. He won't be able to hold on for long. Song Jinian felt a little relieved, but was still uneasy. He asked his father if they should pull some tricks at the factory. If there's a problem with the skincare products, it will be very difficult to salvage the reputation. Song Mingchen glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. That's our family's company. If it makes a lot of money, what's not to like? Song Jinian was unconvinced. I'm just afraid Zhang Chen will be able to revive the company. He has to earn 70% more profit than before. This is an attempt to break records, even if pre-order sales increase. Without a factory, sufficient capital, and time, he basically can't do it. We can both make money and keep him trapped at Mei Ying as the CEO. Isn't that great? Song Mingchen felt his son's brain was filled with water. Song Mingchen glared at him again. But Zhang Chen is the CEO now. The CEO, isn't he still working for us? Song Jinian was still not reconciled. He just didn't want to see Zhang Chen doing well. I just hate him. He's just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Woof woof. Before he could finish, a dog suddenly barked. Looking up, he saw that husky barking fiercely at him. Then it suddenly lunged. Get away from me, you damn dog! Ergozi bared his teeth, raised his paws, and chased after Song Jinian. How dare he speak ill of Brother Chen behind his back? Help someone, quick! How could Song Jinian outrun a dog? His clothes were quickly torn. His body was covered in scratches. Just as he ran out of the courtyard, he was pounced on from behind by Ergozi. Damn dog! Ah! Ergozi jumped right on top of him and sat down. Oof. Song Jinian felt like his ribs were about to break. Help me, he pleaded for help from the maids. But these maids were all arranged by Su Xiao. They all pretended not to see anything. Ergozi sat on top of him, using his fluffy tail to slap his face repeatedly. That's for bad-mouthing Brother Chen, woof woof. Song Jinian was in pain and furious, and he burst into tears. Sooner or later, he would stew this dog. On my first day of work, I just wanted to stay at the company. My sister stipulated that I had to be home before 10. I had no choice but to take my documents to the parking lot. As soon as I left the main gate, I saw a familiar figure. Xiao seeing Su Xiao, all my fatigue vanished. I happily rushed over. Su Xiao hugged me. I lifted her face, puckered her lips, and kissed her non-stop. Sob, Xiao, I missed you to death. I missed you so much it's like a terminal illness. Su Xiao gently bit her own lip, asking where Zhang Chen missed her. I burst out laughing at her teasing. What should I do? My whole body is missing you, I replied with a smile. Su Xiao, who had thought I would be shy, was instead teased until her whole body felt hot. She let go of my lips, about to deepen the kiss. I gently pushed her away. Let's continue kissing when we get home. I don't want to be interrupted by a car horn again. Su Xiao looked at me deeply, lowered her head, and gave me a hard kiss before letting go. I pointed to my car. Xiao, I have to drive myself back to the office. I will drive your car, sir. Xiaoqing was standing next to my car. I don't know since when.
I blushed immediately, thinking about the "my whole body is missing you" line from just now. It's so embarrassing. Xiaoqing quickly waved her hands. I just got here. I didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. I smiled helplessly. I can believe the first 3 words, but only a ghost would believe the rest. Su Xiao looked at me dotingly. It's fine. She has to get used to it, I said playfully. We also have to let her learn how to flirt with Tan Liet. I tossed the car keys to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was so flustered she jumped. I'm straight, Tan Liet and I are just innocent brothers. I stuck my head out of the car window. Explaining is just hiding it, you know. Xiaoqing looked at the sky, speechless. Looks like I'll have to find a girlfriend soon to prove myself. On the way, Su Xiao asked me, how was today? It was all right. It's just that managing a company is so busy. I worked all day. I'm dead tired. I stretched. Thank you for helping me get stars for the endorsement. But with sales being too good, there are also troubles. I'm afraid supply won't meet demand, and there will be quality issues. Su Xiao frowned. What's mine is also yours. What are you saying thank you for? As I waited for the red light, I took her hand and gave it a light kiss, because I want to give you a thank you gift. As I spoke, I playfully licked her palm. Su Xiao trembled all over. Zhang Chen's voice had become hoarse. The light is green, I reminded Su Xiao with a smile. She had no choice but to gather her thoughts and focus on driving. As for me, I rested my chin on my hand, gazing unblinkingly at Su Xiao's beautiful side profile. From your brow bone to the bridge of your nose, and then to those thin, sexy lips, it makes one unable to resist wanting to kiss them, to taste them. Su Xiao tilted her head and glanced over, hurriedly focusing on driving. Her voice was low and hoarse. Zhang Chen, don't look at me like that. My scorching gaze was like a flame, burning her until her whole body was hot. If she weren't driving, with just this look from me, she would have pulled me into her arms long ago and kissed me to her heart's content. I squinted and smiled. No way. I haven't seen you for a day, and I've missed you to death. Now I don't just want to look my fill, I have to kiss my fill too. If I could have a hug and do something else, that would be even better. Su Xiao was so teased by me that her heart itched. Zhang Chen, her call was both helpless and doting. I deliberately teased her, pouting and blowing a kiss. Su Xiao said shyly, Zhang Chen, don't you regret this? I gave a wicked smile. I won't. What's wrong with wanting to kiss the woman I like? The woman I like. These words made Su Xiao's grip on the steering wheel unsteady. I leaned close to her ear. Do you want to kiss me? When I wasn't here, how did you miss me? Did you miss my smiling face, or did you want to hug me? My hot breath tickled the side of her neck. When you wanted to kiss me, did you have a reaction? Before I could finish my sentence, the car suddenly stopped by the side of the road. I had just looked up when Su Xiao kissed me fiercely. She domineeringly pried my lips open. Her breath filled all my senses. I was stunned for a second, then immediately wrapped my arms around her neck, passionately responding. In the cramped car, only the sounds of panting and pounding heartbeats remained. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was suddenly knocked on. I wanted to pull back, but Su Xiao tightened her grip. Ignore it. But the knocking didn't stop. Su Xiao annoyedly rolled down the window. Xiaoqing had a concerned look on her face. What is it? Su Xiao's gaze was ice cold. What do you think? Xiaoqing glanced at her boss's moist lips and me straightening my clothes, and immediately understood. Please continue, miss. After saying that, she turned tail and fled. Su Xiao closed the window and turned to ask, should we continue? I lowered my eyes. Let's go home. It's almost 10. On the way back, neither of us said anything, but the air was filled with a sweet atmosphere. After arriving near the Jiang family house, Su Xiao spoke sweetly. That kiss just now was the answer to the first question. After getting out of the car, I looked at Su Xiao. Su Xiao pointed to her head and said, I use my brain to miss you. Then she took my hand and placed it on her chest. I use my heart to miss you. I could hear both our hearts beating rapidly, as brilliant as fireworks. Su Xiao hugged me tightly. The third question. I missed your smile, wanted to hug you, and wanted to kiss you. After saying that, she looked up and kissed me on the lips. It was much gentler than the kiss in the car, as careful as if handling a treasure. I was kissed until my head was spinning. Su Xiao let go, and I stared at her. Now to answer the fourth question. I still hadn't come to my senses. I suddenly remembered the fourth question was whether she had a reaction. Yes, and I have it even without kissing. I immediately froze. Good night. Su Xiao quickly let go, turned, got in the car, and sped off. In reality, she was panicking inside. I stood there, my face gradually turning red like a cooked shrimp. Su Xiao, you're so bad. My heart was beating so fast it felt like it would explode. Song Jinian, on the 3rd floor of the Jiang house, was scrolling through his phone. He sneered and said, I thought he'd latched onto a rich benefactor. Turns out he's keeping a little mistress. He had taken a picture of me and the woman surnamed Ye. I walked into the house, blushing, and saw Song Mingchen sitting in the living room. Song Mingchen looked up and asked me, You didn't drive back? The blush on my face instantly vanished. I replied coldly, Yeah. Wang Yalan was sitting beside him. She had noticed my blushing appearance earlier. As an experienced woman, she knew what was going on with just one look. She said in a strange tone, Look at your unusual complexion. Could it be that you've just taken office and are already keeping a mistress? I narrowed my eyes at Wang Yalan. Then you should be careful. I hear rich old ladies love going to clubs to find gigolos.
I turned my head and said to Song Mingchen, old men really can't keep up. A woman at 30 is like a wolf, and at 40, a tiger. How can she not feel empty and lonely? Being called an old man who can't perform, Song Mingchen's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He shouted sternly, what are you talking about? Utterly shameless. I looked up straight at him. If you want to lecture others, first lecture that adulterer in your house. Then lecture that bastard son of yours who likes picking up trash. And finally, satisfy this promiscuous woman who spends all day looking for gigolos. 3 sentences, scolding the entire family of 3. Song Jinian and Song Mingchen had just come downstairs. Their faces were as black as coal. Wang Yalan was so angry she stomped her foot. Jiang Chen, do you have any upbringing? How dare you say such things? Truly, a child with a mother to birth him but not to raise him. Before she could finish, I sent a kick flying, sending both her and the sofa flying. Song Mingchen was also pushed back. I grabbed Wang Yalan's hair with one hand and pulled her up, and kicked her straight in the knee. With a thud, Wang Yalan fell heavily to her knees on the ground. Just hearing it was painful. Jiang Chen, let go. I slammed Wang Yalan's head hard against the floor. Why don't I have a mother to call? Isn't it because you people are in the house my mother left behind, bullying her son? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? If you want it so badly, why don't you go down there with my mother? Song Mingchen scrambled up, trying to stop Jiang Chen. Stop it now! Woof, woof! Ergozi rushed in, baring his fangs and blocking Song Mingchen, looking extremely ferocious. Song Jinian was so scared he stood frozen on the stairs, not daring to move. I continued to slam Wang Yalan's head against the ground, until blood splattered on the floor. Wang Yalan's screams grew weaker and weaker. Song Mingchen panicked. Jiang Chen, if you keep hitting her, someone will die. I gave him a cold glance. Finally, I slammed her head one more time before letting go. I know my limits. I won't commit murder right after being reborn. Wang Yalan, if I hear you speak ill of my mother again, see if I don't take your life. Wang Yalan, her face covered in blood, huddled into a trembling ball. She truly felt the threat of death. I looked coldly toward Song Jinian on the stairs, causing Song Jinian to shrink back a step in fear, hurriedly hiding his phone behind his back. Butler Cheng, take Wang Yalan to the cemetery. Tell her to stay with my mother for a night, I ordered coldly. Song Jinian, hearing the word cemetery, was so scared he kept backing away. He still hadn't forgotten the horrifying experience of being thrown out at the cemetery last time. Wang Yalan looked up, her face also full of fear. Song Mingchen frowned. Jiang Chen, after all, she is an elder. I tilted my head and cut him off coldly. If you feel bad for her, then go with her. My mother wouldn't mind, watching the two of you kneel in repentance. Song Mingchen continued to speak. She's injured. She needs to go to the hospital. My voice was ice cold. She won't die. I know how to control my strength. There won't be a death. Song Mingchen glanced at me, and finally said nothing more. I turned and went upstairs. Standing on the second-floor landing, I stared coldly at Song Jinian. If you want to live in the Zhang house, then you must follow my rules. Don't ruin my good mood. Otherwise, get the hell out. Ergozi immediately backed me up. Woof woof. Whoever dares to make Brother Chen unhappy, I'll be the first to disagree, Song Jinian. After I closed the door, he hurriedly ran downstairs and sat resentfully beside Song Mingchen. Dad, are you just going to spoil him like this? Butler Cheng had already taken Wang Yalan away. Woof! Ergozi growled at Song Jinian, warning him, don't even think about bad-mouthing Brother Chen. Song Jinian looked fearfully at Ergozi. This dog has become a spirit. Whoever speaks ill of Jiang Chen, it chases and bites them. Song Mingchen sighed. He's changed. Besides, your mother was indeed in the wrong just now. Song Mingchen sighed. Go get some rest. You should think of a way to save your public image first. Song Jinian was so angry he stomped his foot. Ever since the hotel scandal and the cemetery incident, his public image had been plummeting. If this continues, his acting career will be over. No way. I must think of a way. He gritted his teeth and walked into the servants' room, temporarily swallowing his anger. In my room, I video-called the family group to let them know I was safe. Third sister Jiang Tian astutely asked, Jiang Chen, are you in a bad mood? Who bullied you? My sisters were radiating killing intent. I shook my head. It's nothing. I was just nauseated by a few cockroaches. Only then were my sisters relieved. How are you feeling today? Are you okay? Third sister Jiang Tian said. I saw your interview. That unfair clause is not legally binding. I quickly interrupted. No, this clause is valid. I still need to use it to slap some faces. Eldest sister Jiang Cheng frowned. Mei Ying is just an empty shell now. You've been tricked by Song Mingchen. I smiled. Sisters, you have to trust your little young master. Jiang Qingyu immediately expressed her support. It'll be your spokesperson for free. My sisters looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Chen is the best. They decided to support me secretly. They would absolutely not let their younger brother suffer. I looked at my sisters and my mood improved. I smiled and asked eldest sister Jiang Cheng, how's the company doing? I was still worried. I wondered if Su Xiao had helped. Jiang Cheng nodded.
There's been a turn for the better. That chemical company you mentioned to me last time, their general manager got into trouble. A lot of problems were exposed. I almost signed the contract with them. Luckily, I listened to your words and hesitated a bit. The day before yesterday, she originally planned to sign a contract with Hua Guang. At that time, the prospects looked very good, completely different from what I said. But when she was about to sign, she suddenly remembered her brother's words. So she changed her mind and said she needed 3 more days to think. As a result, in less than 3 days, something happened to Hua Guang. I squinted and smiled. That's great then. Eldest sister can find another company to partner with, Jiang Tian interjected. It's a good thing we didn't partner with them. Now the Su Corporation has taken the initiative to approach us. The terms are incredibly favorable. They're almost losing money, just to work with us. Speaking of which, when the people from the Su Corporation came to negotiate, their imposing manner at first made me think they were here to cause trouble. Then, when we were discussing terms, the other party just kept conceding. She even suspected she had encountered a scam. If she hadn't confirmed they were really from the Su Corporation, she wouldn't have dared to believe it. I laughed and said, that's because eldest sister's company has a future. Eldest sister is the one, so they're eager to work with you. Jiang Tian hesitated, but their profit margin is too low. I blinked. It's okay. I don't care about money. I thought to myself, they're aiming for your little brother. Zhang Cheng shrewdly realized something. Just then, Zhang Qingyu also chimed in. I've also become the spokesperson for the Su Corporation. The pay is amazing, but there's too much training. If it weren't for the great pay, I'd suspect they were worshipping their ancestors. I asked, did you meet Su Xiao? Zhang Qingyu shook her head. That big shot isn't someone I can just meet. I heard she's ugly and short, and also particularly fierce. I pouted, you can't believe rumors. Third sister Jiang Tian teased, talking bad about your boss like that, aren't you afraid of getting fired? Zhang Qingyu couldn't care less. I'm not afraid. After chatting for a while, everyone went their separate ways. I ended the video call and soaked in the tub, in a particularly good mood. I picked up my phone, intending to text Su Xiao, but just thinking about what happened earlier. So embarrassing. My face turned red again. On the other side, Su Xiao had just gotten home and immediately opened our chat window. Seeing no new messages, she instantly became tense. Is Jiang Chen angry? Is he ignoring me now? She was both worried and regretful. She shouldn't have been bewitched by my words and done such a naughty thing. Now Jiang Chen must be furious. Will he never pay attention to her again? Should I apologize and explain right now? But wouldn't bringing it up be like acting like a hooligan again? Su Xiao hesitated for a moment, phone in hand. Finally, she decided to take a shower first. Ever since I started texting her, she would even bring her phone to the bathroom and the shower, afraid of missing my messages and not being able to reply immediately. She had just turned on the shower water, while thinking about how to bring up what happened earlier. Is Jiang Chen really angry? Does he need to be coaxed? Ding dong, the WeChat notification sound suddenly rang. Su Xiao hurriedly turned off the faucet and fumbled to dry her hands to grab her phone. She had long ago set everyone else to do not disturb mode. This notification sound could only be from me. Have you gotten home yet? It was followed by a shy emoji. Su Xiao wiped the water from her face and first replied with a single, yeah. Then she felt it was too cold and hurriedly sent another message. I've been home for a while. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Should she really bring up what happened earlier? I held my phone as if I could see Su Xiao's serious expression as she replied. I couldn't help but purse my lips and smile secretly. I was just about to type when another message from Su Xiao arrived. Jiang Chen, about what happened earlier. Are you angry? She was worried to death. After all, that was really over the line. She had always been a proper person since she was young. This was the first time she'd done something like this, and her heart was in turmoil. Though she was uneasy, she felt more joy. I looked at the message and could completely imagine her anxious and restless state right now. I called her directly via video call. Su Xiao was typing. Her hand moved faster than her brain and she accepted the call. As soon as the video opened, I saw her soaking wet hair, water droplets sliding down her cheeks. My gaze unconsciously drifted down to her spaghetti-strap nightgown, revealing her fair shoulders and faint curves. Further down, fortunately, the camera didn't capture it. Su Xiao looked at me on the screen. My long neck, sexy Adam's apple, strong collarbones, and muscular chest. She unconsciously swallowed. Jiang Chen, her voice was low and doting. I watched the water droplet slide down and asked softly, are you taking a shower? Su Xiao hummed softly in agreement. I lowered my head and chuckled. You bring your phone to reply to my messages even while showering? I don't want to miss your messages, Su Xiao replied simply. Because it's you, even if it's an unimportant message, I want to reply immediately. Jiang Chen, can you feel my sincerity? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Taking a video call while showering? Are you trying to show me something I shouldn't be seeing? Su Xiao immediately panicked and hurriedly moved the camera up, revealing only her beautiful face. She stammered an explanation. No, it's not like that, I laughed and cut her off. Xiao, you've become naughty. Su Xiao was still hurriedly explaining. I suddenly said, I like it a lot. Su Xiao was stunned. She stared at me. What did you say? I didn't quite dare to look directly at Su Xiao. As long as it's Xiao, no matter what you do, I like it very much. Su Xiao was stunned again and again. Then she felt the sweetness rising from the bottom of her heart. Even the air carried a hint of sweetness. You're not angry? After all, that appearance was really... I looked up at her. But that's Xiao. I said shyly while lowering my head. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. A girl must be reserved. Go take your shower. Su Xiao saw that I really wasn't angry. Her suspended heart finally settled down. Okay, I'll go shower. I blinked at Su Xiao. A moment later, I saw Su Xiao still hadn't moved. We were still looking at each other. I asked doubtfully, don't you want to go shower? Su Xiao looked at the screen. I'll shower later. I can't bear to hang up. I can't get enough of seeing you on video. Hurry up and shower. I won't look at you. I'll play on my phone. I'll use my phone to take care of something. Su Xiao was stunned. We're not hanging up? I hummed in agreement. I can't bear to hang up. I want to look at you a little longer. Go take your shower. It's not like I can see anything else anyway. After saying this, my face turned a little red again. Why do I feel a little regretful? Will Su Xiao misunderstand? Let her misunderstand then. I have to let this silly girl take some initiative. Otherwise, I'm afraid she's too straightforward. What if we sleep while hugging, and she tries to draw a boundary line for me? Su Xiao was a bit stunned by my serious expression. Her face also flushed slightly. She nodded. Okay. She placed her phone properly, making sure it wouldn't film anywhere inappropriate. Only then did she start to shower. Moreover, seeing that I was playing on my phone and not looking at her, Su Xiao then continued her shower. But she felt a little unnatural. Her heart was also pounding erratically. The person watching her was none other than the boy she loved. Even though it was just a video call like this, it still made her blush and feel an indescribable emotion. I only looked up for a moment and then looked away. I switched to the message composition screen. Then I used another number to send a message. N-hat, there's a batch of goods recently. I'll send it over to you. Help me check the ingredients and see if they meet the standards. The other side replied quickly. Pay, what kind of big shipment is it? Also, you finally decided to show up? Where have you been loafing around? I continued to reply. N-hat, it's skincare products. I've been a company CEO recently. I have to be responsible. The other side replied. Pi, are you crazy? Such a big project is here. Such advanced machinery, and you're using it to test skincare products. I felt tired from sitting, so I lay on my stomach. Then I glanced at Su Xiao on the phone. I continued to reply, N-hat, I like you. Got a problem with that? Pi will want to kill someone. I'll shut down your company. I texted to ask about a few things, completely forgetting that Su Xiao was still showering on the screen. Su Xiao looked at the phone and saw me lying on my stomach, facing the camera. Jiang Chen, Su Xiao called my name sweetly. I was looking down, talking to Pi. Hearing her voice, I looked up. I'm here, I shouted. My phone almost fell onto the bed. Xiao, you have a nosebleed. Hurry and wipe it. Su Xiao fumbled to get a tissue. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. Su Xiao hurriedly ended the video call, her whole body as red as a boiled shrimp. I looked at the black screen and buried my blushing face in the blanket. On the other side, Su Xiao discovered her phone had gotten wet. It wouldn't turn on. She was so worried she paced around. Finally, she used her backup phone to send a goodnight message. I replied immediately. Has the nosebleed stopped? The rims of Su Xiao's ears turned bright red. I'm a bit overheated. Drinking more water will help. I typed with a wicked smile. I suggest seeking help from Miss Five Fingers. Su Xiao's face immediately darkened. I don't need anyone but you. I was stunned after reading the message. This is way too innocent. Early the next morning, Su Xiao rarely woke up late. Xiao Qing and Qin Li returned from their morning run and saw Su Xiao full of vitality. Eldest miss, you're up a little late today. Normally, the three of them exercised together. Su Xiao hummed softly in response. The sharp-eyed Qin Li noticed she was smiling at the corners of her mouth. Even her usually cold eyes were filled with the glow of spring. Eldest miss last night, did you? You know? He rarely called her eldest miss. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. Which? Qin Li leaned in and made a hand gesture. Did you eat Jiang Chen all up? Xiao Qing shook her head. No way. Eldest miss, you came back earlier than I did yesterday. Then you must have dreamed it, Qin Li grinned slyly. Su Xiao gave him a cold glance. No. Su Xiao kicked him. Do you want the dogs to run 10 laps with you? Seeing the tips of Su Xiao's ears turn pink, Qin Li laughed heartily. Su Xiao kicked him again. Go help the forensics team. Eldest miss, please don't. Su Xiao snorted coldly. Otherwise you can eat while looking at photos of Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing touched her nose with an innocent expression, thinking to herself what this had to do with her. Making that Qin Li eat while looking at corpses is enough. Su Xiao coldly ordered Xiao Qing to drive my car to pick me up. Qin Li still wanted to beg for mercy. Eldest miss, Su Xiao swept a cold gaze over him. Then, a dangerous smile appeared on her face. Get lost. Xiao Qing looked at Qin Li gloatingly. As she opened the car door, she said, Be more careful with your words next time. She thought to herself that some things are best left unsaid. After waking up, I first sent a good morning text to Su Xiao. While I was washing my face, 2 little sparrows flew in. Jiang Chen, good morning, the little sparrows chirped. While brushing my teeth, I asked if there was any news today. There are too many people named Shu Yukai. We still haven't identified which one it is. One sparrow replied, and I nodded. I'll show you a photo later. The other sparrow continued. Wang Yalan was so scared at the cemetery that she screamed her head off. When she was found in the morning, she had already fainted. She's been taken to the hospital now. I raised an eyebrow. She's not dead, is she? Not dead, just badly frightened. Now even the slightest noise can scare her.
I snorted coldly. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. Once I find the evidence, it'll definitely make them pay with their lives. Jiang Chen, your woman is here to pick you up. The little sparrow suddenly chirped. I smiled and quickened my pace. Okay, I'm heading to the company. You guys go play. I quickly finished packing and went downstairs. Without waiting for Xiaoqing to open the car door, I opened the back door myself and threw myself into Su Xiao's arms. Xiao, hold me. I acted cute and was about to kiss her. Su Xiao hugged me. Remembering the picture from last night, her mind immediately started racing. I looked up and pouted. So cold. Do you not love me anymore? Su Xiao looked at me and whispered, I do. Then she lowered her head and kissed me. Xiaoqing glanced in the rearview mirror and quickly averted her gaze, focusing on driving. After the kiss ended, I hugged Su Xiao's neck and whispered in her ear, Xiao, did you cool down last night? Seeing her blush from her face to her ears, I playfully bit her earlobe. Su Xiao suddenly sat up straight, her body trembling. It was like I had discovered a new world. I continued to bite her earlobe. I asked softly, Xiao, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Su Xiao's face flushed bright red. She hugged me tightly. Jiang Chen, don't be naughty. I'm very innocent. I didn't do anything. I was just talking to you. How is that being naughty? Su Xiao helplessly moved a little closer to the car window. I was too much of a tease. She couldn't handle it at all. Seeing her like this made me want to tease her even more. The more she tried to escape, the closer I got. I braced myself with one hand, pinning her into the corner of the car window. Su Xiao's breath hitched. I hugged her neck and looked at her. Tell me where I was bad to you.
I'm clearly so well behaved, right? Or maybe you should be bad to me. The way I looked when I said this, my tone was especially innocent, but my eyes held a mischievous glint. Su Xiao looked at me, then she wrapped her arms around my waist. Su Xiao gently bit my ear, using a voice only the two of us could hear. Next time we're alone in a room, if you keep teasing me like this, then I'll definitely eat you all up. I leaned into her ear. Okay, you'll be waiting. Su Xiao watched me enter the company with reluctance. Xiaoqing tried to make her presence known this time. Eldest miss, are you going to drive Jiang Chen to and from work every day from now on? Su Xiao hummed softly in response. Xiaoqing drove towards the Su Corporation. This is too much of a waste of time. Her time is very precious. In the morning, it takes half an hour to get from Imperial Water Bay to the Jiang House, then to Mei Ying, and about another half an hour to the Su Corporation. About an hour. In the morning, the eldest miss will have to wake up 2 hours earlier than before, and it's the same in the afternoon. The eldest miss wastes a total of 4 hours a day. It feels like wasting hundreds of millions. Su Xiao looked at her hand, which seemed to still hold my warmth. She said with a smile, there is nothing in this world more precious than Jiang Chen. As she spoke, her voice turned cold. From now on, don't use the word waste again. There is no such thing as waste when with Jiang Chen, Xiaoqing said aggrievedly. That's not it. I wanted to suggest that you don't have to live in a big place like Jade Bay. You could live a little closer to Jiang Chen. Su Xiao looked up at her doubtfully. Xiaoqing continued, you waste so much time in a day. If you lived closer, you could spend a little more time with Jiang Chen. Su Xiao understood. Investigate who owns the house next to Jiang Chen's. No matter the cost, buy it. Xiaoqing was speechless. He meant a little closer, not that close. Su Xiao looked in the rearview mirror at the Mei Ying Company building behind them. Oh right, buy the Yinhe building where Mei Ying is located. Renovate the top floor. It will be my office from now on. Thinking about being able to go to and from work with me in the future, Su Xiao was in a very good mood. Xiaoqing, your suggestion isn't bad. You should be rewarded. Inform Qin Li he can return from the forensics team. Xiaoqing was stunned. Wait, shouldn't you be rewarding me? Why are you rewarding Qin Li? I went upstairs happily. The Mei Ying Company office is on the 19th floor. CEO Zhang. Seeing me, everyone today greeted me very politely.
The secretary saw me and immediately came up to report, CEO Zhang. Currently, all the goods have been sold out. The factory can't keep up with production. Supply can't meet demand. I just heard from the secretary. As I arrived at the office, the door just opened. More than a dozen fat mice were scurrying around the office. It scared the secretary so much that she jumped up and screamed. I looked at the mice running around, all of them squeaking. Suddenly caught and brought here, locked in here, can't go anywhere. Squeak, squeak. Someone's here. So scary. We're about to be exterminated. Humans hate us mice the most. So hungry, so hungry. I think I chewed through a wire. Run quickly. Don't get caught by the humans. The fat mice squeaked and ran around chaotically. They even shouted, there's a snake in that drawer. Okay, scary. Run quickly, squeak, squeak. The secretary watched the mice scatter. She was so scared her face turned pale, and she hurriedly called security to catch the mice. CEO, Jiang, I'm sorry. Next time I will definitely check your office beforehand. I stepped into the office. The secretary saw my calm expression and was filled with admiration. The secretary followed me into the office, her face still a little pale. She placed the documents on the desk. CEO Zhang, these are the raw material requirements for the factories under the Mei Ying Company. Also, before the secretary could finish, she suddenly screamed. Because I pulled open the drawer, a small green snake crawled out of the drawer. Finally out, I was scared to death. The secretary hurriedly grabbed a document to hit the green snake. CEO Zhang, be careful, the snake is venomous. The little green snake had just crawled out and was about to be attacked. It flicked its tongue, about to bite the secretary. Hiss, trying to kill this baby. It'll bite you to death. The secretary saw how fast the little green snake was. She was so scared she screamed, but she still tried to hit the little green snake with the document. CEO Jiang, get away quickly, be careful. The little green snake flicked its tongue and quickly attacked the secretary. I raised an eyebrow and said, "Little green snake, don't bite her." She didn't mean it. Hearing the voice, the little green snake suddenly tilted its head to look at me. Me? Are you talking to this baby? Hiss. I raised my hand to block the document the secretary was slamming down, protecting the little green snake. Yes, I'm talking to you, you little baby snake. The little green snake seemed to have discovered a new world. It wiggled its body and crawled towards me. Wow, are you Jiang Chen? I've heard them talk. There's a human who can understand animal language. Is that you? Hiss. I extended my hand towards the little green snake. The little green snake was extremely excited and crawled up my hand. Wow, wow, wow.
This baby actually got to see Jiang Chen from now on. Can this baby follow Jiang Chen? Hiss, hiss. The young secretary. Seeing the little green snake wrap itself around my hand, she was so scared her face turned pale. CEO Jiang, don't move. It bites. CEO Jiang will be bitten to death. I gently poked the little green snake's head with my hand. You want to follow me? The little green snake happily flicked its tongue. In the animal kingdom, being able to follow Brother Jiang Chen is a great honor, although it's still a little baby snake. Being able to follow Brother Jiang Chen will definitely make those big pythons jealous to death. I smiled with narrowed eyes. If you can find the person who put you in the drawer, I will let you follow me. The little green snake excitedly wiggled. Okay, this baby also wants to find the bad guy who almost suffocated me. The secretary next to me was originally pale with fear. Seeing the little green snake obediently wrapped around my wrist, not biting anyone, and even listening to me talk, she found it miraculous. The employees outside heard the screams and all poked their heads in to look. Seeing the little green snake not biting me, they were all stunned. The snake actually didn't bite me. I stood up, holding the little green snake. I coldly swept my gaze over everyone. The person who released the mice and the snake. If you come forward now, it'll just fire you. If I have to find you, then it'll take you directly to the police station. This is a bamboo viper. If bitten, without timely treatment, it can be fatal. It's considered attempted murder. You all should think carefully. The little green snake wagged its tail and added, Jiang Chen, this baby is still young. The venom isn't that strong. And besides, my fangs have been pulled out. That person just wanted to scare people. They didn't dare to actually harm anyone. I kept a cold face, holding the snake. The employees looked at me, my expression unchanging. Carrying a venomous snake, they felt a chill run down their spines. It's one thing not to be afraid of mice, but he's not even afraid of snakes. I looked at my watch. 1 last minute. If you still don't come forward, they'll take action. My threatening tone made everyone look at each other, but no one confessed. Time's up. I put the little green snake on the ground. Go find him, the one who put you in the drawer. Crawl onto that person's left leg. Yes, sir. The little green snake slowly crawled down. The employees were so scared they kept backing away. They silently cursed me for being crazy, thinking I could use a snake to catch someone. The little green snake crawled past each person one by one. Finally, it stopped in front of a male employee. At his feet, it raised its head. Jiang Chen, it's him. The man shouted and tried to run, but the little green snake kept chasing his left leg. Running was useless. You're the one who harmed this baby. I grabbed the man's wrist. Du Kai Wu, attempted murder. That's enough to get you a few years. Finance manager Du Kai Wu's expression changed drastically. It wasn't me, a snake. How can it be a witness? I raised an eyebrow at Du Kai Wu. This snake was bought at a pet store. A little investigation is all it takes to find out if it's true or not. Du Kai Wu bit his lip. You can't investigate me. Besides, who says the snake I bought is necessarily this one? I sneered. The mice were also bought. If that's still not enough, your fingerprints will be on the drawer. But as for evidence, the police will come and investigate then. Du Kai Wu listened to my words. His face turned ashen as he spoke. You're not worthy of being our CEO. You're just a vocational school graduate who was parachuted in. You have no real education. What right do you have to be our leader? I refuse to accept it. I just wanted to scare you away. You're not worthy, he yelled, Du Kai Wu's eyes bloodshot. Looking at me with a mix of admiration and jealousy, he quickly confessed. I sneered. Being reincarnated is a technical skill. You can't even get reincarnation right. You don't have that qualification. To talk about not being worthy, take him to the police station, in case he doesn't reveal who the mastermind is. Charge him with attempted murder. After hearing this, Du Kai Wu's face changed drastically. Jiang Chen, you're not fit to be the CEO. The Mei Ying company will go bankrupt because of you sooner or later. It'll go bankrupt very soon. You're the jinx that repels the god of wealth. The security guards came and took Du Kai Wu away. He cursed as he was escorted out. I watched the little green snake crawl to my feet and bent down to pick it up. The little green snake automatically wrapped itself around my wrist. I looked up at the newly arrived Peng Lai Ching and said, meeting in 10 minutes.
Peng Ching watched me leave, especially the little green snake wrapped around his wrist. It was too eye-catching. After I went into my office, the other employees looked at each other. Is CEO Zhang even human? Have you ever seen anyone hold a snake and wrap it around their wrist? This CEO Zhang is too unorthodox. It makes people feel scared. 10 minutes later, everyone in the meeting room had arrived. I put the document aside and said to the secretary, "Everyone whose name I read is fired." The young secretary was stunned for a moment, then took the document and started reading. After reading it all in one go, about 30 people had been fired. Half of the company's employees were fired. Those whose names were called were very unconvinced. CEO Zhang, why are you firing us? That's right, we were all officially hired. You can't just fire us like that. If we get fired, how will we find our next company? We'll have to be paid double compensation. Is CEO Zhang that rich? Peng Ching looked at me. CEO Zhang, right now the company's sales are increasing. This is exactly when we need people. Besides, talented people are hard to find in this society. A new person also needs time to get familiar with the new tasks. Firing employees at this time is not a prudent decision. I threw out another document. The previous vice president had 8 female secretaries. The reception desk had 5 people, and there were also sales staff. I looked up and scanned the room. Each woman was dressed flashily. People in the know would think, our company sells skincare products. People who don't know would think our company is a brothel that provides escorts. These words made the faces of those women turn ugly. Of course, it's to get the 5 types of insurance and just get through the day. Who would actually do any proper work? I looked up at everyone. My tone was cold. Are you sure you want to waste your time here? The group of women, who were originally arrogant and smug, immediately fell silent. Many didn't even dare to say a word and just turned and left. My aura was truly too powerful. The remaining people also lowered their heads, silently accepting the fact that they were fired. Peng Ching never expected me to be so decisive. He hurriedly tried to persuade me. CEO Jiang, the technical department and the advertising department are short-staffed right now. I interrupted him immediately. I've already arranged for interviews. You don't need to worry about this. If there are no other opinions. Meeting adjourned. The fired employees looked at each other. No one dared to voice any objections. They could only sullenly walk out. A few people who considered themselves qualified and capable complained as they walked. A country bumpkin truly knows nothing. He thinks he can just casually hire people. All the technical talents are being snatched up by big companies now. Who would want to come to this dump? I've wanted to quit for a long time. It's a good chance to find a place with better benefits. He's getting delusional after just a little improvement. Just wait to be tormented by the newcomers. A company on the verge of bankruptcy wants to hire interns? Is he dreaming? They were angry as they packed their things, feeling that being fired was an insult to their talent. They were waiting to see me make a fool of myself when I couldn't hire anyone. In the meeting room, I was preparing for the interview session immediately following. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened and a group of people walked in. It made the employees who were packing their things freeze. Isn't that the legend of the sales world? Oh my God, even the big shot from the advertising industry is here.
And that famous public relations expert too. Could they be here to acquire the company? When the king of sales politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the interview being held?" everyone was stunned. The young secretary quickly stepped forward to lead the way. "The interview is in the meeting room. Please follow me." Seeing this group of industry big shots, I was also stunned. The big shots expressed one by one. We saw CEO Jiang's interview video. We want to contribute our efforts to revitalize the century-old brand. I knew clearly in my heart, this was definitely arranged by Su Xiao. I silently put back on the armor I was about to take off. I decided not to use my own connections anymore, in less than 10 minutes. The fired employees who hadn't left yet were all gaping in astonishment. I told you, they wouldn't even look at this rundown company. Who would work for a vocational school graduate? The king of sales walked up to them. Polite yet authoritative, he said, "Are you done cleaning up? This workstation will be mine from now on." The face slap came fast and hard. This group of people immediately fell silent. Under the gazes of the seniors, they felt immense pressure, hurriedly packed their things, and got lost. After I finished my work, I received a text message. "Pai, I'm downstairs at Mei Ying. Bring the product to me." I raised an eyebrow, quickly packed up, and went downstairs. I glanced around and locked onto my target, a delivery man. I walked over and teased, "So poor these days you have to work as a courier?" Pai looked up at me. "You're poor too, coming here to be the boss of a rundown company. What are you thinking? Researching a project is worth tens to hundreds of billions. Yet I came to manage a rundown company," I said casually. "This is my family's asset. Of course I have to manage it well." Pai sneered. "This rundown company is just short of declaring bankruptcy." I smiled and said, "Life is unpredictable. Who knows what the future holds?" Hearing this, Pai paused. "The old you wasn't like this," Pai asked. "When are you coming back to the research institute? Everyone is waiting for you." I smiled and said, "Wait until I've managed to sleep with my goddess, then we'll see." "Who is your goddess?" Su Xiao. After saying that, I turned and left. I returned to my office. After reviewing the company's finances, my head felt like it was about to split open, because the company owed the bank 100 million. I rubbed my aching temples. The little green snake on my wrist flicked its tongue. Brother Jiang Chen will create a miracle. Besides, this little one has a way to help Brother Jiang Chen. I lightly tapped the little snake's head with my finger. Speak quickly. What's your method? The little snake said seriously. Brother Jiang Chen's company makes skincare products. Nowadays, many products use chemical ingredients, but Brother Jiang Chen can understand animals. You can ask us for help. Aren't things like nectar very popular now? Presidential snail mucin, presidential snake venom, these natural ingredients? I laughed at its naive thoughts. But on second thought, it made sense. With the help of animals, it's indeed possible to find some rare natural ingredients. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Song Jinian arrived uninvited. I looked up with a cold face. Get out. Song Jinian still wanted to speak. My voice was even colder. Didn't your parents teach you to knock before entering? This sentence was clearly saying he had no manners. Song Jinian glared at me angrily. He had no choice but to step back out and knock again, after getting permission. Song Jinian walked in, sat down, and said with his chin up, I know you're short on cash. I'm here to be your spokesperson for free. I raised an eyebrow. From a discount to free. Have you become so worthless now? This sentence likened Song Jinian to a discounted product. It made him grit his teeth in anger. But he still suppressed his anger and said, I also have a share in this company, and besides, you're my younger brother. That's why I'm willing to be a spokesperson for free. I got straight to the point. It's not that you're caught in a scandal and need to clean up your image, and want to use me as a stepping stone, is it? Having been hit where it hurts, Song Jinian's expression turned ugly. He had indeed calculated everything, borrowing my company to clean up his image, and also find an opportunity for sabotage, making it impossible for me to meet the profit target. After he's done using me, he'll just kick me aside. Song Jinian, feigned being wronged. Brother, if you insist on thinking that way. There's nothing I can do. I sincerely want to help. I laughed coldly. No need. A piece of dog shit like you would lower the class of our brand. Song Jinian finally couldn't hold it in anymore and yelled, Jiang Chen. I gave him a cold glance, and Song Jinian was immediately scared. He said meekly, what do I have to do for you to forgive me? Even if you make me kneel and beg, that's fine. I looked at Song Jinian with narrowed eyes. My gaze fell on the button on his belt buckle. I thought to myself, isn't this a mini camera? Song Jinian is trying to set me up. I looked up straight at Song Jinian. What did you do wrong? That requires my forgiveness? Song Jinian immediately got into character, putting on a remorseful look. Shen Yi and I are truly in love. Deceiving you at first was because I didn't want to hurt you. Stop. I raised my hand to interrupt. I don't accept this kind of garbage. As my fiancé, the little green snake on my wrist, flicked its tongue and cursed silently. Damn it. This man's tears are faker than crocodile tears. I looked down at the little snake, then glanced at Song Jinian. The corners of my mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Song Jinian continued his sanctimonious act. In short, I stole Shen Yi from you. I'm sorry, but I really want to help you. Don't say any more. I interrupted him. If you keep talking, the whole world is going to get pregnant. Song Jinian was bewildered. I said bluntly, because you're so disgusting, you make people want to vomit. Song Jinian's face turned pale with anger, but for the sake of his plan, he still suppressed his anger. Brother, I'm really being sincere. I raised an eyebrow. You do anything? Song Jinian gritted his teeth and said, yes, anything. I gave a sly smile. Go put on a maid outfit and scrub the men's restroom. Song Jinian shouted, how can I do that? My face turned cold. If you're not sincere, then get lost. Stop being sanctimonious here. Song Jinian lowered his head and glanced at the camera on his belt. He was torn, wondering whether to agree to this outrageous demand. I gave Song Jinian a cold glance, not bothering with him. The little snake flicked its tongue. It suggested, Brother Jiang Chen, do you want me to go scare him a bit? Or should this little one go out and call my parents to come play with him? I lightly tapped the little snake's head without saying anything. I spoke coldly to Song Jinian. Song Jinian, if you have no business here, then get lost. Song Jinian gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll go scrub the men's restroom. You have to keep your word, he thought to himself. I'll wear a mask. Who would recognize me? I can just buy a janitor's uniform instead of a maid outfit. The more unreasonable I am, the better the effect will be when the video is released. I can even gain sympathy. I glanced at him. I called the young secretary. Go to an adult store and buy a maid outfit, quickly. Song Jinian's expression changed. Let me buy it myself. I hung up. If you think you can bargain, then get lost right now. Song Jinian feigned being wronged. I just don't want to lose you as a brother. I interrupted him. If you're not sincere, get lost, Song Jinian said hatefully. As long as you're willing to forgive me. Call me brother once and I'll do anything you say. He was already imagining how he would humiliate me in the future. I saw through his scheme and laughed coldly. The clothes haven't arrived yet. First, kneel down and crawl over here. Song Jinian yelled, what? Make me kneel? I sneered. The crueler I am, the more innocent you appear, right? Song Jinian defensively justified himself. I just want to help you. I looked down at him from above. Kneel or not? Song Jinian thought about his future revenge. He gritted his teeth and knelt. For our brotherhood, I ordered coldly.
Crawl over here and lick my shoes clean. Song Jinian abruptly raised his head. His eyes shot daggers at me. What did you say? I raised my eyebrows disdainfully and repeated, word for word, crawl over here and lick my shoes clean. Song Jinian was trembling with anger. Jiang Chen, don't go too far, he said through gritted teeth. Kneeling is already my limit. I laughed coldly. If you don't want to, then get lost. I have no use for someone like you. I looked down at Song Jinian from above, suddenly changing my tone. But you've already knelt. If you give up now, wouldn't you have knelt for nothing? This sentence made Song Jinian freeze on the spot. He lowered his head to look at the hidden camera in his belt. Then he looked up at me again, at my shiny black leather shoes. Fine, ill crawl, Song Jinian said through gritted teeth. But you have to keep your word, I snorted contemptuously. Song Jinian put both hands on the ground. He slowly crawled towards me like a dog, with every step. He dug his nails deep into his palms. I crossed my legs. I pointed the tip of my shoe at Song Jinian's face. Lick it. Just as Song Jinian was about to touch the tip of my shoe, I suddenly kicked him in the face. Song. Jinian fell to the ground and shouted angrily, What is the meaning of this? I stood up and heavily stepped on Song Jinian's face with my leather shoe. A person like you wants to touch my shoes? This statement of mine was even more humiliating than making him lick my shoes earlier. It made one even more furious. Song Jinian was constantly wronged and humiliated. His endurance had reached its limit. Jiang Chen, you bastard, I stepped on his face. I pressed down hard. Song Jinian screamed in pain. He reached out to grab my ankle. Let me go, you bastard. It hurts so much. His face was about to be crushed. It felt like his teeth were about to be broken. I looked at his hand, then lifted my foot and stomped down. Song Jinian only heard a crack and his hand was broken. Last time he fell and broke his hand, this time I broke it by stomping on it. I looked at him coldly. Beg me. Song Jinian was pinned to the floor. He tried to look up at me. He saw me smiling brightly, but it was like looking at a demon. Brother, I'm begging you, spare me. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, please let me go. One day he would make me kneel and beg him. I looked at him coldly, watching him beg. Begging so quickly? This isn't fun at all. Speak. Why did you come here to beg me today? I coldly removed my foot. Don't think that you're really here because of our deep brotherly bond, wanting to be my spokesperson for free. I'm not an idiot. Song Jinian rubbed his aching face and looked up at me again. His eyes were indeed glowing with an extreme light. Everything he had endured today had made him lose his reason. Deep brotherly bond, my ass, Jiang Chen. Do you think you're so right? I looked up at him. Has he short-circuited a nerve somewhere? Song Jinian suddenly stood up, trying to look up at me. You always say my mother is the other woman, and I'm the illegitimate son. Actually, your mother is the other woman, and you're the illegitimate son. My mother and father were in love. Your mother used the fact that she had money to steal my father away. I am the older brother. I was born before you. You're the real illegitimate child. I listened to his twisted logic. Speechless, I smirked. Song Jinian roared. When you were born, they already had a marriage certificate, so you're the illegitimate son. Your mother is the other woman. In love, whoever is not loved is the third party. Your mother is the other woman, and you are too. Before he could finish, I raised my hand and slapped him hard. I looked at him with cold eyes. Song Jinian, don't mention my mother, or you'll end up like your mother. Song Jinian thought of Wang Ya-lan last night. He immediately felt a little scared. His mother was so scared that she's still in the hospital. But Song Jinian still spoke harsh words. Jiang Chen, I'm telling you, the Zhang Corporation will be mine sooner or later, and you will be kicked out of the Zhang family. Just you wait. Wait to be driven out with nothing. Wait for me to stomp you hard under my foot. I watched him coldly as he spewed his vicious words. I just looked at the button on his belt and asked casually, anything else? Had Song Jinian forgotten that the camera would also record his voice? Song Jinian smugly imagined how he would torture me in the future. The more he talked, the more excited he got. I will film you in your most pathetic state. Let the whole world see how lewd you are. He spewed out all the harsh words he could think of in one breath, but while he was cursing enthusiastically, he suddenly noticed that not only was I not angry, but I was also smiling at him. Song Jinian immediately felt a chill down his spine. Are you done talking? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Only then did Song Jinian remember he was wearing a recording device. He tried to act calm and turned to leave, but I grabbed him by the hair. Song Jinian cried out in pain. His whole body fell backward. I decisively snatched his belt. I kicked him to the ground. Give me back my belt. Song Jinian scrambled to get up. I laughed coldly as I removed the recording button from the belt. You came here today to film me in an embarrassing situation, to post it online and ruin me, right? Song Jinian stubbornly said, I don't know what you're talking about. I played with the button. Do you remember what you said just now? If I edit this video, add a voiceover. Song Jinian suddenly lunged to snatch it, but I kicked him away again. Song Jinian's eyes were bloodshot. What do you want? I shook the button. Originally, I just wanted you to clean the men's restroom on this floor, but now you have to wear a maid outfit and clean every restroom in the entire building. I leaned close to Song Jinian's ear. If there's even a little bit of dirt, you'll lick it clean for me. Song Jinian grew even more resentful. In your dreams, I shook the button in my hand. Song Jinian couldn't say another word because he had no other choice. If I finish, will you give it back to me? As long as he got it back, he would definitely turn the tables and pay me back for everything. I looked at him coldly. We'll see how you perform. Right now, you have no right to bargain with me. As I was speaking, the young secretary knocked on the door. I let her in. CEO, Jiang, the clothes have been bought. I handed them to Song Jinian. Go on, don't waste my time here. I'm very busy. Just because Song Jinian came, I've wasted work time. Song Jinian took the clothes, having no other choice. He could only stand up resentfully. He walked to the door, then turned his head back. Jiang Chen, just you wait. One day, I will make you beg me for a life worse than death. I didn't even look up, even if you wait until you're in your grave. I doubt that day will come. Song Jinian left angrily. He ran into the men's restroom to change clothes. Then he started scrubbing the toilet. A man rushed into the restroom. As soon as he looked, he saw a man dressed very rustically. It startled him. He quickly went outside to check. Then he went back in. It's not wrong. This is the men's restroom. Song Jinian lowered his head, deliberately deepening his voice. I'm the janitor. Please, go ahead. Damn. What year is it to still encounter a male pervert? So scary, I should go somewhere else. But this man is so flirtatious. Song Jinian really had the intention to kill. He hated me even more. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. As soon as I got busy, I quickly forgot about Song Jinian. After I finished, it was already bright outside. I glanced at my phone and saw a few messages from Su Xiao. The last message was from half an hour ago. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Seeing this message, I quickly stood up. I went to the window and looked down. Her car was parked in the outdoor parking lot. Xiao is here. Well then, time to get off work. I hurriedly turned off the computer. Going downstairs, as soon as I got in the car, I hugged Su Xiao tightly. Honey, when did you get here? I lifted my head and kissed her. My kiss made Su Xiao stir a little. Jiang Chen, don't tempt me into committing a crime. I hugged her with a wicked smile. As I looked up, I saw Xiaoqing peeking through the rearview mirror, and then she snickered. How embarrassing. I forgot. Xiaoqing was still here. Su Xiao hugged me and chuckled softly. It's okay, she'll have to get used to it sooner or later. Xiaoqing didn't dare to look directly, focusing on driving. Yes, I will get used to it. We only exchanged a few words. Su Xiao took the initiative to talk about the company with me. How's work? Are you coping? Do you need any help? I replied, it feels all right, just not enough capital. Besides, I think I'll have to visit the factory in the next 2 days. Then I'll tell you about it. Today, that Sales King thing. A lot of talented people came. I was very happy. I fired the skilled employees, and immediately, new people came to take their positions. Thinking about the expressions on the faces of those who were fired, I couldn't help but smile smugly. That face-slapping scene was so satisfying. Su Xiao looked at me dotingly. Xiao, so how did you feel today? Su Xiao held my hand. Missed you, still missed you. You really know how to tease people. Hearing her words, my heart felt sweet. The two of us were all over each other on the way, kissing and cuddling. The half-hour journey felt like it passed in the blink of an eye, and we arrived at the Jiang family home. Xiao, you don't need to drive me to work anymore. It's such a waste of time. Su Xiao looked at me. With you, there's no such thing as waste. I raised my hand and gently caressed Su Xiao's eyes. But I feel bad for you. You'll lose sleep like this, Xiaoqing said. Jiang Chen, you feel bad for the young miss, then just move in with her. It was Su Xiao, who called Xiaoqing's name in a low voice, but Xiaoqing wasn't scared. If the young miss could sleep while hugging you, her sleep quality would surely be excellent. Su Xiao gave her a cold look. You want Tanliet to go to the morgue again, don't you? Xiaoqing was speechless. What does this have to do with Tanliet going to the morgue? I looked up at Su Xiao. Xiao. Actually, Su Xiao gently interrupted me. You should go home. It's 1 minute to 10. I checked the time. It's time for the 10 p.m. video call with my sisters again. Then, I'll tell you later. I kissed the corner of Su Xiao's lips. I love you. Xiao, good night. Su Xiao watched me walk through the main gate. She turned her head and said to Xiaoqing, don't say these things to Jiang Chen in the future. Xiaoqing was not convinced, but I was telling the truth. Su Xiao gave her a cold glare. Xiaoqing was silent for a moment. But truly loving someone means wanting to see them before you sleep, and wanting them to be the first thing you see when you wake up. You only want to sleep with that one person for your entire life, to be able to see a side of them that others don't, and show it only to them. Su Xiao kicked Xiaoqing. Have you ever been in love? You seem to know a lot. Xiaoqing retorted, well, young miss, do you want to sleep with any other man? Su Xiao kicked her again. I only want Jiang Chen. This life, the next life, forever, only him. Xiaoqing dodged with a laugh. So you're lusting after Jiang Chen. As soon as she finished speaking, she got kicked again, on the other side. I got home and found that Jiang Qingyu was also here. I happily rushed over, sis, you're back, and gave Jiang Qingyu a big bear hug. Jiang Qingyu, who originally had a stern face, broke into a radiant smile. The young master's hug smells so nice. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang with a chorus of voices. Jiang Chen, I looked up and saw that Jiang Qingyu was on a group video call. My other sisters were staring at us. Seeing their little brother hugging Jiang Qingyu, all their faces darkened. I quickly let go and opened my arms to the camera. Eldest sis, second sis, third sis, fourth sis, I love you all. Hugs for all four sisters. Only then did their expressions improve. They started chattering with concern. Jiang Chen, are you tired? Are you hungry? I rubbed my stomach. I really was hungry, on the way back. I was so preoccupied with talking to Xiao that I forgot to eat dinner. My sisters immediately started ordering Zhang Qingyu around. Sixth sister, go cook quickly. Zhang Qingyu was speechless, so I'm the only one serving. But on second thought, he's my little brother. I'd serve him even on my knees. She pushed the phone into my hands. You chat, I'll go cook. I looked at my four beautiful sisters on the screen. Eldest sis was working overtime. Second sis was hiding in the restroom of the research institute. Third sis was in her pajamas, looking at files. Fifth sis was on duty in her white coat. I suddenly asked about fourth sis. Is her mission still not over? My other sisters immediately got jealous. Fourth sister's job is special. She's often out of touch.
I was worried. Nothing happened to fourth sis, right? Eldest sis Zhang Trung comforted me. Don't worry. This is a normal situation. How's your company? I heard Song Jinian came to cause trouble for you. Just then, Song Mingchen pushed open the door and came out, hearing this sentence. He immediately felt that he was about to have bad luck too. I gave a perfunctory laugh. It wasn't exactly causing trouble. He was just bored with nothing to do. So he came to the building to scrub a toilet. Third sis Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. There was a video online today. In the Yinhei building, there was a man, scantily clad, cleaning a toilet. I looked up at Song Mingchen, smiled and nodded. That's right, that was Song Jinian. When Song Mingchen heard this, his heart sank. What did you do to Jinian? He questioned me sternly. I looked up coldly. Why don't you ask what Song Jinian did to me? Song Mingchen's face was gloomy. You're fine now, but Jinian, for him to be cleaning a toilet dressed so scantily. He clearly suffered a great loss. Jiang Tian snorted coldly. That's because our Jiang Chen is capable. Otherwise, he would be the one trending online right now. Song Mingchen wanted to say something else. My sisters immediately interrupted us. The Zhang family doesn't have such a despicable bloodline, and Jiang Chen doesn't have such a shameless older brother. The Zhang family only has one young master, and that's Jiang Chen. Song Mingchen laughed coldly. Don't forget, Jiang Chen is also my son. Are you scolding him? My sisters were speechless for a moment. I had a blank expression. What are they talking about? Eldest sis Jiang Trung said in a deep voice. Treat Jiang Chen a little better. And you can still stay in the Zhang family home, third sis Jiang Tian added. Don't think you can take over the Zhang Corporation just because you hold shares. I'm a top lawyer. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Just then, Song Jinian burst in crying, his clothes tattered, his hair was a mess, and his whole body stank. The little green snake on my wrist immediately stuck out its tongue in disgust. Ugh! It stinks to high heaven. Brother Jiang Chen, hurry and kick him out, the little green snake muttered again. Xiao's scent from earlier was much better. She's just a little scary. But she wasn't scary when she was kissing Brother Jiang Chen. Song Jinian wailed and complained. Dad, Jiang Chen won't let me be the spokesperson, and he tricked me into cleaning the toilet. I'm too ashamed to face anyone anymore. My sisters immediately cursed back. If you want to die, don't die here. Jiang Qingyu rushed out with a cleaver. They'll let my fans curse you to death. Song Jinian suddenly raised his head. He looked in terror at everyone's murderous aura. Jiang Qingyu brandished the cleaver, pretending to chop him, while I stood beside them with an innocent expression. I didn't even need to speak. Someone was already venting anger on my behalf. Song Jinian cried aggrievedly, I'm your little brother too. Why do you only protect him? Jiang Qingyu gave a cold laugh. She approached him with the cleaver. Little brother? Are you even worthy? If you dare say I'm your little brother one more time, I'll shave you bald on the spot. Song Jinian hid fearfully behind Song Mingchen. Dad, help! She's trying to kill me. Song Mingchen looked at the gleaming cleaver, his scalp tingling. Put the knife down quickly. Don't scare Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingyu turned to look at me, about to put the knife away, but I smiled and said, Sis, if the knife isn't sharp enough, I can sharpen it for you, Song Mingchen said angrily. This whole family is insane. Song Jinian pulled on Song Mingchen. Dad, it was Jiang Chen who bullied me first. Song Mingchen yelled, his head aching. Who told you to go to his company? I told you from the beginning that the company was his to manage and you shouldn't go there to cause trouble. Seeing that Song Jinian had fallen silent, Jiang Qingyu finally took the cleaver back to the kitchen. Every time I come home and see them, it pains me. I originally thought having Song Mingchen here would make it easier to gather evidence, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Song Mingchen is too calm. I have to take the offensive. Only then can I force him to reveal a weakness. I held my phone properly and told my sisters, just point the camera at me. Don't look at that garbage. Song Mingchen's face darkened as he sat down. Jiang Chen, I am your father. Watch your attitude. I looked up and laughed coldly. I don't want to acknowledge a scumbag as my father. Speak properly. Otherwise, it'll turn hostile. Song Mingchen saw my serious expression. He frowned and sat down. Song Jinian interjected. What do you want to do? The contract is already signed. Don't you dare go back on your word. He thought I came to beg. I rolled my eyes in contempt. Song Mingchen, take your wife and son and get out of the Zhang family home. Song Mingchen abruptly stood up. Impossible. I said coldly,
Why not? This house is mine. It belongs to the Jiang family. Song Jinian shouted. We've lived here for over 10 years. This is our home. The one who should leave is you, the four sisters on the other end of the screen yelled. Sixth sister, get the cleaver. Jiang Qingyu rushed out with the cleaver. Who's bullying Jiang Chen? I said imposingly to Song Mingchen. You three outsiders are not worthy of living in the Jiang family home. Jiang Chen, I am your father. I'm not an outsider. Song Jinian still couldn't accept Jiang Chen. Don't you forget, we've lived in this house for over 10 years, while you've only been back for a little over a month. Jiang Qingyu brandished the cleaver and walked up to Song Jinian. So what? I've been on Earth for over 20 years. Does that mean the Earth is mine to claim? If you dare yell at Jiang Chen again, I'll slash your mouth to pieces. Song Jinian looked at the gleaming cleaver, and again, he hid fearfully behind Song Mingchen. Song Mingchen shielded Song Jinian behind him. He said to Jiang Qingyu, put the cleaver down first. Let's talk properly. Jiang Qingyu snorted. Treat Jiang Chen with some respect. I'm going to make food for Jiang Chen first. Can't let Jiang Chen go hungry. I pointed at Song Mingchen. Sit down and talk. Song Mingchen sat down and looked at me from across the table. I don't know since when, but I've developed a domineering aura. I look a lot like my mother, but my aura is even stronger than hers. No longer the timid and fearful boy who just came from the countryside. I looked at Song Mingchen and asked him, whose name is on the deed for this villa? Song Mingchen choked, then said, yours. I raised my eyebrows and asked again, is your name on it? Song Mingchen couldn't answer. He tried to appeal to kinship. I'm your father? I'm not an outsider. I cut him off with a cold laugh. My mother is dead, and you've remarried. Have you ever seen a widow bring her new husband to live in her old husband's house? These words left Song Mingchen even more speechless. Song Jinian yelled, your mother is dead, so it's different. I gave him a cold look. Do you want to die too? Feeling my cold, murderous intent. Song Jinian's hair stood on end, and he took another step back. I looked at Song Mingchen. Did my mother leave a will allowing you to remarry? And live in the Jiang family home? Once again, Song Mingchen couldn't answer. Your mother's passing was too sudden. There was no time. Jiang Tian spoke up. This is marital property. You can divide it, but you can't take all of it. You certainly have no right to occupy the Jiang family home. And Jiang Chen, whose name is on the deed, has the right to deal with you, according to our country's marriage laws. Third Sis Jiang Tian recited a whole string of laws. Song Mingchen's face grew darker and darker as he listened. Jiang Tian continued, so if Mr. Song wants to continue living in the Jiang family home, unless he's single, he can't just bring another woman to live here. Eldest sis Jiang Trung spoke coldly, but Mr. Song, don't forget, your surname is Song, not Jiang. You have no right. Your current wife and son have even less right. I tilted my chin up slightly. Song Mingchen, from the moment my mother died, from the moment you cheated and remarried, you no longer have any connection to the Jiang family. Now you still want to continue living in the Jiang family home. Fine, it'll give you a chance. Go divorce Wang Yalan now, and cut ties with Song Jinian. Hearing this, Song Jinian's voice suddenly shot up. Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Before he could finish speaking. I grabbed an empty teacup from the table and threw it hard at him. Song Jinian immediately screamed. I pressed the button on the automatic kettle and warned coldly, if I didn't give you permission to speak, then shut your mouth. This time, it was an empty cup. Next time, it will be scalding hot tea. Song Jinian looked at the kettle. He was so scared he shrank back and didn't dare make a sound. Song Mingchen tried to play the sentiment card. Jiang Chen, you may not accept Na Lan as your stepmother, but I'm still your father, and Jinian is your brother. We share the same blood. I cut him off directly. If I could choose, I'd rather not have this dirty blood of yours. Song Mingchen's expression turned ugly. Whether you admit it or not, I'm still your father. Eldest sis Jiang Trung spoke in a low voice. Mr. Song, think carefully. Right now, Jiang Chen has the right to deal with you. Third sis Jiang Tian added, if Mr. Song refuses to do it, we will proceed with legal action. Fifth sis Jiang Huan fiddled with a scalpel. Otherwise, I don't mind making Jiang Chen an orphan. This death threat sent a chill down Song Mingchen's spine, even through the screen. Jiang Qingyu came out carrying a freshly cooked bowl of 3 delicacies noodles. I can also have my fans drown you with their spit. I looked coldly at Song Mingchen. I am only informing you. I am not asking for your opinion. Song Mingchen still wanted to speak. I directly called for Butler Chen. Throw all their things out. Having trash in the Jiang family home makes even the servants' quarters as disgusting as a garbage dump. Butler Chen immediately led his men in. Song Jinian screamed, Jiang Chen, you can't do this. We've lived here for over 10 years. On what grounds can you just kick us out? I suddenly laughed. You're right. One can't just casually kick people out. Song Jinian thought he had succeeded and snorted smugly. I continued, Butler Chen, calculate the rent for the past 10 plus years. Tell them to pay it all. Song Jinian was so angry he could have coughed up blood. You're actually demanding rent? I raised an eyebrow. Not a single cent less. As for Wang Yalan and her son, calculate all their expenses for food and clothing over the years clearly. Everything they spent was my Jiang family's money. I then ordered the bodyguards. You guys go pack their things. No need to be polite.
The bodyguards responded in unison. Zhang Qingyu pulled me. Zhangchen, hurry up and eat. The shrimp is already peeled. Don't let the trash ruin your appetite. Just leave this to your sisters to handle. I glanced at Song Mingchen one last time. It's still not too late to get a divorce. Have you thought it through? Song Mingchen silently looked up at the guards and servants. They were crudely moving their things out of the servants' quarters. He knew, if not for the fear of offending my eyes, these people would be even more ruthless. Song Mingchen asked Zhang Chen in a low voice, "Is this how you treat your father and brother?" I couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. "It seems you've made your choice. Then move out immediately." Song Mingchen hastily interrupted me. "I choose divorce." Song Jinian's eyes widened. I raised my eyebrows and said, "Not just a divorce. You also have to sever ties with Song Jinian. In the future, he will have no right to inherit your assets." Song Jinian gritted his teeth. "No, Dad, you can't divorce Mom. Isn't it just a villa? We have plenty of houses to live in," but no matter how he screamed. Song Mingchen insisted, "He'll get a divorce, but it has to be tomorrow, then that's." I cut him off directly. "Not possible." Song Mingchen pleaded, "Zhang Chen, don't be so heartless, just for one night." I didn't want to hear anymore. I turned and walked towards the dining room. Zhang Qingyu blocked Song Mingchen. "Stop talking nonsense. You've occupied the Zhang family home for long enough." Scram! I quietly ate the 3 delicacies crystal noodles that 6th sis cooked in the dining room. I thought to myself, why would Song Mingchen rather get a divorce than leave the Zhang family home? What is his goal, really? Butler Chen finished calculating the accounts. "Mr. Song, the rent for 15 years is 3.5 million. Mrs. Song and Song Jinian's expenses total 78 million. Subtracting your share, an additional 34 million needs to be paid. In total, that's 37.5 million. Song Jinian screamed. "You're robbing us. I spent my dad's money. On what basis are you calculating it?" Third sis Zhang Tian explained. "According to the law, after Auntie passed away, Song Mingchen did not divide the assets in a timely manner. Therefore, the money you spent includes Zhang Chen's share. If you don't pay, we can initiate legal proceedings. You will become discredited individuals." Zhang Qingyu laughed coldly, thinking about having to compensate over 30 million. Song Jinian's heart ached as if he was dying. Song Mingchen's temples throbbed. He knew Zhang Tian was a top lawyer. He wouldn't win even if he sued. Butler Chen walked in. "Young master, the car is ready." Jiang Qingyu raised her eyebrows and said, "Mr. Song probably doesn't need us to see him off, right?" Song Mingchen looked at the tall, brawny bodyguards at the door. His face darkened as he walked out. Jiang Qingyu followed him out with her phone. Seeing the garbage truck, she immediately burst out laughing. "Butler Chen, well done. I can't believe he actually arranged a garbage truck." Butler Chen maintained a professional smile. Song Jinian shrieked, "You're going too far. I'm going to expose you all." Jiang Qingyu directly ordered the guards to send them on their way. The bodyguard picked Song Jinian up like a chick and threw him into the garbage truck like trash. With a loud thud, Song Jinian fell so hard he saw stars. Inside, it was full of used toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Song Jinian felt so nauseous he started to retch. He was sure these maids did it on purpose. The bodyguard turned to Song Mingchen, about to make a move. Song Mingchen's face darkened, his mouth twitched. "I'll get on myself." Zhang Qingyu watched the garbage truck drive away. "Finally, this garbage has been cleaned up. What got into Zhang Chen today? How could he bear to kick them out? It must be because Song Jinian went too far. And he kept bringing up Auntie's matter. Zhang Chen has really grown up, that's great. I was eating my noodles. I just felt that this garbage was affecting my mood. Besides, Su Xiao will be bringing me home often from now on. I can't let them see her. With Song Jinian's character, he would definitely have designs on Xiao. I trust Xiao, but the thought of Song Jinian coveting her feels like an insult to Xiao." Zhang Qingyu sat down across from me with her phone. Her eyes were shining. Zhang Chen was so domineering today. My sisters all nodded. So handsome, just watching was so satisfying. I was in an extremely good mood. The house is finally free of trash polluting the air. Zhang Qingyu asked Zhang Chen expectantly, "Are the noodles I made delicious?" "Delicious, I like 6th sis the most." Before I could finish, my other sisters suddenly started coughing. I quickly corrected myself. "I like eldest sis the most, 2nd sis the most, 3rd sis the most, 4th sis the most, 5th sis the most, 6th sis the most, can't miss a single one." My sisters waited for me to finish eating, then told me to take a walk in the yard. Only after I had digested my food did they urge me to go to my room to sleep. I was delighted. After showering, I sent a voice message to Su Xiao. "Xiao, are you home yet? I cleaned out all the garbage today. I'm in a great mood. I miss you. I want to kiss you, hug you, carry you in my arms, want to sleep holding you." Not long after, Su Xiao replied with a voice message. "Are you sure you just want to sleep while holding me?" Teasing me over the phone. I replied with a sly laugh. "That's right. I'm craving Xiao's body. Don't tell me Xiao isn't craving mine, or do you just want to look at photos to ease your longing?" Su Xiao was sitting on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the house next door, looking at the Zhang family's balcony, which was just 1 step away. She suddenly had a strong urge to climb over. She suppressed that impulse. Su Xiao warned, "Zhang Chen, don't play with fire. Be careful you don't burn yourself." "I'm not afraid."
After all, we're separated by a screen. I deliberately dragged out my tone in the voice message. So would you say Xiao is being promiscuous? Su Xiao gritted her teeth and called my name, Zhang Chen, hearing her restrained voice. I said with a sly smile, "What is Xiao doing? Have you showered yet?" Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this time it was normal. "Missing you. Just showered." I rolled over in bed. I typed with a sly smile, "How are you missing me?" Su Xiao lowered her voice. "Zhang Chen, don't say anymore." "I won't be able to hold back," I teased. "If you can't hold back, then don't. It's normal for adults to desire each other's bodies." After sending this message, I curled up in my blanket. I'm so naughty, but this heart-pounding feeling is so sweet. I really want to kiss you, hug you, sleep with you. It's a pity you can't come. I can only hug my blanket. Su Xiao stared at her phone for a few seconds. She suddenly stood up. She looked at the less than a meter distance between the two balconies. "Are you sure you want to kiss me, hug me, sleep with me?" I raised an eyebrow. "Can she teleport here from Yushui Bay?" Su Xiao put away her phone and swiftly climbed onto the balcony, looking at the close distance. She stepped across without any hesitation. I suddenly heard a noise on the balcony. I hurriedly sent a message. "Xiao, I think someone is climbing in through my window. I don't know if it's a pervert or someone sent by an enemy. I have to beat him to death. I'll seal the balcony tomorrow." I tiptoed to the curtains and slowly pushed open the balcony door. I raised a stick, about to strike, when someone suddenly pulled me into a hug. I had just started to scream when I quickly shut my mouth, because the person hugging me was Su Xiao, the very person I had just been relentlessly teasing. "Xiao, why are you here? You didn't climb up, did you? This is the second floor. How did you get up here? Brother Jiang Chen, what's wrong?" Woof woof, Ergodzi, outside the bedroom door, heard the scream. He hurriedly scratched the door with his paw and called out worriedly, "Jiang Chen, what's wrong?" Of course, this also alerted Jiang Qingyu, who was playing games. I heard the noise and quickly pushed Su Xiao. "Find somewhere to hide, sixth sis is coming." Su Xiao gave me a hard kiss, then turned and climbed onto the balcony. Then she swiftly climbed across. The series of movements was incredibly smooth. It was as if she had climbed across this balcony countless times before. I stared in a daze. "Jiang Chen, what's wrong?" Jiang Qingyu pushed open the door and came in. Seeing me on the balcony, she hurriedly followed. "Jiang Chen, what happened? Was there a bad guy?" Ergozi also ran in and circled me. "Brother Jiang Chen, why do you smell like your Xiao? Ergozi's nose is so sharp." I thought to myself, thankfully, I'm the only one who can understand him. I looked at the worried Jiang Qingyu. "It's nothing, I just came out and got scared by a hungry wolf." Xiao's expression just now looked like she wanted to eat me alive. It really was like a wolf. Jiang Qingyu looked at the second floor of her own house. Then she looked down below. "This is a residential area. How can there be a wolf?" I said quickly. I saw it wrong. It was probably a lust demon, using the word demon to describe. Su Xiao from just now was definitely not wrong. Jiang Qingyu looked at me, my eyes evasive. "You look like you were scared. Don't be afraid, go to sleep. You'll stay here and play games." Thinking of Su Xiao still in the villa next door, I shook my head vigorously. "No need, I can sleep. I'm not scared." Jiang Qingyu was very insistent. "It's fine. I've been busy these past few days. I have tomorrow off. I have plenty of time." Su Xiao next door was speechless. It seems the work arranged for Jiang Qingyu is too little. I quickly said, "Six sis, don't think you have time. Otherwise you'll be swamped with work later." I thought to myself, your boss is listening right next door. After hearing that, Jiang Qingyu could only say, "All right then, you get some good rest." I watched Jiang Qingyu leave. I locked the door, ran to the balcony, and called softly, "Xiao, Xiao." Su Xiao heard me and came out. With a push of her hands, she vaulted over the balcony. In less than a minute, she was standing in front of me. I had just opened my mouth when she hugged me tightly. "I finally get to hug you," Su Xiao said with satisfaction. I glanced at the villa opposite us and quickly pulled her inside. Su Xiao came closer with a sly smile. "In such a hurry? Do you want to eat me up?" My face immediately turned red to the ears. I changed the subject. "Didn't you go home? Why are you here and dressed like this?" Only then did I notice she was only wearing pajamas. My eyes widened. "Did you climb the balcony just like this?" Su Xiao hugged me tightly. "Didn't you say you craved me? Now I'm all yours to handle." The thin silk fabric couldn't hide the warmth of our bodies. It made my heart race. You just, I stammered, remembering the boldness I had when I teased her online. "Now all that's left is shyness," Su Xiao whispered. "Why aren't you talking anymore?" Looking at her face so close, I gulped. It seems I really do crave her. Su Xiao looked down at me. "Jiang Chen, I crave you too." After saying that, Su Xiao lifted her head and kissed my lips. Originally, it was just supposed to be a small taste, but once she kissed me, she didn't want to let go. I didn't resist, but instead wrapped my arms around Su Xiao's neck. I kissed her back. The two of us hugged and kissed, slowly moving towards the bed. The warm yellow bedside lamp cast a dim glow. The temperature in the room was rising. The feelings between the two needed no words. Ergodzi outside the room heard the noise. He scratched the door and called out worriedly, "Brother Jiang Chen, are you okay? Is she biting you?" Woof woof. Ergodzi was so worried, because he heard my soft moans. That woman isn't bullying him, is she? Hitting Brother Jiang Chen? No way. As a loyal dog to Brother Jiang Chen, I must protect him well. Under the covers, Su Xiao and I stopped. We looked at each other. Su Xiao buried her face in the blanket. I lovingly stroked her head. I lowered my head, about to continue. Hearing the dog bark, Zhang Qingyu also rushed over immediately. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? What happened? Open the door quickly. Zhang Qingyu kept knocking on the door. Su Xiao and I were interrupted again. I reluctantly pulled the blanket off. Then I looked at Su Xiao. I had taken off all her clothes. Only a small pair of panties remained. I called out, Sister Qingyu, I'm fine. You should go back to your room and sleep. Zhang Qingyu didn't believe me. Open the door. Let me in to check. I put on my clothes. I apologized and told Su Xiao to hide first. Su Xiao gave me a resentful glance and leisurely walked into the bathroom. Just then, with a loud bang, Zhang Qingyu was kicking the door. Sister Qingyu, I'm coming out. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Zhang Qingyu lifted her leg to kick with all her might. As a result, the door opened a second later. She missed the kick. She fell straight inside, flat on her face. Erguzi looked up at me to take credit. Brother Jiang Chen, I heard you were in a lot of pain earlier. I saved you just in time. Aren't I great? You have to reward me with extra chicken legs, woof woof. I looked down at Erguzi and said through gritted teeth, You just wait. Zhang Qingyu fell on the ground, just as she picked up a belt. Jiang Chen, where did this come from? Why does it look like a woman's thing? I glanced at it and immediately held my breath, because it was the belt from Su Xiao's nightgown, and it was pink. I quickly snatched it from Zhang Qingyu's hand. This is the belt from my clothes. Zhang Qingyu frowned. That's not right. This belt is real silk, and it's pink. I explained seriously. That's my manly pink. Didn't you know? Zhang Qingyu nodded, half believing. She prepared to leave. As she turned her head, she caught sight of a pink slipper on the floor. I saw it too. My eyes immediately widened like saucers. Zhang Qingyu pulled out the slipper that was kicked halfway under something. Jiang Chen, what is this now? I was still trying to think of an excuse. Zhang Qingyu tried it on for a bit. This slipper is a woman's style. Are you hiding a woman in your room? Zhang Qingyu looked around the room. She glanced towards the bathroom. My heart skipped a beat, but I still pretended to be relaxed. There's no girl. Zhang Qingyu turned and opened the closet. So what's with this slipper? I watched her pace back and forth, searching from the closet to the balcony. She even bent down to look under the bed, but found nothing. She only managed to pull out the other slipper from under the bed. Finally, Zhang Qingyu looked towards the bathroom again. The bathroom door was ajar. An idea quickly came to me. That's a gift I bought for you. I was planning to surprise you. Zhang Qingyu was about to enter the bathroom to search for someone. Upon hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up. Really? I nodded. Yes, it's a gift for you. Try them on to see if they fit. Hearing the slippers were for her, Zhang Qingyu was very happy. It seems to be one size too big. I quickly said, then leave the shoes with you. I'll exchange them tomorrow. Zhang Qingyu happily put on the slippers. No need, one size bigger is quite good. Besides, they're very comfortable, very classy. I like them. I had a slight headache. The shoes don't fit, you should still exchange them. These are Xiao's shoes. The more Zhang Qingyu wore them, the more satisfied she was. No need. This is great. I'm leaving now. You go to bed early. Zhang Qingyu happily patted Erguzi. You stay in Jiang Chen's room. Don't go out. She had to hurry back to her room to take pictures and show off to her 5 sisters. Before I could stop her, Zhang Qingyu had already closed the door. Erguzi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He lowered his head, intending to sneak away. I quickly grabbed its ear. Erguzi, you're a bad boy. My good moment, and you want to leave. I was so close to getting some meat. Erguzi whimpered, lying on the ground and crying out in grievance. But you sounded like you were in a lot of pain. I just wanted to save you. Woof woof. A dog's hearing is very good. I was speechless. I said unnaturally. It was uncomfortable. But I didn't need you to save me. I needed Xiao to save me. I let go of Erguzi's ear. I'm punishing you with no pig's trotters for a day. 3 days without chicken legs. 5 days without dog food. Erguzi howled. Brother Jiang Chen, please don't. I pointed behind the door. Lie there quietly for me. If you make another sound, I'll punish you with a month of no pig's trotters. Erguzi had no choice but to lie dejectedly behind the door. I looked at the bathroom. I saw that Su Xiao didn't come out. She didn't jump out the window, did she? I hurried in. I pulled back the shower curtain and saw Su Xiao curled up with her legs drawn up in the bathtub. The scenery under her nightgown was immediately admired by me. Just one look and my face flushed red. Xiao, we were just kissing earlier. Then I took off your nightgown. Your hand slipped into my nightgown. That's when I moaned in pleasure. And as a result, we were interrupted by Erguzi. Su Xiao's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. I could see the hidden passion in her eyes too. Your shoes were taken by my sister. I quickly sat down next to the bathtub. I'll buy you a new pair tomorrow. We'll buy matching shoes. Su Xiao looked up. Her gaze fell on me, on my nightgown. I quickly said, tomorrow, we'll also buy matching pajamas. Su Xiao hummed in agreement. It's getting cold. We should eat some meat to nourish our bodies. Erguzi sneezed outside. I looked at Su Xiao, leaning my whole body over the bathtub. I slowly lifted Su Xiao's nightgown. Su Xiao immediately sucked in a cold breath. I bent down and wrapped my arms around Su Xiao's neck.
What dog meat? Eat me. Su Xiao put her arms around my neck. The fire that had just been extinguished immediately flared up again. I leaned close to Su Xiao's ear and whispered something. Su Xiao suddenly hugged me tightly. The two of us pressed tightly together. Through the silk fabric, we could feel each other's love. Su Xiao looked up at me and suddenly asked what our relationship was now. She remembered what I said, that good girls don't give themselves away casually. I was also stunned. In our past life, we never defined our relationship until the very end. After being reborn, I paid even less attention to it, because I had already decided she was the one. Seeing my hesitation, Su Xiao pushed me away and stood up. Jiang Chen, you need to think carefully about this relationship. The first time is always unforgettable. She wanted to have Jiang Chen. But she wasn't just greedy for my body. I looked at Su Xiao, understanding what she meant. I stood up and hugged Su Xiao, face to face with her. Our scents mingled together. Xiao, do you love me? The moment I spoke. Su Xiao looked at me seriously and said, I love you very, very much. I smiled and gently bit her lip. I love Xiao too. You love me, I love you, isn't that relationship enough? I lifted Su Xiao's face. Silly girl, it's because I love you, that I desire your body. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. We will be fiancés and later husband and wife, and we will even be parents to children. This time she didn't wait for me to finish. Su Xiao pulled me down by the hand and then kissed my lips. I kissed her back, then took her hand and placed it on my 8-pack abs. Su Xiao was slightly stunned, finally becoming as gentle as water, igniting fires all over my body. The cold bathtub now had warmth. The streetlights outside seemed a bit distant. The full moon, following the sounds in the bathroom, shyly hid behind the dark clouds. Erguzi outside heard the noise. He would occasionally lift his doggy head and glance at the bathroom. Should I bark a couple of times or not? Forget it. Otherwise, he'll lose a month's worth of pig elbows. A dog's life is tough. A long time later, I washed Su Xiao clean and then carried her out. Her face was so red she didn't dare to look at me. She hid straight under the covers. I lay next to her, raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're only shy now? Who was it that was so enthusiastically touching me earlier? She covered herself with the blanket and said nothing. I hugged her through the blanket. We didn't have a physical relationship, but I had indeed eaten her, the kind where not even the bones are left. But the fire inside me hadn't been extinguished. Su Xiao pulled the blanket down a bit, revealing her head. Her body pressed against mine. I was a bit stunned. She turned her head and asked, Earlier you were only focused on me. You haven't put out your fire yet. Su Xiao looked down at me. Do you need my help? Finally, her face flushed red, and she crawled back under the covers. I hugged her tightly and threatened, Do you still want to sleep? Su Xiao moved, her wrists aching. She quickly turned her back to me to sleep. I hugged her. I kissed her on the ear. Holding her, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, Su Xiao was no longer there. I hugged the blanket and sniffed it. It was full of her scent. Jiang Qingyu knocked on the door. Wake up or you'll be late. Ergozi opened his eyes and stared at me. Did you hear anything last night? Ergaozi tilted his doggy head and thought for a moment. To avoid losing his pig elbows, he was as cunning as a dog. No, I didn't. I slept too soundly last night. Woof woof. I saw its comical appearance. I chuckled. I won't take away your chicken leg today. I'll take it next time instead. Ergozi let out a wronged whimper. There's even a deferred deduction for chicken legs? As expected of brother Jiang Chen. Xiao Qingxi crawled out from the drawer. Showing off, he said, Brother Jiang Chen, I heard it, hiss hiss. Last night it was in the nightstand drawer. I threatened it. Don't say anything. There was no noise last night. Xiao Qingxi stuck out its tongue, looking innocent. But, silly snake, don't say any more. Woof, woof. Erguzi immediately pounced. He grabbed Xiao Qingxi in his mouth. Xiao Qingxi struggled. It cried out in fear, Brother Jiang Chen, help hiss hiss. I raised an eyebrow and smiled, then went to brush my teeth, wash my face, and change clothes. When I came out, Xiao Qingxi was lying limp on the ground, not daring to move. Ergozi pawed at it. When Xiao Qingxi saw me come out, it immediately revived. I wrapped it around my wrist and poked Xiao Qingxi on the head. Silly thing. Then I went downstairs. Downstairs, Jiang Qingyu was on a video call showing off to her sisters. See my new shoes? My little brother bought them for me. Have you guys ever received anything he bought for you? I'm the first sister he's given a gift to. I'm the sister that Jiang Chen loves the most. Are you jealous, envious, resentful? Jiang Qingyu held the phone, pointing the camera at her feet, showing them from all angles. The sisters on the other side of the screen all wanted to shove her smug face into a dog food bowl. I stood at the top of the stairs watching Sister Qingyu wearing Su Xiao's slippers, showing off smugly. It was so embarrassing. Jiang Qingyu noticed me and hurriedly called me over. Come here quickly and tell them how much these shoes cost. The money isn't the point. The point is that she's showing off. The 5 sisters called out in a low voice. Jiang Chen. Even through the screen, I could feel their pressure. I heard the voice of my 4th sister, Jiang Ting. 4th sister, have you completed your mission? 4th sister Jiang Ting said coldly. Not yet, just secretly using my phone for a bit. It'll continue in 3 minutes. Originally, I wasn't allowed to contact family, but ever since I secretly saw Jiang Qingyu's rant on her social media feed before bed last night, she couldn't sleep. Her family status was no longer guaranteed. I went downstairs, snatched the phone, and flipped the camera towards myself. Fourth sister, how are you? Are you safe? How much longer until your mission is complete? I looked at my fourth sister and saw that besides being a little tired, she wasn't injured, so I was relieved. The other sister spoke up at the same time. I looked up at the screen, and my face immediately darkened because all 5 sisters were pointing their cameras at their feet. And they were all very strange. Their shoes either had the soles coming off or their toes were sticking out. In short, all their shoes were broken. I was speechless. You sisters are really something else, to remind me silently. To buy them shoes, it's really too much. The 5 sisters' voices were very calm. The weather is a bit cold. My feet are so cold. These 5 pairs of open-toed shoes were all hints for me. When Jiang Qingyu saw this, she laughed even more smugly. It's useless for you guys to intentionally ruin your shoes. I am one of a kind. Ha ha ha. The sisters' faces darkened. They all wanted to reach through the screen and give Jiang Qingyu a beating. I hurriedly said, everyone has a gift on the way, but since you're far away, it hasn't arrived yet. Believe me, I bought them at the same time. But because Sister Qingyu is at home, she received it first. Fifth sister Jiang Huan asked as their representative, is it the same as the 6 sisters? I looked down and glanced at Jiang Qingyu, the slippers on her feet, and confirmed they were the same. They're definitely the same, fourth sister Jiang Ting said with satisfaction. Then I'm going to work. The other sisters were also satisfied. Jiang Qingyu gritted her teeth. A bunch of shameless people. I gave the phone back to her. Don't worry, you're still special. After all, that's the pair Su Xiao has worn. After hearing that, Jiang Qingyu was immediately touched. My dear little brother is still the best. I sat down to eat. Then I texted Su Xiao. Are the slippers you're wearing still available? My other 5 sisters want them too. They have to be delivered today. Su Xiao looked at the slippers that didn't fit her feet and was silent for a moment. Yes, I sent over the addresses of my 5 sisters. Su Xiao immediately ordered Xiaoqing. My slippers from yesterday, prepare 5 more pairs, then send them by helicopter. Remember to pretend to be a delivery person. After hearing this, Xiaoqing clicked her tongue. Using a helicopter to deliver slippers, how inhumane. Those custom-made limited edition slippers cost 100,000 yuan a pair. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Qingyu prepared to go to the recording studio. Come listen to it after work. I saw her walk straight out. Sister Qingyu, aren't you changing your shoes? No, this pair is comfortable. She wanted to wear them to the company to show off. This was the first gift her little brother had given her. Jiang Qingyu happily went out in her slippers. When she passed by the villa next door, she saw my car parked at the entrance. That's strange. Jiang Chen's car isn't gone. It's parked here at home. Could it be that someone has moved in? Next time I come back, I must go over and say hello and see who is living in this villa. It better not be some flirtatious woman coming to seduce my brother. Jiang Qingyu glanced at my car and drove off. I ate breakfast leisurely. Next to me, Xiaoqing, she was eating a quail egg. Ergo-zi was gnawing on a fragrant chicken leg. Brother Jiang Chen, when will you take me out? Woof woof. Ergo-zi saw me taking Xiaoqing out again. He was very jealous. I looked down at Ergo-zi. When you can run as fast as a Tibetan Mastiff, it'll take you with me. Ergo-zi was speechless. Brother Jiang Chen, if you want to banish me to the cold palace, just say it directly. I took Xiaoqing out with me and got into Su Xiao's car, but this time I didn't get handsy like usual, but sat very properly. Xiaoqing glanced in the rearview mirror. Mr. Jiang, did the young miss anger you? I glanced at Su Xiao. Su Xiao smiled. I didn't anger him, I just made him happy. My ears immediately turned bright red. I looked back at Su Xiao and saw her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. I laughed, poked Su Xiao, and reached out to hug her. I leaned down and whispered in her ear, if you keep teasing me, it'll eat you up when no one's around. Su Xiao didn't tease me anymore. We arrived at the Milky Way building. Xiaoqing drove straight into the underground parking garage. I looked at Su Xiao. Aren't you late for work at this hour? You don't have to pick me up every day, Xiaoqing quickly said. Actually, the young miss has. Su Xiao looked up at Xiaoqing. She immediately fell silent. I asked, actually what? Xiaoqing said, oh, actually the young miss changed. The company's meeting time, pushing it back half an hour. I gave her a suspicious look, but didn't think much of it. Then it'll go up. I was just about to get out of the car when Su Xiao pulled me back. Then she leaned in and gave me a kiss. From now on, you have to kiss me every time we part. I smiled. I leaned over and kissed her on the lips. See you tonight, after I left. Xiaoqing looked at Su Xiao in the rearview mirror and coughed, reminding her, young miss, the corners of your mouth are about to disappear. Su Xiao looked up in confusion. Xiaoqing got out of the car and opened the car door for her. They're already level with the sun. Rein it in a little. The young miss never smiles. Smiling like that is truly terrifying. She was used to it, but others in the company would only feel terrified. Su Xiao got out of the car, and the smile on her face instantly vanished, leaving only coldness and frost. Xiaoqing's hair stood on end. Please just keep smiling. I took the elevator and saw someone moving their things. I asked suspiciously, are you quitting? The building houses the offices of many companies. It's normal for people and companies to move frequently. The other person replied, not quitting, moving the company. CEO Zhang, maybe you should move too. Almost all the companies in this building have moved to better places. Only you haven't moved.
Is the company about to go under? The companies that are moving are all doing quite well. They have a future. Maybe the feng shui here is bad. Besides, with the other companies gone, there are even fewer connections, making it harder to grow. I smiled. I'm not moving. This building used to belong to the Jiang family. When I make Mi Ying successful, I'll buy it back. Those people heard what I said and looked at each other, laughing. They thought I was bluffing. They disdainfully moved their things from the elevator to the parking lot. When they saw Xiaoqing, someone recognized her. Isn't that the special assistant to the great Miss To? What is she doing in this dilapidated building? Assistant 2. Why are you here? They couldn't help but step forward. Xiaoqing was just about to open the back door when she saw people approaching. She frowned. With a blank face, she asked coldly, "What? Do I need to report to you where I go?" The questioner was immediately embarrassed. The car window was knocked on. Xiaoqing cleared her throat. "I'm here to discuss a small business matter with CEO Jiang of Mi Ying." These people had just been saying that Mi Ying had no future. But now the biggest boss in Kamchen wants to do business with me. It was like a series of slaps to their faces. After everyone left, Xiaoqing opened the back car door and Su Xiao stepped out with her long legs. "Getting out of the car?" Xiaoqing asked in confusion. "Young miss, just now you were." Su Xiao replied coldly. "I didn't hear what they said just now." But from their subtle expressions, they were looking down on Jiang Chen. Xiaoqing smirked. "So that was to help slap them in the face to protect Mr. Jiang." I went upstairs and heard employees discussing that many companies in the building had moved out, moving to better places. I wonder if our Mi Ying can move to a different office. That's right. Mi Ying has been around for over 20 years. Many parts are old. Sometimes it feels gloomy late at night. Still want to change offices? It's good enough that we haven't gone bankrupt. Salesman Vuong next to them said very confidently, "We won't go bankrupt." Director of Human Resources, if you have time for this gossip, you'd be better off focusing on your work. I don't need employees who waste time. I didn't need to say anything. Someone was already scolding them. Mi Ying is no longer a place where you can just coast and collect a paycheck like before. Paycheck? A single mistake at work will get you fired. I got busy as soon as I arrived at the company. Not long after, my secretary came in. "CEO Jiang, this is not good. A video is going viral online right now. It says you kicked your father, mother, and brother out of the house, and even used a garbage truck to haul them away." The secretary worriedly held up the tablet. "The internet is full of criticism against you now. People who bought Mi Ying's products before are all returning them. Some are even smashing Mi Ying products, saying they must boycott Mi Ying." I took the tablet and looked at the video comments. "This is outrageous. What kind of child is he? Kicking his own father out. He even told his father to get a divorce, and he called a garbage truck to take them away. This is treating them like trash. He doesn't want to be Song Mingchen's son. Then he should pay back the cost of raising him. He's just the CEO of a company that's about to go bankrupt. He won't even acknowledge his own father. Is a person like that even worthy of being human? Everyone boycott his products. Let Mi Ying go bankrupt quickly. Let him kneel and beg the Song Mingchen family for forgiveness. Boycott Mi Ying. Jiang Chen is not human." All sorts of trending topics about me quickly appeared on Weibo. The secretary saw that I wasn't worried at all, feeling like the emperor wasn't in a hurry. But the eunuch was anxious. "CEO Jiang, what should we do now?" I smirked slightly. "How interesting. Yesterday I was busy with work, busy with Xiao. I really did forget about the video. I didn't expect Song Jinian to make a move before me. There are really people in this world who are looking for death. Even more proactive than the Haibai Wuchang." The secretary scrolled on her phone. "CEO Jiang, Song Mingchen is live streaming. It seems he's talking about this." I directly opened Song Mingchen's live stream. The setting was a hospital, and Vuong Yalan was lying on the hospital bed, her face pale. Song Jinian's complexion wasn't good either. He looked at the camera with a serious expression. "Everyone, please don't speculate. The video is fake. Our family relationship is very good. As for the garbage truck incident, those were things we no longer needed. And since we were moving things ourselves, that's why there was a scene of a garbage truck taking them away. I solemnly say it again, Jiang Chen is really a good person. Tonight, we will also be going back to the Jiang family house to live. I hope the majority of netizens will not use words to hurt him. He's still just a child." As soon as these words were spoken, the comments piled up again. "That video is from a security camera. How can it be faked?" It was clearly intentional. Jiang Chen is already 20 years old. He's not a nursing infant. Vice Chairman Song is so kind. His stepmother Vuong Yalan doesn't treat him badly either. He's truly outrageous. I pray that the Mi Ying company goes bankrupt soon. Song Jinian hypocritically pleaded for me. "Everyone, please don't blame my younger brother. This video is fake. My brother and I have a very good relationship. I'm being the spokesperson for Mi Ying for free, and he has already agreed. It must be a malicious competitor trying to stir up trouble. I hope you all don't blame him. After all, he just came from the countryside, managing a company, his way of speaking and all. There are many things he doesn't understand." After Song Jinian finished speaking, the frail Vuong Yalan also spoke up. "Although Jiang Chen is a bit rebellious and talks back to me, he is a good child. My illness has nothing to do with him. I went to pay respects that day. Jiang Nam carelessly caught a cold. Everyone, please be lenient. In my eyes, Jiang Chen is my own son." I sneered. This family's words were all implicitly targeting me. They also want to use public pressure to make me agree to their unreasonable demands. With a live stream like this, no matter what I choose, I will be the one at a disadvantage. The secretary didn't know the whole story, but she could tell something was wrong. This Song Jinian is so strange. Just yesterday you clearly rejected him and tormented him. Why is he still saying you let him be the spokesperson for Mi Ying? Furthermore, based on yesterday's scene, CEO Jiang and he don't have a deep brotherly bond at all. I looked at the three of them putting on an act, raised an eyebrow, smiled and said it was fine. You can go out. I'll handle it myself. The PR department has already handled it. This time, the company's PR department is very capable. The incident was suppressed as soon as it started, but the other party was clearly doing it on purpose. The more it's suppressed, the more violently it erupts. By now, it's beyond saving. It's completely aimed at me. After the secretary left, I sat in front of the computer. My fingers flew across the keyboard. A lot of code appeared on the computer screen. I typed while commenting in the live stream room. You created a fake video. Doesn't your conscience bother you? A family of three, all trash. Where would they get a conscience? In the comments section, people quickly realized my father was defending him. He's even cursing people out. This is too arrogant. He should really be cancelled. I activated the live connection function. Zhang Chen actually appeared in the live stream room. Is this a live expose? Did he come here to be cursed at and tormented? I've never seen such a vicious man. Song Mingchen saw me appear in their live stream room. They were all stunned. I looked at the camera and smiled lightly. I'm saying it here, the video is real. I stared at Song Jinian, but I don't think they dare to show you the full version. But I have a video here. Ding. I received a message on my phone. The sender was Song Jinian Jiang Chen. If you dare to post that video and don't say what we tell you to, I will make sure Jiangqing Yu can't survive in the entertainment industry. And the Jiangshu Group, you won't be able to keep it either. I'll sell the shares immediately. The threat was very direct. I had just glanced at it when Song Jinian retracted the message. He was so afraid I'd take a screenshot. I smirked coldly. Song Jinian, what I hate most is being threatened. Song Jinian looked aggrievedly at the camera. Little brother, I'm not threatening you, I'm just telling the truth. Looking at Song Jinian's fake act, I felt truly nauseated. The comments were still defending him. Song Jinian said with a wronged expression. Little brother, we've all moved out of the Jiang family home. My parents almost got divorced. What more do you want? Hearing these words made me want to vomit. Stop pretending. We fell out a long time ago. Do you admit that this surveillance video was edited? Song Mingchen insisted. No, you're my son. How could I harm you? Song Jinian also looked wronged. I don't know how the video was leaked. I also don't care how my little brother sees me. I believe he's not that kind of person. Our brotherly bond is very strong, Wang Yelan said. I was at the hospital last night. I don't know anything. I didn't waste my breath on them. I raised my eyebrows and asked you all again. Are you sure you didn't post the video? Are you sure you don't know why I kicked you out? Are you sure you've never done anything to wrong me? Song Jinian was sure he would win. If I was the one who made these videos, I will live stream myself stripping in front of the camera. I looked up and asked Song Mingchen, and you, what will you use to prove you didn't do it? Song Mingchen was about to answer. Song Jinian spoke for him, getting his father in trouble. If we have done anything to wrong Jiang Chen, then we will bark like dogs. Song Mingchen was speechless, his mouth twitching. You want to bark like a dog? Then you bark yourself. Don't drag me into it. Song Jinian looked at me. Little brother, we treat you very well. We've never mistreated you. If we've ever done even the slightest thing, Dad will bark like a dog, and Mom and I will live stream ourselves stripping naked. Song Jinian didn't believe I would actually dare to speak out, unless he didn't want Jiangqing Yu to live well, and also wanted the Jiangshu Group to go bankrupt. The live stream chat room exploded upon hearing their huge bet. They directly told me to make a move. I looked at the confident Song Jinian and smirked. Then everyone, please watch the video carefully. See the true faces of these scumbags. Song Jinian didn't believe I would post the video, but the next second, the camera on my side changed. It started playing the video content of Song Jinian entering my office. He was hypocritically asking for forgiveness. As soon as he saw the video, Song Jinian immediately panicked. Jiang Chen, turn it off for me. Turn it off now. Have you forgotten what you just said? I order you to turn it off. I raised my eyebrows. On what grounds do you order me? Aren't you always building the image of an innocent young man? Now I'll let everyone see your ugly face. Song Jinian's face was about to twist in anger. Jiang Chen, must you disregard the consequences like this? I smiled and said, you're going to say it again. If I release this video, you'll sell. The Jiangshu Group shares and blacklist Jiangqing Yu, right? After watching the video, the people in the live stream chat room, who were cursing me at first, were now cursing Song Jinian's entire family. Song Mingchen's face darkened. That's all for today's live stream. Thank you everyone, see you another day. As he spoke, he tried to end the live stream, but when he tried to turn it off, he couldn't. Jiang Chen, what on earth did you do? I opened my mouth slightly. Don't be in such a hurry to end the live stream. The good part hasn't even started. You'll regret it if you don't watch until the end. I just moved my fingers a little, making it impossible for them to end the live stream. Watching more and more of the video play, Song Jinian was about to go crazy. Jiang Chen, you edited this video. You hired someone to dub it. I didn't say those things then. Don't believe him. He wants to slander me.
Soon, the video reached its climax. Song Jinian's voice rang out. You always say my mother is the other woman, that I'm an illegitimate son. In fact, your mother is the other woman. You're the illegitimate son. My mom and dad were in love. Your mother used her money to steal my dad away. I'm the older brother. I was born before you. You're the illegitimate child, Jiang Chen. Let me tell you, the Jiangshu group will be mine sooner or later, and you will be kicked out of the Jiang family, leaving with nothing. Just wait until I'm stepping on you. It'll break your arms and legs. It'll sell you to a remote mountainous area, so you can never hold your head up again. As soon as these words were said, the netizens exploded even more. Damn, I thought he was just a green tea boy. Turns out, he's the real deal. Song Jinian was anxious. Don't believe this video. It's definitely slander. He doesn't want to see me doing well. He's saying this because he thinks I stole Shen Xinyi from him. Don't believe him. But no matter how Song Jinian tried to coax them, or how he screamed, the netizens no longer believed him. So disgusting. He's clearly the illegitimate son, yet he claims Jiang Chen is the illegitimate one. As expected, the whole family is disgusting. One is a cheater, one is the other woman, one is an illegitimate son, a man who married into the family, an illegitimate son, and they still want to kick Jiang Chen out of the Jiangshu group. Have they no shame? After watching the video, the netizens were disgusted to death. Song Mingchen's head was pounding. Someone in the comments discovered the key point. The camera in this video was pointed at Jiang Chen, but you could only hear Song Jinian's voice. So who filmed this video? As soon as this was said, more people noticed this detail. That's right, this isn't a surveillance camera. And Jiang Chen didn't film it. Looking at the angle and the sound, this video was secretly recorded. And the person filming was Song Jinian. So Song Jinian intentionally said those things to provoke Jiang Chen, and then he secretly recorded it, so he could easily expose him later. Jiang Chen, is that right? The person above is right. I looked at the comments, I smirked. This batch of netizens is really smart. I opened my mouth and said, that's right. Song Jinian secretly recorded this video. I was furious that day. I grabbed his belt and found a micro-hidden camera on it. What I did to Song Jinian afterward was a bit too much, so I didn't post it. I know what I did wasn't good, but I was very angry because my deceased mother was called the other woman by an illegitimate son, and I became the illegitimate son. Everyone knows I just came back from the countryside, but why doesn't anyone think about why a young master like me had to go back to the countryside as an abandoned child? For over 10 years I had no mother. I also didn't have my father's guidance or love. I can only use my own crude methods to solve problems. Who wouldn't want to be an innocent and pure young man? I want that too. After being back for a month, I gave them a chance. Now, I don't want to be a saint anymore. I will use my own methods to take back what belongs to me. My voice was calm, as if I were telling someone else's story. But the netizens felt very sorry for me seeing me like this. Song Mingchen's family is truly inhuman. I looked at the one-sided comments and smirked. Song Jinian, isn't it time for you all to fulfill your promise? As soon as these words were said, the faces of Song Mingchen and the others darkened, but the live stream still couldn't be turned off. Song Jinian's eyes wished they could turn into knives and chop me on the screen into 1,000 pieces. No way, we didn't do it. Don't even think about it. That's live streaming, stripping, and barking like a dog. Where would they put their faces? But the comment section was full of angry netizens. Even if they weren't angry, they were people who loved drama and didn't mind making a big deal out of things. Song Mingchen, Wang Yalan, bark like dogs. Song Jinian, striptease, hurry up and bark like a dog. We're all waiting for a disgusting family of trash, in my opinion. Don't make it hard for them because that's too light a punishment. How about just throwing them in jail? Song Mingchen's expression was truly ugly. Wang Yalan's expression, which was already ugly, became even uglier. Jiang Chen, you're going too far. Don't blame me for not defending you anymore. Hearing these words, I raised my eyebrows and smiled coldly. Oh, really? Song Mingchen looked at Wang Yalan with some anticipation. Wang Yalan spoke to the camera. The wound on my forehead wasn't from a fall. It was from Jiang Chen smashing my head against the ground. I got sick because Jiang Chen took me to a cemetery. For a whole night, Jiang Chen forced us to divorce. He used a garbage truck to move our things. It's all true. He showed no mercy, so we won't defend him either. I looked down and sneered. Wang Yalan frowned. What are you smiling at? I raised my eyebrows. See for yourself. Your brain is broken, not your eyes. Suddenly being cursed at again, Wang Yalan's expression grew even uglier. She looked at the comments. Shouldn't the other woman kowtow to the legal wife? And she's acting all wronged. I think he was still too merciful. Why use a garbage truck? It would be better to call a hearse for them. Why show mercy to a scumbag man and a shameless woman? What hospital are they in? I want to go spit on their shameless faces. The person above, let me go with you. If it's too far, then spit for me too. Drown them. Don't get off topic. Hurry up and make these scumbags bark like dogs and striptease. They have no shame anyway. The topic, which had been sidetracked, was immediately brought back. Moreover, no one found them pitiful and no one thought I went too far. On the contrary, everyone thought what I did was right. I raised my eyebrows. I looked at Song Mingchen's gloomy face. If you still don't do it, you'll have to use some special methods. Song Mingchen's temple twitched. I slightly curled my lips. I gave a wicked smile. It'll count to 10. If you don't do it, I won't be polite anymore. He can even count like that. So cool.
Song Mingchen didn't even have time to wonder where 6, 7, and 8 went. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Woof." I raised my eyebrows and smiled faintly. "What did you just say?" Song Mingchen's face was grim. "Zhang Chen, don't go too far. I'm still your father after all." I directly opened my mouth, but I haven't even counted yet. Song Mingchen's voice echoed in the live stream room. "Woof, woof, woof." After barking, Song Mingchen's eyes were red. "Is that enough?" I raised my eyebrows and looked at Wang Yalan. "What about your other woman wife?" Wang Yalan gritted her teeth. "I want bark." "What other woman wife?" How rude. I drew out an O. "Mr. Song, she refuses." Song Mingchen felt that Wang Yalan was an idiot. "We are the ones who wronged him. Just bark a couple of times." Wang Yalan wanted to speak, but seeing Song Mingchen's grim look, it seemed that if she didn't bark, she would be divorced, maybe even beaten. "Woof, woof, woof." Wang Yalan barked with extreme grievance. Now, only Song Jinian was left. Song Jinian gritted his teeth. "I want bark, and I want dance. I'm not wrong. The ones who are wrong are Zhang Chen and his mother, in my opinion, since they're such scum." Could there be something suspicious about Zhang Chen's mother's death? Seeing this comment, Song Mingchen's scalp went numb. He directly slapped Song Jinian across the face. Bark now. Song Jinian was stunned by the slap. He held his face. He looked at Song Mingchen in disbelief. "Dad, you actually hit me for Zhang Chen." Song Mingchen looked at him coldly. "Who told you to go and show off in front of him? If you don't bark, well, sever our ties." Song Mingchen slammed the door and left. Song Jinian felt wronged. "Mom, I don't want to bark like a dog. I don't want to striptease. I certainly don't want to apologize to Zhang Chen." This time, the other side of Song Jinian's face was also slapped hard. His face swelled up. "Mom, you hit me too. You hit me because of that bastard." Wang Yalan gritted her teeth. "You caused this trouble, so you solve it yourself." Song Jinian was so angry he could kill someone. "If you want to strip, strip yourself. I hate you both." Song Jinian ran outside, but as soon as he reached the door, he was kicked hard in the face. Song Jinian was kicked back into the hospital room. He raised his head to see who had come. It was the same bodyguard who had thrown him into the cemetery that day. The tall bodyguard stood at the door, looking at him with murderous eyes. He was holding a small knife in his hand, looking very scary. The bodyguard smiled faintly. Otherwise, he would have taken the knife and cut a line on his face. Song Jinian couldn't fight back at all, let alone run away. Seeing such a tall man, Wang Yalan's face also turned pale with fear. She didn't dare to make a sound. I just heard some commotion over there. Then I saw Song Jinian's face turn pale. He turned back to the camera. I raised my eyebrows. "You're not running anymore?" Song Jinian looked up at the bodyguard. Then he glared at me fiercely. "Woof, woof, woof." I smiled. "You were running just now, and now you're barking." In the comment section. Hearing the barking, I never knew Song Jinian could act before. I didn't expect this bark to showcase such acting skills. "Don't insult dogs. Now that you're done barking, shouldn't you strip?" I looked at the screen without saying anything. Song Jinian glared at me fiercely. Then he gritted his teeth and took off his clothes one by one. Actually, there was nothing to see. Song Jinian had the body of a child. He wasn't in the mood to dance. In the end, the screen went black. After all, it's an app in a law-abiding society. They could only quickly ban Song Jinian's account. But Song Jinian's fake mask had been torn off. His unbearably ugly body was also despised by people. The bodyguard at the door looked at Song Jinian. "This is your performance fee. I was going to give you a penny, but you're not worth it." The bodyguard stepped aside. The person behind him brought in a bucket, then opened it in front of Song Jinian. A foul stench spread through the hospital room. It was a bucket of feces and urine. Song Jinian's face darkened. "You people!" The bodyguard directly picked up the bucket and threw it at Song Jinian. "If you cause trouble again, it won't be this simple." The bodyguard threw the bucket at Song Jinian. Then he turned and walked out. Song Jinian's whole body stank of feces and urine. Wang Yalan was also splashed with a lot of it. She completely broke down. She screamed like a madwoman. I looked at the live stream computer, which was back to normal. I thought for a moment. The sound from Song Jinian's side just now must have been Su Xiao's doing. I called her directly. Su Xiao was in a video conference. Seeing my call, she immediately answered. "Zhang Chen." Her voice was as gentle as water. It shocked all the senior managers on the other side of the video call. I asked, "Where are you?" Su Xiao smiled faintly. "In your heart." Hearing this, I smiled until my eyes crinkled. "Did you eat honey today? Your mouth is so sweet." Su Xiao was silent for a moment, then shyly whispered, "What did I eat? Don't you know? I'm not with you." My mind went boom and almost exploded. Su Xiao looked at me with a face full of love, while the senior managers were in a video conference. "Miss, smiling like this is too scary. It's like the end of the world is here." Su Xiao raised her head and glanced coldly at the screen. Then she muted her microphone. I asked her, "Did you watch Song Jinian and his family's live stream?" Su Xiao hummed in agreement. After she found out, she immediately told Xiaoqing to find the PP company to shut down Song Jinian's livestream, and she had already taken action. But strangely, Song Jinian's livestream couldn't be turned off.
and I had also appeared. If she couldn't help on the live stream, she would send someone to the hospital to teach them a lesson. She had also been watching the live stream the whole time, seeing that Song Jinian wasn't fulfilling his promise. The bodyguard immediately appeared. I said into the phone, "Xiao, I really love you." Su Xiao heard the words "love you." She immediately smiled sweetly, while the senior executives looked terrified. Su Xiao looked down, her face slightly blushing, and said, "I love you too." I looked at her and smiled. "Let's have lunch together. I want to kiss you, hug you, and lift you up high." Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Okay, wait for me for 2 minutes." I was stunned. 2 minutes? She couldn't be that fast even if she flew a plane. Just as the secretary walked in, I said okay and hung up. Su Xiao looked at the video conference and said, "Meeting adjourned. We'll continue this afternoon." Su Xiao ended the call. She took the president's private elevator to the office on the 23rd floor. I was discussing with the secretary when a knock came at the door. I looked up and saw Su Xiao. My eyes immediately widened. I checked my call history. The call was from 1 minute and 50 seconds ago, so she appeared in front of me in less than 2 minutes. The secretary was stunned to see a strange woman. She stepped forward to block the person. "Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Su Xiao looked up at me. "I'm looking for your CEO Jiang. I'm his woman. No appointment needed." The secretary was speechless. "Although you're very beautiful, our CEO Jiang is not for just anyone." I looked up and smiled faintly. "That's right. She is my woman. From now on, when she comes, just let her in." The secretary was stunned. She quickly went out. Su Xiao walked in. She closed the door and locked it. I stood up. I opened my arms and lifted her straight onto my lap. "How are you so fast?" I hugged Su Xiao's waist and kissed her on the lips. Su Xiao hugged me. "Because I missed you." I gently bit her lip. "You really know what to say. Your mouth is so sweet." Su Xiao's breath hitched. "Whether my mouth is sweet or not, don't you already know?" I smiled, teasing her. "Xiao, your skill of teasing people with your mouth is about to reach the maximum level." Su Xiao smiled faintly. "I've moved to work on the floor above you." I said, I was a bit dazed. "Isn't the Su Corporation doing great? Besides, your rooftop can even land a helicopter." An idea suddenly popped into my head, but it was fleeting. I couldn't grasp it. Su Xiao hugged me. She looked at me with gentle, sweet eyes. "You are here. No matter how good the Su Corporation is, if you're not there, I don't care for it." Hearing her words, I kissed Su Xiao passionately. "Xiao, you're really getting better and better with your words. Before, I was always the one teasing her." Su Xiao was reluctant to let go. I started to respond passionately. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you two French kissing? Hiss hiss." Just as Su Xiao and I were intimately entangled, Xiaoqing Shi stuck its snake head out. It stared at us kissing. Xiaoqing Shi watched with a look of utter disgust. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're so old and you're still drooling. Hiss hiss." I ignored Xiaoqing Shi, but Xiaoqing Shi became more and more curious. It crawled onto Su Xiao's shoulder. It watched us with its emerald green eyes. While we were kissing, its snake tail also wagged excitedly. Su Xiao felt something sticky and slippery on her neck. It was also a little cold. More importantly, there was clearly no one there, but she felt a pair of eyes watching her. Su Xiao stopped. She looked down slightly and her eyes met with Xiaoqing Shi's. The next second it was caught, right at the vital spot. "Brother Jiang Chen, save me, hiss hiss." I quickly grabbed Su Xiao's hand. "Xiao, let go of Xiaoqing quickly." Su Xiao looked at me. Her expression relaxed a bit and her hand also loosened. A little. Xiaoqing, she quickly escaped from her hand. It rushed towards me. Then my chest suddenly felt cold. "Xiaoqing," she slipped from my collar into my clothes again. "Xiaoqing," she said fearfully, "Baby is not coming out. She's too scary. She wants to kill baby." Hiss hiss. Su Xiao saw my reaction and thought I was scared. Without thinking, she put her hand straight inside. "Xiaoqing." She became even more frantic and ran around wildly. Su Xiao's hand followed, touching everywhere. I looked at her with a face of utter resignation. Su Xiao caught Xiaoqing Shi and showed it off to me. As soon as she looked up, she saw me looking at her meaningfully. She was silent for a moment, then realized what she had just done. Su Xiao was so embarrassed that she said, "How about we have snake soup tonight?" Xiaoqing, she was so scared its tail stood on end. I looked at Su Xiao. "Are you planning to cook Xiaoqing after using it as an excuse to grope me?" Su Xiao looked at me, thinking about the feeling in her hand just now. Her fair face also flushed red. She said with a bit of jealousy, "But only I am allowed to touch your body." It was running wild inside just now. After speaking, her sharp gaze swept over Xiaoqing Shi. I chuckled and hugged Su Xiao. Xiaoqing is my friend. Besides, it's a baby. You don't have to be angry and jealous of an animal, do you?" Su Xiao pouted and looked at me. "I haven't even had the chance to grope you so openly like that. How dare a little snake?" I saw she was still hesitant. So I leaned down and kissed her lips, then her chin. Then I gently bit and nibbled on her ear. Su Xiao went limp. She wrapped her arms around my waist, looked up, and responded to me. 10 minutes later, I tilted my head and asked her, "You bought the Galaxy building?" Su Xiao hummed in agreement. "It's in your name." I paused for a moment. I hugged Su Xiao and gave her a few pecks. "My wifey, Xiao. This is our joint marital property." Su Xiao's face turned red when she heard the word marital. She and I took a short nap in the office. In the afternoon, Su Xiao went upstairs for a meeting. A rumor immediately spread throughout the company that I was keeping a woman, and that woman was right upstairs. I spent the whole afternoon inspecting the factory. After arriving, I found that there were very few materials, but luckily they were still the original materials, not low-quality ones. After asking, I found out it was due to insufficient funds. Furthermore, the material supplier had raised the price. In the evening, I brought all kinds of data home. At night, Su Xiao climbed over the wall again, but she saw that I was very busy, so she just worked beside me helping me analyze. Although I have memories from my past life, I've never run a company before. I looked at the company's losses. Under my efforts for half a month, I finally managed to make up for it. That also included Su Xiao's help, otherwise it might not have been so fast. The next day, the secretary rushed in. CEO Jiang, it's not good. Bad comments have appeared online. They're saying Mei Ying is a scam, a fake product. I looked up. What's going on? The secretary quickly handed over the tablet. Mei Ying is a fake. The 3-no product Mei Ying ruined my face. Many photos from female netizens exploded online. They were holding Mei Ying products, and all their faces were covered in sores. It looked very scary. I looked at the comments. When did the earliest comments appear? The secretary had already investigated when she saw it, 10 days ago. Some were due to product allergies. The later ones were a bit off. The public relations department has already sent people to investigate. I scrolled through them. Many were just due to allergies. The later ones looked more like skin diseases. Some were even intentional slander. Even a single pimple was blamed on the product. The secretary was so anxious she was about to explode. But seeing me so calm, I didn't look worried at all. CEO Jiang, aren't you anxious? I scrolled through Weibo. Why should I be anxious? I was thinking that half a month had passed with no activity. Now they've delivered themselves to my door. The secretary was stunned. Could it be that CEO Jiang has been waiting for someone to cause trouble all along? I smirked and said, notify everyone, meeting in half an hour. The secretary hurried out to notify everyone. I opened my computer. My fingers moved quickly. Su Xiao called, Zhang Chen. I hummed in response. Miss me? Su Xiao chuckled when she heard my voice. When do I not miss you? Half a month has passed. My relationship with Su Xiao has gotten better and better. Our trust in each other is also gradually solidifying. Su Xiao asked about the Weibo issue through the screen. You saw it? I nodded. I'm about to handle it. The public relations department has already investigated and has already issued a notice in a timely manner. Su Xiao was silent for a moment. She asked, do you need my help? I raised my eyebrows. Not for now. When I need it, I'll tell my baby to make a move. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. Okay. I spoke while typing on the keyboard. I was completely unconcerned about the rumors online. Xiao, I'm busy right now. If I can't solve it in an hour, you can help me. Upstairs, Su Xiao had just hung up. Her new assistant came in. Outsiders didn't know she was the assistant to the eldest miss of the Su family. Eldest miss Pang Lai-ching wants to see you. Su Xiao frowned. Don't know him, won't see him. He's the vice president of Mei Ying downstairs. He says he can help you make more money. Su Xiao stopped the pen in her hand and looked up, then let him in. Pang Lai-ching was brought in by the assistant. As soon as he entered, he felt Su Xiao's powerful aura. How could a woman have such a strong presence? Pang Lai-ching suppressed the strangeness in his heart and greeted Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked up and asked coldly, what is it? 2 simple, cold words. Pang Lai-ching felt even more pressure, to the point of being unable to breathe. Pang Lai-ching introduced himself first, then asked Su Xiao, may I ask for the young lady's esteemed name? The assistant said bluntly. You are not worthy to know. If you have something to say it quickly. If it weren't for Mr. Zhang, a nuisance like him, wouldn't even be able to linger in front of the eldest miss. Su Xiao spoke coldly. If you have something to say it. I'm very busy, Pang Lai-ching said with a cunning expression. Zhang Chen isn't easy to serve, right? Su Xiao heard my name, her expression softened. Has very good, I like him a lot. Then she looked up and Pang Lai-ching continued speaking. I'll give you 100,000, you do something for me. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this Pang Lai-ching even know what he's saying? The eldest miss just has to lift a finger and it's not just 100,000. She can have 1 billion in her hands, yet this guy wants to use 100,000. To ask a $100 billion CEO to do something? Su Xiao coldly looked up. Oh, what is it? Expose the story that Zhang Chen is your sugar daddy and the transfer history. You also have to spread rumors online that he has sadistic tendencies. Su Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold. She didn't expect these filthy people to want to slander me like this. Pang Lai-ching took out a memory card and placed it on the table. The content is in here. You just need to release it, Su Xiao asked coldly. What kind of sensitive video is it? Don't worry. The woman in it, her face isn't clear. Only Zhang Chen's face is visible. After Lai King finished speaking, he felt a chill. He glanced at the air conditioner, then continued. You also have to accuse Zhang Chen of embezzling public funds and buying low-quality materials, Su Xiao smirked. Zhang Chen is my sugar daddy, you know. You're telling me to expose him? The assistant was shocked again. Is the eldest miss really admitting she's the woman kept by Mr. Zhang? The sentence, he is my sugar daddy, came out so smoothly. Pang Lai King glanced at Su Xiao, as if he knew she wouldn't be satisfied so easily. Just do as I say. and I'll give you 500,000 when it's done. This company will also be completely yours. Su Xiao looked at the recording on her phone and raised an eyebrow slightly. Add another 500,000, and it'll do as you say. Pang Lai-king frowned. One can't be so insatiably greedy. 500,000 is enough for you to stop struggling for 30 years, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow. By following President Jiang, I can stop struggling for a lifetime. Pang Lai-king looked at her and gritted his teeth. 1 million it is then. But you have to do a good job. Pang Lai-king had calculated everything carefully, completely unaware that he had been schemed against. Su Xiao looked up at Pang Lai-king. Transfer it now. Pang Lai-king didn't hesitate. Give me the account number and name. Su Xiao looked up at him, then spoke coldly. Su Xiao. What? Pang Lai-king looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Su Xiao said coldly, My name is Su Xiao. Pang Lai-king was a little shaken. It was fear associated with that name. He approached her, scoffing. Miss, this joke isn't funny at all. Do you know who Su Xiao is? She's the tycoon of Kamchen, a super money printing machine that can make 100 million in a second. And you, Pang Lai-king scanned her with disdain, are just a kept woman. Although he said that, he was panicking inside. The eldest miss of the Tou family is too mysterious. Not many people have ever seen her face. The assistant looked at Pang Lai-king and quietly passed over the account number and name. 1 million. Cheng Yu. It was a personal account. Pang Lai-king only saw the last two characters of the name. His body immediately stiffened. Then, when making the transfer, he tremblingly entered to teen. It definitely won't go through. Definitely not. But reality proved that the name Su Xiao was correct. There's only one name like that in the world. No one dares to have the same name. She is Su Xiao. There was no doubt about it. Fear washed over Pang Lai-king like a tide. With a thud, he knelt straight on the ground. Eldest miss. I didn't mean it. Eldest miss, spare my life. Terrified, Pang Lai-king kowtowed on the ground. He even raised his hand and slapped his own face hard. He never expected that the person I was keeping was none other than Su Xiao. He was definitely dead. Su Xiao looked down coldly at Pang Lai-king. The 1 million you gave is a lot. I was wrong. I didn't intentionally target President Jiang either. I was just paid to do a job. Su Xiao raised a hand to interrupt Pang Lai-king. Say these words to Jiang Chen's face yourself. Su Xiao looked at him coldly. What to say, what to do, you understand. Later take that recording and play it yourself. Don't make me do it, otherwise. The rest of the words were left unsaid, but that cold voice sent shivers down one's spine. Pang Lai-king nodded repeatedly. Get out. A cold voice from Su Xiao made Pang Lai-king so scared he scrambled out on all fours. He really rolled away like a ball. The assistant looked and asked, Eldest miss, are you really letting him go just like that? Su Xiao's face was cold. Jiang Chen will handle it. She believes I will handle this matter in an appropriate way. She wants old Master Su to see that I am the most suitable person to be her husband, to be the son-in-law of the Tou family. Pang Lai-king returned to the 23rd floor, his face pale. This time, even the public relations department couldn't suppress the incident. In less than half an hour, many reporters had arrived after hearing the news. The secretary entered my office. President Jiang, there are many reporters outside. What should we do now? I looked at the computer screen and smirked. Did anyone from the main company come? Song Mingchen and a few directors are here. Song Jinian is also here. I grunted, let's go, no more meetings, let's hold a press conference. The secretary watched me pick up my laptop. Many customers with damaged faces also came to the company demanding an explanation, demanding compensation. I remained calm, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. Compensation? They should compensate. And they'll have to pay a large sum. For damaging the company's reputation, it's not just about compensating with money, they'll also have to go to jail. In the meeting room, 5 women wearing masks shouted agitatedly, Where's Jiang Chen? Tell him to come out. Tell him to take responsibility for our faces. My face is ruined. It's been diagnosed as second-degree disfigurement. A woman in a green shirt took off her mask in front of the reporters, revealing a festering face and cried, See this? This is my face after using Mei Ying products. It's completely ruined. I never had any problems using Mei Ying before, but ever since Jiang Chen became the CEO of Mei Ying and released new products, my face got ruined, disfigured. Jiang Chen, come out and pay up. The woman was very agitated. Song Mingchen entered the meeting room and quickly shouted, Everyone, calm down. Mei Ying will definitely provide an explanation for this matter. As long as the investigation proves it's Mei Ying's product at fault, we will absolutely take responsibility. Song Jinian wore a mask, smirking beneath it. He smiled sinisterly. Let's see how Jiang Chen turns this around. The whole meeting room was in chaos. Jiang Chen is here. Hearing the shout, the meeting room immediately parted to make a path, becoming quiet because of my appearance. But it was only quiet for a moment. You pay me back. Give me back my face. They rushed directly at me, even raising their hands to slap me. The secretary couldn't stop me in time. I suddenly raised my hand and grabbed the woman's wrist. She had very long fingernails. If that slap had landed, my face would definitely have been scratched. She didn't expect that not only could she not hit me, but I also grabbed her wrist. She screamed like a shrew. Look, everyone, the CEO of Mei Ying isn't solving the problem. He's even hitting people. This is Mei Ying Company's attitude towards resolving issues. Hearing her screams, the reporters frantically took pictures of the scene. I still held the woman's wrist tightly, narrowing my eyes slightly. You said I hit you, right? Yes, you hit me. Before the woman could finish speaking, I raised my hand and slapped her hard across the face. The woman staggered from the blow and fell sprawling on the ground. You hit me. The woman was stunned from the slap. She only managed to say this. She didn't expect that I, the CEO, would actually hit her in front of the reporters. I looked up and faced the cameras. A moment ago, I didn't hit her. She said I did. So we'll grant her wish and confirm this crime. Now I'll give you 5 minutes to say whatever you want. I looked up at them coldly. But you must consider the consequences of your false statements on me and the company. You might very well end up in jail. The secretary looked at her watch for a moment. 5 minutes starting now. Those women immediately seized every second to speak. This is after I used Mei Ying. My face is ruined. Jiang Chen, aren't you going to explain? Although Mei Ying is a small brand, it's still a century-old store. Everyone trusts it. But in the end, you used low-quality products. This is the result from the testing agency. Mei Ying products use a lot of chemicals. This face of mine has been ruined. Your company must pay. Compensate me for emotional distress, and also for lost wages, plastic surgery fees. I watched them get agitated. I asked coldly. I'll just ask you one question. Are you certain that your faces were ruined from using Mei Ying? I'm giving you a chance now. If you don't cherish it, then I won't be polite with you later. The cold voice exerted great pressure on the listeners. They also felt guilty. The woman who was hit spoke first. I'm very sure my face was ruined from using Mei Ying. If I'm lying, may my whole family die. The others also spoke up one by one. We are very sure. We take responsibility for our words. The other 4 women didn't dare to make such a vicious oath like her. I nodded. All right. Then I'll give you an answer later. After 3 minutes, a tabloid reporter asked, I heard that President Jiang embezzles company funds to keep women. Is that true? Most companies in the Galaxy building have moved out. Is it because President Jiang sexually harasses a lot of women? I couldn't help but interrupt. Can you tell the woman who made up this rumor to go take a piss? And see if she's even worth sexually harassing. Those who have this kind of thought should use their heads to go to the bathroom from now on. Interrupted by me like that, the reporter lost their rhythm and finally squeezed out one question. President Jiang is keeping a woman and hiding her upstairs. Is that true? I asked back casually. How did women dating become being kept? May I ask how the women in your family are defined? The reporter suddenly felt like their whole family was being questioned, but they couldn't find any proof. Another reporter quickly came to the rescue. We have contacted the woman President Jiang is keeping. She will expose President Jiang for keeping her right here, embezzling funds and some special hobbies. I frowned. Su Xiao is about to come down and appear before the media, the reporter said hurriedly. President Jiang, do you dare let her appear? I furrowed my brow tightly. It's not that I don't want Su Xiao to appear, it's that old Master Su won't let us publicize our relationship for a year. Seeing me frown, Song Jinian asked with a cold laugh, You don't dare, do you? It's just keeping a woman. Someone like you from the countryside who didn't bother studying, only knows puppy love. A hoodlum like you keeping someone is better than sleeping around. Song Jinian hated me to the bone, because now the Shen family feels he has lost face, and wants to cancel his engagement with Shen Xinyi. I didn't explain. I tilted my head to look at Song Jinian. I'm not good. But not as bad as you, Song Jinian, you bastard. Song Jinian angrily slammed the table and stood up. Watch your mouth, I sneered. I'm not like you, who grew up eating shit. You're the one who needs to clean up. Song Jinian was trembling with anger. Jiang Chen, believe it or not, I'll fire you right now. From your CEO position, I lifted my chin. I looked at him with an imposing dominance. All right, fire me. You can come and take charge of this rotten company, Mei Ying. Song Jinian was trembling with anger, but he couldn't win an argument against me. Why hasn't that woman appeared yet? Pang Lai King shouted from the door. Miss To has arrived. Hearing the shout, everyone looked towards the door. Even I couldn't help but look over. Su Xiao was wearing a business dress. She walked in as the center of everyone's attention. Every step she took was like a scene, breathtakingly beautiful. Song Jinian looked at such a noble and beautiful woman and couldn't help but hold his breath, his heart stirring. He turned to look at me and asked, She's not the woman you're keeping, is she? I smiled and said, Of course not. Song Jinian snorted. I told you so. He hadn't finished speaking yet when he heard me say casually, She's my girlfriend. Song Jinian gritted his teeth. Keep bluffing. A country bumpkin like you. She would never have eyes for you. At this moment, Su Xiao had walked up to me. She looked down at me and spoke gently. Jiang Chen Im here. A simple sentence made our relationship clear. Everyone was astonished. Such a noble and beautiful woman was actually my woman. And Song Jinian, who had just been insisting it was impossible, was invisibly slapped hard in the face. His eyes widened. Unresigned, he gritted his teeth. Miss, have you mistaken him for someone else? Su Xiao gave Song Jinian a cold glare. Just because you're blind doesn't mean the whole world is. 1 second, she was as gentle as water with me. The next, she was as cold as ice to Song Jinian. Song Jinian froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. This woman only has good looks, but a woman who can be kept by me must be poor. Just give her money and she'll surely betray me. He immediately regained his confidence. You are the woman Jiang Chen is keeping. You're here to expose him, right? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned back to Su Xiao, but no one dared to take pictures, because their superiors had already informed them not to photograph this woman. Otherwise, they would be blacklisted from the industry. Such a beautiful woman. If they could take a picture, it would definitely be a front-page hot search. The reporters all felt regretful. Su Xiao looked down at me. Appearing here today is because there are some things that need to be clarified. I looked up at Su Xiao. You're very beautiful today. Su Xiao had always been beautiful, but today she had deliberately put on makeup and even had her hair specially done. Su Xiao hummed in agreement. The young assistant beside her quickly said, "Of course, she's even more beautiful today." The eldest miss said, for her first public appearance in the same frame as Mr. Zhang, she must be beautiful enough to outshine everyone. Hearing this, Song Jinian's eyes lit up. He urged her, "Hurry up and speak." He thought Su Xiao was here to expose me. He couldn't wait to see me betrayed. He wanted me to lose all face in front of the media. Su Xiao looked at me affectionately. "Is it okay?" I thought for a moment. If it doesn't cause any problems, it's fine. The main issue is that it's a bit difficult with old Master Su. Su Xiao nodded. Then she turned around gracefully and nobly. She took the microphone from a reporter's hand and began to speak. "First, Zhang Chen and I are not in a sugar daddy relationship. I am pursuing him. Second, Zhang Chen is very, very good. He is the best man in this world. Third, he does not embezzle public funds, because he wouldn't deign to do so. Her tone was gentle. "This is Xiao. No matter when, she is always by my side." Song Jinian heard her praise for me. Stunned, he hurriedly said, "It's not like that." "You're wrong." Song Jinian was very flustered. He said impatiently, "You have to accuse Zhang Chen of embezzling public funds and tax evasion. Did you take money from him? Is that why you're saying these things? How can this be? This woman's lines are all wrong." Su Xiao faced the reporters and said, "Zhang Chen is a very conservative man. As for what you all are saying, I think there's someone who can come and explain." Hearing Su Xiao say these words, I felt a little embarrassed, because since my rebirth, I've thrown my shame to the 9 heavens. I flirt with her however I can. I'm just short of forcing myself on her directly. Song Jinian became even more agitated. "Zhang Chen, you're not just keeping one woman. Who else are you keeping?" This was truly an unexpected surprise. Su Xiao stepped aside, and then Peng Laiqing stepped forward. Facing the cameras, he said word by word, "Let me explain this matter, because I want to report myself for colluding with the father and son, Song Mingchen, to slander Zhang Chen." As soon as Peng Laiqing said this, many reporters were in an uproar. Song Mingchen's expression became extremely ugly. Song Jinian was so agitated. Peng Laiqing, "What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up." Peng Laiqing directly played the recording. "This is the recording of me bribing Miss To, and this was at the instruction of Song Jinian. The recording that was played was from when Peng Laiqing found Su Xiao. The words when he wanted her to expose me. Don't worry, the woman's face in this isn't clear, but Zhang Chen's face is in it. That's enough to accuse Zhang Chen." Of course, Su Xiao's name had been edited out afterwards. Peng Laiqing held up the memory card and said, "Inside here is a short video. It was filmed by people Song Jinian found. In it, the male lead's face has been photoshopped to be Zhang Chen's face. Our goal was to accuse Zhang Chen of embezzling public funds, having a messy private life, and sleeping around, and thereby kick him out of Mei Ying Company. As for Song Jinian, his face was distorted. He shouted loudly, "Peng Laiqing, shut up. Try saying one more word." Song Jinian was in such a hurry that he threw a mineral water bottle directly at Peng Laiqing. He pointed directly at the 5 women. "And them, I arranged it. Their faces weren't ruined by using Mei Ying products. It was from using other 3 no products that cause skin diseases." The 5 arranged women were stunned. Their act wasn't even halfway through. The person who arranged for them had confessed. So what were they to do? Could they still get compensation? I looked at the reporters and opened my laptop and projected it onto the screen behind me. Since Peng Laiqing has confessed himself, then I'll also present the evidence directly. Everyone, see for yourselves. This is Peng Laiqing and Song Jinian colluding, finding people with skin diseases to slander Mei Ying. Here's the evidence. These consecutive plot twists left the reporters stunned as well. I first presented the medical records of the 5 women from different hospitals. Their faces had been damaged 6 months ago, and I've only been managing Mei Ying for a little over half a month. As each piece of evidence was presented, everyone fell silent. There was also evidence of Song Jinian and Peng Laiqing colluding after that. A chill ran down Peng Laiqing's entire body. Even if Su Xiao had really betrayed me, I could have still gotten out of it because I already had the evidence. I smiled and looked at the woman from before. "Still remember your oath? If you lie, your whole family dies. Your whole family must have accumulated bad karma to produce someone like you." The woman's expression was ugly, but she had no words to retort. "I have something to do. I'm leaving." After speaking, she wanted to slip away, but was blocked by security. I narrowed my eyes. "You come when you want? You think I'm easy to bully?" The woman looked at me in horror. "What do you want to do?" I said coldly. "Apologize, of course. Pay compensation and go to jail." After saying that, I looked at Song Jinian again. "And you too. Same for you." Song Jinian's face was ugly. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is slander." Just as he spoke, the police walked in and blocked them. "Song Jinian, Peng Laiqing, right?
You are suspected of spreading rumors and defamation. Please come with us for questioning. Cooperate with the investigation. My surname is Ko. Song Jinian, seeing the police, immediately panicked. I didn't spread rumors. I didn't defame anyone. I'm not going with you. The policeman's face turned stern. Please cooperate with the investigation. If you resist, it's the crime of assaulting an officer and you will be convicted. Song Jinian was about to struggle, but upon hearing these words, he immediately went limp. He suddenly turned to look at me. Jiang Chen, quickly tell them. I didn't spread rumors. He knew that with just one word from me, he wouldn't have to be taken away. Song Mingchen also said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen, he is your brother. Being taken away like this in front of everyone is not good for his reputation. I laughed coldly and asked Song Mingchen in return. When he used these dirty tricks, did he ever think of me as his younger brother? When he framed me, did you say a single word in my defense? Song Mingchen was speechless. I narrowed my eyes. You are not worthy of being my father. Song Jinian is even less my brother. His surname is Song. Mine is Zhang. Song Mingchen said in a low voice. Zhang Chen. I laughed. I smiled at the police. Officers, please take him with you as well. Pang Lai King said they colluded. He was also a part of it. Song Mingchen's face darkened. Zhang Chen, that's enough. What kind of son are you? The police directly stepped forward. Mr. Song, please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. They were acting according to procedure. Song Mingchen didn't dare to resist the police, so he could only follow them. The reporters all sighed in amazement. I looked at the reporters smirking. Oh, right. All of you sitting here will also receive a letter from my lawyer. As for the reason, you all know it clearly. The reporters were all stunned. They had also been bribed to come here for the interview. I will sue them for spreading rumors. At best, they'll lose their jobs and have to apologize. At worst, they'll also face administrative penalties, and from then on, their career in this profession would be over. It would also leave a stain on their lives. With Song Mingchen being taken away, the others also left quickly, afraid that I would remember them and send them away too. Soon, only Su Xiao and I were left in the meeting room. The assistant was very perceptive. Seeing this, she closed the door. I looked up at Su Xiao and beckoned her with my finger. Su Xiao gracefully walked over and took my hand. She lightly kissed my lips. Does my sugar daddy want to have his way with me? I stood up and gave a push. Su Xiao was pushed by me onto the office chair. The next second, I leaned down and pressed against her, kissing her on the lips. A long, lingering kiss. I could feel Su Xiao's response to me. Even through our clothes, it wanted to melt me. Su Xiao couldn't bear to push me away. Her long, slender fingers gently lifted my chin. Zhang Chen, don't tease me like this all the time, everywhere. I chuckled softly, lowered my head, and continued to kiss her. The phone rang at that moment, interrupting the gaze between me and Su Xiao. Su Xiao's expression darkened slightly. It seems this husband of hers isn't busy enough yet. I held Su Xiao in my arms and answered the phone. Sister Qingyu. Zhang Qingyu originally wanted to question me, but when she heard my voice, her anger immediately dissipated. You're keeping a woman? She felt that even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be worthy of being kept by her brother. Her brother's woman must pass the test of his 6 sisters. I looked down at Su Xiao. She was playing with my fingers. I said it's not keeping, it's dating. Su Xiao's hand paused, then she gripped my hand tightly. Zhang Qingyu's voice became shrill. Dating? Since when are you dating? Which family's girl is it? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. I already told you. It's Su Xiao. You don't believe me? Zhang Qingyu laughed out loud. If you're dating Su Xiao, then I can be Su Xiao's brother-in-law. I'm telling you, Sister Qingyu, you're going to eat your words acting like this. Zhang Qingyu rolled her eyes. What dating? Use your kidneys, not your heart. Anyway, your sister Qingyu has plenty of money, enough for you to fool around. Su Xiao heard it too, so she looked up and kissed my earlobe, gently nibbling and sucking. My heart immediately started beating faster. This is the area I'm most sensitive to. Hearing this sound, Zhang Qingyu asked me, "What's wrong?" Su Xiao became even more audacious. Not only did she bite my ear, but she also started getting restless. I tried to stay calm. It's nothing, just got bitten by a puppy. Su Xiao narrowed her eyes, a little displeased. Her hand applied a bit more force. I was so teased that my body tensed up, trying to appear calm. Zhang Qingyu didn't think much of it. A dog that bites people can't be kept. Give it away. It'll get you a cat. I pressed Su Xiao's hand down, stopping it from moving around anymore. Yes, Sister Qingyu, I still have things to do here. I'm hanging up first. I'll talk to you later, Zhang Qingyu said hurriedly. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Bring your little girlfriend along. Let me have a good look first. Send a picture of her over too. She's at the Tow Corporation right now. If she wants to know if my woman is Su Xiao, she can just take the picture and ask around. Su Xiao's hand became even more audacious. I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to quickly agree and hang up. I grabbed Su Xiao's hand. Xiao, don't mess around here. Her hand was really too restless. Su Xiao raised an eyebrow at me. I am yours. My hand is also yours. It listens to you, not me. Such cheeky words. I was a little troubled. Su Xiao leaned close to my ear. If you wanted to listen, that's fine. Or maybe you. Her voice was very soft. I almost couldn't hear it. I suddenly discovered that the super innocent Xiao. It seems she's learned how to tease me very well. I quickly interrupted her. Xiao,
My sister Qingyu wants to meet you. Su Xiao, who was just teasing me, suddenly froze. Sister Qingyu? I nodded. Sister Qingyu invited us to have dinner tonight. She wants to meet you. Su Xiao suddenly became tense. This is like meeting the family. After meeting, should we start discussing marriage? Then get married and have children. In a short amount of time, Su Xiao had already thought of names for our children. Although Su Xiao was nervous inside, she pretended to be calm and nodded. Okay, so tonight is meeting the family. I smiled and asked her, are you nervous about meeting my sister Qingyu? Su Xiao looked down at me. Eve met the head of state. I've even met presidents. And I've never been nervous. Have you ever seen me nervous? I smiled and nodded. My finger pointed at her chest. You were very nervous that night. It was the night I devoured you. We were both nervous that night. Su Xiao blushed in embarrassment and said with great certainty, meeting your sister Qingyu, I won't be nervous. This is meeting the family. What should I wear tonight? What should I say when I meet sister Qingyu? What should she do to make sister Qingyu approve of this sister-in-law at first sight? At the Suthi Corporation, Jiang Qingyu looked at the photo I sent. The woman in the photo was both beautiful and gentle. Jiang Qingyu called Xiao Kim to come over quickly. Sister Qingyu, what is it? Jiang Qingyu showed the photo to Xiao Kim. Is she beautiful? Xiao Kim looked at the photo and nodded immediately, but she quickly changed her words. Not beautiful. Not beautiful at all, Sister Qingyu. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Jiang Qingyu hummed in satisfaction. That's more like it. She's definitely not as beautiful as me. Xiao Kim asked who it was. Is she a newcomer the company wants to promote? This woman looks very formidable. You should be a little careful. Actually, it's mainly because she's too beautiful. If this woman debuts, she could attract countless fans just with her face alone. She would definitely steal all of Jiang Qingyu's spotlight. Jiang Qingyu said, oh, no need to worry about that. She's the woman Jiang Chen is keeping. He even said this woman is the CEO of the Suthi Corporation, Su Xiao. Heh. Xiao Kim also laughed. That's truly ridiculous. How could that be? Jiang Qingyu stood up, holding her phone. That's right. Help me make appointments with a few girls. Both the movie queen and the innocent little white flower types. Arrange for the domineering queen types for me too. She wanted to let Jiang Chen know that besides that woman, there were still many other good women for him to choose from. After speaking, she left. Xiao Kim hurriedly followed. It's still early until dinner, Sister Qingyu. Where are you going? Jiang Qingyu shook her phone. I'm going to ask some senior executives at the Suthi Corporation if this person is Su Xiao. Jiang Qingyu went to ask, holding her phone very cheerfully. Along the way, male and female fans cheered non-stop. Jiang Qingyu walked in and looked around. Her eyes landed on a man. He was wearing a very neat business suit. His face was still very youthful, probably a new intern. Jiang Qingyu looked at him, the corners of her lips turning up slightly. The intern saw Jiang Qingyu and was so excited he gripped the edge of the desk. Jiang Qingyu walked up to him. Little brother. The intern was so excited he was about to faint. Jiang Qingyu looked at the intern, then took out her phone. She opened the photo of Su Xiao. Do you know her? The intern was stunned, his gaze lingering on the photo. So beautiful, even more beautiful than Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Qingyu snorted, turned around with her phone and left. Seeing their reactions, they really don't know her. Jiang Qingyu returned to the lounge and complained frantically. I have to tell Jiang Chen he's been tricked. This is not Su Xiao at all. No one at the Suthi Corporation knows her. Xiao Kim looked at Jiang Qingyu. You finished asking so quickly? That's right. None of them know this pretty face. Jiang Qingyu lowered her head to type a message. He dared to tell me. I've been deceived. Xiao Kim sat down opposite her. Who did you ask? To get results so quickly, Jiang Qingyu didn't look up. Downstairs, no one recognized this woman, and he claims she's the CEO of Suthi Corporation. What a liar. She has tricked Jiang Chen. When I see her tonight, it'll definitely humiliate her, daring to trick Jiang Chen. Jiang Qingyu finished sending the message. Then she heard Xiao Kim say, downstairs is the 17th floor. At the Suthi Corporation, below the 20th floor, you basically don't have the qualifications to meet the CEO. It's very normal for them not to know, but it's very not normal for you to go ask them. Jiang Qingyu was speechless. She's been in the industry for so long and still doesn't have the qualifications to meet the CEO of Suthi Corporation. So embarrassing. Xiao Kim said, so if you want to ask, you have to go above the 20th floor to get an answer. Jiang Qingyu listened to Xiao Kim's words and was silent for a moment. Then she stood up and went out with her phone again, but she asked from the 20th floor to the 30th floor. No one answered directly. They all gave her strange looks. Then they shook their heads, said they were busy, and left. Jiang Qingyu returned to the lounge annoyed. Ivy asked, they still don't know. Xiao Kim couldn't even be bothered to complain anymore. My lady, do you know what the first rule for employees of the Suthi Corporation is? Jiang Qingyu rolled her eyes. I'm not an employee here. Why should I know? Xiao Kim suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. The first rule is, you cannot take photos of the CEO. You cannot discuss the CEO at the company. You cannot mention the CEO outside the company. Jiang Qingyu frowned. So even if she really is, they wouldn't tell you. Jiang Qingyu was very angry. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Kim said, you want to know who that person is? You just have to look at her ID card. Hearing Xiao Kim's words, Zhang Qingyu was silent for a moment. Then she nodded vigorously. As expected, I can only rely on my face to make a living. She should just wait until tonight to see that woman's ID card for herself. I was still working, and Su Xiao was playing with her phone beside me. She looked very focused. She looked as if she had encountered some difficult problem. I watched her for a long time, but she didn't look at me. I thought to myself, in my past life, at this time, other than me, she didn't seem to have any other difficult problems. I called out to her, and Su Xiao immediately looked up at me. I asked her if something was wrong. Su Xiao, no. I said, oh, and lowered my head to continue reading the documents. Su Xiao looked at me for a moment, a little hesitant, but she didn't speak, seeming a bit shy. The conversation was a bit awkward. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. A few minutes later, I looked up at Su Xiao again. She was still looking at her phone, sometimes frowning, sometimes shaking her head. She looked very troubled. What on earth was she doing? Su Xiao wasn't someone addicted to her phone. I was very curious, so I tiptoed behind Su Xiao and carefully bent down to look. I saw that Su Xiao was searching on Baidu, about to meet my partner's family, how to make a good impression. Below were all sorts of unreliable answers, things like seal the deal by sleeping with him and rent a luxury car to pretend you're rich. Having money makes a good impression. Su Xiao scrolled past a few. She typed and searched again, and I saw her search history. What gift to give your boyfriend's sister when meeting for the first time? How to address your boyfriend's sister when meeting for the first time? What are the taboos when meeting your boyfriend's sister for the first time? What to do when meeting your boyfriend's sister for the first time? I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I directly wrapped my arms around Su Xiao's slender waist from behind, pressing my body close to hers.